Chapter 1. Entering the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had merely accompanied his family to a hot spring named Edo Castle for a relaxing bath. Out of sheer curiosity, he perused the free comic books available in the lounge and stumbled upon his childhood favorite, Dragon Ball. He immersed himself in the pages. Weariness overcame him, and when he awoke, he inexplicably discovered that he had been transported into the world of Dragon Ball. It was immediately evident that he had entered this fantastical realm upon spotting a small boy with a wild hairstyle swinging from vines amidst the forest. Before Xiao Yi could take any further action, a mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Welcome, player Xiao Yi, to the world of Dragon Ball. Here, by completing the tasks assigned by the system, you may acquire a wealth of treasures. You have 59 minutes remaining before exiting the game. Beginner Task 1. Descend the mountain. Make your way down from this precipice. Hint. Pay close attention to your surroundings. People or objects may offer significant assistance. Beginner Task 2. Gather. Collect items of value. The system will reward you based on the worth of the items gathered. Beginner Task 3. Befriend Goku or become his adversary. Engaging him may entail considerable danger. Hint. Discover the identity of Goku on your own. Uncertain of the voice's origin, Xiao Yi's heart sank as he noted the countdown timer in his mind, yet he clung to the hope of returning to his original world. While he harbored doubts about the system's authenticity, he realized that his only recourse was to trust it to improve his predicament. Moreover, the system's instructions seemed tailored for unfamiliar players, whereas he had grown up watching Dragon Ball, undoubtedly granting him a significant advantage in this realm. However, the more Xiao Yi learned about the Dragon Ball world, the more he understood that despite its alluring facade, it was fraught with peril. Presently, he found himself in a cave situated high upon a rocky cliff, with a lush green pond below. Goku was frolicking in the forest nearby, tirelessly searching for food. Xiao Yi reasoned that by simply calling out Goku's name, he would surely lend a helping hand to assist him down the cliff. Yet, given his knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, becoming an enemy of Goku would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if Xiao Yi possessed greater strength than Goku, there was still the risk of being caught off guard by Goku's explosive energy. Conversely, befriending Goku appeared to be a relatively straightforward endeavor. Throughout the series, Goku was portrayed not only as a martial arts enthusiast, but also as a voracious foodie. Xiao Yi, having once taken a cooking class to impress his now-wife, had honed his culinary skills to a degree that, while perhaps not on par with a professional chef, certainly surpassed those of the average person. Xiao Yi was confident that with his skills, capturing the Little Monkey King would be a mere trifle. However, the time allotted for this mission was a mere hour, making its completion nearly impossible. Conversely, he believed that the second task warranted his utmost attention. Aside from the rewards promised by the system, Xiao Yi yearned to discern whether these treasures could be transported back to the real world. If such a feat were achievable, he could scarcely fathom the monumental changes that would ensue in his life. After surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yi refrained from immediately calling for the Little Monkey King. Instead, he ventured deeper into the cave. In his estimation, it was improbable for such a cavern to exist without reason. It was highly likely that some treasures awaited within. Of course, it could also be a lair for some monstrous creature, though he deemed that possibility rather slim. Thus, Xiao Yi resolved to take a risk even in the event of failure. As long as he remained cautious, his life would not be in peril. He gradually made his way deeper into the cave. The path widened significantly. What had initially been a narrow entrance, barely accommodating a single person, expanded to a breadth that could easily allow several vehicles to pass side by side without discomfort. This only reinforced Xiao Yi's conviction that remarkable treasures lay ahead. Indeed, upon reaching the innermost chamber, he encountered a stone door. The system prompted, "Hidden task unlocked. The locked stone door, find a way to open the door. It may lead to surprises." Note: the stone door is exceedingly heavy and cannot be opened by your strength alone. Seek assistance promptly. Xiao Yi was taken aback to find his exploration thwarted by a door. He had no choice but to seek the Little Monkey King's help in opening this formidable stone barrier. Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong. Xiao Yi returned to the cave entrance, calling out loudly in the direction of the Little Monkey King. Soon, his shouts elicited a response. The Little Monkey King appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing around before finally spotting Xiao Yi against the rock face, following the sound of his voice. With a flurry of movement, the Little Monkey King dashed toward Xiao Yi. His speed was remarkable despite the distance. He bounded and leapt, occasionally grasping a vine to swing between trees. In no time, he arrived at the edge of the water pool beneath the cliff where Xiao Yi stood. He prepared to leap into the water. An enormous maw suddenly erupted from the depths, startling the Little Monkey King into an abrupt halt. narrowly avoiding a plunge. Disappointed, the monstrous crocodile retreated deeper into the pool, only to have more colossal crocodiles surface from the water moments later. I could see that moment. Xiao Yi was drenched in cold sweat. Had he not been averse to swimming, coupled with his awareness of the perilous nature of the Dragon Ball world, he might have leaped into the pool upon seeing the task at hand, with dire consequences that were all too predictable. The little Monkey King found himself in a precarious situation as well, torn between his desire to assist and his apprehension of the giant crocodiles lurking in the lake. Use the golden staff. Xiao Yi, without concern for how to explain later, could only offer timely advice. If he allowed little Wukong to ponder indefinitely, it might lead to a fruitless conclusion, or worse, a departure without resolution. Xiao Yi was not troubled by the issue of distance regarding the golden staff in the comics. Little Wukong had previously utilized the staff to send the rabbit leader to the moon. Thus, the relatively short distance posed no challenge for the staff. Upon Xiao Yi's prompt, little Wukong indeed experienced a moment of clarity and extended the golden staff into Xiao Yi's cave. However, Xiao Yi was preoccupied with the treasures within the cave and beckoned little Wukong to join him inside. Had this been an adult, one might have perceived a scheme at play and refused Xiao Yi's request. Yet, in his innocence, little Wukong gave it no further thought and used the golden staff to appear beside Xiao Yi, marking their first official encounter. Chapter 2. Return. Little Wukong curiously examined the creature before him. Is this being, who bears a resemblance to my grandfather, the human my grandfather spoke of? Xiao Yi observed little Wukong in return. The young one's appearance mirrored that of his animated counterpart, with a cartoonish charm and explosion of black hair, large expressive eyes, and a fluffy tail that exuded in irresistible cuteness. Hello, my name is Xiao Yi. Greetings, I am son Wukong. Are you human? Little Wukong seemed to forget that Xiao Yi had already called him by name. Indeed, I am human. Have you never encountered one before? I have. My grandfather was human, but he has been gone for a long time. How peculiar. Why do you lack a tail? Following a somewhat juvenile exchange, Xiao Yi and little Wukong grew more familiar. Xiao Yi formally invited little Wukong to join him in exploring the cave. At little Wukong's age, curiosity was boundless, and without hesitation, he accepted Xiao Yi's request. Together, they approached the locked stone door, at which point the system once again chimed in, locked stone door. Opening it may yield unexpected treasures seeking the aid of. Others can also be a mark of wisdom. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Xiao Yi realized his assumption was correct. The stone door could only be opened with little Wukong's assistance. Little Wukong, facing the door, pushed with all his might. However, despite his fervent efforts, the door remained immovable, yielding not even a fraction. Witnessing this, Xiao Yi's heart raced with apprehension. If even little Wukong could not open the door, could he truly obtain the treasures within? Moreover, the situation had become increasingly precarious for Xiao Yi, as time was running short. If he did not devise a means to unlock the stone door promptly, he might not have the opportunity to return to this cave again. Even if he were to appear here once more, the little Wukong would certainly no longer be present. Thus, the treasures within this place would likely slip from his grasp forever. Son Wukong, why not try using the golden staff? Xiao Yi suggested, resigned to his predicament. Obediently, the little Wukong unsheathed the golden staff and struck the stone door with vigor. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of powerful blows, one would expect that even a robust metal door would exhibit some signs of damage. However, the stone door remained utterly unscathed. In contrast, the ground bore the brunt of the assault, becoming pockmarked, while the walls adjacent to the door were riddled with numerous cracks. As Xiao Yi surveyed the ground and the walls, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. A bold idea took shape. Although the stone door remained impervious, the surrounding walls and floor were far less formidable. They could excavate a tunnel to access what lay behind the door. Indeed, after a vigorous effort from the little Wukong with the golden staff against the loosened earth, a direct passageway leading to the rear of the stone door was successfully created. That moment, less than 20 minutes remained before Xiao Yi's return. The subsequent journey proved remarkably smooth as Xiao Yi and the little Wukong traversed the stone door and entered a secret chamber. Within the chamber, the only notable presence was a skeleton clad in a Daoist robe, seated in a meditative posture, devoid of any other valuable artifacts. Just as disappointment began to settle in for Xiao Yi, a voice from the system echoed, discovered a character not belonging to the Dragon Ball world. Mysterious Daoist worthless. Storage ring celestial artifact node. Unclaimed item can be refined with blood to acknowledge mastery. Meditation cushion celestial artifact node. unclaimed item can be refined with blood to acknowledge mastery sitting upon it, while cultivating enhances comprehension. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi promptly removed the storage ring from the Daoist skeletal hand. Just as he intended to move the Daoist remains, a sudden burst of ethereal blue flames enveloped the entire body, incinerating it completely, leaving not even a trace of ash. Behind, where the Daoist once sat, only the meditation cushion, as indicated by the system prompt, remained, nothing else. The little Wukong, intrigued by the spectacle, searched the area where the Daoist had vanished, attempting to comprehend how a mere corpse could ignite spontaneously and disappear, without a trace. Seizing the opportunity, while Wukong was momentarily distracted, Xiao Yi swiftly stored the storage ring and the meditation cushion within the system ability he had only recently discovered. Realizing that the system could preserve items of significant value at this juncture, time was of the essence. Xiao Yi recalled his task of descending the mountain and urged the little Wukong, "Son Wukong, there is nothing of interest here, it is rather dull. Let us depart for your home instead." "Oh, all right," replied the still-dazed little Wukong, his voice laced with confusion. Just as the two prepared to retrace their steps, Xiao Yi suddenly recalled the stone door that had resisted all attempts to open it. Could that be a treasure? He pondered. Approaching the stone door, the system's prompt still indicated locked stone door. However, upon removing the latch from behind the door, the system's message changed. Magical stone door, crafted from extremely precious materials, holds value. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi stored the stone door within the system and hurried over to reunite with the little Monkey King, who had reached the cave's exit. Utilizing the golden staff, they successfully made their way to the surface. "Why did you wander so far to relieve yourself? It's quite a hassle," the little Monkey King complained. "Is your home far from here?" Xiao Yi dismissed the trivial grievance. "Not far, just over 5 such peaks. It's very close." The little Monkey King innocently pointed to a towering mountain, significantly higher than the one Xiao Yi had just ascended. Xiao Yi remained speechless as he gazed at the little Monkey King, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, the system announced, "1 minute remains until the logout. Players are advised to log out in a safe location, and upon re-entry, you shall resume here. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you any longer. I will return in a few days. Can you come and guide me to your home?" "Of course. My home is filled with delightful things. When you return, I will take you to play." The little Monkey King nodded eagerly. At that moment, Xiao Yi felt a whirlwind of dizziness and lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in the relaxation hall of a bathhouse, while his wife was playing on a slide with their 1-year-old daughter in the children's area. Holding a comic book featuring Dragon Balls, he wondered, was that merely a dream? As he grappled with this uncertainty, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, player Xiao Yi, for successfully departing the Dragon Ball world. The system will now summarize this adventure." Chapter 3. A Letter. Novice Task 1. Descend a mountain completed. Reward: 10 gold coins. Novice Task 2. Harvest ongoing task. Storage ring. Exchange with the system. Reward: 10,000 gold coins. Meditation cushion. Exchange with the system. Reward: 8,000 gold coins. Magical stone door. Exchange with the system. Reward: 5,000 gold coins. Novice Task 3. Friends enemies completed. Gain the friendship of the little Monkey King. Reward: 10 gold coins. Hidden Task. Lock stone door completed. Open the door with wisdom. Reward: 50 gold coins. Summary. Total gold coins acquired: 70 items. Storage ring, meditation cushion, magical stone door. Overall evaluation: excellent. Having passed the novice test, the system has activated the mall service that a series of system notifications left Xiao Yi in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, alongside the auditory alerts, there were textual reminders. As he gazed at the system interface in his mind, he felt that this venture might have yielded significant rewards, although he was unaware of the function and purchasing power of the ingots. A simple comparison revealed the truth that a basic novice task rewarded a mere 10 ingots, while even the challenging hidden task offered only a paltry 50 ingots. Yet the 3 items that Xiao Yi acquired behind the stone door were worth an astonishing number of ingots, highlighting their true value. Xiao Yi first accessed the system interface, where he discovered a full-body image of himself on the homepage. Behind each part of this image were the frames for the equipment and items typical of ordinary games. Beneath the full-body image lay the fundamental attributes of Xiao Yi's character. Name: Xiao Yi. Gender: male. Strength: 10-10. Speed: 8-10. Spirit: 12-10. Attribute points: none. Merit points: 256. The goodwill gained from assisting others. Upon reopening the interface of the system's marketplace, Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld a plethora of goods. Perhaps it was due to his recent entry into the Dragon Ball world, but the items available in the marketplace predominantly featured artifacts from this fantastical realm. For instance, there were an array of capsules, each containing diverse treasures. Among them, some revealed a luxurious villa, others unveiled an aircraft, while some disclosed a yacht. It seemed that anything one could possibly imagine was available here. However, all these items required gold coins for purchase, and Xiao found himself devoid of such currency. Fortunately, he discovered a means to exchange the system's currency, with 1 ingot convertible to 100 gold coins, yet there was no option to exchange gold coins back into ingots. This disparity suggested that the value of the ingots far surpassed that of the gold coins, indicating that converting his precious ingots into gold coins for expenditure could prove to be a rather unwise transaction. Within the system's marketplace, there remained numerous items yet to be unlocked, necessitating an elevation of Xiao's level to a certain degree for access. After perusing the system's marketplace and confirming there were no essential purchases to be made, Xiao exited the marketplace, resuming his quest to uncover methods of entering the Dragon Ball world. The hour that Xiao Yi spent in the Dragon Ball world instilled in him a profound infatuation with this fantastical realm. Living in the mundane reality felt akin to the existence of a mere fish out of water, leaving Xiao Yi deeply dissatisfied. He recognized that the Dragon Ball world held pivotal opportunities for his rise. Thus, discovering a means to enter this enchanting universe became his paramount quest. Indeed, within the system, there existed a symbol of a hexagram, at the center of which lay an emblem of the 7 Dragon Balls. Beneath the hexagram, an entrance sign was displayed. However, at that moment, the entrance sign was encased in a black frame, accompanied by a notification stating, "The free entry experience to the Dragon Ball world has expired. To gain entry, one must exchange merit, 1 merit 1 day." Upon reading this, Xiao Yi finally comprehended the significance of merit and was suddenly filled with a joyful sense of reward for performing good deeds. Xiao Yi meticulously examined the system once more, ensuring that he had not overlooked any details before he confidently exited the interface. At present, his foremost desire was to establish ownership of the storage ring and the meditation cushion, as well as to discover whether there were any unexpected delights within the ring. However, being in a bustling bathhouse, surrounded by a constant flow of visitors, it was impossible for him to examine these items openly. At that moment, his wife, Bai Miaoxin, and their daughter, Nuan, emerged from the children's play area in the leisure section. Xiao Yi observed that Nuan, merely a little over a year old, had fallen asleep in her mother's embrace after playing for a short while amidst the fun and other children. Although the play area was delightful, her small reserves of energy were quickly depleted, prompting her to seek solace in her mother's arms. Despite the leisure area on the second floor providing a space for relaxation, Xiao Yi's family felt uncomfortable sleeping among strangers and harbored concerns for their daughter's safety. Thus, they decided to change their clothes and head home. Xiao Yi drove his newly purchased domestic car, lost in thought as he navigated the road. Although Xiao Yi and his wife are both formal employees of the state, in this small third-tier city, their salaries can merely sustain the normal expenses of their family of 3, making it nearly impossible to save any money. Xiao Yi has long harbored thoughts of resigning to earn more, not for any other reason, but to improve the quality of life for his family. Additionally, he wishes to have a second child, yet given their current economic situation, it is indeed a formidable challenge to support another child. However, with the advent of a system that allows him to traverse into the world of Dragon Ball, he believes that with sufficient effort, transforming their circumstances is entirely within reach. Lost in joyful contemplation, he couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, his wife, Bai Miaoxin, noticed his peculiar demeanor and offered a timely reminder. Otherwise, Xiao Yi might have inadvertently caused a collision of minds between vehicles. He smoothly parked the car downstairs, and the couple carried their peacefully sleeping daughter into the elevator, successfully arriving at Xiao Yi's residence. The Xiao family resides on the 23rd floor of this splendid building, where the surroundings are rather pleasant. However, the sole regret is that the owner of this residence is not Xiao Yi, which serves as an additional impetus for his eagerness to resign. He yearns for a home of his own. After placing his sleeping daughter in the master bedroom, accompanied by his wife, Xiao Yi retreated to the secondary bedroom. There, he retrieved a storage ring and a meditation cushion from the system. Following the system's instructions, he pricked his finger to perform a blood oath of ownership. Initially, Xiao Yi anticipated that the process would be exceedingly intricate, even envisioning a state of unconsciousness. Yet, to his surprise, after merely a few drops of blood were absorbed, The storage ring successfully acknowledged him as its master. Subsequently, he applied the same method to the meditation cushion. Once the ownership was established, Xiao Yi sat upon the cushion and was indeed enveloped by an extraordinary clarity of mind. Xiao Yi officially began to examine the items left behind by the nameless Daoist in the storage ring. The contents of the storage ring were few, but with the assistance of the system, Xiao Yi finally grasped the general purpose of these items. To his surprise, he also discovered a letter that the original owner had left for him. Chapter 4, Body Refinement Technique. This letter was addressed to the inheritor of the storage ring, detailing the life of the Daoist. As the system had indicated, this Daoist was indeed not a native of the Dragon Ball world, but hailing from a cultivation planet known as Jinlan Star. The Daoist, named Liu He, was the supreme elder of the Heavenly Fire sect on Jinlan Star, having reached the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. During his ascension to the higher realms, he was ambushed by enemies. Facing insurmountable odds, he was compelled to forcibly elevate his mana in a bid to perish together with his adversaries. Unexpectedly, the immense energy he unleashed opened a spatial portal, leading him to the Dragon Ball world. However, upon entering the Dragon Ball world, Liu He found himself in a state of utter exhaustion, able only to set up a simple gate to ward off ordinary beasts. After penning this letter, he departed from the mortal realm. Years later, it was astonishing that Xiao Yi came into possession of his legacy. Had Xiao Yi not discovered this secret chamber, it would soon have vanished with the impending destruction of the Dragon Ball world. Even if the dragon were to restore the world later, Liu He's legacy, being foreign to the Dragon Ball universe, would not have been revived alongside it, thus fading into the annals of history. Now, due to Xiao Yi's intervention, Liu He's legacy had been preserved and entrusted to him. Understanding the circumstances, Xiao Yi felt little sentimentality. After all, to him, these were merely fictional characters, lacking substantial emotional resonance. Even the appearance of Liu He was but a fleeting encounter that elicited no profound reflections from Xiao Yi. Next, he examined the items within the storage ring, which was approximately the size of a football field. At this moment, there were not many items, likely due to Liu He's tribulation, as he had left behind the unnecessary belongings for his successors. Within the ring, there were only 3 items: a jade tablet for imparting knowledge, a set of formation flags, and a collection of exquisite spirit stones. Xiao Yi first examined the jade slip of transmission and discovered it to be a comprehensive inheritance that directly leads to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The reason Daoist Liu He did not place the jade slip alongside other items within the sect was that this transmission jade slip was a serendipitous acquisition during one of his adventures, not a treasure of the sect. Furthermore, the jade slip itself was embedded with an extraordinarily intricate array. Even with his peak cultivation at the void refinement stage, he found it nearly impossible to inflict even the slightest damage upon it. The second item, a set of array flags, was specially crafted by the renowned master of array techniques, the Qinglian recluse, for Daoist Liu He to utilize during his tribulation. The primary purpose of these TOT array flags was to absorb the divine lightning descending from the heavens during the tribulation. True to its name, the TOT array flag did not disappoint. When Daoist Liu He faced the tribulation, he positioned the flag at his outermost layer, effectively absorbing the first 3 tiers of the 6-9 tribulation lightning. The flag merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of damage. Impressed by the performance of the array flag, Daoist Liu He could not bear to see it suffer destruction due to his tribulation. Thus he stored it within his storage ring. Having absorbed a total of 21 bolts of tribulation lightning, the TOT array flag has now elevated its quality, ascending to the status of a semi-divine artifact. The precious spirit stones, originally set aside by Daoist Liu He for rapid replenishment, are the highest grade of spirit stones obtainable on Jinlan Star. Typically, within a large spirit stone mine, only a single piece of such exquisite spirit stone may be found. The more than 20 pieces before him were the fruits of Daoist Liu He's lifelong endeavors and collection. The rarity of these supreme spirit stones lies in their abundant and exceptionally pure spiritual energy, which can be directly absorbed by humans without any adverse effects. Moreover, once used, these supreme spirit stones, after a prolonged period of rest, gradually reabsorb external spiritual energy, restoring themselves to a full state. The pile of supreme spirit stones within Xiao Yi's storage ring had been previously utilized by Daoist Liu He during his tribulation and had since replenished itself, costing only a small amount of spirit stone dust beside them. For Xiao Yi, who currently finds himself in a state of utter destitution, these 3 items can be deemed treasures of immense value, especially the unique jade slip. which serves as a key to unlock the door to cultivation for an ordinary person like him. Xiao Yi sat upon the mat, grasping the jade slip of transmission with his hand, entering a state that was neither fully asleep nor fully awake. From the jade slip, a continuous flow of images and words permeated Xiao Yi's mind. Xiao Yi's mind was incessantly engaged in passive operation. As time elapsed, a pain akin to being pricked by needles radiated from his head. Simultaneously, the transmission of the cultivation technique through the jade slip came to an abrupt halt. In this transmission of power, Xiao Yi acquired the techniques preceding the qi refinement stage, essentially the secret arts guiding one's transformation from an ordinary human to an innate being. For a qi practitioner, it is imperative to possess a robust physical form prior to embarking on the path of qi cultivation. The more formidable the physique, the swifter the absorption of spiritual energy, which in turn envelopes the entire body, significantly aiding future cultivation endeavors. The techniques Xiao Yi obtained pertain to the body refining arts that precede the qi refinement stage. Within this realm, there exists a plethora of body refining methods. In the Dragon Ball universe, for instance, Master Roshi's training of young Goku and Krillin exemplifies such practices. However, this particular brand of body refining is often beyond the endurance of the average human, with only prodigies like Goku and the exceptionally gifted Krillin, who had trained at the Korin Tower, capable of withstanding it. For someone like Xiao Yi, who has surpassed 30 and whose meridians have long since solidified, attempting to endure Master Roshi's body refining techniques would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the body refining method Xiao Yi acquired imposes no age restrictions. Any ordinary human, even the elderly, can successfully refine their body provided they adhere to the prescribed requirements. The Jade Tablet of Transmission delineates a series of physical techniques, requiring only the execution of the specified movements for successful body cultivation. This process facilitates the formation of a congenital Dao body, ensuring that all meridians are interconnected, which will undoubtedly yield significant benefits in future training. This regimen comprises 20 tiers, each corresponding to the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Each tier consists of 9 movements. Executing these 9 movements in succession is deemed sufficient to open a single meridian. Upon completing all 20 tiers, one undergoes a profound transformation, culminating in the emergence of the congenital Dao body. However, to accomplish the body refining techniques across these 20 tiers, it is essential to consume substantial amounts of meat after each training session, extracting vital energy to nourish the physical form. Without an ample intake of meat, one risks depleting both qi and blood, potentially rendering oneself incapacitated. Chapter 5. Re-entering the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi did not immediately attempt the body refining technique. By now, he had spent some time in the secondary bedroom, and his wife, by Miao Xian, along with their daughter, Nuan Wan, were likely on the verge of waking up. He certainly did not wish for them to experience any fright due to his actions. He gently stepped out of the room, quietly making his way to the doorway of the master bedroom. Upon softly pushing the door open, he found his wife and daughter peacefully asleep, which eased his worries. He settled down, lost in contemplation. What manner of entrance had he experienced when he entered the Dragon Ball world? Was it a soul transference? Or had his entire corporeal form traversed through? After entering the Dragon Ball realm, would the passage of time on Earth be altered? Xiao Yi was continually entangled in these dilemmas, contemplating the necessity of traversing once more into the Dragon Ball realm to attain a profound understanding of these matters. However, the foremost concern presenting itself was that of safety. With the absence of little Goku's protection, how could he ensure his security within this world? It is essential to note that entering the Dragon Ball universe does not permit immediate return. One must await the conclusion of the designated time, with a minimum duration of 1 hour for which safety must be assured. Currently, Xiao Yi possessed the following equipment: a storage ring, an artifact, a meditation cushion, an artifact, a wondrous stone door, and a Taoist formation flag, a semi-artifact. While both the storage ring and meditation cushion had been bonded to him, they lacked any offensive or defensive capabilities. The Taoist formation flag, as per the system's scan, was categorized as formation flag, semi-artifact, requiring cultivation level, divine refinement to void realm, with a recovery cost of 5,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, the wondrous stone door was described as possessing a certain degree of protective qualities, a special item that required blood for recognition of ownership. Unbeknownst to him, the description of the stone door had subtly transformed. At this moment, as Xiao Yi desperately needed protection, he hesitated not a moment. Swiftly cutting his finger, and allowing his blood to fall upon the now palm-sized stone door. Upon the contact of his blood, a miraculous transformation ensued. The stone door morphed from a tangible artifact into a card adorned with golden inscriptions. Simultaneously, Xiao Yi discerned the card's function. This card, which had been concealed around his person, would materialize into the real stone door only when an object threatened him, encircling him to deflect external attacks. Additionally, it could serve as a weapon, capable of being hurled at adversaries. Naturally, the stone door could also manifest as a colossal gate, albeit sacrificing its ability to fly, thus rendering it unable to provide constant protection. Witnessing that this stone door possessed defensive capabilities filled Xiao Yi with immense joy. He was aware of its formidable defenses, which could withstand even the mystical golden staff of the early Dragon Ball world without sustaining any damage. Ensuring his safety was, therefore, a trivial matter. With the most pressing defense concerns resolved, Xiao Yi prepared for another adventure into the Dragon Ball universe. The following day, Xiao Yi requested a day off from work and secured a room at a nearby hotel. He positioned the DV camera he had prepared at home directly opposite the bed and activated the recording function. Once all was in readiness, he purchased an hour of time using merit and settled himself at the center of the bed, entering the Dragon Ball world. Upon his second entry, Xiao Yi found himself once again at the location where he had parted ways with little Goku. Although his primary objective was to test the flow of time, having entered this realm with the protection of the card, he was naturally inclined to explore the Dragon Ball world further. Xiao Yi found himself in a remote and pristine forest, a place seldom trodden by human feet. In pursuit of better exploration, he had diligently studied the appearances of valuable medicinal herbs the previous night, hoping to unearth a specimen that could be sold to improve his family's circumstances and facilitate his resignation from his current job. However, much to his dismay, despite the solitude of this location and the abundance of herbs, he lacked the experience of a seasoned herbalist, unable to distinguish genuine ginseng from mere weeds. Left with no choice, Xiao Yi turned to his alternative objective, hunting dinosaurs. This idea arose from the necessity of his body refinement technique, which demanded copious amounts of meat to replenish the substantial energy expended during the process. In the real world, while there was an array of meat available, its energy content was significantly lacking, and, more crucially, Xiao Yi did not possess the means to afford it. In the world of Dragon Ball, the fauna is imbued with an abundance of energy, capable of swiftly replenishing one's stamina. Dinosaurs, regardless of the realm, stand out as the apex of numerous creatures. Xiao Yi's choice of such an animal was driven by its colossal size and the immense energy contained within its carnivorous physique. As for the feasibility of hunting a dinosaur, Xiao Yi harbored uncertainties, yet he was determined to attempt it, confident in the formidable defense of the stone gate. Amidst the primitive forest, a plethora of creatures thrived. After the stone gate had crushed 5 wolves, a bear, and a tiger, Xiao Yi finally beheld the gargantuan entity he had only encountered in science fiction films. Dinosaurs depicted in comics and animations evoke a sense of endearment, yet the reality exudes an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Before him stood a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at least a dozen meters high and extending over 50 meters in length, rendering Xiao Yi akin to a diminutive mouse in its presence. Despite his efforts to quell his fear, the massive dinosaur's hind limbs descended upon him like looming mountains, prompting an involuntary retreat. However, Xiao Yi's speed paled in comparison to the dinosaur's size. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's hind limbs descended with the force of a colossal piledriver, directly aimed at Xiao Yi's head. At that moment, the cards that had been concealed around him suddenly transformed, as if provoked, into a small door panel that surged upward against the dinosaur's descending limb. It effectively halted the onslaught, and then the panel retaliated, expanding to the size of the dinosaur itself, delivering a powerful blow that felled the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It subsequently shrank back into the form of a card, once more camouflaging itself within the vicinity. Though the narration of these events may seem lengthy, the execution of this action took less than a minute, resulting in the dinosaur's demise amidst the underbrush. Its immense body collapsed into a pool of blood, creating a substantial crater in the earth and startling the surrounding wildlife. Observing the colossal dinosaur before him, Xiao Yi utilized a storage ring to encapsulate the massive creature. After ensuring that the time was nearly up, he sought a spacious clearing, verifying multiple times that no large animals would emerge, before pausing to await the completion of the hour. Chapter 6. A reunion with little Goku. As the countdown reached 0, Xiao Yi's form gradually dissipated, transporting him back from the Dragon Ball world to the reality of his hotel room. Without hesitation, he promptly retrieved his DV to examine the recorded footage. To his astonishment, although he had spent an hour in the Dragon Ball realm, only 6 minutes had elapsed in the outside world, indicating a tenfold disparity in the passage of time. Furthermore, the DV confirmed that his physical presence had indeed vanished for a period, a monumental revelation for Xiao Yi, as it meant he could now enter the Dragon Ball world for training, thus saving a considerable amount of time. Xiao Yi had gathered nearly all the knowledge he sought, yet the clock only indicated a little past 8 in the morning. Contemplating a prolonged existence in the Dragon Ball world, he realized he required a complete set of culinary tools for preparing various meats. He ventured into a large kitchenware market, where he procured several substantial barbecue racks, a comprehensive set of outdoor cooking utensils, an array of large boning knives, and assorted spices. Subsequently, he visited an outdoor supply store and acquired an exceptionally sturdy tent. This expenditure consumed a month's salary, reinforcing Xiao Yi's resolve to resign from his job. Observing the time, now just 10 o'clock, Xiao Yi resolved to immerse himself in rigorous training within the Dragon Ball realm, aspiring to master the fundamentals of body refining before returning. With over 6 hours remaining until his afternoon shift, he realized he could remain in the Dragon Ball world for a total of 60 hours. Initially, Xiao Yi envisioned practicing in this realm until nightfall, allowing him to conserve his merit points by returning to the real world during rest periods, thus saving a considerable amount of merit. However, reality proved less favorable than anticipated. Although Xiao Yi originally possessed 256 merit points, the hour of traversal required only 1/24th of a merit point. To his dismay, the system directly deducted one entire merit point, enlightening Xiao Yi to the fact that time exchange in the Dragon Ball world was calculated by days. Even a mere minute of exchange necessitated the expenditure of 1 merit point. This revelation dashed any lingering hopes, compelling him to exchange 2 merit points before entering the Dragon Ball world. While over 2 hours elapsed in the external world, an entire day passed in the Dragon Ball realm, and upon his arrival, morning still prevailed. He located a flat patch of grass and proceeded to prepare the beasts he had acquired, performing a simple marinade before commencing his body refining techniques. As the movements were conveyed through a transmission jade slip, there was no room for error. Xiao Yi merely needed to ensure his actions mirrored those in his mind. The first 3 movements were remarkably straightforward, and Xiao Yi executed them flawlessly. Just as he began to entertain thoughts of being a prodigy in the art of cultivation, reality delivered a harsh lesson, revealing the formidable challenges of body refining. The difficulty of the 4th movement proved overwhelming. Despite exerting all his energy, he could barely execute it. Following the completion of this movement, Xiao Yi experienced pronounced discomfort in his body. Sweat poured from every inch of him as though it were inconsequential. And after merely 10 minutes, he felt a dizzying sensation on the brink of fainting. From the jade slip, he learned that this condition indicated he had reached his physical limits and should immediately cease training to replenish his energy with substantial nourishment. Otherwise, he risked depleting his innate vitality to counterbalance the energy loss associated with the enhancement of his physical capabilities. Xiao Yi promptly halted his cultivation. For despite having barely 20 minutes into his practice, his entire body felt as though it were disassembled, and his stomach began to rumble audibly. He hastened to place the meat strips, which had not yet fully marinated, onto the grill, while positioning the prepared charcoal beneath it. This marked Xiao Yi's inaugural experience of barbecuing since entering the Dragon Ball world. To his astonishment, after indulging in the grilled feast, he realized he had consumed half a wolf. Although wolf meat was not particularly palatable and bore an unpleasant odor, Xiao Yi's prior marination had effectively eliminated the gamey scent, rendering the meat as tender and delightful as beef, leaving him reluctant to part with it. Drawing from his previous experience, Xiao Yi refrained from immediately resuming his cultivation. Instead, he placed some more challenging cuts of meat onto an automatic grill for gentle cooking. Additionally, he wrapped several whole chickens, which he had prepared, in lotus leaves and mud from the nearby pond, burying them beneath the charcoal to create a dish akin to beggar's chicken. Meanwhile, he busied himself with a cast-iron pot, concocting a fresh mushroom and offal soup using the remnants from the tiger, bear, and wolf he had previously dealt with, combined with freshly foraged wild mushrooms. Having completed these culinary endeavors, Xiao Yi embarked on a new round of cultivation. This time, he sensed a marked difference. Previously, the 4th movement had been a struggle for him, barely manageable, but after his hearty meal, his entire being radiated warmth, and he encountered no hindrance in executing the 4th movement with ease. Upon reaching the 5th movement, he completed it in one breath, only breaking a slight sweat. well within the limits of his physical capacity. Such a conspicuous transformation ignited a spark of hope in Xiao Yi, who had previously been troubled by the physical cultivation techniques. The meat of the Dragon Ball world seemed akin to a miraculous elixir. At this pace, he mused, he might complete his physical cultivation before exhausting his merits and transition into the Qi training phase. Just as Xiao Yi was wholly engrossed in practicing the sixth movement, little Goku appeared from an unknown direction, gazing hungrily at the meat sizzling on the grill. However, upon noticing Xiao Yi engaged in his cultivation, he refrained from rushing over to partake, opting instead to patiently await the completion of Xiao Yi's training. Xiao Yi swiftly completed his sixth movement, his body drenched as if he had just emerged from a sauna. At that moment, he noticed little Wukong standing nearby. Delighted, he greeted him and approached the barbecue grill. Seeing that little Wukong had already been waiting here, with his mouth watering, it was indeed commendable that he refrained from indulging in the barbecue alone and instead chose to wait for Xiao Yi. Without further ado, Xiao Yi handed a skewer of golden brown meat to little Wukong, and with a casual gesture, he took another skewer for himself, bringing it to his lips and savoring it heartily. Xiao Yi had not been practicing for an extensive period. Thus, the meat was perfectly cooked, adorned with a glistening layer of fat, showing no signs of being overdone. In contrast, the broth simmering in the iron pot and the beggar's chicken beneath the charcoal fire would require additional rounds of Xiao Yi's cultivation to become thoroughly cooked. Fortunately, the little Wukong was still quite young and not yet capable of consuming large quantities. So the grilled meat on the skewer was just sufficient to satiate both Xiao Yi and the young Wukong. Chapter 7. Unarmed Slaughter of the Waves. Xiao Yi was immensely delighted to encounter little Wukong so swiftly. What brought him even greater joy was the arrival of the system's tasks alongside little Wukong. Task 1. Successfully reach little Wukong's home before dusk. Though this may be a formidable challenge, the companionship of little Wukong promises to be quite enjoyable. Reward: 100 gold coins. Task 2. Learn the art of rock, paper, scissors from little Wukong, a martial technique imparted to him by son Wukong, characterized by its practicality. Reward: 500 gold coins, 5 ingots. Task 3. Capture a wolf without the aid of any tools, time-limited task. Reward: complete within 3 days for 1,000 gold coins and 10 ingots. Within 5 days for 500 gold coins and 5 ingots. Within 7 days for 100 gold coins. Xiao Yi gazed at the 3 tasks sent by the system, noting the significantly reduced rewards associated with them. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of relief. Fortunately, he had completed all the novice tasks. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly, Xiao Yi mused. Xiao Yi glanced at the time and, noticing that it was still early, decided not to rush home with little Wukong. Instead, he moved aside to continue practicing the movements of his body refinement technique. Your movements are rather peculiar, remarked little Wukong. What makes them strange? Do you also practice martial arts? Not quite martial arts. This is a technique to enhance physical strength. My grandfather taught me some martial arts as well. Is that so? What is it called? Rock, paper, scissors. What? Rock, paper, scissors. I wasn't asking for a game. I meant the name of the martial art. What a curious name. What's strange about it? Is there anything peculiar? By the way, could you teach me this set of techniques? Let me think. Since my grandfather did not prohibit it, I suppose it is permissible. Great. You teach me rock, paper, scissors, and I will teach you the movements I have been practicing. What an odd technique. May I opt out of learning it? Learn if you wish, or do not. As Xiao Yi diligently practiced the movements of his body refinement technique, he engaged in a casual conversation with little Wukong. Although little Wukong professed a lack of interest in learning, his inherent love for martial arts compelled him to join Xiao Yi in mastering the movements. However, whether it was due to the inheritance jade slip or some other factor, despite practicing the same actions as Xiao Yi, little Wukong's results were markedly inferior, ultimately leading him to abandon the pursuit of the body refinement technique. Conversely, Xiao Yi swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the rock, paper, scissors, fist technique, demonstrating remarkable progress by midday, having already achieved a commendable proficiency. In essence, the rock, paper, scissors, fist is merely a technique of surprise, utilizing sound to momentarily bewilder the opponent, allowing for a strategic strike. Little Wukong had mastered this at a young age, so it was only natural that Xiao Yi could do the same. As time passed, it was already 10 minutes past noon, and Xiao Yi had successfully practiced 18 movements, which meant he had opened 2 meridians within a single day. Such a pace would undoubtedly astound martial artists back on Earth. Upon opening 2 meridians, Xiao Yi examined the changes in his attributes within the system. only to discover that his physical attributes had transformed to name, Xiao Yi gender, male strength, 40 speed, 40 constitution, 40 nerve response, 40. This indicated that his attributes were now 4 times those of an average human. If this trend continued, upon completing his body refinement training, his physical qualities could reach as much as 40 times, or even more, than an ordinary person, which should suffice before the upcoming martial arts tournament. With such enhanced attributes, Xiao Yi calculated that he could traverse 5 mountains and reach little Wukong's home before dusk. He pondered privately. "We're out of food," little Wukong exclaimed. "Let us head to your house. On the way, we can hunt some animals. And I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner for you tonight," Xiao Yi proposed. "Sounds great. Let us catch plenty of animals. Your cooking is truly delightful," little Wukong replied, salivating at the prospect. Given that Xiao Yi would not traverse the trees as little Wukong did, he understood that time was of the essence if he wished to scale 5 mountains in the afternoon. Thus, he would need to rely on little Wukong for the hunting endeavor. Xiao Yi meticulously cleans his tools and places them into his spatial ring, an action observed by the curious little Wukong. "Are you using celestial magic?" Wukong inquires with fascination. "No, I possess a celestial artifact that can hold numerous items, including the remains of deceased animals." Xiao Yi explains the concept of the storage ring to Wukong. "How marvelous! If only I had such an artifact. I could carry plenty of food and eat whenever I felt hungry." Wukong expresses his longing. With enhanced physical attributes fourfold and the newly acquired skill of the rock-paper-scissors fist technique, Xiao Yi is now capable of hunting a wolf independently. Thus, amidst his sprinting, he remains vigilant, observing his surroundings. The elevation in his levels, particularly the acceleration of his neural reflexes, has significantly sharpened his observational skills. What once appeared as a tranquil forest now reveals numerous concealed dangers beneath its serene facade. However, the forest is exceedingly dense, making the deliberate search for a wolf a rather arduous task. Along the way, Xiao Yi has hunted several animals, including wild boars, a leopard, and a tiger, not out of a specific intent, but rather because these creatures encountered him while he was running and acted aggressively, only to be deemed a threat by the stone tablet, which swiftly eliminated them and allowed Xiao Yi to collect them in his storage ring. As Xiao Yi nears the summit of the 5th mountain, he finally spots a wolf. He attempts to communicate with the stone tablet, requesting it not to intervene, allowing him to confront the wolf alone. To his surprise, he receives a conscious response from the stone tablet, leading him to realize that it may possess sentience. This revelation, while beneficial, also concerns him. He worries that if the stone tablet continues to act autonomously, it might one day perceive Wukong as a threat during their sparring sessions and retaliate lethally. Although Xiao Yi has previously slain a few wolves, those instances were merely the tablet's instinctual reactions, with him playing no active role. Thus, facing a wolf solo raises his apprehensions. Nevertheless, since a task has been assigned, he must find a way to accomplish it. While he might have a greater chance of success if he waits until tomorrow, Xiao Yi is reluctant to postpone. If he requires overwhelming strength to tackle even this minor challenge, he would likely hesitate in the face of future adversities. This is not the mindset he wishes to cultivate. He aims to eradicate such laziness at its very root. Xiao Yi was utterly engrossed, fixated on the wolf before him. At the very moment the creature lunged towards him, poised to sink its teeth into his flesh, Xiao Yi sprang into action. With a swiftness that caught the wolf off guard, he maneuvered beneath its belly, swiftly repositioning himself at the side of the beast. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes upon the wolf's flank, delivering a series of heavy blows that rendered the creature incapacitated, lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth. After a brief pause, ensuring the wolf was indeed lifeless, Xiao Yi approached and stowed the carcass into his storage ring. Chapter 8. The Delight of Dinosaur Flesh. Upon reviewing his tasks, Xiao Yi noted that aside from the first objective, successfully reaching the home of little Wukong, which remained incomplete, all other goals had been accomplished, leaving him quite satisfied with his performance. Meanwhile, little Wukong approached Xiao Yi, remarking, "Climbing this mountain will bring you to my home. You walk so slowly. Do all humans outside move at such a leisurely pace?" Xiao gazed at the little monkey king, swaying playfully on the great tree before him. If he possessed the strength to best him, he would undoubtedly deliver a punch to that mischievous head. The abode of the little monkey king was perched atop a mountain, surrounded by a vast expanse devoid of any vegetation, making it an ideal locale for martial arts training. At this moment, the little monkey king had dragged a massive bear to Zhao Shan's side, and it was evident that the furry creature before them would serve as their dinner. As Xiao Yi busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a delectable feast, his mind wandered to future plans. He had recently inquired with little Wukong, who revealed that he was now 13 years old. If Xiao Yi recalled correctly, son Wukong first encountered Bulma at the tender age of 14, though it was later clarified that little Wukong had miscalculated. The correct age was 12. This meant that Xiao Yi had a full year to prepare. Such an ample span of time was sufficient for him to master the body-refining technique. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. The paramount concern was that Xiao Yi must acquire sufficient merit before the narrative commenced. Otherwise, even if he wished to partake in the unfolding events, he would inevitably miss out on pivotal occurrences due to a lack of time, an unforgivable oversight in his eyes. To garner merit, the most crucial element remained the possession of ample wealth. With sufficient funds, establishing Hope Elementary Schools or aiding the elderly would serve as expedient avenues to accumulate merit. In the world of Dragon Ball, there were numerous methods to amass wealth. However, few were legitimate enough to translate into the real world. One method Xiao Yi had considered was to excavate aged medicinal herbs, as these were universally valued across realms, differing only slightly in efficacy and were quite marketable. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. Xiao Yi could not recognize the appearance of these herbs. If one could become an expert herbalist merely by studying from books in this world, herbs would hardly be deemed so precious. Initially, Xiao Yi had envisioned treasures of genuine gold and silver in this realm. However, upon reflection, he realized that treasures had only manifested twice, once in the horde of the Bull Demon King, and the other during the underwater skirmish between the Red Ribbon Army and Little Wukong, when a pirate treasure was uncovered. Alas, both treasures were virtually unattainable. The pirate treasure lacked a precise map, rendering it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, while the formidable fire of Flaming Mountain made the Bull Demon King's treasure seem an elusive dream. "Hey, the meat's burnt," Little Wukong kindly reminded Xiao Yi, gazing at the charred remains before him. "Ah, I see now. I thought you preferred it a tad burnt. If you dislike it, I can grill it anew." "You are such a picky little creature," Xiao Yi retorted, eyeing the charred morsel. "Forget it. I'll set aside those thoughts for now and focus on mastering the body-refining technique. If worst comes to worst, I could resort to banditry," Xiao Yi mused inwardly. Dinner that evening was a lavish feast featuring wild boar, while the bear that Little Wukong had caught succumbed to the flames after Xiao Yi's momentary distraction. The following morning, upon rising, Xiao Yi discovered that Little Wukong had already risen and was diligently practicing martial arts fundamentals outside the courtyard. Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. A child merely 12 or 13 years of age, without any external encouragement, could diligently practice every day. Meanwhile, he himself only awoke when the sun was high in the sky. The disparity was truly astonishing. Xiao Yi extracted bread and milk from his storage ring, generously sharing a portion with the Little Monkey King before indulging in his meal. He then retrieved a roasting rack and meticulously processed the game he had hunted the previous day, including the formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was thoroughly disassembled under the curious gaze of the Little Monkey King. His intention was to prepare an entire feast of roasted meat for the day, storing it within his storage ring for future needs. This celestial-grade storage ring, although incapable of containing living creatures, preserved food in its original state from the moment it was placed inside until it was retrieved. Furthermore, he did not overlook the enormous dinosaur bones, which he also stored in the ring, recognizing them as exquisite materials for broth, ensuring that no ingredient went to waste. After Xiao Yi placed the meat upon the grilling rack, he commenced his training in the art of body refinement. The movements of the body refinement technique escalate in difficulty as one advances. Although Xiao Yi managed to cultivate the technique to its third level in a single breath yesterday, achieving such rapid progress again is considerably challenging. Indeed, after commencing his practice of the body refinement technique, even after consuming a substantial amount of roasted meat from the grill, his advancement was not as swift as the day prior. He practiced throughout the morning, completing merely 9 additional movements, with his physical attributes reaching 6 times that of an average human, for a person devoid of any cultivation. To enhance their physical prowess sixfold in just 2 days is an extraordinary feat, akin to a prodigious transformation. Yet, Xiao Yi remained somewhat dissatisfied with such an improvement. Were seasoned martial artists, who had spent decades merely unblocking a few meridians, to witness this, they would likely be struck with despair. By noon, after exhausting himself once again, Xiao Yi was about to indulge in some tiger meat to satiate his hunger when he suddenly noticed a piece of dinosaur meat that had been roasted and not yet stored in his spatial ring. Instinctively, he shoved it into his mouth and began to chew. Compared to other meats, dinosaur flesh offered a remarkable chewiness and a finer texture. Once he tasted it, Xiao Yi found it impossible to stop until he had consumed 5 pieces, only halting because the energy contained within the dinosaur's body was overwhelming. If he did not release it promptly, he risked succumbing to an explosive demise. The natural outlet for this energy was, of course, the practice of the body refinement technique. Xiao Yi diligently practiced, moving from one action to the next, persevering until his body could no longer endure, sweating profusely in the process. When Xiao Yi replenished his meat intake once more, he was astonished to discover that he had already reached the 33rd movement of the body refinement technique. He had been struggling with the 28th movement just moments prior, and to achieve such results from merely a few pieces of dinosaur meat left him in awe. Chapter 9. Resignation. By the time Xiao Yi departed the Dragon Ball world, he had cultivated the body refinement technique to the 45th movement, successfully unblocking 5 meridians. This pace was remarkably swift, even compared to his first day. Of course, such progress came at a cost. He was not only physically exhausted, but had also consumed a 10th of the dinosaur meat. It is worth noting that this Tyrannosaurus was an enormous creature, measuring over 50 meters in length and towering several meters high, weighing in excess of 100 tons. In a single day, Xiao Yi consumed nearly 10 tons of meat, an amount equivalent to nearly 100 times his own body weight. Once again in the hotel's grand bed, Xiao Yi awoke from his stupor, glancing at the time to find it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This was in line with his expectations, indicating that his departure from the Dragon Ball world had not left him unconscious for long. In just one day, Xiao Yi had undergone a profound transformation, not only in his cultivation but also in his perspective. Previously, his life had been confined to a small circle, family, work, and a mere 100 acquaintances each year, leading to a monotonous existence solely focused on work. However, with the advent of the system that transported him into the Dragon Ball world, the fervor that had long dwindled in his middle age reignited within him, restoring the boundless curiosity he had possessed as a child. Xiao Yi has resolved to resign. Although he is yet to earn a single penny in the Dragon Ball world, he is acutely aware that as long as he desires it, wealth will soon flow towards him. His only task is to devise a more rational approach to acquiring riches. For someone of Xiao Yi's age, the decision to resign is particularly daunting, especially as a formal employee of the state. In the past, every time the thought of resignation crossed his mind, he found himself wavering in the face of this very reason. However, now equipped with a system, Xiao Yi felt no hesitation. He disregarded his leader's attempts to dissuade him, exchanged farewells with familiar colleagues, and arranged to meet later that evening for a gathering before he gracefully departed from a job he had held for over a decade. Xiao Yi did not disclose his resignation to his wife, Bai Miaoxin. Bai Miaoxin is a person of deep thoughts. If she were to learn that Xiao Yi had so hastily relinquished this hard-won position, even if it did not lead to a fierce quarrel, she would certainly harbor resentment within herself, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. After Xiao Yi resigned, he wasted no time and went directly to the largest ornamental fish store in the city, purchasing a multitude of fish fry, including arowanas, koi, and flower horns in various forms. This expenditure drained several thousand yuan from Xiao Yi, leaving him, who was already financially strained, to fully experience the embarrassment of being completely broke. In desperation, Xiao Yi had no choice but to overdraw his credit card, renting an apartment in the suburbs and acquiring several aquariums and fish tanks to nurture these exquisite ornamental fish. Xiao Yi, in the realm of aquaculture, is merely a novice. The equipment he employs was sourced from a search engine just yesterday. His confidence in nurturing these notoriously difficult-to-care-for ornamental fish, transforming them into the esteemed royalty of the aquatic world, primarily stems from the carnivorous delicacies he procured from the Dragon Ball universe. Although Xiao Yi lacked substantial confidence, he regarded this as an opportunity for experimentation. Should he encounter failure, he could always return to the Dragon Ball world to procure some valuable items to sell in this realm. However, if he succeeded, Xiao Yi would completely resolve his financial dilemmas and could better elucidate the origins of his funds to his wife, Bai Miaoxin. He meticulously categorized the ornamental fish into different aquariums, adjusting the water temperature accordingly. Then, he sliced the flesh of creatures from the Dragon Ball world into fine strips and fed it to the delicate fry of these ornamental fish. Xiao Yi, in his endeavor to nurture these ornamental fish, wisely refrains from offering them dinosaur meat right from the outset, for such a choice would likely lead to indigestion, potentially overwhelming these delicate creatures with an excess of energy before they even have the chance to grow. Instead, he begins with modest servings of wild chicken meat, which yield remarkable results. Initially lethargic due to the change in environment, the little fish, upon witnessing strands of chicken being introduced into the aquarium, swarm towards the morsels with an almost reckless fervor. Within mere minutes, the chicken is devoured completely. After indulging in the wild chicken, the fry exhibit an invigorated vitality. Xiao Yi observes a noticeable transformation. Not only have they grown slightly larger, but they also appear more aesthetically pleasing than before. This is not merely a figment of Xiao Yi's imagination. It is worth noting that his attributes now surpass those of an ordinary human by tenfold, particularly in terms of enhanced neural responsiveness, enabling him to perceive details that often go unnoticed by others. Upon witnessing these transformations, Xiao Yi felt increasingly assured of his conjectures. Now, he merely needed to await the maturation of his ornamental fish, at which point he could reap substantial profits and alleviate his financial woes. However, before that, Xiao Yi needed to reach out to potential buyers with sufficient purchasing power, a task far from facile. It demanded extensive online research and participation in numerous specialized chat groups, where he could disseminate information about his exquisite ornamental fish to attract enthusiasts. Given the growth rate of Xiao Yi's fish, it was anticipated that they would reach maturity within a fortnight. Thus, he was compelled to invite a sufficient number of clients to purchase within this limited time frame. During the day, Xiao Yi practiced his physical training while simultaneously tending to his ornamental fish, occasionally engaging in conversations with fellow enthusiasts and sharing recent photographs of his prized fish. Gradually, Xiao Yi became a well-known figure within the ornamental fish forum. His posted photographs were frequently shared by others, and his followers steadily increased. On one particular day, Xiao Yi left a message in the group, announcing that his ornamental fish would likely reach maturity in approximately 3 days and inviting interested enthusiasts to contact him. Following this announcement, many reached out to Xiao Yi. However, the number of genuine buyers was limited. Most inquiries were merely curious, and some even expressed skepticism regarding the authenticity of Xiao Yi's ornamental fish. Xiao Yi paid no mind to those idle individuals, merely noting down the contact information of several who wished to come and view his fish. They arranged a meeting time, set to convene in 3 days in the city where Xiao Yi resided, before proceeding together to his abode to admire the aquatic creatures. Presently, Xiao Yi's ornamental fish had thrived remarkably, having consumed a substantial amount of carnivorous fare from the Dragon Ball universe. Notably, just a few days prior, he had fed them a modest portion of dinosaur meat, which not only accelerated their growth, but also catalyzed their evolution, transforming them from unsightly ducklings into elegant swans. This evolution saved Xiao Yi considerable time, as it had only been a mere 12 days since he resigned from his previous occupation. Chapter 10. The sale during this period. Xiao Yi was not solely occupied with the nourishment of his ornamental fish. He also dedicated time to his own cultivation. The tranquil environment was exceptionally conducive to his training, allowing for remarkable progress in his abilities. Having reached the 90th movement of the body refinement technique, his physical attributes now surpass those of an ordinary human by a staggering 20-fold. This achievement transcends the limits of human comprehension. It is noteworthy that the most elite soldiers on Earth possess physical prowess only 3 to 5 times greater than that of an average individual. Yet they are regarded as the most formidable humans known today. As for the existence of practitioners of ancient arts on Earth, Xiao Yi remains unaware, requiring careful observation over time. Should such ancient cultivators exist, he must tread lightly, for only a fellow practitioner like Xiao Yi comprehends the true terror that cultivators embody. Although Xiao Yi is currently unable to withstand firearms, his 20-fold physical capabilities allow him, despite being unable to match the speed of a bullet, to anticipate and deftly evade its trajectory in the fleeting moment a trigger is pulled. Moreover, in his homeland of Huaxia, firearms are stringently regulated, making them exceedingly rare. In such an environment, his enhanced physical attributes render him virtually unmatched, earning him the title of a superhuman without exaggeration. The sale of ornamental fish cannot solely rely on the online community, as most individuals can only afford to purchase a few specimens, which is already a commendable outcome. Consequently, the remaining exquisite ornamental fish must be transacted through offline methods, making the establishment of his own shop indispensable. However, Xiao Yi has hesitated to open his store primarily due to financial constraints. He hopes to sell a batch of ornamental fish to secure initial capital for either renting or purchasing a high-quality storefront. To avoid undervaluing these exquisite ornamental fish due to his lack of market knowledge, Xiao Yi has invested time and resources in consulting with a well-known local ornamental fish dealer. After several days of learning theoretical knowledge, particularly regarding the selling prices of premium ornamental fish, the dealer perceives Xiao Yi merely as a wealthy young gentleman, thus readily answering all his inquiries. At the appointed time, Xiao Yi arrives at the airport to greet several acquaintances from various corners of the world. Individuals he has met on ornamental fish forums who frequently engage in discussions beneath the images he posts. Upon meeting, their shared passion for ornamental fish fosters lively conversation, leaving Xiao Yi as the most reticent among them. This is not due to a natural inclination towards silence, but rather because he finds himself unable to contribute to discussions about ornamental fish and prefers not to reveal his ignorance, opting instead for an air of aloofness. Nonetheless, as the host, Xiao Yi cannot neglect these potential customers, so he shifts the conversation to local delicacies. Those who possess ample disposable income to invest in expensive ornamental fish are, in essence, individuals who place a high value on quality of life. While they might show little interest in other topics, discussing gourmet food strikes a chord, prompting each person to eagerly share their most memorable culinary experiences. Though Xiao Yi hails from a modest background and has never indulged in overly exquisite cuisine, his passion for culinary exploration allows him to engage in discussions on the subject. The group converses merrily and soon arrives at the apartment building where Xiao Yi resides. While his primary intention is to cultivate fish, he has also considered the potential for sale. Consequently, the residence he has chosen is a well-furnished commercial property, a newly constructed abode that, despite its considerable cost, he willingly invested in. Upon entering Xiao Yi's home, the guest's gaze is immediately drawn to the expansive aquarium that occupies a significant portion of the living room, each tank housing one or several exquisite ornamental fish. As enthusiasts of ornamental fish, they quickly recognize these as the very specimens Xiao Yi has showcased on the fish forum. To their astonishment, the charming little creatures, which seemed stunning in photographs, reveal an even more breathtaking reality in person, far surpassing their online representations. There is no hint of digital enhancement as feared by netizens. Rather, their true splendor is significantly undervalued in the images. It prompts one to ponder the coarse photographic skills that could diminish such beauty. The allure of such magnificent creatures invariably stirs a desire for possession. And without Xiao Yi needing to prompt, they eagerly inquire about the prices. Upon witnessing the fervent eagerness of the online community, Xiao Yi, eager to establish a favorable beginning, promptly announced an enticing price. This unexpected generosity brought joy to the multitude of netizens who had initially anticipated a hefty price, for though they were not financially constrained, being treated as mere sheep for slaughter is never a delightful affair. Furthermore, it indicated that Xiao Yi regarded them as friends. Overwhelmed with delight, the netizens began to select their preferred ornamental fish for purchase. Perhaps it was the allure of Xiao Yi's offer, coupled with the undeniable quality of the exquisite fish on display, that ignited their enthusiasm. In no time, 5 individuals procured over 10 remarkable specimens. Among these, the arowana fish predominated, a choice driven by Xiao Yi's perception of its lucrative potential, as it rightfully reigns as the king among ornamental fish. The least among the buyers expended over 1 million, while one particularly affluent individual acquired a blood-red arowana, which, albeit not fetching the staggering 5 million seen at auction, still commanded a remarkable price of 3 million. Collectively, these 5 buyers generated over 10 million in profit for Xiao Yi, whose costs were so minimal they could be disregarded entirely. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yi transformed from a penniless individual into a wealthy and distinguished figure. The buyers were thoroughly satisfied, especially the one who procured the prized blood arowana. Having witnessed the record-breaking fish at auction, he believed that the specimen he acquired from Xiao Yi surpassed that auction piece in both size and color, all while being 2 million cheaper. How could such fortune not elate him? Even more gratifying was their serendipitous connection with Xiao Yi, an expert in ornamental fish. The sheer number of exceptional specimens in his possession was a testament to the scale of his breeding facility. With this newfound connection, acquiring premium ornamental fish would become an effortless endeavor in the future. Chapter 11. The storefront. These netizens appeared to have conducted extensive preparations in advance, as shortly after the transaction, several armored vehicles arrived in succession to transport the precious ornamental fish. Naturally, given the value of these exquisite creatures, the buyers accompanied them. After expressing their regrets, they bid a reluctant farewell. As Xiao Yi gazed at the sudden influx of funds in his bank account, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Although, since acquiring the system, material possessions had ceased to be his primary pursuit, The sheer magnitude of wealth he now possessed stirred an undeniable excitement within the heart of this ordinary man. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi promptly drove away from his rented apartment, returning to his home, and simultaneously called his wife, Bai Miaoxin, urging her to take the day off as he had momentous news to share. Though Bai Miaoxin was unaware of the particulars, she generally heeded Xiao Yi's wishes, and after securing a leave from her superiors, she hurried home. Upon his arrival, Xiao Yi found his mother joyfully entertaining their daughter, Wan, and he joined in the merriment, engaging in play with his child. Before long, Bai Miaoxin returned from work, and upon noticing the family gathered together, Xiao Yi began to relay recent developments. Upon learning of Xiao Yi's resignation, a look of concern crossed their faces. However, their expressions transformed to astonishment when they discovered that he had, in just half a month, amassed over 10 million through his own endeavors. Although they were not particularly familiar with the concept of ornamental fish, the prospect of earning a fortune in a mere fortnight, something unattainable in a lifetime, was undeniably impressive. In light of this, Xiao Yi's choice to resign appeared to be sagacious. Had it not been for this financial windfall, perhaps his family would have continued to harbor worries about his decision. Yet, with such wealth at hand, their concerns regarding a stable government position dissipated. With financial resources available, Xiao Yi naturally prioritized the acquisition of his own storefront, and he broached the subject of Bai Miaoxin resigning from her teaching position. While her current role as an educator was not overly burdensome, the thought of leaving the shop unattended once it opened weighed heavily on him, given their parents' advancing age. It was impractical to expect them to undertake laborious tasks, and Xiao Yi himself required substantial time for adventures in the Dragon Ball world. Therefore, Bai Miaoxin emerged as the most suitable candidate for overseeing the shop. Moreover, her responsibilities would merely involve monitoring operations and managing accounts, a task significantly less demanding than the rigors of lesson preparation. That afternoon, the family convened to outline their plans for the upcoming period. Xiao Yi's father is currently working in a different city, engaged in sales. Upon hearing of Xiao Yi's newfound wealth, he expressed his willingness to resign from his job to assist his son if there was a shortage of manpower. That afternoon, Xiao Yi's proposal for Bai Miaoxin to resign was finally acknowledged by everyone. However, as a teacher, resigning is not a straightforward endeavor. It necessitates a transitional period. This fortunate timing allows Xiao Yi to prepare the store and its renovations, alleviating his wife's concerns regarding these matters. Naturally, the prospect of his father resigning to lend a hand is something Xiao Yi welcomes, due to the nature of his work. His father has been separated from his mother for many years. Now that their son has the means, it is only fitting for them to enjoy a few days of respite. Moreover, philanthropy has also entered Xiao Yi's agenda since acquiring wealth. However, given the current need for funds, he dedicated his spare moments while searching for a storefront to purchasing a substantial quantity of food. He personally delivered these provisions to each elderly resident in various nursing homes throughout the city. While undertaking these charitable acts, Xiao Yi consistently monitored the growth of his system's merit. He discerned a pattern. Despite both groups being elderly, the merit he garnered from gifting food varied significantly. Through repeated experimentation and investigation, Xiao Yi ultimately grasped the underlying reasons. Those who received less merit were often financially secure or had children, while those who garnered more merit were typically less fortunate or lived alone. Upon acquiring this principle, Xiao Yi naturally engaged in targeted charitable activities over the following period. He first visited the municipal government of Jiacheng, seeking relevant personnel with the intention of extending comfort to impoverished families and bestowing upon them a measure of warmth. The government staff, upon understanding Xiao Yi's noble intention, provided him with a list of households in dire need after consulting with their superiors. However, concerned about the sincerity of Xiao Yi's motives, the municipal government assigned a staff member to accompany him during this compassionate endeavor. Xiao Yi felt immensely satisfied with the city government's responsible attitude. Such a diligent approach invigorated him further in his charitable endeavors. Indeed, after delivering goods to these impoverished households, Xiao Yi realized that the merits he accrued were steadily increasing. Furthermore, in order to provide long-term assistance to these needy families, he meticulously recorded their circumstances in a notebook, exchanged contact information with them, and promised that they could reach out to him for help whenever they faced difficulties. Naturally, apart from his philanthropic pursuits, Xiao Yi did not overlook the importance of selecting a suitable storefront. After a period of careful consideration, he resolved to purchase a shop in the most bustling commercial street. The clientele that Xiao Yi's ornamental fish shop seeks to attract is not composed of the ordinary populace. The decision to establish a storefront on the bustling commercial street is driven by the desire to elevate the shop's reputation, thereby enabling greater visibility and accessibility for genuine buyers. Due to time constraints, Xiao Yi did not dwell excessively on the cost of the premises. Ultimately, he acquired a two-story retail space of approximately 300 square meters in the heart of the commercial district for $9 million. The layout includes an upper level of 100 square meters and a lower level of 200 square meters, ample enough for Xiao Yi to operate a large-scale ornamental fish store. He enlisted the services of the largest renovation company in the city, entrusting them with the complete refurbishment of the property, in accordance with Xiao Yi's specifications. The finest materials were chosen, the first floor designated as the fish shop, while the second floor serves as a reception area, providing a space for family relaxation. The total cost of the renovation, owing to the high-quality materials selected, amounted to an astonishing $5 million, which included a discount considering Xiao Yi's potential as a future client. Although Xiao Yi currently possesses limited financial resources, he exhibited no hesitation in allocating the initial payment to the renovation company, thereby initiating the refurbishment of his establishment. After attending to all these matters, a month had elapsed, and nearly a year had passed in the Dragon Ball universe, bringing the time for the meeting between Goku and Bulma closer. Consequently, Xiao Yi resolved to once again immerse himself in the Dragon Ball world and engage in the unfolding narrative. Through diligent effort over the past few days, Xiao Yi successfully elevated his merit points to 500, which signifies that he can remain in the Dragon Ball realm for over a year. This duration is more than sufficient for the initial storyline. Chapter 12. The wait before the narrative. Xiao Yi's current task is to prepare for his entry into the world of Dragon Ball. This endeavor may require a considerable amount of time, thus it is essential to make adequate preparations in advance. The renovation matters do not necessitate excessive concern, as the contract has clearly delineated the various materials required. Moreover, with Xiao Yi's system-acquired inspection capabilities, should the renovation company attempt any deception regarding materials, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Furthermore, both Xiao Yi's father and wife have resigned from their jobs and frequently visit the store for inspections, alleviating any concerns about quality. Regarding ornamental fish, Xiao Yi intends to pursue a high-end approach. Low-end ornamental fish hold little value and, when mixed with rare species, demand significant manpower for care, rendering them not worth the effort. However, security has indeed become a priority for Xiao Yi. Ideally, he envisions hiring a few employees who can fulfill both security and service roles. This would not only reduce the number of staff required, but also create a more welcoming atmosphere, as few customers wish to shop under the watchful eye of a security guard. While there are many capable individuals who can serve as waitstaff and a fair number of skilled security personnel, finding those who can excel in both roles proves to be quite rare. Such talents require specialized training and are challenging to locate. Additionally, the personnel must be trustworthy, as they will be dealing with ornamental fish worth tens of millions. A moment of greed could lead to immeasurable losses. Left with no choice, Xiao Yi sought the assistance of a large employment agency, outlining his requirements and requesting suitable candidates within a month for him to interview. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Yi returned home to bid farewell to his parents and wife, explaining that he would be procuring goods from a mysterious location, a place where phone and internet access may be unavailable, urging them not to worry. In fact, he had previously concocted a story to explain the origins of the ornamental fish. He claimed that a chance encounter with a Daoist priest had led to him being chosen to learn certain martial skills, while also serving as an agent to gather wealth in the secular world for charitable purposes. Although this explanation may not withstand rigorous scrutiny and resembles a script penned by a third-rate playwright, his family believed it wholeheartedly after witnessing his extraordinary physical prowess, which exceeds that of an average human by 20-fold. Consequently, when Xiao Yi mentioned his intention to procure a batch of meat to feed the ornamental fish, his family did not find it peculiar. In fact, Xiao Yi had previously shown them dinosaur meat and prepared a delicious meal, allowing them to experience the remarkable qualities of this meat firsthand, thus rendering the transformation of ordinary fish fry into top-tier ornamental fish an unsurprising notion. Xiao Yi's approach is designed to gradually acclimate them to his identity as a cultivator, while simultaneously preparing them for the eventual introduction into the realm of cultivation. After all, adapting to novel experiences requires a measure of patience. Haste can lead to missteps. As for the matters concerning the system in the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi chooses to withhold the truth, for the intricacies of such fantastical realms can often become a burden when one is burdened with excessive knowledge. After meticulously arranging all matters, Xiao Yi departed from his home the following morning and arrived at a pre-rented apartment. After inspecting the doors and windows of the room, Zhao Shan summoned the system within his mind and purchased 30 days of time in the Dragon Ball world. This time, Xiao Yi was uncertain of the meeting schedule between Goku and Bulma. Thus, he had no choice but to enter in advance and await their arrival. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world, Xiao Yi discovered that he was still in the backyard of Goku's home, just as he had left it. Moving to the front yard, he found Goku absent and decided to train there while patiently waiting for Goku's return. During this period, Xiao Yi had been preoccupied with searching for a storefront and engaging in charitable endeavors, leaving him no time for training. Consequently, his body refinement technique remained stalled at the 90th movement. Xiao Yi adeptly practiced the first 90 movements and, despite having refrained from training for over half a month, found himself executing them with remarkable ease and without the slightest hindrance, which brought him great joy. However, he chose not to proceed with the 91st movement just yet. Instead, as he had done previously, he placed the prepared dinosaur meat on the grill, ignited the firewood that Xiao Yukong had chopped beforehand, and set it beneath the grill, allowing the meat to rotate automatically. Concerned that Xiao Yukong might return unexpectedly, he decided to cook a double portion of the meat. As he observed the sizzling oil bubbling up from the dinosaur meat, he began to practice the 91st movement. For Xiao Yi, the effects of the dinosaur meat had become rather subtle. Yet he could scarcely imagine any other creature in this world whose flesh could provide energy more potent than that of a dinosaur. Thus, he resolved to continue his training gradually. In the past, he could complete 4 or 5 movements in a single morning. However, now, after an entire morning's effort, he barely managed to finish the 91st movement. To master it would undoubtedly require an entire afternoon. At this pace, he estimated that he would need at least 3 months to fully master the body refining technique, assuming the difficulty of the movements did not increase dramatically. Just as Xiao Yi was lost in thought, Xiao Wukong appeared in the distance, carrying a wild boar on his back. Xiao Yi, is that really you? I thought I saw something in the yard earlier and mistook it for a bear. Xiao Wukong exclaimed with delight. Hello, son Wukong. It's been a while. Xiao Yi responded, equally pleased to see him. Indeed, the last time I saw you, I was just 13. Now I'm 14. Xiao Wukong counted on his fingers. Time flies so quickly, Xiao Yi remarked, glancing outside at the sweltering summer sun. The barbecue you make is truly delicious. The ones I prepared lately have never matched your standards. Xiao Wukong said, drooling as he drifted into a daydream. Today, let me prepare a whole pig feast for you. Xiao Yi, fully aware of Xiao Wukong's enthusiasm, suggested. Great. I'll go chop some wood. With that, Xiao Wukong dashed away in a flash. That evening, a lavish whole pig feast adorned Xiao Wukong's yard. The two friends remained silent, continually stuffing their mouths with food, fearful that if they ate too slowly, the other would finish it all. Xiao Yi finally experienced a sense of relaxation and freedom. Although accompanied by family outside, an invisible pressure relentlessly compelled him to remain in constant activity. However, in the world of Dragon Balls, he encountered a stark contrast. Here, devoid of any constraints, he was accompanied solely by the innocent Goku. Their days were spent in a simple rhythm of eating, sleeping, and training, leading Xiao Yi to realize that such a simple existence was the most exquisite, free from the incessant struggles of other matters. Chapter 13. The quest for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps it was the tranquility within his heart, but in the following days, Xiao Yi's training progressed at a pace far surpassing that of his initial day. Though it could not compare to the very beginning, he steadily advanced by completing 2 movements each day. One day, while practicing in the courtyard, he was suddenly interrupted by voices from outside. This is your home? Inquired a girl's voice. Xiao Yi, look, a girl has come to our house, exclaimed Goku, beaming with excitement. Hello, I am Xiao Yi, he politely introduced himself. Wow, handsome. Hello, I am Bulma, Bulma said, her eyes sparkling with heart-shaped admiration as she beheld Xiao Yi, bare-chested and adorned with well-defined muscles. In truth, Xiao Yi's appearance could only be described as above average, but through the rigorous training of his physical cultivation, particularly as it deepened, his looks had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Moreover, having reached his 30s, the age when a man is at his most mature and alluring, it was no wonder that Bulma, with her infatuation, found it difficult to resist. Grandpa, look, a girl has come to our house, Goku exclaimed, pushing open the door and directing his attention toward the 4-star Dragon Ball. Oh, it's right here. Bulma, captivated by Xiao Yi, suddenly turned upon hearing Goku's words and spotted the Dragon Ball resting on the central cabinet of the room. Oh, It truly matches what the radar indicated. Bulma joyfully exclaimed, grasping the 4-star Dragon Ball. Hey, don't touch my grandpa, Goku said anxiously. This is my grandpa's relic. No one is allowed to touch it. Xiao looked at the dialogue that mirrored precisely what he had seen in the comic and found it quite amusing. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for quite some time, suddenly issued a task. Task 1. Follow Bulma and Goku on their journey to collect the Dragon Balls. The adventure of seeking the Dragon Balls has finally commenced. Accompanying the protagonists is a shortcut to enhancing one's strength. Note: strive to maintain the plot's integrity, as any alterations may lead to unforeseen perils. Reward: 5,000 gold coins, 50 precious gems. Task 2. Rescue Bulma from the clutches of the pterodactyl. The timeless trope of a hero saving a damsel is bound to swiftly garner Bulma's favor. Note: minor adjustments will not disrupt the overall narrative. Reward: 500 gold coins. Task 3. Assist Goku in rescuing the sea turtle. Receive a generous gift from Master Roshi. Reward: 500 gold coins. Upon observing the system's task, Xiao Yi realized that his cultivation was about to reach a temporary conclusion. Xiao Yi ceased his cultivation and voluntarily proposed to venture out for a hunt, intending to prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome Bulma's arrival. This gesture left Bulma, meeting him for the first time, somewhat taken aback, simultaneously deepening her admiration for him. That evening, Xiao Yi prepared an extravagant spread, featuring not only an array of meats favored by little Wukong, but also a considerate selection of vegetables for Bulma. Touched, Bulma's gaze toward Xiao Yi transformed significantly. After dinner, Bulma suggested to Xiao Yi and little Wukong that they embark on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls. Little Wukong, somewhat bewildered and unable to grasp Bulma's intent, nonetheless, being the kind-hearted soul he was, lacked the ability to decline her invitation, and before long, he found himself unwittingly agreeing. Xiao Yi, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to Bulma's request, which filled her heart with joy, having already harbored a fondness for him. The following day, they commenced their journey to find the Dragon Balls. With Xiao Yi and little Wukong accompanying her, Bulma retrieved a convertible off-road vehicle from her capsule, serving as their mode of transportation. As Bulma drove at high speed along the country roads, it felt like a delightful spring outing as they headed towards the location of the next Dragon Ball. After traveling for the better part of the morning, Bulma suddenly appeared flustered. Wait for me. I'll be right back, she said, her cheeks flushed. All right, Xiao Yi replied readily. Huh, where are you going? Little Wukong inquired, puzzled. You really are dense. When a girl says that, it means she needs to use the restroom. Bulma's forthright nature finally shone through. You mean to urinate? Little Wukong muttered. Huh, to relieve oneself so far away. You could just do it here. I don't understand, he said, utterly confused by Bulma's actions. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar. Ah, is she bitten by a snake? Little Wukong exclaimed as he chased after Xiao Yi, who had already rushed ahead. Upon arriving, they discovered a pterodactyl clutching Bulma. The creature hesitated upon seeing Xiao Yi and little Wukong, then inquired, Are you her friends? Indeed, Xiao Yi replied, ignoring little Wukong's presence and nodding affirmatively. The pterodactyl assessed Xiao Yi and little Wukong, then glanced at its captive, particularly noting Xiao Yi's well-defined muscles visible beyond his tank top. Without uttering a word, it attempted to take flight and flee. However, Xiao Yi, having already perceived the creature's intentions, dashed forward as it lifted its wings, delivering a powerful punch that fractured its wing, causing it to sag helplessly. Why did you attack it? Do you intend to eat it? But we just had lunch, little Wukong asked curiously, eager to ascertain if the large bird was palatable. You fool, Xiao Yi is saving me. Bulma interjected, unable to bear the misunderstanding any longer. Isn't it your friend? Little Wukong innocently inquired. Bulma? Xiao Yi paid them no heed, swiftly dispatching the pterodactyl that was preparing to flee with a single punch, subsequently stowing it away in his storage ring. What did you use to contain this pterodactyl? A capsule, perhaps? The curiosity about the unknown compelled Bulma to voice her thoughts. This is a storage ring, crafted through the techniques of a cultivator, Xiao Yi explained. When we have the leisure, I shall allow you to examine it. He was keenly aware of the implications behind Bulma's words and readily acquiesced. In truth, he too was intrigued to see whether the world's most illustrious scientist, within the Dragon Ball universe, could successfully decipher the enigma of the storage ring. Oh, Xiao Yi, you are truly wonderful to me, Bulma exclaimed, her infatuation evident. That evening, they settled in a desolate, uninhabited area, preparing to camp for the night. At that moment, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it into the distance. With a resounding pop, the capsule transformed into a small villa. Not only was little Goku taken aback, but Xiao Yi, witnessing it for the first time, also displayed a look of curiosity. Haven't you ever seen a capsule before? Bulma questioned, perplexed by their astonishment. I've only heard of them, but have never encountered one in reality, Xiao Yi replied honestly. Chapter 14. The appearance of the sea turtle, how pitiful. When you come to my house, I have many such capsules, Bulma remarked sympathetically, regarding them with pity. Hey, please refrain from looking at us like that, Xiao Yi protested. I apologize. I simply didn't expect your family to be so impoverished, Bulma continued, adding salt to the wound. What kind of sorcery is this? Little Goku, finally regaining his composure from the shock, exclaimed. This is not sorcery. It is called a portable capsule, Bulma corrected him. With a snap, she turned on the lamp. Wow, it's just like during the day, little Goku said with delight. You're so uncultured. You don't even know what a light bulb is? Bulma scoffed at him. Despite her words, she mischievously switched on the television, reveling in the astonished expression on little Goku's face. As Xiao Yi observed the playful banter between Bulma and little Wukong, he felt a refreshing sense of youthfulness wash over him. Hey, why do you smell so bad? You should take a shower before eating, Bulma exclaimed as she drew closer to little Wukong, detecting a pungent odor wafting from him. What is a shower for? Little Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Goodness. No wonder you reek. Bulma gazed at the filthy child before her as if he were a monster. After a bout of merriment, Bulma helped little Wukong scrub his back and discovered the tail protruding from his rear. Oh my, that tail is quite real. Bulma stammered in astonishment. Did I scare you? Yes. Boys are the only ones who grow tails, little Wukong replied, brimming with confidence. Do boys really grow tails? I've never seen a boy without pants. Bulma couldn't help but think, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yi. I certainly do not possess anything so peculiar. Xiao Yi felt compelled to defend himself. Well, both Xiao Yi and Grandpa are boys, yet neither has a tail, little Wukong pondered aloud. Right. Who has tails? Bulma seemed to finally grasp the truth. Because Grandpa and Xiao Yi are quite strange. Little Wukong asserted his logic. The strange one is you. Bulma finally came to her senses. Say whatever you like. Little Wukong replied nonchalantly. You really are easygoing, Bulma remarked, exasperated. After a while, with a flush on her cheeks, Bulma approached Xiao Yi to offer him a back scrub. Although this realm is an animated world, its cultural nuances lean towards those of an island nation, where it is deemed perfectly natural for women to scrub men's backs. However, Xiao Yi, embodying the essence of a traditional Chinese man, found this foreign custom quite uncomfortable. Bulma, still a bashful girl at heart, felt a twinge of confusion upon being rejected, but she ultimately decided to bathe alone. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi stepped outside to prepare the strange pterodactyl he had hunted, eager to see whether this peculiar creature might enhance his body refinement technique. Recently, dinosaur meat had ceased to be of significant benefit to Xiao Yi, compelling him to rely solely on gradual efforts to elevate his skills, a torment for one accustomed to rapid progress. Encountering such an articulate creature, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away, wishing not only to savor its taste, but also to ascertain whether this being could expedite his training. The enticing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, leaving Bulma and little Wukong, already famished, devoid of any inclination to pursue other activities. Bulma hastily concluded her bathing session. At this moment, Xiao Yi managed to awkwardly complete a movement, his entire being resembling someone who had just emerged from the water, his shirt utterly drenched and cast aside. Upon witnessing Bulma and Goku emerging from the villa, and with the pterosaur nearly cooked to perfection, Xiao Yi beckoned them to join in savoring the creature. Bulma, harboring a profound animosity towards the pterosaur that had nearly regarded her as a meal, cast aside all semblance of decorum, voraciously tearing into one of its wings, as if to exact revenge for the frustrations of the afternoon. Goku, in his usual fervor, indulged in the feast with unabated enthusiasm, paying no heed to those around him. As for Xiao Yi, while relishing the delectable dishes crafted from the pterosaur, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. This intelligent pterosaur indeed possessed an energy level 3 to 4 times greater than that of the Tyrannosaurus he had initially hunted, a fact evident in the volume of food he consumed. However, for Goku, the natural glutton, this change made little difference. He devoured the meal with such exuberance that he even outpaced Xiao Yi's consumption. Xiao Yi savored each morsel of food, relishing the exquisite sensation of energy coursing into his body, eagerly absorbed by his ravenous flesh. Gradually, the dinner drew to a close, with the insatiable appetite of little Wukong. No morsel of food went to waste. Only when the plate lay barren did little Wukong pat his belly and contentedly depart from the warmth of the campfire. The following day, as dawn broke softly on the horizon, Xiao Yi commenced his rigorous training in body refinement. Having dined late the previous evening, he had not pursued any further training afterward. Consequently, he remained unaware of the extent to which this peculiar pterosaur had enhanced his prowess. After an exhaustive session, Xiao Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he successfully transcended a minor threshold in his body refinement technique, ascending to the 13th level. For some time, his training had stagnated at the pinnacle of the 12th level. Despite his diligent practice and hearty consumption of meat, he had seen no tangible progress. This phenomenon had been alluded to in the transmission jade slip, which stated that upon reaching the 12th level of body refinement, one would encounter a minor bottleneck. Surmounting this obstacle would enable the complete unblocking of the 12 primary meridians within the body, facilitating their interconnection and establishing a rudimentary cycle of energy flow. Xiao Yi assessed the enhancement of his physical prowess and discovered that what was originally expected to be merely 24 times that of an ordinary human had, after transcending the 12th level, surged to an astonishing 36 times. This transformation filled Xiao Yi with elation, despite the considerable effort he had previously exerted. The rewards he reaped were indeed substantial. As Xiao Yi hummed a little tune, she ambled toward the villa. Due to her training today, she had no time to prepare food for Bulma and Goku, so she could only rely on the breakfast provisions already prepared within the villa. Upon her return, she chanced upon the scene of a giant turtle making its entrance. "Well, isn't this splendid? Who told you to be so slow?" Goku exclaimed, addressing the enormous turtle. "Who are you talking to, great turtle?" Bulma emerged from the villa, her curiosity piqued. "Oh, Goku. Wait, how did a turtle end up here?" Bulma inquired, bewildered. "Oh, it's not you," Goku realized, finally catching on. "Foolish Bulma," he added. Chapter 15. Master Roshi isn't that a sea turtle? What on earth is it doing here? Bulma questioned, perplexed. "Excuse me, could I have a glass of salt water? Perhaps some seaweed as well?" The great turtle requested. "Such an appetite," Bulma remarked after a brief exchange. Everyone learned that the turtle hailed from the ocean, 120 kilometers away. "Let us escort you back to the sea," Goku offered enthusiastically. "Really?" The great turtle could scarcely believe his ears. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't jest. We only have 30 days. We can't waste time," Bulma interjected. "You seem quite free," Goku countered. "Such a waste of time," Bulma retorted. "I'll be back in a jiffy. It's no trouble," Goku assured her. Just as the two were unable to convince one another, Xiao Yi approached. "How lively. Have we a new guest?" She feigned ignorance. After an explanation, the group enlightened Xiao Yi about the situation. "Then let us set forth to the seaside and deliver our friend, the great turtle, to his home," Xiao Yi declared with resolve. "All right then, we shall follow your lead." Bulma intended to voice her concerns, but, upon meeting Xiao Yi's gaze, found her words transforming into agreement. The group journeyed onward until they soon arrived at a narrow, winding path. Suddenly, a bear demon sprang forth from the adjacent forest. This bear demon not only donned human attire but also sported protective gear. Clad in thick armor and wielding a hefty cleaver, he confronted Goku, declaring, "Hand over the turtle on your back. That is my favorite dish." Goku, quickly surrender the turtle to him. Bulma, intimidated by the bear demon's towering stature, urged. "Humph. I refuse to comply," Goku retorted defiantly. At that moment, a voice echoed from the system. "Emergency task. Defeat the bear demon. Your strength is now sufficient to face certain monsters. You can no longer remain in the protagonist's shadow. Reward. Defeating the bear demon alone grants 5 attribute points." Assisting Goku in defeating the bear demon will see rewards distributed according to individual contributions. Xiao Yi meticulously examined the system once more, only to discover that it had undergone an automatic upgrade without his knowledge. The interface of the system had now been rendered more streamlined and elegant. Name: Xiao Yi Strength, Attack Power 185, Speed 185, Constitution, Defense Power 185, Nerve Reaction 185. Note: values have been synchronized with the Dragon Ball Alien Detector. Attribute values: None Yuanbao, 85 gold coins, 2,100. Furthermore, the marketplace has been subtly adjusted. The system's shop, which previously allowed access only to ordinary items, now astonishingly features 2 additional options, both highlighted in white: martial arts techniques and special items. Xiao Yi opened the martial arts section, only to discover a plethora of renowned techniques from the early days of the Dragon Ball world. The Kamehameha, the flight technique, the solar flare, the afterimage technique, the Dodon ray, and the evil containment wave, rendering him utterly enamored. The special items category was even more astonishing, filled with magical artifacts, the golden staff, the flying nimbus, the banana fan, the shrinking pill, and the senzu beans, each one a coveted treasure in Xiao Yi's eyes. However, these two categories of items could not be purchased with gold coins. Only precious ingots were accepted for transactions, and the majority of items required a 3-digit quantity of ingots. This left Xiao Yi in a state of eager longing, yet he lacked the necessary ingots to make a purchase. At that moment, unable to persuade little Goku, the bear demon brandished a large cleaver and lunged towards him. Just as little Goku prepared to evade, a hand suddenly intercepted the descending forearm of the bear demon. With a powerful grip, Xiao Yi seized the bear demon's forearm and hoisted him aloft, headfirst, slamming him into the ground with such force that a basketball-sized crater was formed. The bear demon, towering at least 4 meters, offered no resistance, foaming at the mouth as he met his demise in the depths of the crater. During his recent hunts, Xiao Yi observed that in this world, it is quite rare for animals to exhibit signs of bleeding. Typically, those that succumb to a blow from a fist die with foam at the mouth, and even when dismembered with a blade, there is no sight of blood gushing forth. At the sight of the bear demon's demise, he discovered 2 green items accompanied by a pile of gold coins. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were bear demon armor, defense 5, green equipment equipable. Note, can be recycled for 5 gold. Bear demon cleaver, attack 5, green equipment equipable. Note, can be recycled for 5 gold. Gold coins, 1,000. Robbers are generally quite wealthy. Upon observing the increasingly game-like nature of the modifications, Xiao Yi felt a sense of incredulity. Nevertheless, he chose to install the equipment in the corresponding position on the system's homepage. After the installation, Xiao Yi noticed that both his attack and defense attributes had simultaneously increased to 185, while the points allocated to his attributes had also transformed to 5. Xiao Yi had yet to allocate the 5 attribute points. His current strength sufficed, and he saw no need to utilize them. He planned to save them for a later time when he had accumulated more. The skirmish was far from spectacular, merely a swift exchange, concluding before Bulma and the turtle had a chance to comprehend the events. The only one who discerned the outcome was the young Goku, who felt that Xiao Yi was significantly more powerful than himself at that moment, igniting within him an insatiable fighting spirit. The group's subsequent journey was unimpeded, and within half a day, they arrived at the seaside. "Thank you for your assistance. Please wait here for a moment. I must repay you," the turtle exclaimed excitedly before turning and swimming slowly into the ocean. Before long, a dark spot began to approach the shore where Goku and the others stood. "What is that?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. "It's the turtle we just saved, but there is someone standing on its back." Goku interjected eagerly. "You all have remarkable eyesight." "I can only see a dot," Bulma remarked enviously. "Apologies for the wait," the turtle called out. Suddenly, a peculiar, bald old man wearing a floral shirt, stylish sunglasses, and leaning on a cane, with a gigantic turtle shell strapped to his back, greeted the group. "Hello there. Did you rescue the turtle?" the old man in the floral shirt asked. "Who are you, Grandpa?" Goku asked curiously. "I am the turtle hermit," the old man replied. "Who saved you?" he asked the turtle. "These 2 boys," the turtle gestured towards Xiao Yi and Goku, disregarding Bulma, who was anxiously waiting nearby. "Is that so? Thank you both. As a token of my gratitude, I shall gift each of you a treasure," the turtle hermit proclaimed. "A gift?" Goku asked, puzzled. Chapter 16. Wulong Come Forth. The Immortal Phoenix. The turtle hermit dramatically pointed his cane towards the sky and shouted. "What is this?" Goku questioned, intrigued. After a playful display, the turtle hermit finally summoned the flying nimbus. "This is the flying nimbus. I shall give it to you," he declared grandly to Goku. "Can I eat it?" Goku asked innocently. "This is a treasure, not for consumption," the turtle hermit replied, perspiration beading on his forehead. "Once you sit upon the flying nimbus, you can soar freely through the skies," he continued. "Really? I can fly?" Goku inquired with wide-eyed curiosity. "Indeed. However, only those with pure hearts may ride upon the nimbus, meaning only good children are permitted." Master Roshi continued his explanation, igniting the curiosity of those around him, prompting everyone to attempt the challenge. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Aside from little Goku, no one else could mount the flying nimbus, not even its original owner, Master Roshi himself. "Perhaps the nimbus has deteriorated from disuse. Pay it no mind," Master Roshi awkwardly clarified. Let me ponder what treasure I might bestow upon you, he mused, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yi. Simply hand over the Dragon Ball you wear around your neck. Xiao Yi, not wishing to reveal his intentions to Bulma, resolved to secure the Dragon Ball first. This? Isn't it beautiful? I found it a century ago at the ocean's depths, and now it serves as my necklace. Is this what you call a Dragon Ball? Master Roshi inquired as he presented the Dragon Ball necklace to Xiao Yi. Ah, it's a Dragon Ball, little Goku exclaimed upon seeing the sphere in Xiao Yi's possession. That's the one displayed as the southernmost on the radar. Bulma noted, examining the Dragon Ball radar. Is this item truly valuable? Master Roshi questioned, bemused by the enthusiasm surrounding him. Perhaps this object holds significant worth, he thought to himself. I never consented to give you that. Master Roshi attempted to retract his statement. Please, Grandfather Roshi, Bulma playfully implored. I could give it to you. Master Roshi hesitated, his words tinged with uncertainty. What? Bulma asked, puzzled. Show me your shorts. Master Roshi, uncharacteristically blushing, demanded. You're also a sage. How can you utter such words? The giant turtle interjected, unable to contain his indignation. What's wrong with that? Even a sage has the occasional desire to see shorts. Master Roshi, feeling cornered, grew irritable. I now understand why you cannot ride the Nimbus. The giant turtle retorted. Silence. Master Roshi snapped back. Very well. I shall show you. Bulma surprisingly agreed, her cheeks flushed. Behold, Bulma is a girl of boldness, directly lifting her long skirt. Wow. Master Roshi immediately erupted with 2 streams of nosebleed. Xiao Yi remained relatively composed. Yet the stark scene lingered vividly in her mind. Ah, how utterly mortifying. Bulma was still unaware that she had completely exposed herself. Yet the act of lifting her skirt left her blushing with embarrassment. Had she known, she would have brought a camera along. After bidding farewell to Master Roshi, there lingered a sense of regret within her. Following this parting, Goku embarked once more on the quest for the 5th Dragon Ball. 3 days later, they arrived in the western region where the 5th Dragon Ball was said to be located. Is it nearby? Goku inquired, peering at the dragon radar. Very close. Bulma affirmed confidently. Is there a village over there? Goku pointed towards a hamlet in the distance. Perhaps it lies there. Let us go investigate, Xiao Yi decided. Upon entering the village, they found it eerily deserted, with not a single soul visible outside. Every household had its doors and windows tightly shut. It's too quiet. Is anyone there? Bulma called out. Indeed. I can sense the presence of people, Goku replied after sniffing the air. How strange. I see no one at all. Yet according to the radar, the Dragon Ball is right here. Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the device. There must be many people. I'll check it out. Goku's primal instincts urged him, sensing numerous human presences within a nearby house. Be cautious, Xiao Yi promptly warned. Understood, Goku responded, though it was clear he had not heeded her advice. Hello? Is anyone home? Goku knocked on the door, inquiring. It seems to be locked, Bulma pointed out. Oh, Goku said. Then, with a mighty punch, he smashed a large hole through the door. Aha! The door is open. Goku felt no guilt over breaking into someone else's home. Don't act recklessly. Even Bulma, typically carefree, sensed that Goku's actions were a bit out of line. Suddenly, without warning, a large axe came crashing down upon Goku's head. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xiao Yi felt a chilling sensation enveloping his mind. Given his current prowess, even he struggled to withstand such a devastating blow. Although little Wukong also crouched in pain, clutching his head and howling, the sight of the shattered axe, reduced to fragments by the recoil, assured him that little Wukong's head was likely unharmed. Ouch! That hurts. Little Wukong cried out, holding his head. Bulma, startled, found herself at a loss. The bald old man, gazing at the broken axe in his hands, was left utterly astonished. How dare you strike me? Little Wukong shouted at the old man, who sported a sizable bump on his head, brandishing his golden staff. I beg your pardon, Lord Oolong. You may have anything you desire, but please do not take my daughter. The bald old man suddenly knelt before little Wukong, pleading for mercy. Ah, little Wukong? Oolong? After a brief explanation, the villagers emerged from their homes, realizing that little Wukong was not the transformed Oolong. Meanwhile, they learned of Oolong's existence. Oolong was a nearby creature capable of transforming into various forms, and no one had ever seen his true visage. The bald old man recounted the tale of Oolong's origins. Yesterday, Oolong, having transformed into a ghost, arrived in the village and took a fancy to my daughter, he elaborated, explaining the reason behind his attempt to strike little Wukong with the axe. Leave this matter to us. We shall ensure that Oolong does not capture your daughter, Xiao Yi declared. Although the bald old man harbored some doubts, he could not help but nod in agreement upon seeing Xiao Yi's muscular physique. Xiao Yi uttered such words because he had received a temporary mission from the system. The task, to expose Oolong's tricks and rescue the girl who had been taken from him. The reward, Oolong's 72 transformations. Chapter 17, 72 transformations. To his dismay, there were no attribute points awarded, merely a rather useless ability. Xiao Yi couldn't help but mutter in discontent. Seizing the moment when the other party sought assistance from him and his companions, Xiao Yi swiftly inquired, "Uncle, have you seen this kind of ball before?" No. This is my first time seeing it, the uncle replied earnestly as he examined the Dragon Ball. "Ah, I have one just like that," exclaimed a common woman with her head covered. "Indeed, it's right here," Bulma said with excitement. Granny Payaz, the balding old man, looked at the elderly woman in astonishment, seemingly surprised that she would step forward. "Is this the one?" Granny Payaz asked. "Yes, this is a 6-star Dragon Ball," Bulma joyfully responded. "It seems my grandmother found it long ago," Granny Payaz reminisced. "Granny, if you would be so kind as to give me that ball, I shall help you deal with that creature named Oolong." Bulma, who had previously appeared reluctant, instantly became enthusiastic. "If you can truly vanquish the monster, I would gladly offer it to you. But can you, a mere girl, accomplish this?" She cast a skeptical glance at Xiao Yi. "Of course not me. Allow me to formally introduce this individual. His name is Xiao Yi, a practitioner of remarkable strength." Bulma proudly pointed at Xiao Yi. Originally, Bulma had planned for little Goku to disguise himself as a girl and infiltrate Oolong's lair, but knowing Oolong's true nature, Xiao Yi did not permit such a scheme. It was far more effective to directly capture Oolong, for given his cowardly disposition, he would naturally lead them to his hideout. Before long, noon arrived. The time Oolong had set to collect the balding man's daughter. A robust figure, adorned with horns and dressed in a tailored suit, approached from the outskirts of the village, holding a bouquet of flowers with his hair meticulously parted. The entire village, just as when Xiao Yi and his companions had first arrived, was devoid of life. Though they spoke of placing their faith in Xiao Yi, their long-standing fear of Oolong compelled them to hide at a distance, observing the unfolding events before making any decisions. Just as Oolong was about to reach the balding man's doorstep, Xiao Yi suddenly intercepted his path. "Will you surrender willingly? Or shall I have to deliver a beating before you comply?" Xiao Yi said with a smile, gazing at the creature before him. Oolong regarded the human, who was significantly shorter than himself, with a perplexed expression. Do you really wish to engage me in combat? Spare yourself the trouble. Hand over that girl from yesterday, and I shall let you live." Upon catching sight of Xiao Yi still smiling at him, Oolong couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, he transformed into a colossal bull. Xiao Yi paid no heed to Oolong's antics. Instead, he retrieved several bricks from the side and slowly crushed them into fine powder. Oolong transformed. With a resounding boom, Oolong morphed into a bat and soared into the sky. Prepared for this moment, Xiao Yi swiftly leapt up and caught the still fledgling Oolong by its wings. At that moment, perhaps due to the fleeting nature of Oolong's transformation, it reverted from bat form to an adorable little pig. The villagers, witnessing Xiao Yi's capture of Oolong, emerged from their homes and surrounded him. "Is this truly Oolong's original form?" Bulma marveled in disbelief. "Quick, apologize to everyone." Xiao Yi bound Oolong to prevent any further transformations or escape. "I'm sorry," Oolong said. His head hung low. Sigh, how can one be angry with such a little pig? The balding elder was the first to forgive Oolong. "What has happened to the girl you captured?" asked Granny Pao-Si, voicing the collective concern of the villagers. "Well, they are all fine," Oolong replied dejectedly. "All right then. Let us visit your home." Bulma's spirits lifted once more. Meanwhile, a notification of task completion appeared in Xiao Yi's mind, and a jade slip containing the spell of transformation fell into his system. The villagers, buoyed by Xiao Yi's victory over Oolong and the news of the girl's well-being, were in high spirits, chatting and laughing along the way. Granny Pao-Si kept her promise and handed the Dragon Balls to Bulma. They arrived at a palatial residence. The characters Oolong emblazoned above the doorway, signaling they had reached Oolong's home. "Your house is truly luxurious, quite unbecoming of you," Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the opulent structure. "Woo-woo. It was all built with stolen money," Oolong replied candidly. "How dare you say that?" Little Goku, Hai-Chi shouted. "Dad has come to take you home. Xiao. Hurry back to your mother. Li heir, you need not be afraid any longer." Many villagers joyfully called out to their daughters who had been taken. "We are very comfortable here. We have everything we need and do not have to work." However, to the villagers' astonishment, The girls welcomed them not with tears of joy, but with reluctance to return to their former hardships. I only desire gentle girls. They are far too extravagant. Please. Take them away. Wulong finally expressed his true feelings. After a strenuous effort, the villagers managed to bring the girls back home, while Bulma forcefully extracted Wulong from his house, integrating him into the quest for the Dragon Balls. Only 2 Dragon Balls remained. This has gone even more smoothly than I anticipated. Bulma exclaimed joyfully as she piloted the speedboat. But why must Wulong come along? Little Wukong inquired of Bulma, perplexed. I wish to know as well, Wulong exclaimed, filled with indignation. Transforming might come in handy. Bulma articulated her reasoning. Not for me. Traveling is far too exhausting. Wulong complained. It's swelteringly hot. Let's just sleep in our underwear tonight. Bulma attempted to entice Wulong with a playful suggestion. Hee, a stroll now and then isn't such a bad idea. Wulong quickly recanted, his cheeks flushed. At that moment, Xiao Yi finally found time to delve into the tome detailing the 72 transformations bestowed as a reward by the system. Upon scrutinizing the 72 transformations, he suddenly realized that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Originally, the 72 transformations in Wulong's possession had not manifested their true potential. Due to Wulong's physical limitations, he could only maintain a transformation for 5 minutes before needing to rest, as it was simply beyond his endurance. However, this was no longer a challenge for Xiao Yi. With the enhancement of his physical capabilities, the duration of his transformations would extend significantly. Given Xiao Yi's current physical prowess, sustaining a transformation for 3 to 4 hours would pose no difficulty. Chapter 18. Yamcha and Pu'er. Moreover, it was not that the transformations lacked power. Rather, Wulong had never comprehensively mastered the 72 transformations, rendering his transformations merely superficial. Xiao Yi obtained the complete version of the 72 transformations, which is divided into 3 distinct stages. The first stage allows one to proficiently execute the 72 transformations, much like the current state of Wulong. The second stage grants the ability to harness the full power of the transformed object. Even a missile would yield explosive capabilities in Xiao Yi's hands. However, should the transformed object cease to exist, he too would suffer severe injuries. The final stage enables one to manipulate the powers of the transformed objects freely, even surpassing the innate abilities of the objects themselves. For instance, if Xiao Yi were to transform into an ox at the second stage, he could only exhibit the maximum strength of a robust ox. Yet upon reaching the third stage, he could unleash his full potential. Upon witnessing the remarkable 72 transformations technique, Xiao Yi was filled with exhilaration. This extraordinary skill is not only advantageous in the world of Dragon Ball, but possesses even greater significance in the realm of reality. Furthermore, Xiao Yi learned from the Jade Tablet that while it is referred to as 72 transformations, it can actually morph into an infinite array of objects. Reaching the 72 transformations merely opens the door to the next phase of cultivation. How long until we arrive? Little Goku, growing impatient on the speedboat, inquired. Hey, where are you all headed? Wulong, having forcibly dragged Bulma into their group, was unaware of their destination. It's still quite a ways off. It should take another 2 or 3 days, Bulma replied while consulting the map. The fiery mountain is to the southwest, she exclaimed. What? The fiery mountain? You're going to the fiery mountain? Wulong suddenly sprang from his seat, animated with alarm. Why are you so frightened? Everyone gazed at Wulong with curiosity. Don't you know? Wulong was perplexed by their calm demeanor. A terrifying ox demon king resides at the fiery mountain. You have no idea how formidable he is. Wulong exclaimed passionately. Fear not. Xiao Yi will take care of him. Bulma increasingly relied on Xiao Yi's prowess. How exciting. Just moments ago, little Goku seemed disinterested. But upon hearing of a formidable foe, he couldn't help but express his delight. I'm not going. Wulong, noticing that no one paid heed to his warnings, transformed into a fish and dove into the nearby river. He has escaped. I'm going in to catch him. Little Goku said anxiously. Don't worry. Catching Wulong is simple. Just watch me. Bulma declared confidently. Little Goku was baffled as he observed Bulma retrieving a fishing rod. A pair of shorts as bait, Bulma said, attaching the shorts to the fishing line and casting it into the river. Caught one. Before long, the transformed Wulong found himself firmly grasping onto the shorts, refusing to let go. Oh dear, Wulong, how could you be so foolish? Exclaimed the young Goku. Amidst their banter, the group finally disembarked from the speedboat and set foot on solid ground. Without the capsule containing their supplies, Bulma was instantly disheartened. Oh no, It must have fallen into the river. She lamented, her frustration rising. Quickly, transform into a fish and retrieve it. If you find it, I'll reward you with your shorts. Bulma was reminded of Oolong's transformative abilities. Don't be ridiculous. With such a vast river, Oolong wouldn't fall for that trick. He retorted, Fear not, I shall handle this, Xiao Yi reassured Bulma. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, for reasons unknown, Bulma's previously restless heart suddenly found solace. Why not contribute your capsules? Xiao Yi smiled at Oolong. For some inexplicable reason, Oolong felt an ominous premonition upon seeing Xiao Yi's smile. Capsules? What capsules? I have none. He replied awkwardly, clutching his waist. Bulma, discerning the truth, realized that Oolong indeed possessed capsules but was reluctant to part with them. Hand over the capsules, and I shall give you your undergarments. Bulma resorted to her trump card. Very well, grant me my underwear first, and I shall surrender the capsules to you. Oolong ultimately succumbed to the temptation and relinquished the capsules to Bulma. As Bulma drove the RV into the arid desert, the system chimed once more. Temporary mission, defeat Yamcha. Reward, 25 attribute points, randomly acquire Yamcha's signature move, Wolf Fang Fist. Note, Yamcha will be your future ally, so do not strike too harshly. Upon witnessing the reward bestowed by the system, Xiao Yi couldn't help but marvel at its generosity. However, upon further contemplation, he found little to ponder. Yamcha, a formidable opponent in the early stages, was capable of contending with the likes of Little Wukong. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's fortuitous acquisition of that sage's legacy, he might have been utterly incapable of accomplishing such a daunting task. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yamcha and his partner, Pu Er, arrived on a modified motorcycle, signaling for Xiao Yi and his companions to come to a halt beside their caravan. Xiao Yi understood that if Bulma were to exit the vehicle this time, the battle would likely not commence. Gazing at the enticing reward, he urged Bulma, stay inside the car. We can handle this alone. Bulma, witnessing Xiao Yi's considerate gesture, felt her heart swell with affection, her eyes sparkling with admiration. All right, but do take care, she replied tenderly, completely overlooking the other two members of their group. Xiao Yi. Oolong, who are you? The curious little Goku inquired. Hey, I am Yamcha, the ruler of this wilderness. An adjacent creature resembling a cat chimed in. I am Puer. Puer? Goku echoed. Are you the one who cries all the time? Oolong exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, Oolong, Puer exclaimed, equally surprised upon seeing Oolong. Puer, do you know him? Yamcha asked, taken aback by the unexpected reunion of Puer with a friend. Yes, his name is Oolong. He used to bully me back in the southern kindergarten. Oolong indignantly complained to Yamcha. He is quite the little pervert, having stolen the female teacher's shorts, which led to his expulsion from kindergarten. Puer seemed eager to divulge all of Oolong's embarrassing secrets. Get lost. Why do you have to remember such trivial matters? Oolong retorted, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. You haven't changed a bit. Little Goku chimed in, further provoking Oolong. Chapter 19. Setting off to flame mountain. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and hand over the money and capsules, Yamcha finally declared, unable to contain his impatience and eager to conclude the childish banter. It appears a confrontation is inevitable. You may strike first, Xiao Yi remarked directly to Yamcha. At that moment, Yamcha, who had yet to embrace the ways of a martial artist, was oblivious to the concept of yielding. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his curved blade and swung it towards Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi had only mastered the scissors stone cloth technique of the little monkey, his physical prowess rendered Yamcha's attacks almost a mere slow-motion spectacle, easily evaded with grace. In a swift motion, Xiao Yi accelerated, maneuvering behind Yamcha before delivering a casual kick that sent him soaring through the air. This kick was not delivered with full force, as Xiao Yi was eager to witness the potency of Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist. Despite the restraint, Yamcha was propelled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a deep crater upon impact. The abruptness of being inexplicably kicked away left Yamcha, who prided himself on his martial arts skills, profoundly shaken. In a fit of humiliation and anger, Yamcha unleashed his ultimate technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. Xiao Yi felt a palpable shift in Yamcha's demeanor, transforming into a solitary wolf amidst the desolation, glaring fiercely at him. What further astonished Xiao Yi was that after uttering the name of his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha unexpectedly launched a kick, catching Xiao Yi off guard as he prepared to counter Yamcha's frenzied assault. However, given the stark disparity in their strengths, Xiao Yi effortlessly blocked the incoming kick with his arm and subsequently matched claws with fists, successfully countering all the techniques of Yamcha's Wolf-Fang Fist. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Yi remained utterly unmoved, while Yamcha, having exhausted his signature technique, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The difference in their prowess was unmistakable. Martial arts should be employed for righteous purposes. You have strayed far from its essence. I hope you find your way back to the right path soon, Xiao Yi declared, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Thank you for your guidance. I shall remember your teachings today, Yamcha replied, his naivety or perhaps the overwhelming strength of Xiao Yi leading him to accept the latter's words with surprising sincerity. Xiao Yi, are you all right? Bulma inquired as she descended from the caravan, having recognized the situation's resolution. Bang! Upon seeing Bulma, Yamcha momentarily froze before collapsing to the ground. Puar rushed over in a panic. Quickly, Puar. We must retreat. Yamcha urged urgently. Yes. Puar nodded fervently. That bandit is quite handsome, Bulma remarked, observing the retreating figures of Yamcha and Puar. Mission accomplished, attribute points awarded, 25. Additionally, acquired Yamcha's ultimate technique, Wolf-Fang Fist. Upon noticing the task prompt, Xiao Yi's spirits lifted considerably. He had amassed 30 free attribute points, which he intended to allocate when he reached the pinnacle of his physical training. Recently, due to his travels, his physical cultivation had stagnated at the 13th level, practicing only briefly each evening before dinner to prevent any regression in his abilities. After returning home, Yamcha pondered for quite some time and increasingly felt that his current life was not what he desired. Deep within, he longed to become a martial artist. Consequently, after deliberating with Pu'er, the next day, they intercepted the vehicle of Little Wukong's group to pay a visit to Xiao Yi. I wish to learn martial arts from you. Yamcha suddenly knelt before Xiao Yi upon their meeting. My strength is insufficient to teach you. Yet I can guide you on the path of martial arts, Xiao Yi replied, hands clasped behind his back, subtly leading Yamcha. Please, master, enlighten me. Yamcha earnestly sought Xiao Yi's guidance. First, accompany our group on a journey for a while. Once I deem your character worthy, I shall point you in the right direction. Although Xiao Yi initially intended to direct Yamcha to Master Roshi for training, he received an unexpected system notification. Notification: please refrain from altering the plot of the Dragon Ball world. This warning illuminated the significance of the matter to Xiao Yi, who recalled the system's initial advice to avoid meddling with the storyline. Yet, as time passed, he had somewhat forgotten this. Yamcha, now harboring blind admiration for Xiao Yi, readily agreed to his request without hesitation. However, just as Yamcha consented, he noticed Bulma descending from the vehicle, and his demeanor instantly stiffened. This, too, is a form of training. Xiao Yi's light words seemed to act as a catalyst, reinvigorating Yamcha's spirit. Nevertheless, Yamcha and Pu'er did not share a vehicle with Little Wukong and the others. Instead, they drove a separate off-road vehicle, trailing behind the RV towards the direction of the Flame Mountain. 2 days later. Wow, it's so hot. How strange. This is the north, Bulma complained. Because this is Flame Mountain, Oolong weakly retorted. Previously, Flame Mountain was known as Coolview Mountain, a rather pleasant place. Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, Oolong explained helplessly. But 10 years ago, a fire fell from the sky and ignited the mountain, transforming it into a hot region. Look, that is the mountain. Oolong pointed ahead to a towering mountain engulfed in flames. Wow, no wonder it's so scorching. Bulma nodded in understanding. Such a massive fire. Little Wukong exclaimed. Perhaps we should avoid it. The Ox King is truly terrifying. Oolong began to express his concerns. Who is the Ox King? Bulma inquired, hearing the name for the first time. You don't know? He is referred to as the King of Demons, a truly terrifying figure. Oolong hurriedly explained to Bulma, hoping to convey the dreadfulness of the Ox Demon King. Anyone who approaches that mountain is met with ominous gestures, mimicking a beheading. Will they be killed? Bulma inquired. Oolong vigorously nodded in affirmation. The castle atop the mountain is the residence of the Ox Demon King, filled with countless treasures plundered from various places. Yet, the Ox Demon King guards it fiercely, deterring anyone from approaching. It seems the 6th Dragon Ball must be there, Bulma murmured. Does the Ox Demon King reside there? Goku asked. No, he lives at the front waist. When the mountain caught fire years ago, the Ox Demon King and his child were out on a picnic, Oolong explained. The flames were so intense that even the Ox Demon King couldn't return home, he continued. You seem to know quite a bit, Bulma remarked in surprise. Of course, it's all clearly stated in our school textbooks, Oolong replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 20. The Punishment of the Ox Demon King after a struggle. The group resolved to advance towards Flame Mountain. Ugh, It's so hot. Although Bulma was the first to agree to enter Flame Mountain, she couldn't help but complain incessantly once inside. Meanwhile, Goku treated the place like an amusement park, playfully poking at his skull with a stick. Idiot! Keep it down. The Ox Demon King will hear you. Oolong lamented, at a loss for words regarding such a foolish companion. Oh, is that the castle? Bulma paid no heed to Oolong's complaints, remaining resolute in her pursuit. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the Dragon Ball was indeed located there. If only I could fly over, Bulma thought to herself. Suddenly, she turned and saw Goku perched on the Nimbus cloud and asked, Goku, can you fly over and retrieve the Dragon Ball? Let me take a look. With that, Goku mounted the Nimbus and soared towards the summit of Flame Mountain. It's scorching. So hot. As Goku descended on the Nimbus, he found himself bouncing on it due to the intense heat. Just as Bulma was growing increasingly displeased with Goku's antics, a massive axe, taller than a person, crashed into the wall beside her, creating a deep fissure. Then, a giant with two enormous horns, resembling a bear, emerged from the flames. What are you rascals doing here? The Ox Demon King was visibly enraged by the arrival of Xiao Yi and his companions. Are you Mr. Ox Demon King? Bulma stammered, awestruck by his imposing presence. Are you here to steal my treasures? The Ox Demon King, noticing Bulma's hesitance, became even more suspicious. Indeed, we have come to steal your treasures and to defeat you, Xiao Yi boldly declared, adding fuel to the fire. Temporary mission, the punishment of the Ox Demon King. Throughout the narrative, the Bull Demon King has committed numerous malevolent acts without facing any repercussions. It is imperative to impose a certain degree of punishment upon him, compelling him to acknowledge the transgressions he has perpetrated. The rewards for this endeavor include an allocation of 50 attribute points, 1,000 gold coins, and a chance to acquire a portion of the Bull Demon King's treasures. Naturally, the Bull Demon King, known for his fiery temperament, was instantly incensed upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. He seized a colossal axe, towering over him, and swung it menacingly towards Xiao Yi. Prior to becoming the disciple of the Turtle Sage, he was renowned for his innate divine strength. After receiving the Turtle Sage's profound teachings, although he may not have mastered the Turtle School's signature technique, his battle prowess remains formidable and should not be underestimated. As Xiao observed the axe descending upon him, he opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, with a swifter motion, he leaped onto the massive blade. Before the Bull Demon King could regain his senses, Xiao delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending his formidable frame flying several meters away, struggling to rise from the ground. The Bull Demon King cast a glance at Xiao, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. However, his innate stubbornness compelled him to persist in battling his adversary. Swiftly regaining his footing, the Bull Demon King assumed a martial arts stance, gradually advancing towards Xiao. At that moment, he regarded Xiao as an opponent of the same caliber as his master, the Turtle Sage. Although he had scarcely practiced martial arts in recent years, his foundational skills remained remarkably robust. Upon witnessing the Ox King discard his colossal axe, Xiao Yi finally adopted a serious demeanor. No longer engaging in the casual manner he had previously displayed, the Ox King, in terms of martial prowess, surpassed Yamcha by a considerable margin. Each move he executed was imbued with tremendous force and a solid foundation and technique. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's extraordinary speed and reflexes, he would likely have succumbed to the Ox King's might long ago. Nevertheless, this encounter served as an invaluable opportunity for Xiao Yi to hone his combat skills, providing him with a comprehensive and lucid understanding of his own capabilities. Initially, Xiao Yi believed that his physical prowess had already transcended that of the current Master Roshi, and consequently, he assumed he would naturally outmatch his opponent in strength. However, after clashing with the Ox King, he realized that he was merely relying on his advantages in speed and reflexes to compete. Against an adversary with a stark disparity in strength, victory would be assured. Yet, when faced with an opponent of comparable ability, the outcome would be far less certain. If he were to encounter a seasoned warrior like Master Roshi, who possessed extensive battle experience and a vast array of martial techniques, Xiao Yi would likely find himself without any means of retaliation and would ultimately be defeated. As time drew near, Xiao Yi swiftly maneuvered behind the Ox King, delivering a powerful blow that incapacitated the latter's hands. This act of restraint was a concession on Xiao Yi's part, considering the Ox King's relationship as the father-in-law of Goku and a disciple of Master Roshi. Had Xiao Yi followed his true intentions, it would not have been unjust to eliminate the Ox King outright, given his actions. The entire battle extended over a considerable duration, with only Goku and Yamcha among the onlookers able to discern the entirety of the conflict. Upon reflecting on this remarkable showdown, Yamcha realized that Xiao Yi had not exerted his full strength during their previous encounter. Mission accomplished. Rewards: 50 attribute points, 1,000 gold coins, and half of the Ox King's treasure. As the system's prompt sound faded, a golden treasure chest unexpectedly materialized within the storage space of the system. Without a doubt, this was the treasure of the Bull Demon King. Throughout this journey, Xiao Yi had been pondering how to obtain the Bull Demon King's treasure. Yet he had been unable to devise a feasible plan, as the entire mountain was engulfed in raging flames, leaving no possible path for entry. At this moment, unexpectedly acquiring the Bull Demon King's treasure, albeit only half, was a monumental surprise for Xiao Yi. The accumulation of merit points had always been a matter of great concern for him. Although he was faring well in the real world, it was still exceedingly challenging to allocate substantial funds for charitable endeavors. Now, with this unforeseen windfall, Xiao Yi could seamlessly convert it into cash and utilize it to assist numerous individuals in need. The reason I have rendered your hands useless is due to the countless misdeeds you have committed over the years. This is but a minor punishment, and I hope you can reform and become a true martial artist, thus preserving the honor of Master Roshi. Xiao Yi proclaimed, feigning the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Do you know the whereabouts of Master Wutian? The Bull Demon King, who had been writhing in pain on the ground, suddenly perked up at the mention of his master and struggled to rise, his voice brimming with excitement. Indeed. But have you considered how deeply disappointed Master Wutian would be upon learning of your actions? Xiao Yi continued to admonish the Bull Demon King. I am aware I have committed numerous wrongs over the years, and I have profoundly regretted them. If I were to see Master Wutian, I would personally apologize to him. The Bull Demon King replied, filled with shame. The ones you truly need to repent to are the innocent lives you have unjustly taken. I hope you can sincerely atone to them. Xiao Yi reminded. In the Dragon Ball world, the Bull Demon King had merely brushed over his transgressions with a casual apology to Master Wutian, lacking any genuine contrition. Thank you for your guidance. I now understand what I must do. The Bull Demon King knelt in gratitude. I hope you can recognize your errors and become a true martial artist. Xiao Yi reiterated. How do you possess the Flying Nimbus? And the Rui Jingu Bang? Who exactly are you? At that moment, the Bull Demon King, having relaxed, finally noticed that little Wukong possessed the Nimbus Cloud of Master Wutian and the Rui Jingu Bang of Sun Wufan, and he could not help but inquire curiously. The Flying Nimbus was gifted to me by Master Roshi, and the Rui Jingu Bang was left to me by my grandfather. Little Wukong stated truthfully. I can't believe you are the grandson of Sun Wufan. I am the Bull Demon King, a disciple of Master Wutian, just like your grandfather. Sun Wufan is the elder disciple, and I am the second. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with enthusiasm. Are you saying that Master Wutian is Master Roshi? Little Wukong asked. Perplexed. Indeed, Master Wutian is Master Roshi. The Bull Demon King affirmed. I have a request I would like to ask of you. The Bull Demon King addressed the Little Monkey King soaring in the sky, inquiring, what is the matter? The Little Monkey King, bewildered, responded, what do you mean? The Bull Demon King explained. It is said that only Master Wutian's banana fan can extinguish the flames on Fire Mountain. Would you kindly assist me in borrowing the fan? The Bull Demon King implored. Of course. However, I require the Dragon Ball in return, the Little Monkey King stipulated. What is the Dragon Ball? The Bull Demon King asked. Intrigued. It is this orb here. Do you possess one in your treasure? The Little Monkey King inquired, producing the 4-star Dragon Ball. Oh, I believe I have seen that before. No problem. You may have it once you retrieve the banana fan, the Bull Demon King generously promised. Splendid. The Little Monkey King exclaimed joyfully. I shall set off at once. He declared eagerly. Wait a moment. The Bull Demon King called out to him. I did not anticipate your arrival, and I have already sent my only daughter, Chi-Chi, to seek Master Wutian. I believe she should be on her way. Please take her along. The Bull Demon King entrusted Chi-Chi to the Little Monkey King. Chi-Chi? The Little Monkey King asked, puzzled. She is a gentle girl. Albeit a bit timid, she could marry you. The Bull Demon King, in a rather peculiar notion, suggested that his daughter wed the Little Monkey King. Marry me? The Little Monkey King was confused by the Bull Demon King's words. This is her photograph. Remember her well, the Bull Demon King said, producing an image of Chi-Chi. All right. Once I see her, I will take her with me. The Little Monkey King affirmed without hesitation, as the Little Monkey King gradually disappeared into the distance. Xiao Yi and the others fell into contemplative silence. With the little Monkey King present, their rapport with the Bull Demon King was relatively amicable. However, without that connection, especially after Xiao Yi had recently incapacitated the Bull Demon King's hands, their relationship could not remain as harmonious as it seemed. Moreover, the dangers extended beyond this. As Master Roshi was not a saint, rather, he possessed a somewhat petty nature. While he might harbor grievances against the Bull Demon King himself, if Xiao Yi were to act against him, jealousy would undoubtedly arise. Yet, driven by his mission and a sense of justice within his heart, Xiao Yi resolutely dealt a heavy blow to the Bull Demon King. Originally, Xiao Yi had intended to follow the Little Monkey King after their quest for the Dragon Balls concluded, to study under Master Roshi and solidify a robust martial foundation for himself. However, after encountering the Bull Demon King, he found it necessary to alter his plans and seek alternative methods to enhance his strength. Wukong has returned, Bulma announced joyfully. She found the heat unbearable and wished to leave the place as swiftly as possible. What? No banana fan. The Bull Demon King was somewhat disheartened by this outcome. But Master Roshi will personally come to help us extinguish the flames. The Little Monkey King added. Look, he's arriving. A whirlwind suddenly swept across the sky. As Master Roshi, riding on a small turtle, appeared before everyone. The inferno of Fire Mountain was indeed as fearsome as the legend suggested. Master Roshi gazed upon Fire Mountain, his heart filled with a sense of wonder. Old man, can you extinguish this raging fire? The naive Wukong inquired. Hey, Bull Demon King. Master Roshi addressed the imposing figure before him. Yes, I am here. The Bull Demon King responded, resembling a well-behaved child, devoid of his usual arrogance. Your reputation is rather unsavory, Master Roshi remarked, glancing towards Fire Mountain. Though you claim to protect treasures, you have undoubtedly taken many lives, haven't you? Despite his calm exterior, discontent was palpable in his voice. You are aware of that? The Bull Demon King stammered, a hint of anxiety creeping into his demeanor. I was wrong. I was truly blinded by greed. Once the flames are extinguished, I shall willingly relinquish the treasures. He confessed, prostrating himself in remorse. That may not be necessary. What a pity that would be. By the way, what has happened to your hands? Noticing the sincerity in the Bull Demon King's repentance, Master Roshi chose to show leniency and express concern for his disciple's condition. The Bull Demon King glanced at Xiao Yi, appearing somewhat distressed. My hands were rendered useless by him, as a punishment for his reckless killings, Xiao Yi stated without hesitation, showing no intent to make things difficult for the Bull Demon King. You are Xiao Yi, correct? Your actions have been commendable. Although Master Roshi praised him, there was a coldness in his gaze. You truly disappoint me. You cannot even extinguish this small fire. He scolded the Bull Demon King. Suddenly, Master Roshi spoke mysteriously to little Wukong. Oh, right. Bulma, the old man wishes to discuss something with you, Wukong announced loudly to Bulma. Me? What is it? Bulma replied, puzzled. Come here for a moment, and do not move, anyone, Master Roshi said, somewhat shyly. Young man, you take the lead, he finally admitted, unable to voice his request himself. Oh, the old man wants to go on a date with you, little Wukong stated candidly. What? Bulma exclaimed, bewildered. If you refuse, I shall not aid you in extinguishing the fire, Master Roshi declared, albeit bashfully. Are you joking? Why would I agree to that? Bulma retorted, infuriated by Master Roshi's shameless proposition. Chapter 22. The respect earned through strength. If the fire is not extinguished, you will not obtain the Dragon Balls, correct? Master Roshi stated with unwavering composure. How infuriating. That rascal Wukong is spouting nonsense again. Bulma thought to herself. Can I leave then? Master Roshi pressed on. What is the big deal about a date? Little Wukong chimed in, supporting Master Roshi's request. Silence. Bulma finally lost her patience with little Wukong and shouted at him, disregarding her ladylike demeanor. Although Xiao Yi currently finds himself at odds with Master Roshi, he does not deter from this playful banter. It seems an agreement has been reached. Chi-Chi notices Master Roshi approaching with a smile. Excellent. Watch me extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain. Master Roshi wears a look of complete satisfaction. Thank you, Master. The Bull Demon King promptly expresses his gratitude. Thank you. Chi-Chi also hurriedly thanks Master Roshi, for they have resided at the mountain's base for a decade due to the fire. Observe closely. Master Roshi removes his heavy shell, revealing a skeletal physique. Who? Hey. Master Roshi takes a deep breath, and his diminutive form, akin to a skeleton, suddenly inflates like a balloon, his muscles exaggerated to the extent of a bodybuilder. Aside from Xiao Yi and the Bull Demon King, Everyone else is left dumbfounded by Master Roshi's transformation. Master Roshi is about to unleash the Kamehameha. The Bull Demon King exclaims excitedly, "Yamcha, what is the Kamehameha?" Awakened by the Bull Demon King's shout, Puer inquires of Yamcha. The Kamehameha is a miraculous technique that condenses energy from within and releases it. It is Master Roshi's signature skill. I never imagined I would witness it with my own eyes. Yamcha explains to Puer, his focus unwavering on Master Roshi's movements. The Kamehameha. Master Roshi strikes a characteristic pose, and a beam of light emanates from his hands. A robust beam shoots forth from Master Roshi, directed towards Fire Mountain. Look, the fire has been extinguished. As Master Roshi's Kamehameha dissipates, he gradually reverts to his former frail appearance. Ah, how impressive. Little Wukong and the others are once again left agape by the power of Master Roshi's Kamehameha. Master, the fire is indeed extinguished. Albeit the Bull Demon King hesitates to add, "What?" After unleashing such a formidable Kamehameha, Master Roshi, still regaining his breath, inquires in confusion. The mountain and the castle. The Bull Demon King remarks, gazing at the flat expanse before him, speechless. Master Roshi appears equally taken aback by the sight before him. Oh no, it's vanished. The crowd, realizing the situation, exclaims in astonishment. Hey, I may have exerted too much force. Master Roshi admits sheepishly. A raging fire has been successfully quelled by Master Roshi's Kamehameha, and Bulma, using the dragon radar, discovers the 7-star Dragon Ball amidst the nearby ruins. Well, it's much cooler here. It has transformed into a suitable place to reside once again. The Bull Demon King is delighted by the changes to his homeland. I'm sorry. I also destroyed the castle. Master Roshi frets over his earlier exertion. It's nothing. A castle can always be rebuilt. At this moment, Chi-Chi held a completely different view of Master Roshi. Observing the old man in a state of self-reproach, she couldn't help but exclaim, "What remarkable skills. Grandfather, could you teach me that technique?" Little Wukong gazed at Master Roshi with deep admiration and said earnestly, "Haha, that's impossible. Mastering the Kamehameha requires 50 years of rigorous training." Master Roshi replied with a grave demeanor. 50 years? Little Wukong pondered, grappling with the concept of time. Unable to comprehend the length of 50 years, he began to mimic Master Roshi's earlier movements. "Master, why not live with us?" The Bull Demon King earnestly invited his mentor. "No, I prefer the solitude of living alone." Master Roshi politely declined his disciple's kind offer. Suddenly, as if grasping an epiphany, Little Wukong unleashed a powerful energy wave, toppling the car they were in. What? Everyone stared in astonishment at Little Wukong. Even Master Roshi was intrigued by the boy's capacity for understanding. "I did it," Little Wukong exclaimed, filled with disbelief at his own achievement. Upon witnessing the performance of the little monkey, Xiao Yi could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Much like a playful game that beckoned everyone to step forward and showcase their skills, Xiao Yi disregarded the crowd and made his way to an open area. Imitating the stance of the turtle sage, he slightly crouched into a horse stance and executed a gathering motion. At that moment, Xiao Yi sensed a peculiar energy within his body, as if it were being drawn forth and converging towards the palms of his hands. Xiao Yi endeavored to channel this energy entirely and discovered that it converged along the 12 meridians, gathering from various parts of his body to his palms. With all 12 meridians already unblocked, the speed of this convergence was remarkably swift. In the mere flicker of a thought, a sphere of energy had coalesced in his palm. Since this was merely an experiment, Xiao Yi promptly closed the meridian pathways in his palm and hurled the energy sphere into the distant forest. Boom! Like a missile detonating. The forest before him was transformed, revealing a colossal crater where the energy had struck. Xiao Yi marveled at the formidable power of the energy projectile he had unleashed. It was astonishing to realize that he had merely released a small surge of energy, yet its impact was immensely powerful. In comparison to physical strength, the potency of the energy projectile had indeed ascended to a remarkable level. Once again, the spectators were left in awe of Xiao Yi's displayed prowess. Even Master Roshi, the venerable founder of the turtle school technique, could not help but be impressed by the might of Xiao Yi's energy projectile, and for the first time, he acknowledged Xiao Yi's capabilities with due seriousness. Initially, Master Roshi had harbored some dissatisfaction regarding Xiao Yi's discipline of the Bull Demon King, perceiving it as a slight to his own authority. However, after witnessing Xiao Yi's extraordinary strength, Roshi began to feel that such actions were entirely justified. It became a matter of pride. At first, Roshi had regarded Xiao Yi as merely a somewhat formidable warrior. To see someone of that caliber take action against his own disciple seemed disrespectful. Yet, now, with Xiao Yi's evident power, which was clearly on par with Roshi's own, it was only natural for him to reprimand the Bull Demon King. Moreover, it was apparent that Xiao Yi had not exerted excessive force, which further justified Roshi's perspective. His demeanor toward Xiao Yi shifted, no longer reflecting the coldness of their initial encounter. Chapter 23. The rabbit leader Xiao Yi and her companions bid farewell to Master Roshi and embarked on their final journey to seek the Dragon Balls. Only one Dragon Ball remained. Bulma, at the helm of a sleek magnetically levitated vehicle gifted by the Ox King, felt the acceleration noticeably increase. "I can't wait to see the dragon," exclaimed little Goku with delight. The group journeyed westward, arriving at an area teeming with colossal mushrooms. "What a peculiar place," little Goku remarked, gazing curiously at the towering mushrooms that stood as straight as trees. "Oolong, is there a town nearby?" Bulma inquired of the driver. "Oolong? How should I know? I've never been here before," Oolong retorted, feeling quite disgruntled by Bulma's insistence that he drive. "Oh no, we're running low on fuel," Oolong said anxiously, noticing the fuel gauge drop to the red line. Just as their fuel was about to run out, they stumbled upon a town. "Finally, we've reached the town," Bulma exclaimed, clad in a provocative bunny outfit. "We can refuel now," Oolong added, equally pleased. "Hello," little Goku joyfully called out to a girl with her hair wrapped up. However, upon seeing Bulma in the vehicle, the girl fled in terror as if she had encountered something frightful. "The people here are quite afraid of you." Little Goku sensed a fear that eluded others. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Bulma retorted, displeased with little Goku's comment. Upon arriving in the town, the group dispersed to explore. Xiao Yi curiously examined the gigantic mushrooms lining the roadside. These enormous mushrooms, growing as straight as trees, must be a local specialty. I wonder what they taste like. Xiao Yi resolved to procure some seeds of this particular mushroom and requested Bulma to analyze the growth conditions. If they could seamlessly transplant it into the real world, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable invention. He visited a shop specializing in local specialties and purchased a substantial quantity of mushroom seeds, having previously borrowed the necessary funds from Bulma. Upon exiting, he encountered two members of the Rabbit Corps engaged in a skirmish with Little Wukong. In no time, Little Wukong dispatched the two members to the ground. However, with Xiao Yi's keen perception, it was evident that Little Wukong had refrained from inflicting any serious harm, sustaining no injuries himself. Observing the two Rabbit Corps members frantically calling for reinforcements with their communicators, Xiao Yi felt exasperated by Little Wukong's indecisive nature. Yet, perhaps it was precisely this trait that solidified his status as the undisputed protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. Simultaneously, a system task was issued: temporary quest, defeat the Rabbit Leader. Reward, attribute points, 10, acquire the Rabbit Leader's superpower. Xiao Yi harbored a deep admiration for the superpowers in this world, which defy all logic, disregarding the strengths of both parties. Within the realm of superpower usage, any opponent, regardless of their abilities, would be susceptible. The Rabbit Leader's ability to transform anyone who has touched him into a carrot was particularly formidable, making it all too easy for adversaries to fall victim to his power. Before long, the Rabbit Leader arrived in an adorable rabbit vehicle, and amidst the eager gaze of the crowd, a large rabbit stood upright as it disembarked. "Boss," the two members of the Rabbit Corps exclaimed upon seeing their leader approach. "Don't wail so pitifully." The Rabbit Leader, fully aware of his subordinates, addressed them with authority. "Who dares to oppose the Rabbit Corps?" he declared, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. "Those two." The defeated members pointed towards Little Wukong. "Huh, is that the leader of the Rabbit Corps?" Bulma remarked dismissively. "Just a big rabbit. And I got all worked up for nothing." Oolong chimed in, equally unfazed. "That guy looks somewhat familiar," Yamcha, with his extensive experience, mused, seemingly recognizing the large rabbit. "You useless fools, losing to that little brat." The Rabbit Leader expressed his dissatisfaction with his subordinates. "I apologize," they hurriedly replied. "Hey." The Rabbit Leader leapt from several meters away, landing directly in front of Bulma. "Let's shake hands," he said, extending an invitation to her. Bulma was momentarily taken aback by the Rabbit Leader's peculiar behavior. "This guy is quite strange," Oolong commented involuntarily. "I remember now. He's the rabbit who can turn people into carrots." Yamcha finally recalled the origins of the formidable rabbit. "Whatever you do, do not touch him," Yamcha exclaimed in warning. However, at that moment, Bulma's hand, almost involuntarily, moved toward the outstretched paw of the Rabbit Leader. Just in time, A hand intercepted Bulma's motion, narrowly averting contact with the rabbit leader's reaching paw. Xiao Yi, without a trace of hesitation, soared into the air and delivered a powerful kick that sent the rabbit leader flying several dozen meters, crashing into a nearby house before finally coming to a halt. Upon inspection, the rabbit leader was already frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Xiao Yi swiftly followed up with a decisive strike, severing the rabbit leader's head. And before anyone could react, he stored the lifeless body into his storage ring. Although the rabbit leader possessed limited abilities, he had awakened a degree of intelligence, and such a corpse would surely prove beneficial to Xiao Yi's body refinement technique. Task accomplished. Reward: attribute points, 10, and a unique ability exclusive to the rabbit leader. In the personal storage compartment of the system, aside from a box of treasures previously obtained from the Bull Demon King, there lay a green orb, which Xiao Yi understood to be the unique ability of the rabbit leader as indicated by the system. At that moment, less than 10 seconds had passed since Yamcha's reminder, and while the others were still in shock, Xiao Yi had already dealt with the rabbit leader. The onlookers, recovering from their astonishment, could not help but feel a sense of awe at Xiao Yi's swift reaction and ruthless efficiency. Particularly Yamcha, who felt a wave of trepidation, recalling his previous robbery. He realized he had merely been on the receiving end of Xiao Yi's restraint. The residents of the small town, witnessing the defeat of the rabbit leader at the hands of these formidable warriors, emerged in droves to express their gratitude, offering an abundance of local specialties. Amidst the warm send-off, Xiao Yi and his companions embarked on their final quest to seek the Dragon Balls. Chapter 24. The Farewell Charge. It must be around here, Bulma remarked as she gazed at the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma, I've been meaning to ask you a question, Oolong said, driving while addressing Bulma in the back seat. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, what wish do you intend to make? Oolong inquired with curiosity. Hee, haven't I mentioned it before? I desire a Prince Charming. Bulma replied, somewhat bashfully. A Prince Charming? All our efforts, and it's merely for such a trivial wish. Oolong protested indignantly to Bulma. Children simply do not understand. Bulma retorted, choosing to ignore Oolong. Report to King Pilaf, in Sector H-15, a vehicle has been spotted. A woman with long hair dressed in a trench coat stands atop a giant mushroom, communicating via a walkie-talkie, a voice reported. Indeed, it must be them. Proceed according to plan, came a voice from the walkie-talkie. Understood. The woman replied succinctly. Hey, did you see that vehicle? The trench-coated woman inquired into the walkie-talkie. Affirmative. We see it. Another voice responded. All the Dragon Balls are in that vehicle. The trench-coated woman continued. After enduring great hardships to find the Dragon Balls, we should wish for something meaningful. Oolong lamented, glancing back at Bulma with a hint of complaint. Enough with the nonsense. You haven't contributed anything at all. Bulma snapped back at Oolong. Bang. A missile detonated directly beside the vehicle, shattering it into countless fragments. In a swift motion, Xiao Yi embraced Bulma, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Thank you, Xiao Yi, Bulma said, her cheeks flushed as she stood up. What just happened? A bewildered Oolong inquired, still dazed from the explosion. You startled me, exclaimed Goku, who, although surprised, appeared largely unscathed. Suddenly, a mechanized suit emerged from the ground, landing next to the wrecked flying car. Wow, what is that? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. The mech seemed oblivious to Xiao Yi and the others, focused solely on its search. Here it is. Upon spotting the Dragon Ball within the box, the mech had finally located its objective. My sincerest apologies, but the Dragon Ball now belongs to us, declared a canine ninja from within the mech. Just as the mech prepared for takeoff, Xiao Yi sprinted beside it, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the machine. Remarkably, the canine ninja inside remained relatively unharmed. This was, of course, a deliberate act by Xiao Yi, for the trio making their appearance would play a significant role in the unfolding narrative, and he could not allow them to meet their demise. Xiao Yi and his companions restrained the dog ninja, making their way towards the 7th Dragon Ball. Deprived of their flying car, they were compelled to share a vehicle with Yamcha. How foolish. You can't even manage such a trivial task, exclaimed a child dressed like a circus clown, addressing the woman in the trench coat. My apologies, King Pilaf. It is my fault, replied the trench-coated woman. Not at all. Fortunately, they have come to us, King Pilaf remarked, glancing at the radar display behind him. I never expected to acquire them all so swiftly, King Pilaf thought to himself, reveling in his triumph. I shall soon rule the world. The Dragon Balls are truly remarkable, he declared with delight. King Pilaf. They have arrived. The trench-coated woman interrupted his daydream, greatly displeasing him. At such a speed, they must possess a radar too, King Pilaf muttered under his breath. This is the place, Bulma announced as she gazed at a massive castle before them. It's enormous, exclaimed little Goku, perched upon the flying nimbus. Yamcha, are you feeling better? Puar inquired, tending to the still dizzy Yamcha. Thanks, I'm finally recovering, Yamcha replied gratefully to Puar. Exercise caution, our adversaries are not ordinary foes, Yamcha warned the group. Everyone nodded in agreement. What is that? Little Goku asked, pointing at an arrow drawn on the ground. It's an arrow. How peculiar, Yamcha responded, equally puzzled. Could there be something in that direction? Bulma wondered, her usual intelligence momentarily faltering. In an effort to prevent altering the storyline, Xiao Yi chose to remain silent, trailing behind without voicing any opinions. Eventually, little Goku and his friends found themselves imprisoned within a castle surrounded by walls on all sides. They've trapped us, the trench-coated girl informed King Pilaf. How foolish. They couldn't even see through such a simple trap. King Pilaf retorted, exasperated by little Goku and his companions' reactions. Curse it. We're trapped. Yamcha angrily pounded the walls. I warned you not to come in, Bulma complained. My fists are useless, little Goku remarked, gazing curiously at his hands. At that moment, only Xiao Yi sat quietly against the wall, lost in thought. What are you pondering? Bulma asked curiously. After this journey, I may need to be away for a while. Inside this capsule are the seeds from the giant mushrooms near Mushroom Town from our last adventure. I hope you can analyze their composition and determine suitable locations for transplantation. I will seek you out in the city after some time, Xiao Yi explained to Bulma, handing her a capsule. Where are you going? For how long? Well, I shall refrain from further inquiries. This is my home address. Do ensure to visit next time, for I shall be awaiting your arrival. Bulma, upon hearing that Xiao Yi was about to depart, felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. However, noticing Xiao Yi's discomfort, she empathetically chose not to press further and handed him a note. Haha, soon I shall ascend to the throne as the ruler of the world. King Pilaf has begun to indulge in his fantasies once more. King Pilaf, there are no Dragon Balls in the vehicle, reported the woman in the trench coat. Ah? They must be within one of them. King Pilaf responded, regaining his composure. Listen up, everyone. A figure of King Pilaf suddenly appeared on a screen mounted on the wall. I am King Pilaf. As the crowd turned their attention to the screen, King Pilaf declared, You are the ones attempting to seize the Dragon Balls. Bulma shouted defiantly. Indeed, if you do not surrender them promptly, I shall make you regret it. King Pilaf expressed, showing no shame for his intentions to steal the Dragon Balls. I shall never relinquish the Dragon Balls to you. Dream on. Bulma made a face at the display. Chapter 25. The comprehension of Majin Buu utilized the hypnotic gas, commanded King Pilaf to the woman in the trench coat. What is that? Suddenly, numerous mechanical apertures emerged from the enclosed walls, releasing a cloud of gaseous smoke. Cough, cough. What is this smoke? Came the voice of little Goku from within the haze. As the smoke dissipated, everyone succumbed to a deep slumber. Ha ha, they are all asleep. King Pilaf exclaimed with excitement. System task, summon the Eternal Dragon. Reward, 1 system upgrade scroll. Xiao Yi, however, did not lose consciousness. With his current level of cultivation, he was able to close all his breathing channels and enter a state of suspended animation for a period. As King Pilaf and the woman in the trench coat descended into the trap, Xiao Yi stood up and addressed King Pilaf. Produce your Dragon Ball, or you shall come to know my true power. As he spoke, Xiao Yi gathered energy into a ki blast, demolishing the adjacent wall. King Pilaf and the woman in the trench coat stood in astonishment. Xiao Yi successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shenron. He chanted the simple incantation. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, connecting with one another. Then, from their midst, a colossal beam of light emerged, reaching up to the heavens, blinding all who dared to gaze upon it. Yet, Xiao Yi could discern that what appeared to be a beam was, in fact, a divine dragon enveloped in radiant light. This dragon stretched over 100 meters in length. Though composed of energy, its form was so lifelike it seemed to pulse with vitality. State your wish. I can grant any desire, but only one, the dragon proclaimed, gazing down upon Xiao Yi. For a moment, he hesitated. I wish to possess the comprehension of Majin Buu, he finally uttered, having contemplated this desire for quite some time. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon said, devoid of emotion. With that, the dragon vanished into the ether, and the 7 Dragon Balls slowly ascended into the night sky. Suddenly, as if pulled by an unseen force, they were violently scattered in all directions. As Xiao gazed at the sky, now restored to its luminous glory, he sensed the transformative changes within his own being and couldn't help but feel an immense satisfaction with this journey through the Dragon Balls. The insight akin to that of Majin Buu was the most fitting wish he could conceive for himself. Xiao Yi did not choose the wish for eternal life that Vegeta has long pursued, not because he lacked desire, but rather because articulating such a wish held little significance. Xiao Yi does not hail from the realm of Dragon Ball. His corporeal form originates from an alternate universe. Consequently, the feasibility of Shenron fulfilling such a wish remains ambiguous. Even if the wish were granted, would Xiao Yi be able to attain eternal life upon returning to the real world? The answer is unequivocally no. Moreover, within the Dragon Ball universe, the most significant anomaly is undoubtedly the 7 Dragon Balls. The narrative further elucidates that the greater the alteration invoked by the Dragon Balls, the more profound the backlash experienced by the Wishmaker. Additionally, the Daoist practices that Xiao Yi cultivates inherently pertain to transcending life and death. If he can achieve immortality through his cultivation, why would he entangle himself in such grave karmic consequences for a venture whose success is uncertain? As for Majin Buu's comprehension, while undeniably remarkable, the impact of this ability is minuscule. Furthermore, Majin Buu's insight plays an exceedingly pivotal role. Whether in the mastery of Daoist arts or in grasping the unique skills within the Dragon Ball universe, Xiao Yi was inspired by a particular episode from a comic featuring Majin Buu, which profoundly impacted him. It took Sun Wukong 3 years to master the instant transmission technique, whereas the technique employed by the Kaioshin was remarkably superior, requiring no preparatory time whatsoever. Yet, this extraordinary method of teleportation was utilized only once in the presence of Majin Buu, who effortlessly grasped it and wielded it with the same finesse as its original user. Such an innate understanding is nothing short of extraordinary. As for Sun Wukong, he is a prodigy who, upon witnessing Master Roshi perform the Kamehameha for the first time, was able to replicate it flawlessly. Despite being such a gifted individual, his comprehension skills are still eclipsed by those of Majin Buu, underscoring the staggering nature of Buu's cognitive prowess. Xiao Yi had long harbored doubts regarding his ability to master the techniques inscribed within the Jade Slip. He understood all too well the formidable nature of Daoist practices. Even with a mentor guiding him meticulously, success was far from guaranteed. Relying solely on a Jade Slip for transmission of knowledge and a cushion designed to enhance comprehension, he aspired to cultivate these arts to their fullest potential, a pursuit that seemed as fanciful as a dream. However, with the presence of the Demon Buu, whose profound insight was undeniable, Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming certainty that he could indeed achieve a flawless mastery of the techniques outlined in the Jade Slip, without any compromise. Xiao Yi attempted to practice the transformative technique he had acquired, discovering that what was once merely an introductory skill had now reached a profound mastery at the 3rd level. Furthermore, in terms of martial prowess, he had absorbed the essence of the various techniques demonstrated by others along his journey, solidifying his foundational skills remarkably. Upon completing the task, he received a notification from the system, a scroll for system upgrade. Xiao gazed at the treasures within the system, a golden chest brimming with riches, a unique ability bestowed by the Rabbit Chief, and a golden scroll, presumably the system upgrade scroll. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao opened the chest, for he had previously lacked the solitude to claim these treasures, which had been stored within the system. The chest was filled with an array of coins, pearl necklaces, diamonds, and various red and blue gemstones, overwhelming him with their splendor. After taking stock, Xiao carefully placed the chest into his storage ring. As for the Rabbit Chief's exclusive ability, Xiao utilized it without reservation, fully comprehending the Chief's powers. Any adversary who made contact with any exposed skin of Zhao's would be transformed into a carrot. Moreover, this ability surpassed that of the Rabbit Chief, evolving into a proactive power. Finally, Xiao retrieved the golden system upgrade scroll. He chose to save this scroll for last, as he harbored concerns regarding whether the items within the system would remain intact or suffer damage post-upgrade. Thus, he prudently transferred them to his storage ring. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao resolved to activate the system upgrade scroll, initiating the enhancement of the system. Xiao Yi has flawlessly accomplished his mission. In fact, just as he departed, he left behind a letter among the crowd. The contents were simple. He had successfully thwarted the nefarious schemes of King Bailoff. Yet he faced an urgent matter at home. Meanwhile, his companions, including Xiao Wukong, had fallen into a deep slumber. With no other choice, he penned the letter and set off alone, vowing to reunite at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament a year hence. Upon encountering the system upgrade for the first time, Xiao Yi naturally undertook thorough preparations. Otherwise, should the system undergo an upgrade, he would be left stagnant or succumb to a state of unconsciousness. In such a case, the colossal creatures of the Dragon Ball universe would undoubtedly find themselves with another sumptuous feast. What Xiao Yi did not anticipate was that upon the unrolling of the upgrade scroll, he was abruptly expelled from the Dragon Ball realm and returned to the real world, with the system indicating that the upgrade would require 3 days to complete. Xiao Yi glanced at the time. It had been just over 2 days, sooner than he had anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he departed from the apartment, heading in the direction of home. Since marrying and becoming a father, Xiao Yi had scarcely spent time away from his family. Although merely 2 days had elapsed in the real world, he found himself yearning for his wife and daughter profoundly. Upon returning home, he discovered that only his mother and daughter, Nuan, were present. Inquiring further, he learned that his wife, Bai Miaoxin, had gone to their rental property to tend to the exquisite ornamental fish, while his father was occupied daily at the shop, overseeing the progress of renovations. It seemed that, compared to the past, the family had become even busier, only reuniting at mealtime to share a meal together. Although Xiao Yi did not wish to witness such a situation, he nonetheless respected their choices. After all, this was distinct from mere labor. It was a pursuit of their own aspirations. While it may be exhausting, the sense of fulfillment within was profound. As noon approached, both his father and his wife, Bai Miao, returned home in succession. Upon seeing Xiao Yi back so soon, they were filled with joy. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yi had become the cornerstone of the family. In his absence, his loved ones felt a certain unease. Upon observing the weary expressions of his family, Xiao Yi discerned that the past few days had taken a toll on them. Hence, he took it upon himself to prepare a sumptuous lunch using ingredients inspired by the Dragon Ball universe. The family joyfully indulged in the meal, a rare sight that had been absent for quite some time. Previously, both Xiao Yi and his wife, Bai Miaoxin, had to work during the day, while his father was often away on business, leaving only his mother and daughter, Nuan, at home during lunchtime. The lively atmosphere of the family gathering was a stark contrast to those quiet days. That afternoon, Xiao Yi thwarted his wife and father's plans to go out, allowing the family to savor a warm afternoon at home together. Nuan, thrilled by the presence of so many loved ones, played enthusiastically without a hint of sleepiness, only succumbing to exhaustion after a lengthy period of play. The following day, despite Xiao Yi's reluctance to see his family so busy, the reality was that with no employees to assist him, both his father and Bai Miaoxin had to engage in their respective tasks for a while. Xiao Yi has more pressing matters to attend to. He intends to liquidate the entire collection of jewels acquired from the Dragon Ball world and utilize the proceeds for charitable endeavors. However, Xiao Yi is utterly inexperienced in the realm of gemstones, and he frequently hears that this industry is fraught with complexities. If he were to directly approach a jewelry store to convert this batch of jewels into cash, it is highly likely that a significant portion would end up in the hands of the jewelers. Fortunately, despite his lack of knowledge in the jewelry trade, with his current capacity for comprehension, he could swiftly educate himself to become a connoisseur of gems. Upon arriving at the library, Xiao diligently perused a plethora of materials pertaining to gemstones and auction houses, transforming himself from a mere novice into someone with a foundational understanding of gemstone grading. Moreover, he discovered that the foremost auction house in the realm of jewelry auctions is none other than Sotheby's. Xiao Yi discovered several flawless gemstones within the treasure chest, among which a 215-carat flawless diamond stirred his heart with desire. After familiarizing himself with the gemstone market, he recognized that the value of gemstones is not determined by quantity, but rather by quality. Taking this 215-carat flawless diamond as an example, although it was tucked away in a rather inconspicuous corner of the chest, its worth surpassed the cumulative value of all the other treasures contained within. Consequently, Xiao Yi underwent a fundamental shift in his approach, transitioning from a plan to sell all the treasures in the chest to deciding to sell only a few flawless gemstones. This strategy not only mitigated his exposure to risk, but also ensured that the financial gain remained substantial, a prospect that greatly pleased him. However, despite the reduction in risk, Xiao Yi was still required to auction the gemstones under his real name. After careful consideration, he resolved that seeking the services of the prestigious Sotheby's auction house would be the most prudent course of action. As one of the foremost auction houses globally, Sotheby's indeed has branches in China. Yet, in Jiang City, where Xiao Yi resided, a third-tier city, the presence of such a colossal establishment was virtually non-existent. Reluctantly, just a day after his return, Xiao Yi bid farewell to his family and candidly expressed the purpose of his journey. The proceeds from the sale of the flawless gemstones were intended for charitable purposes, so he merely needed to convey that these gems were a gift from his master, with the hope of utilizing the funds entirely for benevolent endeavors. Xiao Yi bid farewell to his family and boarded a flight to the enchanting city of magic. That afternoon, he arrived in this vibrant metropolis and entered the branch of Jiadisi in Huaxia. The auction house is situated in the heart of the bustling commercial district, where every inch is precious, and it sprawls over several thousand square meters. Upon entering the building, he discovered that there were only 2 beautiful receptionists at the front desk and a security guard diligently patrolling the auction hall, while other staff members were remarkably scarce. Xiao Yi approached the reception desk, requesting the customer manager of the Jiadeshi auction house to be summoned, as he possessed an item of considerable value for auction. Demonstrating the refinement instilled by the Jiadeshi auction house's training, the 2 receptionists courteously invited Xiao Yi to take a seat in the adjacent reception room. One of the receptionists poured him a cup of Longjing tea, while the other proceeded into the depths of the auction house. Xiao Yi did not wait long before he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, entering the reception room under the guidance of the previously mentioned receptionist. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yi engaged in an extensive conversation with the client manager, Jiang Yuan. Chapter 27. Appraisal, sir. How may I assist you? Jiang Yuan, the client manager, inquired politely. I wish to sell some exquisite jewels valued at several hundred million. I wonder if you could take charge of this? Despite his favorable impression of Jiang Yuan, Xiao Yi felt compelled to voice his concerns. Several hundred million? Jiang Yuan, initially indifferent, suddenly displayed an immense interest. Not a problem. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the branch manager of Jiadeshi Auction House in Modu. Auctioning jewels worth several hundred million falls well within my purview, he stated with a smile. Then you are Xiao Yi. Glancing at the client manager's badge hanging on Jiang Yuan's chest, inquired with curiosity. Today, several client managers are on leave, leading to a shortage of personnel. I have stepped in as a temporary client manager, Jiang Yuan admitted somewhat sheepishly. It's quite all right. Do you have an appraiser available? I would like him to evaluate these gemstones for me, Xiao Yi said as he retrieved several flawless gems from his backpack. Jiang Yuan, who had been jovial, appeared utterly astonished upon seeing the flawless gems, particularly the massive flawless diamond. Although Xiao Yi had mentioned that the items he intended to auction were worth several hundred million, Jiang Yuan, seasoned in the jewelry industry, had not taken this claim too seriously. He did not suspect Xiao Yi was deceiving him. Rather, he assumed that sellers often exaggerated the worth of their items, estimating that a value in the tens of millions would be quite impressive. However, he was entirely mistaken this time. The worth of these gemstones, especially the flawless diamond, far exceeded Xiao Yi's expectations. Xiao Yi had only gleaned a rudimentary understanding of diamond pricing from literature, leading him to speculate that this immense diamond could be worth several hundred million. However, he was unaware that larger diamonds often harbor a greater number of inherent flaws. Yet, in the pursuit of size, society tends to overlook these minor imperfections. Nonetheless, during auctions, such flaws are magnified ad infinitum to depress prices. In contrast, Xiao Yi's flawless diamond appeared to Jiang Yuan as devoid of any blemishes. Both its hue and craftsmanship were of the highest caliber, and most notably, this colossal diamond truly embodied perfection, ensuring that its price would far exceed that of its peers. Jiang Yuan, as the chief representative of the Cater auction house in the magical metropolis, was undoubtedly recognized for his capabilities. Thus, upon witnessing the diamond, he promptly summoned the auction house's esteemed chief appraiser, Mr. Wu Zuandao. In the realm of gem appraisal, even someone of Jiang Yuan's stature felt compelled to extend a personal invitation, accompanied by a generous commission. He assured that Mr. Wu would only be enlisted for authentic treasures. Mr. Wu Zuandao, a gentleman with silver hair but remarkably few wrinkles, exuded vitality. Had Jiang Yuan not previously informed Xiao Yi that Mr. Wu was in his 70s, Xiao Yi might have easily mistaken him for a man in his 50s, a judgment influenced only by his graying locks. Upon encountering the venerable Mr. Wu Zuandao, Xiao Yi could not help but speculate whether this distinguished elder had engaged in any form of physical cultivation. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to introduce Mr. Wu to the current circumstances, he noticed Mr. Wu, with eyes gleaming, intently examining several gemstones, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yuan's greetings. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Yi, Jiang Yuan chose not to interrupt Mr. Wu's meticulous appraisal. Observing this individual, who diligently employed various tools for assessment, Xiao Yi felt a surge of admiration. Here was a person who had wholly transformed his passion into his profession. After approximately half an hour, Mr. Wu reluctantly set down the gemstones and turned to Jiang Yuan, declaring, "These are all flawless grade stones, devoid of any imperfections, and the craftsmanship is absolutely top tier. Each piece is worthy of being the highlight of an auction." Although Jiang Yuan was already acutely aware of the value of these immaculate gems, hearing Mr. Wu's confirmation sent waves of elation through him. Not only would this auction yield substantial profit for the auction house, but it would also significantly enhance his personal credentials. "May I inquire if Mr. Xiao would allow my company to auction these flawless gemstones?" Jiang Yuan, despite sensing the answer, still followed protocol in asking Xiao Yi. "Certainly, but I hope we can proceed with the auction promptly," Xiao Yi stipulated. "That is certainly feasible. However, such a grand auction requires at least 6 months of preparation to maximize the profit from these collectibles," Jiang Yuan patiently elucidated. "I cannot wait that long. I am in urgent need of a significant sum of money. If your company cannot liquidate these gemstones swiftly, I shall regretfully have to decline," Xiao Yi replied, clearly disheartened. "We can advance 50 of the item's value through the Jiadeshi auction house. Once the gemstones are auctioned, we will deduct this portion, returning the profits to you," Jiang Yuan proposed, not wishing to let this opportunity slip away. "The value of the items?" Xiao Yi expressed skepticism regarding this valuation. "We will absolutely appraise your gemstones based on the market average. If the price does not meet your expectations, we can certainly negotiate further," Jiang Yuan quickly assured him. "Very well, then please assist me in estimating the value of this batch of gemstones." Xiao glanced at the venerable Mr. Wu Zuandao before him and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yuan, observing that Xiao did not outright reject the proposal, felt a surge of joy within, realizing that the auction was likely to be successfully entrusted this time. Following this, a lengthy evaluation process ensued, lasting over 2 hours. Present were not only Mr. Wu Zuandao, but also several top industry experts invited by Jiadeshi, who conducted assessments via video conferencing. The gemstones in question were of exceptionally high caliber, particularly the Infinite Diamond, which had stirred considerable excitement among the upper echelons of Jiadeshi. Consequently, they exerted their utmost efforts to retain Xiao, this esteemed client. The evaluation results were revealed. The gemstones, according to standard market valuation, were estimated to be worth approximately 3 billion RMB. I have also submitted a request to the company headquarters, and they have agreed to allocate funds to you in advance at a ratio of 70, amounting to 1 billion renminbi. I wonder if Mr. Xiao finds this outcome satisfactory?" Jiang Yuan inquired, his eyes brimming with hope as he looked at Xiao. "That is perfectly acceptable. I greatly appreciate your company's sincerity," Xiao responded with delight. Chapter 28. Disclosure. After signing a multitude of entrustment contracts, Xiao Yi finally acquired a substantial sum of money. It is worth noting that 1 billion yuan represents a considerable amount for the Jiadeshi auction house. The reason for such prompt disbursement was to facilitate a smooth signing of the entrustment contract with Xiao Yi. Although Jiadeshi auction house has consistently maintained a leading position within the industry, it has struggled to distinguish itself significantly from several other auction houses. A persistent concern for its senior management. The few treasures brought by Xiao Yi, albeit limited in number, are each exquisite. If managed adeptly, Jiadeshi auction house could host an unprecedented large-scale auction, which would greatly enhance its reputation. Furthermore, if they fail to seize this opportunity and allow Xiao Yi to auction these treasures at a competing house, it could potentially inflict a devastating blow to their standing. Xiao Yi paid no heed to others. With this newfound funding, he was entirely capable of engaging in numerous charitable endeavors. Just as he began to contemplate how to allocate this money for good causes, an unforeseen incident abruptly disrupted his meticulously crafted plans. The sudden, urgent ringing of the telephone jolted him from his thoughts. To his astonishment, the caller ID displayed the name of Jiang Yuan, whom he had recently parted ways with. Without a second thought, he answered the call. "Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize. Due to a lapse in our operations, your personal information has been compromised by a rival company. I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience this has caused," Jiang Yuan expressed repeatedly from the other end of the line. "Do you have any idea how much trouble this will bring to my family?" Xiao Yi retorted, though he had long been prepared for such exposure. He never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Xiao. This is something we at Jiadeshi did not wish to see either. An internal oversight has led to this unfortunate situation. Jiang Yuan continued to apologize. Enough. I will discuss this matter with you in person. It is not something that can be resolved over the phone, Xiao Yi interjected firmly. Very well, I will await you at the auction house, Jiang Yuan replied. Although Xiao Yi had signed a contract with Jiadeshi Auction House, which included a substantial penalty for breach, this was predicated on the confidentiality of his identity. With his identity now exposed, it was clear that he was the aggrieved party. Should this situation escalate, Jiadeshi might find itself tarnished with the reputation of leaking sensitive client information. Xiao Yi initially intended to purchase some gifts for his family, but upon encountering such circumstances, his desire to shop dissipated. He promptly hailed a taxi, intending to visit the Jiadeshi auction house to thoroughly investigate the details surrounding the breach of identity. However, just as Xiao Yi entered the taxi, his phone rang once more, this time displaying an unfamiliar number. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yi answered the call. A middle-aged man's voice emerged from the receiver. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Hu, the president of the Su Bifu Auction House's branch in Modu. I apologize for the intrusion, but our company is quite interested in the flawless gemstones in your possession and would like to offer our services for their auction. Qin Hu stated directly. Did your company steal the client information from Jiadeshi? Xiao Yi, no longer inclined to engage in pleasantries, confronted him. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. We have not engaged in any theft of client information, as such actions are illegal. As a reputable auction house, we adhere to strict regulations. Regarding your information, we acquired it through certain channels, and due to our confidentiality agreements with them, I cannot disclose the source. The response was exceedingly formal, devoid of any apparent flaws in logic. I have entrusted my gemstones to Jiadeshi Auction House and signed an agreement. It is not possible for me to auction them through your company. Although Xiao Yi felt considerable indignation over the breach of his identity, he chose to endure, hoping the other party would retreat. Mr. Xiao, you need not worry. As long as you agree, we at Su Bifu will handle everything on your behalf, ensuring you will not incur any penalties for breach of contract. Qin Hu assured him over the phone. But what is the benefit to me? Despite Qin Hu's gentle tone and exceedingly amiable demeanor, Xiao Yi could not muster any fondness for him, perhaps due to the lingering sensation of violation. You can rest assured, Mr. Xiao, we will not take a single penny in commission from the proceeds of this auction. Given the value of your items, the potential earnings could reach nearly 200 million, which should clearly demonstrate our sincerity. Qin Hu hastily revealed their bottom line. If your terms are indeed superior to Jiadeshi's, I would certainly consider you. However, I must meet with Jiang Yuan at Jiadeshi to discuss compensation. Having obtained his objective, Xiao Yi prepared to end the call. Mr. Xiao, while profit is paramount, there are times when other factors surpass mere financial gain. Qin Hu remarked with profound significance from the other end of the line. I shall remember your words, President Qin. Originally somewhat tempted, Xiao Yi's impression of Qin Hu plummeted at the implied threat. This matter was far from resolved. Soon, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Jiadeshi Auction House, where Jiang Yuan was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, he hurried forward. Let us talk inside. Xiao Yi interrupted the other party's apology and directly walked into the Jiadeshi auction house. Once they were seated, Jiang Yuan solemnly bowed to Xiao Yi and sincerely apologized, stating, On behalf of Jiadeshi Auction House, I extend my deepest regrets for the troubles caused to you this time. We are also prepared to offer a certain discount as compensation for the losses incurred. Xiao Yi replied, The losses I have suffered cannot be remedied by mere monetary compensation. However, I wish to discern the sincerity of your company. Prior to my arrival, Qin Hu from Su Bifu called to inform me that they would waive their fees entirely, allowing my gemstones to be auctioned without any commission. It was not the commission that troubled Xiao Yi, but rather his frustration with Jiadeshi's blunder that prompted him to deliberately challenge them. Jiang Yuan had intended to mention the waived commission as well, but upon hearing Xiao Yi articulate it first, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Apologies, Mr. Xiao, we had indeed agreed beforehand to reduce your commission, Jiang Yuan awkwardly stated. But he voiced the decision of the company's higher-ups. Nonetheless, I will promptly report this matter to the company and ensure you receive appropriate compensation. In Jiang Yuan's perspective, both companies were of comparable strength, and the conditions offered by each were similar. Yet one had compromised its own interests, and naturally, the scales of choice would tip toward the other. This is human nature. Jiang Yuan asked Xiao Yi to wait, and then exited the meeting room to consult with the senior management of Jiadeshi. Before long, Jiang Yuan returned to the meeting room. his expression apologetic as he addressed Xiao Yi. I have just reported to the senior management, and regrettably, they did not agree to provide you with financial compensation. However, they have proposed an alternative form of compensation, the opportunity to elevate the grade of this auction, enhancing it to a premier level, along with an increase in promotional expenses to invite some top-tier clients. Upon hearing this news, Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, his intention was merely to challenge the Daoist auction house, without any genuine expectation of obtaining substantial benefits. However, the unexpected compensation he received took him by surprise. Although he was not particularly well-versed in the intricacies of elevating quality, he understood that increasing the promotional budget and inviting a select group of elite buyers would undoubtedly enhance the value of his gemstones, allowing them to fetch a higher price. Xiao Yi and the Daoist auction house have once again drafted a new contract, this time with even more stringent confidentiality clauses. Although Xiao Yi's personal information has already been compromised, it has yet to be made public. Naturally, the Daoist auction house must ensure that no issues arise on their end. With a heart full of joy, Xiao Yi departed from the Daoist auction house. Meanwhile, Qin Hu from the Subufu auction house soon received news of Xiao Yi's renewed contract with Daoist. Initially, he believed that Subufu had offered terms comparable to, if not more advantageous than, those of Daoist, and he held Xiao Yi's vulnerabilities in his grasp, expecting him to comply willingly. However, Qin Hu could never have anticipated that his final threatening remark would lead to the instantaneous collapse of the entire scheme. If you are not afraid of exposure, then I shall ensure that you are exposed even more thoroughly. With this thought, Qin Hu set his machinations in motion online. Before long, a plethora of information regarding Daoist's upcoming auction of flawless gems emerged on the internet, complete with text and photographs that lent an air of authenticity to the announcements. As the public marveled at the beauty of these gems, Xiao Yi's personal information was also unveiled online. Initially, netizens assumed that such an impressive collection of flawless gems must belong to a wealthy tycoon, only to discover that the owner was an ordinary individual. In an instant, the public's fascination with Xiao Yi eclipsed even the allure of the gems themselves. How could a mere commoner possess such a vast fortune? Was Xiao Yi involved in illicit activities? Otherwise, how could an ordinary person amass such wealth? The discussions surrounding Xiao Yi proliferated across the internet, seemingly steered by certain malicious individuals intent on portraying him as a nefarious character who stumbled upon a treasure yet failed to turn it over to the state, auctioning off national treasures and contributing to their loss. Thus, an outpouring of vitriol from netizens ensued. The reasons for the condemnation were not solely a result of orchestrated manipulation. A significant portion stemmed from jealousy. Mr. Xiao, on behalf of Daoist Auction House, I extend our sincerest apologies for the troubles we have caused you. If you agree, our public relations department will handle the ensuing matters on your behalf, Zhang Yuan said over the phone. Daoist could no longer remain passive should Xiao Yi's reputation be tarnished. The auction's success would be jeopardized. What measures does your company intend to take? Xiao Yi inquired, eager to see how Daoist's PR department would address his predicament. In light of the current situation, we can only hire a substantial number of online commentators to rehabilitate your image. You may assist us by donating to several Hope schools, transforming your persona into that of a suddenly wealthy individual who remains committed to philanthropy, Zhang Yuan patiently explained to Xiao Yi. However, this approach is merely a passive defense and will yield minimal impact. Instead, let us proceed with hiring these commentators, and in my name, organize a press conference inviting all possible media outlets. Moreover, I possess an audio recording of a phone conversation with Qin Hu from Subufu. At the appropriate moment, I would appreciate your assistance in playing it. Xiao Yi is elucidating the matter to Zhang Yuan. It is merely a recording and cannot be regarded as evidence. Furthermore, given Qin Hu's cunning nature, it is improbable that he would admit to the company's information theft over the phone. Zhang Yuan felt compelled to remind Xiao Yi. I am well aware that this audio recording lacks any legal efficacy, yet I have no intention of resorting to legal means to safeguard my rights. Xiao Yi stated confidently. Very well, since you are assured, we shall fully cooperate with you. I hope you can extricate yourself from the current unfavorable situation. Observing Xiao Yi's unwavering confidence, Zhang Yuan acquiesced to his proposal and contacted the Public Relations Department of Daoist, extending their utmost cooperation and inviting all media they could muster. Before long, on the day of the press conference, a five-star hotel in the bustling metropolis was entirely reserved by Xiao Yi as the venue for the event. Given Daoist's involvement and Xiao Yi's recent status as a widely discussed figure, The media arrived at the venue early, eager to secure advantageous positions. Soon, at 9 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by Jiang Yuan, Xiao Yi entered the hall, and a multitude of media representatives aimed their cameras at him, eager to behold the enigmatic tycoon whose voice they had only heard. To the astonishment of many, Xiao Yi appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a university student in his 20s. His strikingly handsome visage, coupled with his tall stature exceeding 6 feet, and a physique that, though clothed, revealed well-defined muscles, led the journalists to momentarily question whether they had indeed arrived at the correct press conference. Was he truly not a top-tier model? Chapter 30. Aftermath. Xiao Yi paid no heed to the astonished reporters. Instead, he proceeded directly to the podium of the press conference, taking his place at the center. I am Xiao Yi. The purpose of today's press conference is to elucidate the truth behind the recent uproar regarding the flawless gemstones that have been circulating online. Without allowing the journalists a moment to pose their inquiries, Xiao Yi spoke bluntly. He proceeded to recount in detail all his experiences at the JDC auction house, including his observations from the past few days, culminating in the revelation of Qin Hui's audio recordings. Mr. Xiao, the primary topic of discussion online is not the alleged leak of your personal information, but rather the origins of these flawless gemstones. Are they indeed, as suggested online, the result of stolen national treasures? Furthermore, if that is the case, should you be auctioning them at all? One journalist posed this pointed question without hesitation. Although these reporters had been invited by the JDC auction house, their connections were rather tenuous, leading them to pose questions with unrestrained sharpness, leaving Xiao Yi little room for a conciliatory response. Just as Jiang Yuan, seated beside him, began to feel anxious for Xiao Yi, he responded with remarkable composure. What is circulating online is merely conjecture. Despite the fervor with which these tales are spun, not a single individual has come forth to formally accuse me, Xiao Yi, of stealing national treasures. This alone serves as a robust rebuttal. He then leisurely sipped his tea and added, moreover, if such invaluable flawless gemstones had indeed appeared in historical events, one would expect them to be documented in the annals of Chinese history. Yet, to this day, no netizen has managed to identify any historical artifacts that correspond with these gemstones. Does this not serve as further evidence? Of course, while I cannot definitively prove that these gemstones belong to me, I can assure you that it will silence those who accuse me of pilfering national treasures. Xiao Yi seemed to feel that his evidence was not sufficiently compelling and continued. I intend to allocate the proceeds from this auction to establish a fund aimed at assisting those in society who are most in need. He unveiled his trump card. Are you suggesting that you will donate all the proceeds? A reporter inquired, somewhat uncertainly. Not at all. I will be establishing a poverty alleviation fund, rather than donating these funds for others to manage. Xiao Yi corrected him. Then, does that mean you will be the ultimate decision-maker for this fund? Another reporter, seemingly grasping the essence of the matter, smiled confidently. While I am indeed the highest decision-maker for this fund, I will also publicly disclose the list of beneficiaries and the amounts allocated for poverty alleviation on the internet, allowing for complete public oversight. Xiao Yi retorted with a scoff at the reporter. Additionally, I assure you that in the first year, I will allocate more than half of the fund's total assets, which exceed 3 billion, to assist those who are most in need. Within a span of 3 years, all funds will be expended, with detailed accounts made publicly available online for the scrutiny of netizens. Should there be any discrepancies, I am prepared to assume legal responsibility for my statements today. Subsequently, Xiao Yi revealed an even more astonishing decision. The once lively gathering of journalists fell abruptly into silence. They had initially been intent on extracting sensational news from Xiao Yi, hoping to escalate the situation into a greater conflict. Some reporters had even received incentives to pose particularly challenging questions, aiming to inject a sense of tension into the press conference. However, Xiao Yi's eloquent address positioned him firmly on a moral high ground. Any further attempts to challenge him would likely lead to dire consequences for those journalists. If one were to question whether he had misappropriated national treasures, the fact that he intends to donate every penny from the sale of these artifacts invalidates such accusations. As for any potential underhanded dealings related to the establishment of the foundation, his willingness to publish all financial records online is a commitment that no other foundation has dared to make thus far, yet Xiao Yi boldly declared it in front of the reporters, rendering further skepticism unwarranted. One astute journalist inquired, Mr. Xiao, given your generous donation of such a substantial fortune, has your personal life been affected? Unable to demonize Xiao Yi, the media seemed poised to mythologize him instead. He casually promoted his newly established ornamental fish shop, while simultaneously expressing his commitment to supporting impoverished individuals. What was intended to be a meticulously planned ambush against Xiao Yi was effortlessly dismantled by his adept handling of the situation. Although many media outlets appeared reticent to cover the scandal involving Su Bifu, Xiao Yi and his associate, Jiadisi, seized the opportunity to broadcast the press conference video online, obscuring only Xiao Yi's face while ensuring no detail was overlooked. The video, though brief, succinctly conveyed the essence of the situation, leading to a swift transformation in public perception. As Xiao Yi's reputation soared, Qin Hu, the representative from Su Bifu auction house, quickly became the subject of public disdain. Ultimately, Su Bifu was compelled to clarify that Qin Hu's actions were solely his own and that he had been dismissed by the company's upper management. Despite not having initiated any charitable activities yet, Xiao Yi's renown grew as a result of this incident. To his surprise, the success of his public relations strategy led to a decrease in attention directed towards him personally, as the focus shifted to the charitable foundation instead. Additionally, news of Xiao Yi's impressive physique, reminiscent of a Mr. Universe, circulated widely. Although his face was obscured in the video, it was evident that a man with such a remarkable physique would not remain unnoticed. Such a paragon of virtue. How could this impeccable man not attract the affections of numerous beauties? On the internet, a myriad of women have publicly declared their love for Xiao Yi, including several affluent young ladies who are both wealthy and attractive. In a moment of helplessness, Xiao Yi was compelled to clarify on his Weibo that he is indeed a father and deeply cherishes his wife and child, wishing those young women the best in finding their true love. This heartfelt declaration of affection prompted an immediate phone call from his wife, by Miao, leading to a flurry of flirtatious exchanges. Xiao Yi promptly assured her that he would return post-haste to reunite with his wife and child. However, such a display only fueled the competitive spirit among other women. How could such a perfect man be allowed to slip away, even if he were married? Thus, Xiao Yi's harem began to take shape. Chapter 31. A new change. Simultaneously, some netizens took note of Xiao Yi's claims about marriage and fatherhood. From the videos, it appeared that he was quite young, likely in his 20s, even with his features obscured. Consequently, the resourceful internet sleuths commenced an extensive search for Xiao Yi, scouring various media outlets for his true appearance and background. The results of this inquiry revealed a shocking truth that left many astounded. Indeed, as many had speculated, Xiao Yi was exceedingly handsome, yet contrary to initial beliefs, he was not in his 20s, but rather 30 years of age. At such an age, having a wife and child is, of course, entirely normal. After repeated confirmations, netizens could not help but lament the unfairness of fate, declaring him a true darling of the heavens. As public interest surged, his ornamental fish shop became increasingly well-known among internet users. Although his physical storefront remained under renovation, his online shop was already fully established, with all exquisite fish clearly priced and accessible. Many viewers, while watching Xiao Yi's videos, expressed regret over his decision to donate all his wealth. If it were them, they would at least retain a few $100 million for a lifetime of indulgence. However, upon discovering the prices of the ornamental fish in his online store, some reaching several million each, they began to understand Xiao Yi's rationale for donating all his money. He simply did not lack for finances. Although they could not comprehend why such ornamental fish commanded such exorbitant prices, they noted the number of transactions. The small online shop had already recorded dozens of sales, indicating that Xiao Yi had achieved a minimum of tens of millions in revenue, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Xiao Yi paid little heed to the evaluations of netizens, nor did he concern himself with his online aquarium shop, which was entirely managed by his wife, by Miao Xin. At this juncture, Xiao Yi's foremost priority was to examine the alterations brought about by the system upgrade. The system had been updated several days prior. Yet due to the auction event, he had not found the opportunity to truly relax and investigate its contents. Now, seated on a plane returning to Jiangcheng, he naturally had the time to delve into the specifics of the system's updates. Name, Xiao Yi. Strength, Attack Power 185, 5. Bear Demon Axe, Speed, 185. Constitution, Defense Power 185, 5. Bear Demon Armor, Nerve Reaction, 180. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detector from the Dragon Ball world. Attribute value, 90 yuan bao, 85 gold coins, 4100 Cultivation Technique, Body Refinement Technique, 13. Martial Skills, 72 Transformations, Max Level, Kamehameha, Proficient. Capable of various transformations, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, max level, superpower, Carrot transformation technique, max level. The various numerical values on the homepage had not undergone significant changes, while the shop remained limited to the original 3 categories: ordinary items, special items, and martial skills, with the other sections still shrouded in darkness. Xiao Yi found himself in a perplexing situation. Despite the system's evident upgrade, nothing seemed to have changed. What alterations had truly been made? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the time exchange section within the realm of merit in the Dragon Ball universe. What had initially been a singular exchange interface now displayed a plethora of modifications. Merit points. 1,000 points. Merit is not solely acquired through good deeds. Gaining the recognition of others also yields corresponding merit. Merit radiance aids in cultivation. During training, a requisite amount of merit points must be consumed. Should the merit points prove insufficient, the merit radiance will transform into merit points. Individuals with over 1,000 merit points can convert them, with 1,000 merit points equating to 1 point of merit radiance. Merit wheel assists in cultivation and defends against lethal attacks. It requires consumption of merit radiance. If the merit radiance is lacking, the merit wheel will evolve into merit radiance. When merit radiance exceeds 1,000 points, conversion is possible, with 1,000 merit radiance equating to 1 point of merit wheel. Note: special scenes within the Dragon Ball universe necessitate the consumption of both merit radiance and merit wheel for entry. Reputation. Upon entering the Dragon Ball universe, one need not exchange for time beforehand. Settlement occurs upon return. Note: should the remaining merit points be insufficient to cover the time spent in the Dragon Ball universe, the character will be forcibly removed from the realm. Caution: each Earth Day permits only a single entry into the Dragon Ball universe. Upon seeing the dense array of introductions, Xiao Yi found himself momentarily bewildered. After a considerable period of contemplation, he finally grasped the purpose behind this system upgrade. Firstly, the system unveiled advanced versions of the merits, the Merit Golden Light and the Merit Golden Wheel. However, despite their promising nature, these versions necessitated a substantial expenditure of merit points, a burden that Xiao Yi could not currently bear. Nevertheless, this served as a motivation for him to acquire more merit points. Otherwise, he would evidently be barred from entering certain unique scenarios within the Dragon Ball world. Another notable change was the transformation of merit in relation to the passage of time in the Dragon Ball universe, which had become more user-friendly and addressed certain existing bugs. For Xiao Yi, the most advantageous alteration was undoubtedly the modification of merit exchange with the temporal dynamics of the Dragon Ball world. This transformation not only offered convenience, but also appeared to possess a protective capability, allowing Xiao Yi to return instantly in the face of insurmountable dangers. Xiao Yi was quite satisfied with the recent system upgrade. Subsequently, he endeavored to exchange 1,000 merit points for a fragment of Merit Golden Light. After the exchange, Xiao Yi distinctly sensed a transformation within himself, as if his entire being had become extraordinary. It appeared that any endeavor he undertook, with the aid of this Merit Golden Light, would become remarkably effortless. Initially, having exhausted his merit points entirely, he was unexpectedly restored to their full value, prompting him to continue his exchanges. Only after acquiring 9 fragments of Merit Golden Light did Xiao Yi's merit points stabilize, resting at a total of 600. Ceasing to increase further, Xiao Yi never anticipated that a mere online exposure, especially one that did not reveal his identity, would bestow upon him such an abundance of merit. Overwhelmed with delight, he resolved to create sensational news, whether warranted or not, to ensure that netizens would not forget him. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, it was his adept public relations strategy that garnered him the approval of so many online users. Yet, prior to his convening a press conference, his merit had already plummeted into negative territory, a fact he simply lacked the time to ascertain. Moreover, this merit was, in essence, merely an advance. Should he fail to fulfill his subsequent promises, not only would this merit vanish, but his original merits would also suffer significant depletion. Xiao Yi gazed upon the abundant merit points before him, a wave of joy washing over his heart. In the past, he had been frugal with these points, fearful of depleting them as he navigated the unfolding narrative, concerned that he might not have enough time for the story's progression. However, now, Xiao Yi found himself liberated from such anxieties. This immense reservoir of merit points was more than sufficient for him to reside in the Dragon Ball world for 2 or 3 decades. Moreover, with Bu's insight, he temporarily found no need for the assistance of merit in his cultivation endeavors, thus allowing his merit points to flourish abundantly. Chapter 32. Domestic Affairs. Xiao Yi yearned to cultivate within the realm of Dragon Ball. Having discerned that the pace of growth in the real world paled in comparison to that of the Dragon Ball universe. In the past, although Xiao Yi had recognized this phenomenon, his limited merit points constrained him to training in the external world. However, now endowed with an abundance of merit, he resolved that henceforth, his cultivation would solely occur in the Dragon Ball world. As the airplane gently descended upon Jiangxing Airport, Bai Miaoxin and Nan awaited him outside. Upon Xiao Yi's emergence, Nan raised her arms, playfully pleading for him to embrace her. Throughout the journey, the presence of his wife and daughter enveloped Xiao Yi's heart with warmth, dissipating the fatigue that had accumulated over the days. Upon returning home, he was greeted by a lavish banquet spread before him, meticulously prepared by his parents who had risen early to procure ingredients from the market. Selecting only Xiao Yi's favorite dishes: braised pork, spicy stir-fried intestines, chicken stewed with mushrooms, steamed base, and boiled shrimp. Xiao Yi gazed at the bountiful spread of dishes before him, a wave of emotion washing over him. Although his parents did not vocalize it, Xiao Yi discerned their immense satisfaction with his recent endeavors. Xiao gazed at his parents, whose bodies had notably strengthened after consuming the meat from the Dragon Ball world. Their hair, once a blend of black and white, now boasted a full head of black, and the wrinkles on their faces had diminished significantly, giving them the appearance of individuals in their 40s. The transformation of his wife, Bai Miaoxin, was equally striking. Despite being a few years younger than Xiao, she now appeared as youthful as him, seemingly in her 20s, with a much healthier complexion. Gone were the days when she felt the need to apply makeup before stepping out. However, the most remarkable change was that of their daughter, Wan. Not long ago, she had just begun to walk, but in the span of a few weeks, she had not only gained stability in her steps but could also run with impressive speed. Her height seemed to have surged dramatically, as if she had consumed a growth catalyst, now resembling a child of 2 or 3 years old. What astonished Xiao the most was that Wan, who previously could only utter simple words like daddy and mommy, could now engage in brief conversations with family members. All these phenomena clearly indicated the extraordinary nature of the meat from the Dragon Ball world. Such wondrous elements must remain concealed from the human populace of the real world, at least until his family possesses the means to protect themselves. After dinner, Zhao's mother entertained Wan while his father and wife discussed the recent renovations and sales at the ornamental fish store. The renovations were nearing completion, utilizing only the most environmentally friendly materials, ensuring the absence of any pollutants. Thus, the store would soon be ready for official opening. The online sales of ornamental fish had been exceptionally vibrant. The exquisite fish Xiao had raised in the aquarium had nearly all been sold. Yet orders continued to pour in daily, awaiting the maturation of the second batch of fish fry. This second batch was purchased by Bai Miaoxin 5 days prior, and due to the booming online business, she had acquired a substantial quantity of fry. Moreover, she had meticulously selected the most popular varieties for sale. The results during this period were astonishing. In less than 10 days of online sales, Xiao had amassed a net income of 60 million after taxes. However, this success was largely attributed to Zhao's newfound fame as a nationally recognized figure, a phenomenon unlikely to last. Even now, the volume of orders had significantly decreased from the previous frenzy, as the hobby of keeping ornamental fish remained somewhat niche. Yet, Xiao was unconcerned about this decline. In this era of peace, the affluent populace of Huaxia was steadily increasing, seeking distinctive high-end experiences, which presented a lucrative opportunity for him. The meat from the Dragon Ball world not only had the potential to enhance ornamental fish, but could also catalyze the evolution of high-end pets. However, considering the concerns of the audience, Xiao Yi has decided to focus his future development on pet dogs. In today's world, we find ourselves amidst a fervor for pet dogs, where a purebred Tibetan Mastiff can fetch astronomical prices in the millions. The market for pet dogs is unparalleled, far surpassing that of ornamental fish. Among all animals, dogs are the most beloved by humans, not only due to their endearing appearance, but also because of their unwavering loyalty. Many elderly individuals, after the passing of their companions, often find solace in the company of pet dogs, sharing the remainder of their lives together. Xiao Yi was no stranger to pet dogs. Before the birth of his daughter Wan, he and his wife Bai Miaoxin had raised a golden retriever together. However, with the arrival of their daughter, he reluctantly had to place the dog in the care of relatives. This time, Xiao Yi intended to train a pet dog, with the hope of bringing his golden retriever back home. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was already 7 in the evening. and his parents were preparing to return home for the night. Due to the constraints of their living situation, Xiao Yi's parents did not reside with him. Every morning, his mother would take a bus to Xiao Yi's home to prepare breakfast before he left for work and to look after Wan. As his mother approached her 60th year, Xiao Yi felt a pang of concern, yet he felt powerless to change the situation. Now that Xiao Yi had acquired some wealth, he was determined to alleviate his mother's hardships. He resolved to go house hunting the following day. That evening, after driving his parents home, Xiao Yi climbed into bed to discuss the matter of purchasing a house and a car with his wife by Miaoxing. Although she appeared gentle and accommodating in his presence, she possessed her own opinions. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to purchase a villa the next day and select 3 luxury cars from a dealership. The choice of a villa was largely due to Xiao Yi's insistence. As he delved deeper into the world of Dragon Ball, he anticipated his wealth would continue to grow. Rather than settling for a temporary residence, it seemed more prudent to directly acquire a villa that would meet their desires. Moreover, there was another reason for this decision. Xiao Yi was now a public figure, and with that came an increasing number of people who would recognize him. Living in a community could potentially invite unnecessary complications. Additionally, Xiao Yi harbored aspirations for his family to practice body refinement techniques in the near future, making a safe and comfortable environment of paramount importance. Xiao Yi City is merely a small third-tier city. Although the recent growth of the tourism industry has caused property prices to soar, they remain remarkably affordable compared to those in first-tier cities, akin to the price of cabbage. Chapter 33. Acquiring a villa early the next morning, Xiao Yi and Bai Miao Xian rose early, completed their morning routines, and, upon the arrival of Xiao Yi's mother, departed their home, heading towards a newly opened residential community. In this modern era, most of the vacant land within the city has already been enveloped by towering buildings, making it necessary to venture to remote suburbs in order to purchase a spacious villa. Naturally, as villa districts are specifically designed for the affluent, the public facilities here are not as lacking as one might imagine. In fact, they often surpass those found in the city center. However, the prices are not comparable to those in the heart of the city. Xiao Yi and his wife had their sights set on a picturesque villa community by the river, characterized by its harmonious blend of mountains and pastoral landscapes. Before them flowed the majestic river, while behind lay a stretch of forest. However, for Xiao Yi, who had experienced the primordial forests of the Dragon Ball world, the woodland at the back of this villa community could only be deemed an artificial garden. Conversely, Bai Miao Xian was utterly enchanted by the place. Moreover, the proximity to public amenities was remarkable. Within just a short drive of 10 minutes, there was a large hospital, alongside private kindergartens, elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, making it a veritable treasure trove of conveniences. Without a moment's hesitation, the couple resolved that their home would be here. Upon locating the sales center for the villas, they were greeted by a sales manager named Zhang. Xiao Yi articulated their intention to purchase a villa. The manager did not dismiss them due to their attire, for it was understood that this location was a considerable distance from the city. Only those genuinely interested in acquiring a villa would venture here for leisure. Manager Zhang exhibited great enthusiasm towards the couple, ushering them into the reception room to discuss the sizes and design styles of the remaining villas. Xiao Yi could discern that this manager surnamed Zhang had clearly failed to recognize him, which was quite understandable. After all, not everyone is invested in the world of entertainment gossip. Furthermore, the video from the press conference had undergone facial enhancements by the public relations team. And with the relentless influx of information each day, even if he were remembered today, he would soon be forgotten. Moreover, in this small third-tier city, even if manager Zhang found Xiao Yi somewhat familiar, he would hesitate to associate him with an online persona. Xiao gazed at the remaining villas, each possessing its unique characteristics. Some exuded a traditional Chinese elegance, others showcased opulent European luxury, while yet others embraced a modern minimalist aesthetic. The diversity on display clearly indicated that the developers had invested genuine thought and effort into their creations. The couple, Xiao Yi and his spouse, are currently inclined towards a more contemporary aesthetic, ultimately opting for a modern minimalist decor style. The villa is predominantly adorned in a soft cream hue, complemented by light-toned furnishings, evoking a warm ambience akin to that of a rising sun. The interior design exudes opulence, utilizing only the finest materials. Should Xiao Yi and his partner wish to move in, they need only procure a few appliances and household items, making the transition remarkably convenient. Moreover, this expansive villa boasts 3 levels, each encompassing an area of 500 square meters. The exterior is further enhanced by an underground parking garage, a luxurious swimming pool, and a private lawn, bringing the total outdoor area to approximately 1,000 square meters. This villa stands as the crown jewel of the estate. Its lavishness attributable to the fact that the developer initially intended it for personal residence. However, due to financial constraints, it was entrusted to a sales office for sale. Despite its exceptional quality, the villa has yet to be sold, which can be attributed to its exorbitant price. With a living area of 1,500 square meters and an external area of 1,000 square meters, the total asking price reaches an astounding 30 million renminbi, payable in a single installment. Xiao Yi and his spouse glanced at the security measures of the community. The guards here were all retired Special Forces soldiers from the military, organized into teams of 8, divided into 3 squads, conducting round-the-clock patrols. Each villa was separated by a landscaped greenbelt, ensuring a high degree of personal privacy. After a brief moment of deliberation, Xiao Yi decisively chose to purchase this villa, signing their names on the purchase agreement and making a full payment to the sales center. At last, they received the key to their new home. Naturally, the property deed would require some time to process, but that was a matter for the sales center to manage. Such a distinguished buyer drew the attention of the sales staff, who were accustomed to dealing with affluent clients. Particularly striking was the youthful couple. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman radiated youthful beauty, causing even the traditionally attractive sales representatives to feel a twinge of self-consciousness. Ignoring the envious glances from the sales staff, Xiao Yi took Bai Miaoxin's hand and departed the sales center, heading towards the 4S dealership. The dealership was not far from the villa area, as this locale was populated by the wealthy, presenting significant purchasing potential. Additionally, the location of the 4S dealership needed to be in a sparsely populated area with ample space, conducive to vehicle test drives. Xiao Yi had long set his sights on a particular German off-road vehicle. Despite its modest price of just over $1 million, this car had captured his admiration for many years. Even though he now had the means to acquire vehicles of a higher price range, Xiao Yi chose to prioritize the purchase of this cherished model. Upon arriving at the 4S dealership specializing in German vehicles, he found the atmosphere rather tranquil, with only a handful of customers meandering about. As Xiao Yi and his spouse entered, no one approached them to offer a greeting. Instead, each staff member remained engrossed in their own tasks. The couple, Xiao Yi and his partner, relished the tranquility as they approached the sleek exterior of the Audi Q7. Admiring both its design and interior, perhaps it was the allure of their desired vehicle that endeared it to Xiao Yi increasingly, prompting him to contemplate a test drive to assess its handling. Naturally, as a dealership representing a renowned German brand, this establishment offered not only Audi but also other illustrious names such as BMW and Mercedes-Benz, each a household name in luxury automobiles. While Bai Miao possessed the ability to drive, her knowledge of automotive brands was limited, and her father was entirely uninformed regarding vehicles. Consequently, Xiao Yi opted not to solicit their opinions and resolved to purchase one of each of the 3 brands' SUVs as their means of transportation. At that moment, a male staff member from the dealership approached with measured steps, ready to elucidate the specifications and performance of the vehicle. Xiao Yi expressed his desire for a test drive, and under the guidance of the sales manager, he took the much-anticipated Audi Q7 for a spin. Indeed, the performance of this luxury vehicle, valued at over $1 million, was undeniably superior to his own domestic car worth merely hundreds of thousands. After only a brief trial, Xiao Yi found himself profoundly enamored with this automobile. Chapter 34. A pleasant surprise. Subsequently, Xiao Yi also test drove the BMW X7 and the Mercedes-Benz GLE, each representing the pinnacle of off-road capability within their respective brands. Although the sales manager felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with Xiao Yi's persistent testing of these high-end vehicles, he recognized the adage that the customer is king. Given the clear intent to test drive, the modest sales manager had no standing to refuse. He could only observe attentively as Xiao Yi navigated the vehicles. Xiao Yi, a seasoned driver, found himself at ease behind the wheel of high-end vehicles, which are increasingly user-friendly and equipped with an array of auxiliary features. Without hesitation, after test driving 3 premium models, he proceeded to make full payments for all 3 top-tier cars, handing over the transfer paperwork to the astonished sales manager, who was delighted by the unexpected windfall. These luxurious vehicles were not cheap. Xiao Yi spent over $5 million. Yet the prospect of owning such exquisite automobiles made every penny worthwhile. That evening, he shared the news of his villa and car purchases with his parents. They were not of an antiquated mindset. To them, wealth should be enjoyed, and essential purchases like homes and cars, regardless of their cost, were justifiable as long as they remained within one's means. Although property prices continued to rise despite restrictions, acquiring a villa would effectively preserve his wealth, alleviating any concerns. Most importantly, they appreciated that their son was considerate, not only providing them with a home, but also gifting his father a luxury car, a gesture they cherished deeply. "Here is 20 million for you and Dad to spend," Xiao Yi said, handing his mother a bank card. "As you have seen, my ornamental fish shop is flourishing, generating substantial income. You need not worry about finances." His mother, filled with excitement, replied, "I know you are filial, and I will hold on to this money for now." After years of anticipation, the day had finally arrived when their son expressed his devotion. "Please, spend this money freely. If anyone at Grandpa's or Grandma's needs assistance, they may take it. If it's insufficient, just let me know," he urged, concerned that his mother might hesitate to use the funds. Reflecting on finances, Xiao Yi recalled the 2 billion in cash he had previously withdrawn from Jiadeshi, which remained securely in his bank account. He was determined to put this money to work, transforming it into corresponding merit points while simultaneously enhancing his reputation. However, establishing a foundation was a lengthy endeavor. His immediate task was to create a website and harness the power of the internet to strategize and expedite the foundation's establishment. While in Shanghai, he had enlisted Jiadeshi to connect him with a headhunting firm, entrusting them to find an exceptional general manager, a process that would take some time. The next morning, Xiao Yi rose early, informing his wife of his intention to exercise, and left home for a secluded park nearby. He sought a hidden thicket, where he concealed himself before immersing himself in the Dragon Ball world. Xiao Yi had not diligently practiced his body refinement technique for quite some time. Even during his travels with little Wukong, his occasional training sessions were merely to prevent any regression in his skills. This time, Xiao Yi resolved to wholeheartedly revisit his body refinement practice, for it was the very foundation upon which he could establish his existence in both worlds. Now, reflecting on the passage of time, it had been over 3 months since he departed from the Dragon Ball realm. Little Wukong must have already gone to Master Roshi for rigorous training. Xiao Yi could not afford to be complacent. Otherwise, if little Wukong surpassed him, not only would he lose face, but his future endeavors would become exceedingly arduous. During this period, Xiao Yi inadvertently discovered the distinctions between humans of Earth and those of the Dragon Ball world. The former possess meridians, enabling them to cultivate body-enhancing techniques that rely on these channels. In contrast, the inhabitants of the Dragon Ball universe are devoid of such meridians. They solely focus on physical training. As their bodies attain immense strength, they instinctively grasp the existence of ki and can rudimentarily manipulate it. It is difficult to ascertain which is superior or inferior, while Earth-S humans benefit from meridians and can learn various techniques. The physical density of those from the Dragon Ball realm far surpasses that of Earth-S populace. Take Krillin, for instance. His physical constitution may only register around 20 points. Yet he can withstand bullets without sustaining fatal injuries, suffering merely superficial wounds. Conversely, when Xiao Yi's own combat power hovers around the same 20 points, he would find himself severed in two by a mere sword strike. This illustrates the stark contrast between the two worlds' humans. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi's offensive prowess remains undiminished, equally as incisive. Yet his physical density is not comparable to that of individuals from the Dragon Ball universe. The deficiency in physical density is an obstacle Xiao Yi finds himself unable to surmount, a flaw intrinsic to the disparities between worlds that cannot simply be rectified through sheer effort. Were he to wish upon the dragon, desiring a body with the same firmness as those in the Dragon Ball realm, it would inevitably compromise his meridians, potentially leading to their disappearance. Should his meridians vanish, Xiao Yi would lose his greatest advantage upon entering the Dragon Ball world, a prospect he finds intolerable. Thus, he must seek alternative means to compensate for the inadequacy in his physical density. After preparing an ample amount of grilled meat, Xiao Yi endeavored to commence his training anew in the art of body refinement. However, this session of cultivation imparted upon him a sensation entirely distinct from his previous experiences. In the past, although he exerted himself to the utmost, he often felt a sense of powerlessness, compelled to cease before reaching his limits. Yet this time, Xiao Yi discovered that the body refinement techniques posed no challenges for him. The sole hindrance was his lack of stamina. He persevered until utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground before halting his practice. Of course, as he crawled to the grill and indulged in the succulent meat, gradually regaining his strength, he realized that this session of training had yielded remarkably favorable results. During his last training session, it had taken him nearly dozens of attempts to progress a single movement. But this time, he had transcended an entire level, advancing from the 13th to the 14th tier of body refinement. Furthermore, he leaped over 7 movements, progressing directly from the 111th to the 118th. Not only that, but upon completing these movements, the essence of each technique was inscribed within his body, becoming instinctual. Chapter 35. The True Art of Body Refinement. This was the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by his profound comprehension akin to that of Bu. Originally, Xiao Yi had planned to devote his free time in the forthcoming period to training within the Dragon Ball realm, aspiring to master the art of body refinement entirely by the time of the first martial arts tournament. However, the emergence of such an unexpected turn of events left him feeling as though he had been struck by a wave of elation. After a full day and night, Xiao Yi completed his training in body refinement, with the majority of that time spent indulging in grilled meat. Upon executing his final movement, he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation, experiencing an unparalleled sense of lightness throughout his entire being. Simultaneously, his skin erupted with dark impurities, quickly staining his entire form in a deep black hue, accompanied by an unbearable stench that emanated from him. Upon witnessing such a remarkable transformation, Xiao Yi found himself unable to return to the realm of reality. Instead, he sought out a nearby stream to cleanse his body of the incessantly oozing black filth. To his astonishment, this grime proved exceedingly difficult to remove, resembling tar in its tenacity, clinging stubbornly to his skin. In desperation, Xiao Yi resorted to purchasing a bar of soap from the Dragon Ball universe, along with a set of casual attire from the system. Remarkably, the items from the Dragon Ball realm exhibited extraordinary efficacy. Upon contact with the soap, the viscous black substance softened instantly and was washed away with ease. What further delighted Xiao Yi was that the soap and clothing cost him merely 1 silver coin, equivalent to a mere 1/10 of a gold coin, demonstrating the astonishing affordability of ordinary items within the system. This also elucidated why a capsule villa within the system could be acquired for only a few hundred to 1,000 gold coins, not to mention the more commonplace goods. After completing his ablutions, Xiao Yi donned the attire procured from the system, feeling remarkably refreshed. It was then that he finally had the opportunity to examine the alterations in his attributes. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, Attack Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Cleaver, Speed, for 25, Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Armor, Nerve Reaction, for 120. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute points: 90 yuanbao, 85 gold coins, 40.99 silver coins, 9 cultivation technique, body refinement technique, 20 martial arts, 72 transformations, max level, ki blast, proficient, capable of various transformations, wolf fong wind fist, max level, supernatural ability, carrot transformation technique, max level. To Xiao Yi's astonishment, his combat power had reached an impressive 420 points. Upon reviewing the upgrade records for each tier, he discovered that the final 8 tiers granted not an increase of 10 points, but rather 20 points with each advancement, culminating in an additional 80 points upon completion. With his current combat power of 420 points, it could be said without exaggeration that he had become one of the most formidable warriors in this world, with only the deity of the celestial realm potentially able to rival him. Xiao Yi endeavored to thoroughly practice the body refining technique once more, initially believing it would yield no significant results. However, to his astonishment, during the practice, streams of spiritual energy continuously surged into his body. Most of this energy converged in the region of his dantian, where it coalesced into a spherical mass of qi. A smaller portion of the spiritual energy dispersed through his meridians, steadily fortifying his various organs. It was at this moment that Xiao Yi realized that he had not truly mastered the body refining technique. Rather, he had merely embarked on the initial stages of it. He discovered that to fully harness the body refining technique, one must reach the 20th level, with all meridians interconnected, to allow spiritual energy to permeate the body and effectuate comprehensive enhancement. Throughout this process, Xiao Yi distinctly sensed an increasing firmness in his physique. Although he had previously harbored concerns regarding his own compactness, he understood that such limitations were a consequence of being human on Earth, which would be challenging to alter in the short term. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to find a solution within this brief period, which alleviated the anxiety that had burdened him. Just as Xiao Yi was enveloped in a state of exhilaration, diligently practicing, he suddenly experienced a sensation of fullness within his body. He surmised that the spiritual energy his cells could endure had reached its threshold, and further practice would have to wait until his body fully absorbed the existing energy. This was a gradual process that could not be rushed, and Xiao Yi found himself at a loss for alternatives. However, he was aware that before establishing a solid foundation in his body, he could not engage in qi cultivation. It was not that he was unable to practice qi techniques, but rather that if he commenced too early, the energy would struggle to distribute throughout his body, merely accumulating in the dantian, thus hindering the rapid enhancement of his compactness. Though he was undeniably tempted by the techniques of the qi cultivation phase, he exhibited remarkable restraint. Refraining from consulting the transmission jade slip, he feared that his willpower might falter, leading him to practice qi techniques before reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. Such a decision might not reveal immediate abnormalities, but issues would inevitably arise during the ascent to mastery, a caution explicitly noted within the jade slip. This session of practice could be deemed a resounding success. After checking the time, which indicated a full day had passed, Xiao Yi promptly teleported back to the thicket in the small park. To his surprise, he discovered a young couple, engrossed in a clandestine rendezvous, had appeared unbeknownst to him. Fortunately, they were so absorbed in their own world that they failed to notice Xiao Yi's sudden arrival behind them. Xiao Yi hastily departed from the thicket, simultaneously reminding himself that he must refrain from traversing the external realm in the future. Though being observed by others might not bear significant consequences, often merely resulting in urban legends of the supernatural, being captured by the omnipresent surveillance cameras could spell considerable trouble for Xiao Yi and his family. Upon returning home in haste, he changed out of his attire under the curious gaze of his wife, Bai Miaoxin, and offered her an explanation. He was determined not to let any seeds of doubt disrupt the harmony of their relationship. Although Xiao Yi's explanation seemed somewhat implausible, coupled with his now more radiant complexion and an appearance reminiscent of youthful 18, Bai Miaoxin ultimately chose to place her trust in him. The incident with the young couple prompted Xiao Yi to decide it would be prudent to relocate to the villa sooner rather than later. This way, he could practice his cultivation openly, unlike his current situation where he had no suitable place for such endeavors. The foundational renovations of the villa had long been completed, and it was regularly maintained by hired professionals. Thus, despite the villa having been constructed some time ago, its interior remained immaculate. Xiao Yi only needed to procure some furniture and appliances to officially move in. Presently, the Xiao family was not at all constrained by finances. Thus, they ventured to the furniture market, purchasing items that aligned with their decorative style without any concern for cost. The acquisition of home appliances was equally effortless upon purchase. Skilled workers accompanied them to ensure proper installation. Consequently, by nightfall, the villa was almost entirely furnished with the necessary items. Chapter 36. Warming the pot, however. The night had grown quite late, and according to the customs of Xiao Yi's hometown, a warming of the pot was essential before moving into a new home. Therefore, Xiao Yi did not hasten to settle into their new abode, but instead instructed his parents to inform their relatives to gather for the warming ceremony over the weekend. The matter of Xiao Yifikai was not disclosed by his parents to their family, not out of a desire to conceal it, but rather due to a lack of opportunity to do so. During this period, the father was preoccupied with renovation projects, leaving early and returning late each day. Meanwhile, the mother was occupied with caring for her daughter, Nuan, leaving little chance to visit her own mother. Furthermore, given their personalities, it would be quite uncharacteristic for them to make a call simply to boast about their son's success. Thus, this weekend presented a perfect opportunity to share the news of their son's newfound wealth with the family, allowing them to indulge in a bit of vanity. Xiao Yi's father, the eldest in the family, has 4 younger siblings. Like all firstborns, he took great care of his family during his youth. In those challenging times, he lived frugally, meticulously saving a substantial portion of the financial aid provided by the military to send back home. Consequently, this dedication to his family led to him suffering from stomach ailments at a young age. Xiao Yi's grandmother, having lost her husband at an early age, was left to single-handedly support 8 children, a burden that was undoubtedly immense. At that time, Xiao Yi's mother, as the second eldest in the family, naturally took it upon herself to assist her family. Consequently, during Xiao Yi's childhood, her parents frequently quarreled over family matters. This discord was not a reflection of their lack of affection for one another, but rather a result of their dual responsibilities, caring for Xiao Yi while also providing for the family. The strain of their precarious circumstances inevitably led to conflicts. Xiao Yi harbored no grievances towards his parents. It was precisely their exemplary conduct that instilled in him a steadfast moral compass during his formative years. Thus, even in his most impoverished moments, his thoughts were solely occupied with how to secure part-time employment to contribute to the household expenses. Over the years, as his father and mother's siblings entered adulthood and established their own families, the frequent quarrels that once characterized his parents' relationship diminished, giving way to a harmonious understanding between them. Furthermore, Xiao Yi had an uncle who, having recently prospered, significantly transformed the living conditions of their maternal grandparents. However, this prosperity inadvertently led to a sense of estrangement within what was once a closely knit family. The following day, coinciding with Friday, Xiao Yi made a special trip to the local market to procure an array of fresh vegetables. He then ventured into the Dragon Ball world, hunting common livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep, and even managed to catch a substantial carp weighing over 10 pounds from a nearby stream. He intended to prepare a sumptuous feast for his family the next day. During this time, Xiao Yi did not squander his moments. He diligently practiced his body refinement techniques until he felt a sense of fullness, at which point he ceased his training. With all preparations complete, Xiao Yi began the culinary endeavor of creating this grand meal. Crafting a feast for one requires an immense investment of time, especially when it comes to hot dishes, as the later preparations may cool before the earlier ones are ready. Therefore, he resolved to prepare some of the more labor-intensive meat dishes in advance, storing them in his spatial ring to preserve their freshly cooked essence for the following day. Ensuring both efficiency and the opportunity for his family to savor the most delectable dishes, Xiao Yi spent the entire morning alone in the villa, and in the afternoon, on a whim, he visited his ornamental fish store to check on the progress of the renovations. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of workers dismantling the protective barriers at the entrance, signifying the completion of the renovations. Upon spotting the proprietor of the renovation company, Mr. Huang, engaged in conversation with his father, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy. As he approached in his luxurious Dior Q7, both men beamed with delight. "Mr. Xiao, what fortuitous timing. I was just speaking of you to your father," Mr. Huang exclaimed. "Today marks the completion of the renovation. The cleaning lady has just finished the final tidying of the entire establishment, and now my work is officially concluded, awaiting your inspection." Despite the considerable scale of his renovation firm, not every owner possesses the generosity of Xiao Yi, who was willing to invest such a substantial sum in a single establishment's refurbishment. Thus, Mr. Huang was particularly invested in Xiao Yi's project, especially as he recognized the potential for future collaboration with him. Xiao Yi toured the entire store, a satisfied smile gracing his face. One could assert that the decor here is almost identical to the design blueprints he had originally viewed on his computer, devoid of any discrepancies. Furthermore, Xiao Yi took particular note of the materials used in the renovations, discovering that they were of exquisite quality, both aesthetically pleasing and remarkably durable. Xiao Yi felt immense satisfaction with the decor of the establishment. After settling the remaining payment, he solemnly pledged to prioritize this renovation company for any future needs. Boss Huang, equally pleased, bid farewell to Xiao Yi with a handshake before departing in his horse-drawn carriage. Although the renovations of the store were complete, it was not yet time to open for business. In addition to procuring items for the grand opening, Xiao Yi needed to select an auspicious date for the inauguration ceremony. However, these matters would have to wait until the current flurry of activities subsided, as the most pressing concern at present was preparing for tomorrow's hot pot. Upon noticing some free time, Xiao Yi drove his family of 4 to a large shopping mall in the city center, intending to indulge them in a lavish shopping spree. His motivation stemmed from a deeper consideration. His parents had always been exceptionally frugal, and even with the substantial sum of money bestowed upon them by Xiao Yi, they remained uncertain about how to spend it. His wife, by Miao, was no different. Growing up in a rural setting under her mother's influence, she had cultivated a commendable habit of thriftiness, often resorting to online shopping for inexpensive goods. Thus, Xiao Yi's intention in bringing them to the mall was to nurture their spending habits. Otherwise, even with newfound wealth, they would remain oblivious to how to utilize it. Xiao Yi was determined to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. After an afternoon of shopping, the family emerged with smiles illuminating their faces. Upon presenting them with the shopping list, they belatedly realized they had astonishingly spent over 1 million in a single outing. Yet, judging by their expressions, it was evident that they felt the experience was worth every penny. The following day, Xiao Yi rose early to prepare a meal. delegating the task of welcoming guests to his parents, thereby granting them an opportunity to boast. After all, having a successful son was something to take pride in. Even if they did not vocalize it, their hearts were undoubtedly filled with joy. Chapter 37. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Before long, the doorbell rang. And by that time, Xiao Yi's meal was nearly ready. He removed his apron and proceeded to greet the guests at the door. The first to enter were his aunt, uncle, and younger sister. The trio, upon seeing Xiao Yi standing at the entrance, scrutinized him from head to toe. With lively enthusiasm, his younger sister exclaimed, "Brother, you truly are a hidden gem. Who would have thought you silently amassed such a fortune? Now that you're wealthy, don't forget about your little sister." "Of course I won't forget you. In the future, if you find yourself in need of money, just let me know." Xiao Yi responded in a light-hearted manner. Before long, most of the relatives from his grandfather's side had arrived, while those from his grandmother's side, due to the distance, would take a little longer to reach. During this interval, his father acted like a guide, enthusiastically showing the family around the villa that Xiao Yi had recently purchased. Regrettably, Xiao Yi's grandfather, now bedridden, could not make it to the gathering. Xiao Yi had initially intended to exchange for a magical bean within his system to cure his grandfather's ailment. But he had been preoccupied with various matters lately, causing the plan to be postponed. Moreover, reflecting on it now, he realized that he should not act too hastily. Suddenly healing a paralyzed elder and even enhancing his vitality beyond that of an ordinary senior would be rather implausible. Unless Xiao Yi intended to relocate his grandfather from this area, he could only gradually improve his grandfather's health with nourishing foods from the Dragon Ball universe, allowing his body to heal itself. Ideally, this process should be witnessed by others, and the nourishing foods would need to be referred to as high-quality supplements to gain credibility. Soon, Xiao Yi's grandmother's family arrived at the villa, and to Xiao Yi's surprise, his uncle was among them. It was noteworthy that since his uncle had come into wealth, he had often distanced himself from family affairs, attending only when absolutely necessary, typically sending his wife in his stead. Furthermore, whenever he did attend family gatherings, he brought an air of suffocation that made it difficult for the family to recapture the warmth of past gatherings. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi felt genuinely pleased by his uncle's presence. Despite differing views on certain matters, they were family, and it was heartening to see him carve out time from his busy schedule to join in the joy of their new home. The smile at the corner of his mother's mouth spoke volumes. In truth, Xiao Yi had always been somewhat of a recluse, even in the presence of his family. Feeling the curious gazes upon him made him uneasy. Fortunately, his father stood up at that moment and alleviated the tension. As an experienced salesman, he effortlessly elevated the atmosphere. And with all present being family, the mood quickly became lively. When Xiao Yi emerged from the kitchen, presenting a series of exquisite dishes, the family collectively regarded him anew, as if they were seeing him for the first time in years. To their delight, not only did the dishes look magnificent, but they also tasted exceptionally delightful, evoking a sensation reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring on a winter's day, with currents of warmth coursing through their bodies. While the relatives believed it was merely a figment of their imagination, Xiao Yi knew that these currents truly existed. They originated from the creatures of the Dragon Ball world, whose innate spiritual energy was crucial for enhancing the ornamental fish he raised. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, a testament to the success of the gathering, evident in the unceasing smiles of his parents. "Xiao Yi, come out for a moment. I would like to speak with you." At that moment, the usually reticent uncle unexpectedly approached Xiao Yi and spoke to him. "Seeing your achievements outdoors fills me with immense joy. You are the one who donated over 3 billion online, aren't you? Just the other day, an employee mentioned this to me, and I was truly astonished." His uncle remarked with great admiration. "Indeed, that individual online is me. I have donated all the proceeds from the auction house," Xiao Yi calmly acknowledged, devoid of any excitement, as if he were merely recounting that he had consumed 2 bowls of rice the previous day. "Isn't it a pity?" Although his uncle spoke with apparent ease, Xiao Yi could discern the underlying unease in his voice. "Why should it be a pity? As you can see, even without those 3 billion, I am living quite comfortably thanks to my ornamental fish shop. Isn't that sufficient?" Xiao Yi replied with a smile, addressing his uncle. "Don't you wish to earn more money? Remember, you are still young. You should have some aspirations." His uncle's voice involuntarily rose a notch. "Money is not what I pursue. It is merely a tool to make life more comfortable." Xiao Yi had long harbored a distaste for his uncle's views on wealth, and with his uncle broaching the subject, he felt compelled to express his own philosophy regarding money. "Seeing you like this brings me joy. You should show more filial piety to your mother. She has endured much hardship over the years, his uncle said gently. I will, rest assured. Xiao Yi understood that his uncle did not truly believe in his own words. Thus he chose to conclude this pointless dialogue. Aside from this brief interlude, the entire process of settling in was remarkably smooth, and the family gained a fresh understanding of Xiao Yi. In the blink of an eye, a month passed swiftly, and Xiao Yi's family adapted to their new life. Each day, his parents would take their daughter, Muan, for strolls around the neighborhood, and whenever possible, his father would lend a hand at the ornamental fish shop. The fish shop had officially found its footing just a few days prior. After Xiao Yi had entrusted a recruitment agency to find several security personnel and employees, he successfully interviewed them, and following a celebratory firecracker display, the shop officially opened. After a few days of sitting at the store, Xiao Yi began to grow weary of the routine. Spending hours in the shop contacting clients online became increasingly intolerable for him. In contrast, his wife, by Miao Xian, thoroughly enjoyed her current work. She did not have to rise early and spent her days taking exquisite photographs of the ornamental fish to post online, awaiting customers to make their selections. Her job was delightfully easy. Xiao Yi has finally received the news of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which will take place in the Dragon Ball universe in 1 month. At that time, martial artists from all corners of the world will converge at the venue of this prestigious event, participating in this grand celebration held once every 3 years. Chapter 38. Preliminary Rounds. Taking advantage of these 3 days, Xiao Yi entrusted the affairs of the shop to his wife, Bai Miaoxin, before entering the Dragon Ball world. Currently, there are not many matters in the outside world that require his attention, as the responsibilities of the shop can be effortlessly managed by his wife and the employees he has hired. Meanwhile, the headhunter has yet to provide a response. But Xiao Yi remains unperturbed. After all, the funds are still in his hands, and as soon as talent is available, the investment can be activated at any moment. Upon entering the Dragon Ball world a day in advance, the system presented him with 2 tasks. Task 1. Claim victory at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Reward: 100 attribute points, 100 ingots, and 5,000 gold coins. Such a generous reward surely warrants his utmost effort. Task 2. The Karen Tower Trial. Complete the trial of Master Karen and successfully obtain the Ultra Divine Water. Reward: 100 attribute points, 100 ingots, and 5,000 gold coins. While the rewards are exceedingly bountiful, it is essential to note that entering Karen Tower requires the consumption of 1 merit point for each month spent. Both tasks, in truth, present no significant difficulty. They are akin to a gift of experience. Xiao Yi merely needs to follow the main storyline of young Goku to effortlessly accomplish both tasks. Naturally, he could embark on a solitary journey, yet doing so would forfeit the advantage of foresight, causing him to miss out on numerous treasures along the way. What concerns him more is the Karen Tower trial, not the challenge itself, but the necessity of utilizing merit points. It is worth noting that a single merit point could sustain Xiao Yi's life in the Dragon Ball world for 3 years, yet at Karen Tower, it only permits a stay of 1 month. Furthermore, it is crucial to understand that the minimum consumption of such merit points is 1. Thus, even if Xiao Yi spends merely an hour at Karen Tower, it still incurs a deduction of 1 merit point. Upon entering the arena, Xiao Yi found himself not far from the site of the martial arts tournament, which had become his primary focus alongside his training during this period. The following day, as he arrived at the tournament venue, he was profoundly awestruck by the vibrant atmosphere that enveloped the event. Surrounding the martial arts tournament were at least 10,000 family members and supporters of the contestants, not to mention the throngs of spectators who had come from afar, resulting in a staggering assembly of hundreds of thousands of individuals. Upon arriving at the registration area, Xiao Yi noticed that little Wukong and the others had yet to arrive. Thus, after completing his registration, he chose to wait there for them. Just as the preliminary rounds were about to commence, Xiao Yi spotted Master Roshi, donned in a suit, alongside little Wukong, Krillin, and the rest. "Xiao Yi, what a delightful surprise to see you here," exclaimed little Wukong, joyfully running over upon noticing him. "I am equally pleased to see you again. And you, Master Roshi, appear to be in splendid spirits." Xiao Yi responded warmly to little Wukong and courteously greeted Master Roshi. "Ah, it's you, Xiao Yi. I heard from Wukong that there was a situation at your home recently. Has everything been arranged satisfactorily?" Master Roshi inquired with genuine warmth, as he held a favorable view of the young man before him. "Everything is settled. I am here both to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament and to see Wukong and the others." Xiao Yi conveyed with an air of respect towards the elder. Knowing you are competing brings me great peace of mind. Master Roshi remarked with significance. I am Krillin, a student of Master Roshi. I look forward to your guidance. Krillin said, appearing quite reserved in his demeanor upon meeting Xiao Yi. There is no need to be nervous. Little Wukong is my good friend. And I believe we too shall become friends. Xiao Yi encouraged the still shy Krillin. Are you truly going to compete? A staff member at the registration desk asked Little Wukong and Krillin with certainty. Indeed, Little Wukong affirmed confidently. Absolutely. Krillin chimed in, echoing his companion's enthusiasm. I can only accompany you this far. Go on in and give it your all. Master Roshi instructed the two as they prepared for the preliminaries. Yes. Little Wukong and Krillin responded without hesitation. Oh, I almost forgot. Those clothes are unsuitable for the competition. Here, change into these, Master Roshi said. Retrieving 2 sets of training outfits emblazoned with the character for Turtle from his travel case. Wow, these look fantastic. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully after putting on the training attire. These outfits are so cool. If we lose, it would be quite embarrassing, Krillin remarked, akin to a child who had just received a beloved new toy. The 8 contestants victorious in the preliminaries would battle before the audience. I will wait outside. As long as I can see you both compete, I will be thoroughly satisfied. Master Roshi advised with a hint of concern. Yes, we will certainly strive to do our best. Little Wukong and Krillin replied in unison. As Xiao observed the turtle hermit incessantly advising Little Wukong and Krillin, he suddenly realized the true nature of the turtle hermit. And it became clear why he was revered by many. Xiao Yi, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After finishing his admonitions to the 2 children, the turtle hermit beckoned Xiao Yi over and stated, this is their first competition. And while I do not wish for them to win the championship, as such success may foster arrogance detrimental to their martial arts journey, the turtle hermit explained slowly to Xiao Yi. Initially, I had contemplated disguising myself and personally entering the arena to teach them a lesson, instilling in them the understanding that there are always individuals beyond themselves. However, upon seeing you, I abandoned that idea, hoping you might guide them during the competition. The turtle hermit expressed his earnest anticipation to Xiao Yi. Simultaneously, the system delivered a new task notification. Temporary task, the turtle hermit's request. Provide martial arts guidance to Little Wukong and Krillin during the competition. Reward, attribute points, 30, gold, 2,000. Certainly, I would be delighted to assist you. Xiao Yi responded without hesitation, agreeing to the turtle hermit's request. Thank you so much. The turtle hermit replied, visibly pleased. Subsequently, Xiao Yi led Little Wukong and Krillin into the preliminary competition arena. Wow, are all these participants? Little Wukong exclaimed, glancing around at the competitors, most of whom towered over 2 meters with muscular physiques. I think I'm destined to lose, Krillin lamented, feeling dispirited upon witnessing such formidable opponents. Do not lose heart. Have confidence in the fruits of your diligent training. Xiao Yi encouraged Krillin, while for Little Wukong, the concept of fear was utterly foreign. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. Chapter 39. The Grievance of Garen Temple. As Xiao and Little Wukong engaged in casual conversation, an elderly man, with graying beard and eyebrows, ascended the platform at the main venue, microphone in hand, to announce the competition rules. Welcome to the 5-yearly Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you all for traveling from far and wide. The elder began his speech. This tournament will select 8 contenders from a pool of 137 skilled fighters from across the nation, making the competition exceedingly fierce, he elaborated slowly. 137 participants? Krillin felt a surge of despair upon hearing the number announced by the elder. Now, let me explain the rules of the competition. The elder paused briefly, ensuring the contestants were attentive before continuing. Combatants will engage on the arena. Falling, losing consciousness, conceding, or weeping will all result in defeat. He explained at a deliberate pace, cautious that the participants understood. Killing an opponent or using weapons is strictly prohibited. The preliminary matches will last only 1 minute. If a victor is not determined, the judges will make a decision. The elder spoke slowly. Due to the large number of contestants, the preliminary rounds were divided into 4 groups. The final 2 victors from each group would qualify for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. The elder meticulously elucidated the rules. Now, as we proceed to the drawing of lots, please gather at the tournament platform according to your assigned numbers. Having finished his announcement, the elder departed from the stage. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, Little Wukong, and the other contestants arrived at the drawing area to draw their lots. I'm number 93. What about you? Krillin inquired. glancing at his number tag before turning to little Wukong and Xiao Yi. I'm number 70. How about you, Xiao Yi? Little Wukong asked. Hee. I'm number 15. We are not in the same group. Xiao Yi replied to little Wukong and Krillin. We are in the same group. I don't want to face you. Krillin exclaimed to little Wukong, realizing the grouping only after seeing the list. Although we are in the third group, our numbers are quite far apart, so we one team eat. Little Wukong said calmly. It's best not to face Wukong, but if I lose in the first round. It one team matter, Krillin said, still feeling pessimistic. But we have trained according to what he said. Little Wukong maintained a cheery disposition. Don't worry. I believe you two will make it to the finals. I'm heading to the first group now. Let us meet in the finals. Xiao Yi waved goodbye to little Wukong and Krillin, then turned towards the stage for the first group. We will do our best too. Little Wukong and Krillin called out loudly. The preliminary round for Group 3 now begins. Please welcome contestants number 69 and 70 to the stage, announced a bespectacled referee with an impassive expression. I'm first. Little Wukong exclaimed as he climbed onto the platform. Hey, that little creature is competing too? Contestant A remarked. Oh my, contestant 69 has hit the jackpot. Contestant B echoed. Where did such a little brat come from? Even if he wins, it won't be much of an honor. The bald, burly man, contestant 69, said disdainfully as he looked at little Wukong. Stop boasting. Little Wukong, feeling indignant, retorted against the bald giant. Time is set for 1 minute. Begin. The bespectacled referee declared promptly. As the match commenced, little Wukong capitalized on his size advantage, swiftly darting through the bald giant's legs before he could react. Where did he go? The bald giant struggled to spot little Wukong due to his line of sight. Right here, little Wukong exclaimed, pointing at the giant's leg. However, to everyone's astonishment, the bald giant stumbled and fell off the stage. The spectators and the referee were momentarily stunned by the unexpected tumble of the bald giant. Contestant 70 wins. Though the bespectacled referee may lack a commendable image, he possesses ample experience within the arena and, despite his surprise, promptly announced the result of the match. What transpired? Fool. He lost his footing and fell. So that's the situation. Hey, little Wukong paid no heed to the remarks of the other contestants below, but instead stared blankly at his fingers, gradually making his way toward Krillin. How splendid. That fellow actually fell by himself. Krillin exclaimed excitedly as he approached little Wukong. Little Wukong gazed at his fingers, lost in silence. No way. It took quite a while for little Wukong to recover from his astonishment. Why has Krillin also taken note of little Wukong's behavior? Krillin, if your opponent is not exceedingly formidable, please refrain from using all your strength. Krillin could not comprehend the meaning behind little Wukong's words. Is that not Krillin? An unfriendly voice called out. Indeed, it is you. A burly monk approached Krillin, stating, Ever since you wept and departed from Doran Temple, it has been a considerable time since we last met. Beside the stout monk, a lean monk remarked to Krillin as well, seeing these two figures before him. Brother Krillin felt a wave of trepidation. What are you doing here? The stout monk jeered. You're not here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, are you? Although the lean monk inquired, his hand continuously mocked Krillin's bald head. It is I who registered, akin to a pitiful mouse encountering a cat, standing there obediently in response. What a jest. Have you forgotten the advice I gave you? The lean monk relentlessly ridiculed Krillin without restraint. You are in Group 3, correct? What number? The stout monk inquired. Number 93. Krillin answered honestly. Splendid. That happens to be my opponent. How delightful. Krillin did not anticipate such a turn of events. Krillin, I implore you not to exert yourself too much, The lean monk continued to taunt him. Krillin, they are being excessively cruel. Even the usually carefree little Wukong could not bear to watch. I was always bullied by them at Doran Temple. This is dreadful. He is indeed formidable. Perhaps I should withdraw from the competition, Krillin thought, nearly devoid of confidence. Fear not. If you give it your all, you will surely defeat him. Little Wukong encouraged Krillin. One moment you tell me to hold back, and the next you urge me to go all out. Krillin felt utterly confused by little Wukong's contradictory statements. Well, enough of that. You will certainly win. Below, the announcer proclaimed. Now, contestants number 93 and 94, please step onto the stage. The referee announced from the arena. Chapter 40, Advancement. It is my turn. Klin was rendered increasingly apprehensive by the host's unexpected remarks. How could he possibly be a match for the foremost master of the Doran Temple? sneered the rotund monk from the audience. Humph, I shall take good care of you, echoed the slender monk. That fellow is nothing to fear. Don't be intimidated, encouraged little Wukong from the side. Clin, however, was not particularly comforted by little Wukong's words. Begin. Before Clin could brace himself, the host's voice resounded. With a swift motion, the slender monk launched a punch directly at Clin. Though startled, Clin's instinct, honed through years of training, propelled him to leap behind the slender monk as the punch approached. The moment Clin landed, his body instinctively kicked upward, striking the slender monk squarely in the abdomen as he turned to look back. Clin's kick was executed with unreserved ferocity, sending the slender monk flying out of the competition area and crashing into the wall, creating a human-shaped hole. Silence. The spectators gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape, unable to articulate their astonishment. The referee, who had remained composed until now, stammered in surprise. With the training imparted by the old man, we have unknowingly become formidable, exclaimed little Wukong, beaming at Clin. Is that so? Clin gazed at his hands, still somewhat incredulous. Regaining his confidence, Clin and little Wukong swept through the third group, encountering virtually no adversaries. It was not that their martial prowess was particularly exceptional. In truth, they had not learned any techniques at all, relying solely on raw strength, speed, and their formidable physique, qualities that ordinary martial artists could not withstand. One martial artist, in his 40s and practicing the lion's tooth fist for decades, exhibited remarkable skill but ultimately succumbed to little Wukong's superior strength and speed. Little Wukong secured the qualification to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Congratulations on qualifying to compete. Yamcha approached little Wukong. Huh, who are you? Little Wukong failed to recognize Yamcha due to his drastically changed appearance. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha struck his signature pose, prompting little Wukong's memory. Wow, Yamcha. Little Wukong finally recognized him. Do you remember who I am now? Yamcha inquired with delight, observing the young warrior before him. Wow, it has been so long. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, thrilled to encounter Yamcha. Your hair is shorter, so I didn't recognize you. Little Wukong explained. Bulma mentioned that keeping long hair in the city was outdated, so I decided to cut it, Yamcha remarked, running his fingers through his hair. I never expected to see you here. Yamcha exclaimed with joy. You're here for the competition too, right? Have you secured your entry? Curiosity sparkled in little Goku's eyes as he inquired. Indeed, I have also obtained the right to compete. It is my goal, Yamcha declared proudly. However, I doubt I can match your prowess. You truly are a remarkable disciple of Master Roshi. Your skills are extraordinary, Yamcha remarked, admiration evident in his expression. I never expected it myself, little Goku replied candidly. At that moment, a wave of applause erupted from outside the arena, accompanied by the referee's voice announcing, contestant number 93 is victorious, securing a place in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Huh, that's fantastic, little Goku exclaimed joyfully. Is he also a disciple of Master Roshi? Yamcha asked, gazing toward the stage. Yes, his name is Krillin, and we trained together, little Goku responded truthfully. Even securing second place seems a bit daunting. Yamcha thought helplessly as he observed little Goku rush onto the stage to embrace Krillin in celebration. By the way, Goku, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar have all arrived. Yamcha informed the jubilant little Goku. Really? Little Goku shouted with delight upon hearing the news. Given that little Goku had few friends, the presence of Bulma, with whom he had formed a deep bond during their previous travels, and the others made him exceedingly happy. By the way, Xiao Yi is also participating in the tournament. He is in the first group. Little Goku suddenly remembered and told Yamcha. Yamcha felt a twinge of despair regarding his chances of winning a medal. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was experiencing great success. Not only were his opponents relatively weak, but he also discovered that for each opponent he defeated in this World Martial Arts Tournament, he would earn an additional 10 attribute points. After 4 matches, Xiao Yi had acquired a wealth of martial skills and unexpectedly gained 40 free attribute points, which filled him with immense joy. Yay! Little Goku cheered as he dashed out of the venue, eager to reunite with Master Roshi and his friends. This is amazing. This is amazing. Krillin, still basking in the joy of advancing, was eager to share this news with Master Roshi. Excuse me. Please make way. Due to the throng of people, little Goku and Krillin had to navigate through the crowd. So many people. How will we find Master Roshi and your friends? Krillin lamented, as their shorter stature left them struggling to see above the masses. Excuse me, sir, could you lend us a hand? Little Goku asked a balding man nearby. The bewildered man looked at the small boy before him. The balding man watched as the child stood on his head, scanning the surroundings, unsure of how to respond. I see them. They are over there. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Master Roshi had also encountered Bulma and the others. Wow. It's wonderful to see you again, Master Roshi said, gazing at the noticeably taller Bulma with delight. Master Roshi, where are you all residing now? We came to the island looking for Goku, but we couldn't find him at all. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction regarding Master Roshi and his group moving without prior notice. To allow Goku and the others to focus on their training, we relocated to the Great Island. But let us not dwell on that. Master Roshi still reminisced about the two-person journey that Bulma had promised a year ago. Care to try? Without warning, Bulma produced a massive wooden mallet from seemingly nowhere and struck Master Roshi, knocking him to the ground. With a delightful thud, Master Roshi fell in unison. Chapter 41. The Drawing of Lots. Oolong. Little Wukong joyfully shouted from behind Oolong. Goku. Wow. Finally, I get to see you again, Oolong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement upon seeing Little Wukong. Indeed, Little Wukong replied cheerfully. Bulma, Puar, how have you all been? He turned to inquire of Bulma and Puar. Yes, Puar, Bulma said, equally thrilled. Hey, what are you doing here? She asked with enthusiasm. Are you a competitor? Have you seen Yamcha? Oolong inquired. Yes, I saw him. He cut his hair short. At first, I didn't recognize him. Little Wukong responded with glee. This is Krillin. He trains with me, Little Wukong introduced, pulling Krillin alongside him. Hello, Krillin said, somewhat shyly. What was the outcome? Did you qualify for the competition? Although Master Roshi had a fair idea, he still felt a tinge of concern. Little Wukong and Krillin exchanged knowing smiles. The answer was implicit. You qualified, right? Bulma asked curiously. Yes. Krillin, Yamcha, Xiao Yi, and I all qualified. Little Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Yi, is he competing as well? Where is he? Bulma's initially joyful expression suddenly shifted to excitement. I'm right here. Bulma, it's been a long time. Came Xiao Yi's magnetic voice from behind Bulma. I'm so glad to see you. We've all missed you. Bulma, usually so bold, felt a hint of shyness in Xiao Yi's presence. I've missed you all too, Bulma, Oolong, Puar, it's been ages. Although Xiao Yi perceived Bulma's affection, he pretended not to notice. Indeed, you're still as impressive as ever, Oolong remarked enviously as he looked at Xiao Yi. Hello, Xiao Yi, Oolong said politely. Attention. Soon the World Martial Arts Tournament will commence. All participants please gather at the Martial Arts Temple. The announcement echoed, interrupting the nostalgia shared among the crowd. It's time to gather, Bulma said reluctantly. See you soon. Having concluded his words, Xiao Yi, accompanied by Little Wukong and Krillin, made their way towards the martial arts temple. Keep it up. The crowd cheered. Have you met them? Yamcha inquired with a smile directed at Xiao Yi. Yes, I have, Xiao Yi replied. Indeed, Bulma has missed you terribly over the past year. Yamcha hesitated before confessing. Xiao Yi felt a tumult of emotions within. Although reason reminded him that this was not the real world, he could not move past the memory of his wife, by Miao Xian. Thus, despite his admiration for Bulma, even a hint of affection, he restrained himself. Step aside. Step aside. A gigantic man, exuding a foul odor, approached the group. Ugh, it stinks, Little Wukong exclaimed, overwhelmed by the noxious scent, which caused him to feel dizzy. Who is that guy? The crowd parted for the giant, prompting Krillin to turn and ask with curiosity. He is quite fearsome. He possesses terrifying abilities. Yamcha replied gravely. The most dreadful aspect is his stench. He has never bathed since birth. The odor is so unbearable that it forces people to cover their noses, allowing him to strike when they are unable to defend themselves. Yamcha divulged the information he had gathered. How disgusting, Krillin remarked. My nose is as sensitive as a dog's. I can't tolerate it. Little Wukong rubbed his battered nose in discomfort. All right, may all participants gather. A young man in a suit and sunglasses announced. Excuse me, could you please step aside a little? Even the staff member found it hard to endure the foul-smelling giant and implored him to move. Countless flies buzzed around the odorous man. Now we will determine the order of the matches through a lottery, the young man explained. We will now begin calling names. Mr. Nom. The young man adhered to the rules as he called out. Yes, replied a man whose hair was wrapped in a manner reminiscent of an Arab. Number 6. Mr. Nom has drawn number 6. You will be in the third match, the young man stated after checking. Monster Keenan, he continued. Here, responded a dinosaur-like creature with wings. Mr. Buck, the young man announced next. Number 8, fourth match, he added. Here. The odorous giant replied succinctly. Number 22 is the first match, the young man noted, covering his mouth as he marked it on the board. Mr. Yamcha, the young man called. Here. Yamcha affirmed. Number 3, you're in the second match. The young man stated. Mr. Krillin, he continued. Here. Krillin replied nervously. Number 1, your opponent is Mr. Buck in the first match. The young man in sunglasses spoke. What? Upon hearing this news, Krillin was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, his ticket falling to the ground, unnoticed. Hey. Buck chuckled maliciously from the side. Yes, Mr. Sun Wukong, the young man in sunglasses replied. It is I. Little Wukong had waited a long time and finally heard his name called. Number 7. For the fourth match, the young man continued to jot down notes. Miss Lan Fong, the young man announced. Hi. A blonde beauty coyly addressed him. Mr. Xiao Yi, the young man continued. Here. Xiao Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The order of the matches is as follows. There is no time limit. The outcome will be determined in one round. Falling off the stage or conceding means defeat. The young man explained the rules of the competition. However, attacking the eyes or vital areas is considered a foul, he emphasized. What constitutes a vital area? Little Wukong asked, perplexed. To be more explicit, it refers to your essentials. The young man replied bluntly. But I don't have any. The blonde beauty unexpectedly exclaimed, leaving everyone in fits of laughter. Well, the match is about to begin. Please take a moment to rest here, the young man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hey, what about lunch? Little Wukong inquired, concerned about his empty stomach. Huh? The match is about to start, and you still want to eat? The young man was taken aback. Let us eat after it's over, he suggested to Little Wukong. I'm starving. Little Wukong lamented, patting his empty belly. All right then, prepare him lunch. The young man relented. Yes, this way, please, a plump monk beckoned to Little Wukong. Chapter 42. The first match, Clint. Aren't you hungry? Little Wukong called back as he left, still thinking of his brother. Don't be ridiculous. I'm too nervous to eat. Clint, unlike the carefree Little Wukong, couldn't possibly eat at such a tense moment. Following the plump monk, Little Wukong arrived at the kitchen behind the temple, where a lavish feast had been prepared just for him. Excuse me. Another bowl, please, Little Wukong requested, holding out his empty dish. As he feasted on the abundant spread, it seemed that he was still unsatisfied, leaving the plump monk at a loss for words. Thank you for your patience. The 21st World Martial Arts Championship is officially underway. The young man in sunglasses announced from the colossal arena, addressing the audience below. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, thank you for waiting. The first match will feature contestant Clint against contestant Buck, the young man succinctly stated. Additionally, the champion of this tournament will receive a grand prize of 500,000 yuan. Before the matches commence, let us invite the director of the Martial Arts Temple to give a speech. The young man in sunglasses stepped aside to make way for the head of the Martial Arts Temple, a Sharpei dressed in monk's robes. Please, esteemed headmaster, said the young man. Woof woof, replied the headmaster. Thank you, headmaster, exclaimed the young man. The audience, witnessing this comical scene, erupted in laughter. The first match is about to commence. May the two contestants take the stage. Without hesitation, the young man initiated the competition as the headmaster departed. Clint, go for it. You can win. Little Wukong cheered from behind Clint. Clint thought of his opponent, responding somewhat reluctantly. At merely 13 years of age, Clint was the youngest participant in this tournament. His opponent, a foul contender named Buck, had never bathed since birth. The young man in sunglasses provided the audience with details about the two contestants. Ugh, how rancid. Despite the distance, the audience struggled to endure Buck's stench. Is that child training with Wukong? Wulong asked, pinching his nose as he turned to Bulma. It seems so, Master Roshi, Bulma replied, also pinching her nose. Indeed. They have been training together. Both are diligent little fighters. Master Roshi struck a grand pose, though his pinched nose made it difficult to appear imposing. It's unbearable. Within seconds, he transformed into a rather comical figure. Hey, give it your all. Little Wukong had somehow climbed to the wall beside the arena, shouting encouragement to Clint. Clint felt deeply touched. Are you ready? If you fall off the stage, you lose. If I count to 10 and you cannot rise, that's a loss too. Even if you call I concede, that's a loss. The match had no time limit. The young man in sunglasses, covering his nose, swiftly announced the rules of the contest. The first match begins. With a booming command, the surrounding drums echoed. Hee hee. Buck flashed a mischievous grin at Clin. Noticing Clin's nose-covering gesture, Buck stepped forward, attempting to engulf him in a bear hug. Although the foul odor distracted Clin, he managed to evade Buck's embrace at the last moment. Huh? He dodged it. Buck was taken aback by Clin's agility. Hee hee, since you dodged that, let me treat you to my bad breath. Realizing ordinary attacks were ineffective against Clin, Buck unleashed his special move, exhaling a foul gust that momentarily disoriented Clin. Ugh. Clin gasped. Let us have a bit more. Buck reached into his shorts, rummaging around. When Buck withdrew his finger and waved it in front of Clin's face, the noxious odor struck like a heavy blow, sending Clin crashing to the ground. Bang! Krillin lay sprawled on the ground. Krillin! Exclaimed Goku, who rushed to his side in a state of alarm. Krillin has fallen so swiftly. The noxious assault from back was truly terrifying. At that moment, the sunglasses youth, equipped with a gas mask, provided live commentary. 1, 2. The counting officials donned similar protective gear. Haha. Let us unleash one final move. Although Krillin had succumbed to Bak's foul gas in the ring, Bak seemed unwilling to relent. He turned, positioning his rear towards Krillin's head, and let out a foul blast, delivering yet another blow to the unconscious Krillin. Wow. He has released a fart. He could become the champion of foul odors. Bak's offensive rendered Krillin incapable of rising. The host, keeping his distance, informed the audience. You little rascal. Bak appeared displeased with Krillin's early fainting, delivering several heavy kicks to Krillin's abdomen. Wow. Another series of heavy stomps. The host's voice resonated above the crowd. Amidst the relentless assault, Krillin showed no signs of retaliation. How unfortunate. This is dire. The audience sympathized with Krillin, who still appeared to be a child. The host continued counting, heightening the tension. Get up, Krillin. Don't let this foul creature defeat you. Goku urged excitedly. 8. Krillin. Just think. You can't smell it. It's merely psychological. You don't have a long nose. Goku suddenly shouted, spotting Krillin's face lying back. 9. Krillin seems to be regaining consciousness. Yes. As Krillin dispelled his mental barrier, he sprang back to life. Wow. Krillin is back on his feet. He stood up before the count of 10. This is simply unbelievable. The host's voice conveyed a hint of astonishment. Thank you, Goku. Krillin, as if reborn, exhibited no signs of fatigue whatsoever. It's time for retaliation. After enduring such a prolonged beating, Krillin was filled with a surge of pent-up rage. There are indeed those without long noses. However, my weapon is not merely foul. In contrast, Bak's once confident expression turned grim. Cough. Ugh, sputter. Sputter. Bak continuously expelled thick phlegm toward Krillin. This viscous mucus was not only exceedingly foul, but also highly corrosive. However, for the rejuvenated Krillin, it posed no threat. After effortlessly dodging, he delivered a powerful kick to Bak's face, sending him crashing to the ring floor. Before Bak could rise again, Krillin approached him, pulled down his pants, and returned the favor with a foul blast. I concede. Buck. Oh, what a miraculous turnaround. Klinsman has secured victory in the first match. Who would have thought Buck would also feel the pungency of another's flatulence? The host decisively declared Klinsman the victor. Chapter 43. Xiao Yi vs. Yamcha. Incredible, Klinsman. Little Wukong joyfully dashed to the arena to celebrate with Klinsman. I have triumphed. I have triumphed. Klinsman himself was astonished by his own victory. Klinsman's martial prowess was exceptionally formidable. He swiftly claimed victory in the first match. The host addressed the audience below. Wow. Oh, that little fellow is quite impressive. The audience gasped in awe. I wonder if Master Roshi has seen this. Little Wukong excitedly spoke to Klinsman. Hee. Upon hearing this, Klinsman glanced towards the crowd. Hey, miss. Did you see that little bald head up there? He is my disciple. Quite remarkable. ISNT. In truth, I am even more formidable. Would you care to learn more? Master Roshi was presently in the audience, engaged in lively conversation with a voluptuous beauty. Klinsman chose to ignore Roshi's presence, finding it too embarrassing. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the second match. Please proceed to the waiting room. You too. The host instructed the still celebrating Little Wukong and Klinsman. Little Wukong and Klinsman had no choice but to leave the arena and head towards the backstage area. The second match features contestant Xiao Yi against contestant Yamcha. Please welcome the competitors to the stage. The host announced to the audience. Alas, Yamcha lacks any confidence for this match. Xiao Yi, Yamcha, you both must give it your all. Little Wukong, witnessing his two friends preparing for battle, felt uncertain about whom to cheer for. With a smile, Xiao Yi approached the arena alongside Yamcha. Here comes Yamcha. The audience erupted in cheers at the sight of his handsome figure, particularly among the female spectators. Humph, these unsophisticated folks. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction at their adoration for Yamcha. Hey, Yamcha is your good friend. Oolong, unable to tolerate Bulma's strong stance, remarked. Humph. Bulma was aware of her defensiveness and for the first time refrained from countering Oolong's words. And here is Xiao Yi. The host introduced Xiao Yi to the crowd. Wow, another handsome guy. He seems even more attractive than the last. A girl, somewhat infatuated, exclaimed to her friend. Indeed, indeed. Her friend gazed at Xiao Yi on stage, wide-eyed. While Bulma had initially been displeased with the audience's support for Yamcha, she now felt an even greater discontent seeing so many beautiful girls cheering for Xiao Yi. The second match is about to begin. The host announced through the microphone. Xiao Yi, I've undergone rigorous training this past year, and I'm much stronger than I was a year ago. Yamcha shouted, seemingly encouraging himself as he addressed Xiao Yi. I understand. I will take this seriously. Xiao Yi, showing considerable respect for his friend, knew that against such an opponent, he could easily defeat Yamcha with a single move. Wolf Fang Fist. Observing Xiao Yi's serious demeanor, Yamcha realized that no other technique could possibly match Xiao Yi. His only hope lay in his ultimate move, the Wolf Fang Fist. Upon witnessing Yamcha's signature technique, which was indeed much faster and sharper than before, Xiao Yi nodded in acknowledgement and met Yamcha's attack head-on. Although ordinary people could hardly discern Yamcha's moves, to Xiao Yi, they unfolded in slow motion, making it seem effortless as he countered. Xiao Yi discovered that in the past, whenever he faced Yamcha's formidable technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, he would experience a subtle pain radiating through his palm with each collision of their fists. However, on this occasion, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Remarkably, when his palm met Yamcha's fist, it seemed as though an invisible force of counter-reaction propelled Yamcha's strike outward. The more ferocious Yamcha's attack, the more potent the recoil became. Xiao Yi understood that this was the consequence of his body refining technique. Ever since the meridians throughout his body had been unblocked, although his combat strength had ceased to rise, the resilience of his flesh had been growing at an astonishing rate, showing no signs of abating even until now. Xiao Yi finally comprehended the rationale behind the name of the martial art known as body refinement technique. The earlier focus on unblocking the meridians was merely a precursor to enabling the true efficacy of the technique upon oneself. A gentle breeze for you. Prepare to receive it. Observing that Yamcha had exhausted his repertoire of moves, Xiao Yi recognized that there were no more formidable techniques left in Yamcha's arsenal. He swiftly closed the distance, delivering a gusting palm strike that sent Yamcha soaring off the stage. The spectators gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Yamcha being knocked out of bounds. Yamcha has exited the ring. Xiao Yi emerges victorious. The announcer promptly relayed the outcome through the loudspeaker. Truly exhilarating. This battle felt almost dreamlike. Xiao Yi's martial prowess is exceptional. With just a single move, he secured the victory. The announcer continued to amplify the electrifying atmosphere of the match. How could this be? I couldn't withstand even one of Xiao Yi's strikes. Though Yamcha anticipated defeat, he never imagined it would be so thorough. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Yamcha has lost. Little Wukong, while having foreseen the result, was nonetheless taken aback by the manner of the defeat. Your friend is remarkably strong. Will I be the next to battle him? Krillin said, a tinge of insecurity in his voice. Defeating Yamcha in just a few moves has significantly enhanced Xiao Yi's skills. Little Wukong couldn't help but exclaim. In the fifth match, it would be my turn to face Xiao Yi, Krillin mused, still contemplating Xiao Yi's fierce palm strike. It's a complete failure. The gap between us is growing ever wider. Yamcha, though aware of his imminent loss, did not expect to be defeated so decisively. In the upcoming days, you should seek training from Master Roshi. He is the finest teacher in this world and can help you establish a solid foundation. Xiao Yi advised Yamcha. Thank you for your guidance. I will certainly strive to improve. Yamcha expressed profound gratitude for Xiao Yi's counsel. Practicing martial arts requires an unwavering spirit and an indomitable heart. I can guide you in your training, but the inner fortitude must come from your own understanding. Xiao Yi felt compelled to impart further wisdom to Yamcha. He recognized that, as the story progressed, Yamcha would gradually fade into the role of an extra. This was not only due to his innate talent, but also largely attributed to his lack of a resilient spirit in martial arts. Chapter 44, Nam and Lan Fang. In the second match, the previously unheralded Xiao Yi defeated Yamcha with overwhelming superiority, causing a stir within the arena. The third match is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the contestants for the third match, Nam and Lanfang. The voice of the host resonated once more across the arena. As Xiao Yi passed by the contestant Nam in the resting corridor, he suddenly drew closer to her, channeling all of his mental energy toward her. Nam approached the competition stage with a serene demeanor, exhibiting no signs of discomfort, while Xiao Yi was overcome with a sense of exhaustion. Alas, he lamented, I still lack the formidable mental prowess of Master Roshi, unable to perceive any imagery at all. Xiao Yi's actions were inspired by what he had observed in a comic, where the revered Master Roshi could connect with others' memories solely through the power of his mind. Intrigued, Xiao Yi endeavored to replicate this feat, only to realize how far he was from achieving such mastery. As a formidable force that had dominated Earth for half a century, Master Roshi indeed possessed unique abilities. The esoteric techniques pertaining to the realm of the spirit were effortlessly executed, a testament to the extraordinary strength of his consciousness. Despite being constrained by his physical limitations and not having enhanced his prowess for many years, he had cultivated an impressive mental fortitude, suggesting that this venerable master might be far more complex than he appeared. The third match featured contestant Nam against contestant Lanfang. As the host announced the commencement of the battle, Nam prepared to launch an attack. Hey, take it easy on me, Lanfang flirtatiously implored, casting coy glances at Nam. However, just as Nam's heart raced in response to the charming demeanor, Lanfang delivered a fierce kick without hesitation. Caught off guard by Lanfang's sudden shift from flirtation to aggression, Nam was struck hard, sent soaring into the air. Seizing the opportunity while Nam was unsteady, Lanfang clasped her hands together and delivered a powerful blow directly to Nam's back, sending her crashing to the ground. Just as Lanfang prepared to execute a knee strike, Nam, regaining her composure, deftly sidestepped the impending blow and countered with a swift hand strike aimed at Lanfang. Lanfang appeared as if startled, frozen in place like a delicate maiden. Observing her expression, Nam instinctively pulled back her attack, lacking any force when her arm met Lanfang's. Ouch, that hurts, Lanfang lamented, dropping to her knees and crying out as if her arm had been severed. Oh no, Nam has made Lanfang cry. The host's voice resonated from backstage. How annoying. Lanfang's sobs intensified, almost as if they fueled her resolve. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? Nam, feeling as though she had committed a grievous error, was at a loss and repeatedly apologized to Lanfang. Yet, this was precisely Lanfang's ruse. Seeing Nam approach her side in a state of concern, Lanfang unleashed a powerful punch to Nam's solar plexus. Struck in this vulnerable area, Nam was momentarily incapacitated. Hey, look out. Lanfang seized the opportunity, aiming to deliver a decisive blow to bring Nam down. However, her strike did not land on Nam's face as intended. Instead, Nam, having just regained her strength, caught Lanfang's fist in her grip. I will fight you with all my might, treating you as both an adversary and an equal. The competitor Nam has finally recovered from his earlier distress. Oh, Nam appears to be quite irate. His gaze is intensely serious, as the host explains to the distant audience. Is he truly angry? Lanfang teasingly remarked, eager to employ her previous tactics once more. No need to feign innocence any longer, it is futile, Nam declared resolutely, and without hesitation, he charged towards Lanfang. Nam executed a powerful double-handed punch right before Lanfang. Lanfang was taken aback by Nam's unwavering determination, showing no sign of being affected by her antics. Fortunately, her remarkable skills enabled her to perform a quick somersault, narrowly evading the two heavy blows. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move, Lanfang muttered to herself, swiftly shedding her outer garments, leaving only her bra and panties, unabashedly displaying her fit physique to Nam and the audience below. Nam's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you like that, pure-hearted boy? Lanfang teased, striking a playful pose. What do you think? Do you still dare to look at me? Observing Nam's flushed face as he lowered his gaze, Lanfang couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. As she giggled, she approached Nam, who instinctively took steps back. Yet, the confines of the arena were limited, and soon, Nam found himself cornered at the edge. No more retreating, an enviable offensive. Yet the innocent Nam was ensnared in a predicament. Danger loomed. The host's voice rang out, offering a timely warning to Nam. My fellow villagers are counting on me. In that moment of desperation, Nam realized that if he were to fail, The survival of his village would be at stake. Lan Fang commenced her rapid assault just as the host's voice echoed again. Yes, just close your eyes. If you do not look at her, there will be no problem. At the last possible moment, Nam finally conceived a strategy. Whoosh. Bam. Just as Lan Fang believed victory was assured, Nam sprang into action. Leaping over her head and executing a swift hand strike to the back of her neck, incapacitating her with a single blow. Counting to 10, Nam's decisive strike secured his victory, reverberating through the arena as the host announced. The first 7 matches of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament have concluded, with victories for Kellen, Xiao Yi, and Nam. At last, the 4th match is about to commence. Now, let the 4th match begin. Competitors Sun Wukong and Kinnan, please enter the arena. As Nam and the unconscious Lan Fang exited the stage, the host's voice resonated through the arena. Chapter 45, Little Wukong vs. Kinnan, Part 1. Ah, Wukong has finally taken the stage. Yulong exclaimed joyfully. What kind of person is Kinnan? Bulma, however, felt a spark of curiosity towards another competitor. Let us work together, Yamcha. Pu'er exclaimed loudly. Suddenly, a creature resembling a dinosaur, with a colossal tail, strode onto the tournament stage. What on earth is that? It's simply a monster, Wulong remarked. Trembling in fear at the sight of the contestant, Kinnan. Where's Goku? Bulma wondered, noticing the absence of the fighter who was supposed to be present. Oh, where is contestant Sun Wukong? The host also expressed his bewilderment. What is going on? Why hasn't he appeared? The spectators below began to stir restlessly due to the missing fighter. Contestant Sun Wukong, please enter the arena. The host called out repeatedly through the loudspeaker towards the backstage. Haha, is he too frightened to come out? Keenan smugly declared. What? He was here during the 2nd match. Yamcha said anxiously. Goku's friend Krillin was equally worried. Goku, where are you? It's time for the match. Krillin shouted, searching frantically. Not over there. Nam also joined in the search. What on earth is happening? Hey, come out. The audience was beginning to lose their patience. Ha, that guy must have run away. I've won. Keenan rejoiced, witnessing the growing commotion among the audience. Goku, wake up. It's time to compete. Xiao Yi shouted at the corner where a slumbering Goku lay. Huh. Little Goku, it's your turn to enter the ring. How can you be sleeping? Unlike Xiao Yi, Krillin was in a panic, dragging the still drowsy Goku away, fearing that the referee would disqualify him for being late. What? Oh, has the match started? Little Goku was still somewhat disoriented. Hurry. The sunglasses-wearing referee was equally anxious, having come backstage to find Goku, as the audience grew increasingly chaotic. I apologize, everyone. Contestant Sun Wukong was just taking a nap, the host explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. The crowd was left in disbelief, never anticipating that a competitor would delay such an important match due to a midday slumber. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. The recently awakened little Goku cheerfully greeted the audience. This kid doesn't take me seriously at all, Keenan fumed to himself. Now, the 4th match begins. The host announced from the arena. You little brat. I'll make you cry like a baby. Keenan seethed, still brooding over Goku's disregard for him. Meanwhile, little Goku was stretching nearby, a gesture that Keenan perceived as nothing short of a taunt. Goku, cheer on, Yulong, he shouted from the sidelines, clad in identical attire to Krillin. Who are these 2 young rascals? The audience below also took notice of the martial arts uniforms worn by Goku and Krillin. Hey, what is this? Look. Keenan is showing Goku his palm. Huh? Nothing much, replied the naive Goku as he approached. At that moment, Keenan swung his robust tail, sending Goku flying against the wall behind the martial arts arena. Oh no. Keenan struck suddenly, slamming Goku against the wall, exclaimed the commentator, astonished. Thud. After colliding with the wall, Goku tumbled back onto the stage. What a move. The match has barely begun, and Goku is already down. The commentator proclaimed loudly. The audience gasped in awe. Hooray for victory. Keenan gestured triumphantly. With a sudden burst, Goku performed a spectacular leap, bouncing back to his feet as if nothing had happened. The commentator and the audience were taken aback by Goku's resilience. Incredible. The wall is damaged. Yet Goku appears unscathed. The commentator explained in disbelief. Who says I'm fine? That hurt. Goku replied, covering his cheek. Keenan's jaw dropped in surprise. Only he understood that his strongest attack was his tail, and this audacious brat, after taking a solid hit, was still bouncing around. It was utterly unfathomable. Of course. How could Goku possibly be so easily defeated? Krillin proudly declared. Watch me. Goku charged swiftly at Keenan, blocking his massive punch with his right arm while delivering a powerful blow to Keenan's abdomen with his left. Ouch! Keenan grimaced in pain from the impact. Hee hee. Huh. Uh-huh. Goku continued unabated, performing a front flip to land behind Keenan, seizing the temporarily immobilized fighter and executing a suplex that sent Keenan flying out of the ring. The audience gasped in unison as they witnessed Keenan being hurled from the stage. Good heavens! Such strength! Goku, despite his small stature, has thrown the enormous Keenan out of the ring. Goku has turned the tables, the referee announced loudly. However, just when it seemed Keenan would fall, he flapped his enormous wings and soared back into the air. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. I'm not going out that easily, Keenan declared with pride. Originally believing he had secured victory, the young warrior Wukong was taken aback. Competitor Keenan has soared back onto the arena. According to the rules, one is deemed out of bounds only upon landing outside the designated area. Thus, she has not yet lost. The referee, seemingly a touch embarrassed by his previous hasty judgment, clarified this to Wukong and the audience. An astonished chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Is it truly possible to do that? Wukong, too, felt a wave of astonishment. Very well. I shall compel you to utter the words. I have lost. Wukong assumed a martial stance, poised to launch another assault on Keenan. Hey, Keenan, exuding confidence, suddenly unleashed a viscous substance. Wow. Wukong, caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, found himself ensnared by the sticky liquid. Chapter 46, Wukong vs. Keenan, Part 2. What is this substance? Once entangled in the viscous mass, it seemed to harden instantaneously, rendering Wukong incapable of extricating himself. Haha. You are ensnared by my magical chewing gum. Keenan reveled in her triumphant maneuver. Oh no, I cannot move. Wukong struggled to break free, but the magical gum appeared to constrict tighter with each effort. No matter how desperately you struggle, my magical gum shall not relent, Keenan proclaimed triumphantly. Observing Wukong's futile attempts to escape, you now resemble a puppet at my mercy. As she spoke, Keenan flexed her arms, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Wukong. This is not good. Before Wukong could devise a strategy, Keenan's powerful fist came crashing down upon his head. Ugh! Wukong was rendered speechless by the pain. Keenan approached the immobilized Wukong, effortlessly lifting him. What are you planning to do? Wukong's concern grew as he witnessed Keenan's actions. I intend to throw you out of the arena. Indeed, Keenan uttered Wukong's gravest fear. Please, no. We ought to engage in a proper match. Wukong's pleas fell flat, sounding somewhat feeble. Oh dear, it appears Sun is in dire straits. The announcer's voice echoed once more from the arena. My limbs are immobile. If I am thrown out like this, I shall lose. It seems there is no hope for Sun. The announcer expressed a lack of optimism for Wukong. Haha, you are certain to lose, Keenan declared, as she prepared to hurl Wukong from the arena. Wah! Wukong screamed as he hurtled towards the outskirts of the arena. Wukong, it's over, there is no hope, Krillin exclaimed helplessly. Oh my! The audience watched in shock as Wukong soared further away, their mouths agape in disbelief. The Nimbus Cloud, come swiftly to my aid. In midair, the little Goku finally remembered his companion, the Nimbus Cloud. With a whoosh, he descended at great speed, landing not on the ground, but upon the soft, fluffy Nimbus. That was close, Goku exclaimed as he soared towards the arena. You have been a tremendous help. Thank you. Nimbus. Sitting atop the cloud, Goku expressed his gratitude. It has been so long since we last met. I was genuinely worried that you might have forgotten me. Goku joyfully addressed the Nimbus. The audience gasped in astonishment as they beheld Goku riding upon a cloud, re-entering the arena. What is that? Keenan, initially believing he had secured victory, was taken aback to see Goku perched upon a peculiar cloud, flying back into the competition. Oh, splendid! Yamcha and Krillin exclaimed in delight. But Goku is still tethered, Xiao Yi remarked with calmness. Tada, I'm back. Goku, riding the Nimbus, jumped directly onto the stage. Humph, what is that thing? Aren't tools prohibited? Keenan questioned the host from below the stage. You're up there flying yourself. And using that, what do you call it, gum? Goku retorted, displeased with Keenan's inquiry. My wings grew from me. The magical gum is part of my being. Keenan and Goku engaged in a spirited debate. At that moment, the host, uncertain, had never encountered such a situation before and decided to consult with the director. After some deliberation, the host announced to the audience that, as an exception, Goku would be allowed to use the miraculous cloud this one time only. If he were to use it again, he would be declared the loser. Goku was taken aback. He realized that without the Nimbus, if he were to be thrown out of the ring again, he would likely face immediate defeat. Huh. Now you have no way out. Although Keenan was not entirely satisfied with the host's ruling, he was nonetheless pleased that Goku could no longer utilize that strange cloud. This is it, Yamcha. If he gets thrown out again, he will surely lose. Krillin voiced his concerns. Well, Xiao Yi, it's just a matter of time. You are bound to lose. Keenan joyfully approached Goku. Goku, witnessing Keenan preparing to execute the same move again, anxiously shouted, "No, you can't." Keenan delivered a powerful punch, and if it landed, even if Goku managed to rise, he would be knocked off the stage. "No, Goku, get out of the way," Keenan exclaimed. Huh. Keenan soon realized that his punch seemingly struck nothing at all. Where did that kid go? Keenan searched diligently for the whereabouts of little Wukong. Suddenly, the audience erupted in astonished exclamations, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. Following their gaze, Keenan finally spotted little Wukong, who had inexplicably sprouted a long tail, which dangled from the arm he was using to punch. "It's my tail. It's grown back," little Wukong exclaimed joyfully, elated by his newly reappeared appendage. The tail. Yamcha seemed to envision a terrifying scenario, his voice trembling slightly. His tail? Krillin, unaware that little Wukong could regrow a tail, was equally astonished. Wukong's tail. Oolong quivered in disbelief. How did it grow back? Bulma recalled the harrowing night of their last adventure when little Wukong transformed into a giant ape. This is dire. If I don't break free from this, victory will be impossible. How infuriating. Little Wukong summoned all his strength and launched an offensive against the magical chewing gum that ensnared him. Are you even human? Keenan felt an overwhelming sense of unease as he witnessed his enchanted gum expanding enormously. Bang. Huh. I'm free. Little Wukong joyfully gazed at his liberated hands and feet. Keenan was left speechless in shock. Kiki. Having a tail is so much more comfortable. Little Wukong supported himself with his tail, bouncing around on the ground. With a sudden kick aimed at the wall beside the arena, he caused a significant portion of the stage to collapse. Now it's time for my counterattack. Little Wukong declared his intent to Keenan. I surrender. Keenan, from seemingly nowhere, produced a white flag and waved it frantically, leading the fully prepared little Wukong to tumble onto the stage. Sun Wukong is the victor, the announcer proclaimed, revealing the match's outcome. Wow, that's incredible. The audience gasped in astonishment. Chapter 47. Xiao Yi versus Krillin. Sun Wukong has triumphed. Although small in stature, he possesses astonishing strength. The same could be said for Krillin, who fought in the first match, as both wore the distinctive turtle emblazoned GI and exhibited remarkable martial prowess. What could be the reason behind this? The host articulated the many spectators' bewilderment. Hee. Little Wukong chuckled to himself. I would like to interview both of them on stage. Please, Krillin, join us. The host seemed to believe this would enhance the atmosphere. This is no time for jest. Wukong's tail has returned. If he transforms under the full moon again, it could spell disaster. Bulma expressed her concern. Wukong, how did you get a tail? Clint was genuinely curious about how the seemingly ordinary little Wukong had sprouted a tail after just one match. It had been broken before, but it had just grown back. Little Wukong, seemingly oblivious to Clint's statement, responded with a remark that was completely off topic. Congratulations to both of you for reaching the semifinals. At such a tender age, you both possess remarkable martial prowess. Clint, you're 13, right? And Wukong, how old are you? The host handed the microphone to little Wukong, who promptly diverted the conversation to their ages, which was the most astonishing aspect for the audience below. Is this for me? Little Wukong asked the host, pointing at the microphone in confusion. Silly. It's a device that amplifies sound. It's a microphone. Clint was utterly at a loss with little Wukong, and without caring that thousands were watching, he shouted. Little Wukong remained perplexed. The audience erupted in joyous laughter at little Wukong's antics. It seems the audience thoroughly enjoyed your little joke, the host chuckled, thinking little Wukong was merely jesting. Stop embarrassing yourself. Just answer the question. Clint whispered to little Wukong, the only one aware that little Wukong's confusion stemmed from a lack of common knowledge. 9, 10, 11, 12, little Wukong counted on his fingers. 12, he declared confidently. 12? Didn't you say you were 14 last time? Clint asked, puzzled. Kiki, I wasn't very good at counting before. But didn't Grandpa teach us? 11 is followed by 12. Little Wukong replied with a smile. The audience once again roared with laughter at his innocence. 12 years old. What a little tyke. So foolish. Bulma muttered indignantly from below. Hee. Thus, the youngest competitor in this tournament is the 12-year-old Sun Wukong. The host announced happily. Wukong, so you are younger than I am, exclaimed Jimming with delight. But I am taller than you, Clin. Wukong swiftly delivered a sharp retort, showcasing his witty nature, leaving the audience in stitches once more. I have a question. Sun Wukong, is your tail real? The host inquired, voicing what the audience was eager to know. Indeed, it's quite strange for a tail to grow suddenly. Moreover, I've never heard of anyone sprouting a tail. Clin regarded little Wukong with skepticism. My tail is real. With that, he loosened his martial arts uniform and said, Look. The audience erupted in laughter as little Wukong revealed his tail. See? He cheekily turned to present his bare backside toward Clin. Enough. Put your pants back on. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Clin anxiously called out to little Wukong. Ha ha. Audience, are you performing a comedic dialogue? The host could not help but tease Clin and little Wukong about their antics. Moreover, you both wear identical martial attire. Which dojo have you trained at? The host inquired curiously. We haven't trained at a dojo. We practice martial arts under Master Wu. Clin responded candidly. What? Master Wu? The host exclaimed in astonishment. Oh. At the same time, the audience erupted in a flurry of gasps beneath the stage. Master Wu. So they are disciples of Master Wu. No wonder these two youngsters are so formidable, the spectators murmured among themselves. It is worth noting that these attendees had traveled great distances to witness the martial arts competition. And most were fervent enthusiasts of the martial discipline, well acquainted with Master Wu's esteemed reputation. Is he truly the one known as the god of martial arts? The host persistently questioned. Yes, he had stopped accepting disciples, but made an exception for us, Clin declared with pride. How astonishing. These two youths are indeed disciples of Master Wu. It is no wonder their skills are so exceptional. However, the fact that Master Wu is still alive is remarkable. The host's voice caused the turtle hermit, who had been quite pleased with himself in the audience, to collapse to the ground. Clin, the fifth match is about to commence. Although contestant Xiao Yi is a formidable adversary, as a disciple of Master Wu, you should have confidence in defeating him, correct? The host asked Clin. Absolutely. I will certainly defeat him. At that moment, despite his awareness of Xiao Yi's strength, Clin could not help but respond with enthusiasm after receiving such praise. All right. The fifth match is finally about to begin. Please welcome contestant Xiao Yi to the stage. The host's voice resonated from the arena. It's my turn to compete. Xiao Yi remarked to Yamcha as he exited the resting area, making his way toward the competition platform. Contestant Xiao Yi is stepping onto the stage. Let the match commence. The host declared, sensing that the atmosphere had become sufficiently lively. The fifth match officially began as the gong sounded. Xiao Yi, although we are friends, I will not hold back in this match. Clin stated to Xiao Yi, who stood before him. That is fine. Come at me with your all. You may not realize this, but my strength far surpasses that of little Wukong. Do not hold back. Otherwise, you may not even have time to unleash your ultimate move. Xiao Yi cautioned Clin before launching his attack, ensuring that Clin would not take it easy during the match. What? Clin glanced towards little Wukong outside the ring. Yes, Xiao Yi's strength is far superior to mine. Little Wukong continued to extol Xiao Yi's prowess, seemingly unaware of the concept of undermining a teammate. Even if you are truly that powerful, I will not allow you to win so easily. Clin, uttering his words, charged towards Xiao Yi. Chapter 48, Guidance. Xiao Yi gazed with satisfaction at Krillin's performance. Despite Krillin's usual shyness, he proved to be increasingly reliable in critical moments, a quality befitting a martial artist. Suddenly, Krillin charged directly at Xiao Yi. Lacking any learned techniques from Master Roshi, Krillin's assault was limited to close-range strikes. As anticipated, upon reaching Xiao Yi, he unleashed a straightforward punch, devoid of any embellishments. Yet, due to the remarkable speed of his attack, most individuals would find it challenging to react in time. However, most individuals does not include Xiao Yi. With a swift backward leap, he evaded Krillin's powerful blow. Just as he regained his stance, Krillin executed a spinning kick, compelling Xiao Yi to duck in order to avoid it. As he lifted his head, he found Krillin's left hook aimed squarely at his temple, prompting him to lean back to evade. Yet, this left hook was merely a prelude to a fierce right-hand punch, and at that moment, Xiao Yi was in the least favorable position to exert force. Reluctantly, he extended a hand to intercept Krillin's strike. Xiao Yi's initial disarray stemmed from his desire to train both little Wukong and Krillin. On the arena, Xiao Yi restrained his own speed to match that of Krillin, adopting a defensive stance, which rendered him somewhat awkward. However, this also indirectly reflected the remarkable martial arts talent possessed by Krillin. I'm about to make my move, Xiao Yi declared, exerting his strength to separate the two. Prepare yourself. He assumed a martial arts stance, finally commencing in earnest. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi unleashed a straight punch. Wow! Krillin, unable to perceive the trajectory of Xiao Yi's strike, was sent crashing into the wall behind the martial arts stage. I didn't see your punch at all, Krillin stammered, clearly still reeling from the impact. I just matched your speed. You have yet to fully grasp your rapidly increasing strength and velocity. Once you do, you too can achieve it, Xiao Yi said with a smile. Really? Can I deliver such a punch too? Krillin's skepticism was evident in his tone. Watch again, and you will see. Believe in yourself. Xiao Yi, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a pupil, demonstrated the lightning-fast punch once more in the arena. Will I truly be able to see it? Krillin focused all his attention on Xiao Yi's fist. Hey! Xiao Yi executed the identical punch once more. I saw it. Krillin felt as though he had broken through a barrier, finally able to discern the path of Xiao Yi's fist. Excellent. Have you grasped it? Xiao Yi beamed with satisfaction at Krillin's swift understanding. Thank you for your guidance, but I still need to finish this match. Krillin gradually rose, revitalized as if reborn. Very well, unleash your full power. I shall not hold back either. Although Xiao Yi claimed he would not restrain himself, his demeanor suggested a leisurely stroll, indicating that this was not his true prowess. Then allow me to show you. I am a disciple of Master Wu Tian, Krillin declared with confidence. With renewed vigor, Krillin charged towards Xiao Yi once more. This time, Xiao Yi did not adopt a defensive posture. Instead, he charged forward in kind. Amidst the bewilderment of the host and audience, the brief clash between Xiao Yi and Krillin concluded, with Xiao Yi maintaining his composed demeanor, not even a hair out of place. Suddenly, Krillin, who had been standing just moments before, crashed face-first onto the stage. Contestant Krillin has fallen. The countdown commenced. 1, 2, 3, 4. Although the process of the match was unclear, it did not hinder the referee from making a decision. Get up, Krillin. You mustn't lose. Keep going. Though aware of Krillin's suffering, little Goku remained steadfast in his belief that Krillin would rise once more. As the countdown continued, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Krillin, stand up. Little Goku shouted fervently. It hurts. It feels unbearable. It seemed that Goku's voice had an effect, for Krillin gradually began to pull himself up from the ring. He is up. Krillin is back on his feet. Cheers erupted from the supporters. Oh, it hurts so much. Krillin. Incredible, Krillin. Little Goku exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha ha, having taken such a heavy blow, I doubt I could rise again. Let alone this little fellow whose determination is truly extraordinary. Xiao thought to himself. Wow, I could barely see their movements just now. Oh, me too. Gasped the audience in awe. Although you discern my movements, it is clear that your actions failed to keep pace with your reflexes. Surrender. Xiao Yi remarked with a calm demeanor. I concede. Thank you for your guidance. Though reluctant, Krillin recognized the vast chasm between himself and Xiao Yi, filled with gratitude for the latter's insights. Krillin has surrendered. Xiao Yi is victorious. The announcer's voice resonated through the arena. Xiao Yi advances to the finals. The victor of the 6th match will face Xiao Yi for the championship, the announcer continued. And now, the 6th match begins. Contestant Son Goku versus contestant Nam. As Xiao Yi assisted Krillin off the stage, the announcer's voice echoed. Goku, you must reach the finals and win for me too. Give it your all. Krillin urged the Goku who was about to enter the ring. Yes, I will do my utmost. Little Goku replied confidently. Only 2 matches remain. The 6th match is about to commence. The winner will contend with Xiao Yi for the championship. Who will prevail, contestant Nam or contestant Son Goku? The moment of the finals is near. Who will claim the 500,000 yuan prize? The announcer delivered a passionate speech as Nam and little Goku prepared for battle. Upon hearing the mention of the hefty sum, Nam's previously focused expression wavered. Chapter 49. Little Goku versus Nam. Mother, brother, fellow villagers. I will surely win and bring back enough water. Nam thought of his family and fellow villagers suffering back home, his resolve to win solidifying. Goku, you must win. Oolong shouted loudly. If you win, I'll treat you. Bulma added to Goku. All right. Little Goku, still more interested in the food, responded. Now, let the 6th match commence. The host with sunglasses declared the competition to commence. As the gong echoed, contestant Nam and little Wukong entered a state of combat, meticulously assessing each other's techniques for vulnerabilities. With a mischievous grin, little Wukong flashed a smile at Nam before his figure began to blur. Nam, quick to react, recognized the impending danger as Wukong's form became increasingly indistinct. In an instant, she closed her eyes and relied on her inner vision to sense Wukong's movements. With a swift kick, little Wukong launched an attack, only to find that Nam had anticipated his strike and had already leapt into the air. Not only that, in Wukong's moment of surprise, Nam executed a flying kick from above, descending directly towards him. Reacting swiftly, Wukong performed a backward leap, evading her strike and creating distance between them, allowing her kick to land harmlessly in the air. Nam, refusing to grant Wukong any respite, advanced with a series of side kicks in rapid succession. After taking one of her strikes head-on, Wukong retaliated with a flurry of powerful punches. The intensity of the battle escalated. With each hit Nam landed on Wukong met with an equal response. Suddenly, leveraging the rebound from the arena wall, Nam soared high, delivering a decisive hand chop that sent Wukong crashing to the ground. Clutching his neck, Wukong rolled on the ground, determined to turn the tide. "Victory is mine. I shall throw you out of the ring," Nam exclaimed, seizing the moment to rally her spirits. Despite rolling on the ground, Wukong's tail instinctively lashed out, ensnaring Nam's ankle and bringing her crashing down. Although Nam was aware of Wukong's tail, she was unprepared for its potential as a weapon. "Isn't this fun?" Wukong teased, playfully waving his tail as though showcasing a new toy to Nam. What a spectacular display. An extraordinary clash of offense and defense, neither side yielding. The host seized the brief pause in their combat to provide commentary. "How can I defeat him?" Wukong pondered, confronting Nam's flawless technique for the first time, feeling a sense of challenge. I've got it. I've conceived a new move," he declared to the advancing Nam. Nam, taken aback by this peculiar little creature, stood momentarily stunned. "Here I come. Higgle-yalu." With that, Wukong began to spin rapidly like a top. "What is this?" Nam was utterly astonished by Wukong's novel technique. As he spun closer, she could hardly believe her eyes. No. In a state of utter bewilderment, the competitor Nam was abruptly propelled away by the force of a collision, groaning softly while rubbing his slightly injured chest from the impact. Nam was taken aback by the sheer power of the blow. It was far too formidable. He thought to himself that approaching was utterly futile. He could only evade. As the agile little Wukong began to draw nearer, the rustling sound of his movements forced Nam to retreat. Oh no! Unbeknownst to him, Nam had already retreated to the very edge of the arena, and any further retreat would result in his falling off the stage. Meanwhile, Wukong continued to spin relentlessly, steadily closing the distance toward Nam. "This is it. I'm going to lose." Nam despaired inwardly. However, just as he prepared to relinquish any resistance, closing his eyes to await his inevitable defeat, he suddenly noticed that the spinning sound had ceased. Upon opening his eyes, Nam was astonished to see Wukong in front of him, swaying as if intoxicated, before collapsing onto the arena floor, unable to rise. The world spun around. Wukong had inadvertently knocked himself out with his own technique. What a self-inflicted predicament. An opportunity had presented itself. Nam gazed at the fallen Wukong and thought, "If I throw him out of the ring, victory will be mine." Yet, he couldn't shake his lingering apprehension about Wukong's tail causing trouble again. "Well, I must proceed." With a sudden burst of energy, Nam leapt into the air as if propelled by springs in his feet. "Wow, what an impressive jump." The announcer's voice rang out at that moment. "Here comes my move. Sky X Punch." With a fierce cry, Nam assumed a diving stance, arms crossed above his head, and charged toward Wukong. "I'm sorry, young one. I must secure this victory. The villagers are counting on me to bring back water to save them." Nam expressed a deep sense of remorse within his heart. "This is bad. Wukong is in danger." The announcer's voice echoed from below the arena. "Wukong, wake up." Oolong and the others shouted incessantly. It seemed that Wukong was beginning to stir. Nam, reciting a Buddhist chant, launched his attack towards Wukong. Bang! This strike landed squarely on Wukong's vulnerable throat. Though Nam had intended to hold back, the force of his blow was enough to cause even Xiao Yi to blanch. Wukong gasped, his mouth agape, emitting a faint groan. The audience, astounded by the ferocity of the attack, was left in stunned silence. Even the referee was taken aback. Nam couldn't help but remind him, 1, 2, 3. The referee, as if awakening from a dream, began the countdown. Alas, having endured that blow, Yamcha couldn't help but exclaim, I fear he may not rise again. Xiao Yi remarked, fully aware of the outcome, yet compelled to echo the sentiment. Krillin, the one most deeply connected to Goku, expressed concern for the young warrior's safety. As a believer in Buddhism, I shan't take your life. However, should he be struck by that skyward X punch, it would take no less than 10 days for him to awaken, Nam said, hands clasped in prayer, addressing the unconscious Goku. Chapter 50. Young Goku's Triumph. The referee counted seconds aloud. To everyone's astonishment, Goku had actually lost. Oolong found it utterly unbelievable. As the referee reached the 9th second, Goku's fingers suddenly twitched. Nam, the competitor, was equally astonished by this occurrence. When the referee announced the number 10, Goku sprang up from the ground. Nam's eyes widened to the size of eggs. He could scarcely articulate his shock. He knew all too well the force behind his strike. Though he had avoided hitting a critical area, the prospect of rising seemed utterly impossible. The referee and the audience were left speechless by Goku's sudden resurgence. Cough. Cough. I am standing, Goku proclaimed, looking immensely pained yet still managing to rise. He stands. Yamcha gasped in disbelief. Incredible. Xiao Yi was genuinely astonished. Under such a fierce assault, to emerge unscathed was a feat he could not achieve at his level. Marvelous. Only Krillin, without overthinking, cheered loudly for Goku's return to his feet. How is this possible? Nam pondered, utterly baffled as to why Goku could still stand after sustaining such an attack. Wow, that's amazing. The crowd erupted in applause. Although they might not grasp the magnitude of Nam's power, they recognized that anyone else, after being struck with such force from such a height, would have perished. Yet here was Goku, vibrant and lively, leaving them in awe. Impressive. Truly impressive. Goku is remarkably resilient. Nam stood, speechless. The announcer's voice resonated from below. This is impossible. How can one stand after being struck by that move? Perhaps it was a miscalculation. Nam desperately sought a rationale to bolster his confidence. Crack. Crack. Meanwhile, Goku was realigning his slightly dislocated skull. Very well, let us commence again. This time, we shall determine a victor, Nam declared, leaping high into the air. Oh, Nam has jumped once more, appearing as small as a bean. The announcer excitedly relayed to the audience. Wow, excellent. I shall jump too. Although the precise actions of the competitor Nam remain elusive, the ever-curious and adventurous Sun Wukong eagerly emulates him, leaping into the air. Behold my technique. Super Sky X Punch. With this, Nam, now fully aware of Sun Wukong's formidable defense, unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Suddenly, Nam perceives a shadow darting past him, ascending to even greater heights. Oh no, he has overshot. With a sudden halt midair, Sun Wukong exerts all his strength to pursue downward. It is evident that Sun Wukong, in both height and velocity of his jump, far surpasses Nam, effortlessly overtaking him. This fellow is extraordinarily powerful. It is at this moment that Nam truly comprehends the disparity between them. He is caught up. Sun Wukong, as if engaged in a playful game, closes in on Nam. You little rascal! Nam exclaims, unable to restrain himself, throwing a punch at the now closed Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong sidesteps the confrontation and instead descends towards the ground. You scoundrel! Nam, feeling humiliated, angrily pursues him. Wow! An aerial clash ensues, a spectacle beyond comprehension. Even the commentator struggles to articulate the unfolding drama, his neck aching from the strain. They're coming down. It seems Sun Wukong is slightly faster. As they approach the ground, the commentator finally discerns their forms. Excellent. I'm certain I will win this match. Nam exclaims excitedly in midair. I shall prevail. Simultaneously declares the already grounded Sun Wukong with confidence. Oh, immediately upon landing, Sun Wukong deftly dodges backward, then propels himself forward, aiming a kick at Nam's landing position. Thud. The kick lands squarely on Nam's chest, sending him crashing onto the platform, thus concluding the match. Sun Wukong beams with joy after toppling his opponent from the stage. Victory! Sun Wukong triumphs. The commentator, upon confirming Nam's fall, announces Sun Wukong as the winner. Regrettably, Nam has exited the ring. What an astonishing match! The commentator proclaims, announcing Sun Wukong's advancement to the finals. The crowd erupts in cheers for Sun Wukong. Wonderful! Marvelous! Krillin and Yamcha embrace in celebration, while only Xiao Yi smiles, watching Sun Wukong on the stage. The victor is Sun Wukong. Despite his youth, he has delivered an extraordinary performance. He will advance to the finals to face the equally skilled Xiao Yi. The commentator explains during the intermission. You are truly remarkable, Wukong. Plin ascended the arena, embracing little Wukong in a jubilant celebration. What a thrill. After a grueling contest, little Wukong radiated with joy. Truly magnificent. The championship was surely his. Absolutely remarkable. Meanwhile, the defeated Nam was enveloped in dismay. However, his performance had been nothing short of spectacular. The host did not forget to acknowledge Nam, who had fallen from the stage. Addressing the audience, young man, I concede, congratulations to you. I hope you secure the championship, Nam sincerely conveyed to little Wukong. Thank you. The blessing from his adversary filled little Wukong with immense happiness. Now, at last, we approach the finals. To whom shall the prestigious title of the best under heaven belong? After a brief intermission of 10 minutes, the most exhilarating final was about to commence. Would it be Sun or Xiao Yi who would claim the crown? The host animatedly elaborated on the proceedings from the stage. Are you preparing to leave without witnessing the finals? Having taken the place of Master Roshi, Xiao Yi felt compelled to see the task through to completion. Ah yes, I cannot delay too long, Nam politely responded to Xiao Yi. My fellow villagers, I apologize for failing your expectations and not bringing water back. Nam reflected on the disappointment that awaited him at home, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Nam, take this back with you. It's for you. Xiao Yi tossed an item to Nam. What? Is this a portable capsule? Nam was perplexed by Xiao Yi's intentions. No, it's empty. Xiao Yi chuckled as he explained to Nam. The latter grew increasingly bewildered by Xiao Yi's actions. You merely need to shrink the water and place it inside the capsule for convenient transport, Xiao Yi clarified. How did you know I was going to buy water? Nam was increasingly unable to fathom the enigmatic Xiao Yi. Master Wu Tian informed me. Xiao Yi continued to wear a smile as he spoke to Nam. After a thorough explanation, Xiao Yi successfully attributed this act of kindness entirely to Master Roshi, prompting Nam to feel immense gratitude towards him. Completion of the hidden task, the Good Samaritan, completed the unfinished character of Master Roshi and transferred all credit to him. Reward, 50 ingots, 1,000 gold coins. Wow, this reward is truly generous. Upon witnessing the system's reward, Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It is worth noting that after tirelessly completing tasks for an extended period, he had merely accumulated 85 ingots. Yet this time, he was unexpectedly bestowed with a remarkable 50 ingots, igniting a wave of excitement within him. This time, Xiao Yi opted to purchase a portable capsule from the system. Expending 100 gold coins, and in return, setting aside the ingots, he received a staggering 1,000 gold coins, yielding a tenfold profit. After a thorough examination of his attributes, he noted the following. Name, Xiao Yi Strength, Attack Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Axe, Speed, for 25, Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Armor, Nerve Reaction. For 120 note, values have been synchronized with the alien detector from the Dragon Ball world. Attribute points, 140 in every match, excluding Yamcha. An additional 10 attribute points are awarded. Ingot count, 135 gold coins, 49.99 silver coins, 9 martial arts, body refinement technique, 20, combat skills, 72 transformations, max level, energy blast, proficient, capable of various transformations, Wolf Fang Fist, max level, powers, carrot transformation technique, max level. Xiao Yi was quite satisfied with his attributes. Yet he could not help but feel a profound curiosity upon realizing that his body refinement technique had not yet reached its pinnacle. His physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, comparable even to the formidable human warriors of the Dragon Ball universe. Despite such an extraordinary constitution, he continued to sense a daily enhancement, sparking his intrigue about the limits of his potential. Could it be possible for him to elevate his physicality to a level as monstrous as that of a scion? Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are about to commence. Please welcome competitors Xiao Yi and Sun Wukong to the stage. Just as Xiao Yi reveled in the joy of completing a hidden quest, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the arena. Esteemed audience, the decisive moment is upon us. The finals of the world's martial arts tournament are about to begin. Who will emerge as the champion, Sun Wukong or Xiao Yi? The critical moment has finally arrived. The host passionately narrated, elevating the atmosphere to a thrilling crescendo. Wukong, give it your all. You must defeat him. Krillin cheered for his friend. I will do my best. Young Wukong responded cheerfully, fully aware of Xiao Yi's formidable strength. Xiao Yi, you must also strive hard. Yamcha encouraged as Xiao Yi prepared to enter the arena. Rest assured, although young Wukong possesses remarkable talent, he is still not my match. Xiao Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively at Yamcha. Competitors, please step forward. The host announced from the arena. Wukong seems quite elated. The announcer, noticing the smile on young Wukong's face, curiously inquired. Indeed, I am thrilled to battle Xiao Yi once more. Young Wukong exclaimed joyously. You two know each other? The host gathered from young Wukong's words that there was a prior acquaintance between him and Xiao Yi. Absolutely. Both Xiao Yi and young Wukong affirmed in unison. Wow. Who would have thought that the finalists of the world's martial arts tournament would be good friends? This certainly heightens the anticipation. All right. I hereby declare the finals of the world's martial arts tournament officially begun. After the host's stirring proclamation, he descended from the stage, leaving the arena to Xiao Yi and young Wukong. I will show no mercy. Xiao Yi assumed an offensive stance, addressing young Wukong. Neither will I. Young Wukong mirrored his resolve. With that, Xiao Yi, instead of passively enduring, launched a straightforward punch at young Wukong, devoid of any embellishments. The finals of the world's martial arts tournament had finally commenced. Who would ultimately triumph and claim the grand prize of 500,000 yuan, the last one laughing? Xiao Yi or Sun Wukong? The announcer elaborated from the sidelines. In response to Xiao Yi's powerful blow, young Wukong chose not to confront it head-on, but instead leapt into the air. As Xiao Yi observed little Wukong soaring into the air, he swiftly executed a powerful kick. To his astonishment, little Wukong had not anticipated that even at such heights, Xiao Yi could reach him. In the midst of his airborne state, Wukong found himself with no leverage and was struck solidly by Xiao Yi's kick. With a whoosh, Xiao Yi sent little Wukong flying. Before gracefully returning to the stage, Xiao Yi remained vigilant, fully aware that little Wukong was not to be underestimated. Oh no, Wukong is about to be thrown out of the ring. Yamcha exclaimed anxiously. The Nimbus Cloud is also prohibited. Krillin added, equally concerned. Foolish. To think that evading an attack would render one safe, such naivety. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Meanwhile, little Wukong, suspended in midair, was pondering a solution. This match was unfolding with an unexpected rapidity. The championship had fallen into the hands of the dashing Xiao Yi. His triumph interrupted only by the thunderous cheers of the audience before the host could complete his announcement. What is that? Someone exclaimed. It's Wukong. Oolong was the first to react. He has been thrown out. Bulma's face lit up with joy. Wonderful. Pure exclaimed with delight. Although this was a friendly duel, none wished for their comrade to face a humiliating defeat. With a giggle, little Wukong twirled his tail, soaring gracefully through the sky. Wow. Contestant Sun is utilizing his tail's rotation to fly like a helicopter. The host enthusiastically narrated from the sidelines. Surprised, aren't you? Little Wukong felt a surge of pride in his cleverness. Indeed, you are quite astute. Xiao Yi praised him wholeheartedly. I initially intended to return using the Kamehameha wave, but ultimately decided to save that technique for later. Little Wukong confessed earnestly. Chapter 52, The Great Ape. Although the Kamehameha wave is an excellent offensive technique, it depletes stamina significantly. Thus, it is best reserved for situations of certainty. Noticing little Wukong's apparent reliance on this move, Xiao Yi felt compelled to offer a reminder. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. Little Wukong expressed his gratitude. All right then, let me see how much progress you've made over the past year. Despite their friendship, Xiao Yi's demeanor resembled that of a caring older brother looking after his younger sibling. Okay, watch me, little Wukong declared, launching into the afterimage technique as he charged toward Xiao Yi. Again with this move. It's ineffective, Xiao Yi retorted. Mimicking little Wukong's technique but elevating it to the level of the multi-afterimage technique, creating 7 distinct apparitions of himself across the arena. Wow. Contestant Xiao Yi has also demonstrated this remarkable technique, producing 7 images. How can one discern which is the real him? The host was utterly amazed by the performance of the 2 contenders. Meanwhile, Xiao Wukong's attack struck one of Xiao Yi's phantoms, shattering it, while Xiao Yi's counterattack subsequently landed on Xiao Wukong's form. Haha, I found you. In the sky, a manifestation of Xiao Wukong appeared, launching an assault on the advancing Xiao Yi. However, the seemingly decisive punch from Xiao Wukong missed its mark, merely obliterating another phantom. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yi had already positioned himself behind Xiao Wukong and delivered a swift kick, sending the dazed Xiao Wukong crashing into the wall behind the stage. 1, 2, 3. The host diligently counted the seconds. Ah, you startled me. Xiao Wukong emerged unscathed from the debris of the wall, showing no signs of injury. What an exhilarating display of offense and defense. I'm utterly captivated. The host's words punctured the silence of the arena. What a remarkable performance. The thrilling final of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is evenly matched. Currently, Xiao Yi holds a slight advantage, while Sun appears somewhat on the defensive. He explained to the audience. Suddenly, Xiao Yukong launched a surprise attack, employing the rock-paper-scissors technique previously taught to Xiao Yi. Recognizing the familiar starting stance, Xiao Yi instinctively anticipated Xiao Yukong's subsequent moves. Scissors. Rock. Xiao Yukong executed the move, yet it was all too familiar to Xiao Yi. Upon calling out paper, Xiao Yukong delivered a rock to Xiao Yi's face. Xiao Yi, though momentarily startled, evaded the attack with his quick reflexes. Not overly surprised that Xiao Yi had dodged his lethal move, Xiao Yukong followed up with a sweeping kick aimed at Xiao Yi. Smack. Once again, Xiao Yukong's efforts proved fruitless. Since the match began, Xiao Yukong had scarcely landed a blow on Xiao Yi, who had instead delivered 2 powerful kicks, leaving Xiao Yukong in a rather disheveled state, albeit unharmed. Truly, this is the final of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. It is absolutely thrilling. Xiao Yi seems to be gaining the upper hand. Yet, it remains unclear who will emerge victorious. The sky is about to darken. Upon hearing the host's words, Xiao Yi realized that Xiao Yukong's transformation was imminent, and he was patiently awaiting this moment. In a previous battle, Xiao Yi stumbled upon a rather intriguing phenomenon. Engaging in combat with others yielded rewards, whether in the form of attribute points, gold coins, or precious treasures. One could indeed acquire certain benefits, and the greater the opponent's strength, the more valuable the rewards. However, during the decisive match against Yamcha, Xiao Yi found himself devoid of any gains, prompting him to ponder a different hypothesis. If he were to fight the same individual, whose combat prowess had evidently escalated, would he still be entitled to rewards? The transformation of little Wukong presented the perfect opportunity for verification. Be cautious. I shall unleash the Kamehameha, little Wukong declared, having no advantage in physical prowess, and thus resorted to his ultimate technique. Bring it on. Xiao Yi eagerly anticipated that little Wukong might deliver an unexpected surprise. As little Wukong assumed a deep squat, hands positioned at his waist, he concentrated his energy, gradually channeling it into his palms while exclaiming the name of his technique. Kamehameha. Just as the energy wave approached, Xiao Yi extended his left hand and unleashed an advanced version of the energy projectile, the Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha wave bore similarities to the energy projectile, both being applications of ki. The energy projectile involved compressing ki and releasing it in a single burst, while the Kamehameha wave entailed pre-compressing the ki within the body before launching it forth, akin to the Kamehameha technique. With a resounding crash, the Kamehameha collided with Xiao Yi's wave, shattering upon impact. Yet Xiao Yi's wave surged forward with relentless momentum, obliterating little Wukong's Kamehameha along its path. Just as the energy wave was about to collide with little Wukong, Xiao Yi deftly altered its trajectory, sending it soaring into the sky. Astounding! The legendary Kamehameha, a technique said to be exclusive to Master Roshi, has now been wielded by another, aside from his disciple son Wukong, and it appears to be even more formidable. The host exclaimed in excitement from the sidelines. No. That is not my Kamehameha. My Kamehameha does not possess such immense power. Little Wukong lamented, unaware that Master Roshi was also present in the audience, astonished by Xiao Yi's spectacular display. Little Wukong gazed transfixed at the energy attack ascending into the heavens. And in that moment of awe, he caught sight of the radiant moon above. Oh, as he beheld the moon, little Wukong's eyes glazed over, and his body began to swell, sprouting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal ape, towering over 10 meters. With a thunderous roar, the newly transformed little Wukong wreaked havoc, and upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Yi did not stand idly by. He promptly launched an assault against the now mighty little Wukong. Enlarge. In order to effectively confront the colossal ape, Xiao Yi transformed into a towering figure, matching the giant's size, and charged directly at the beast, resulting in a fierce clash between the two. Chapter 53. Victory. Though little Wukong had lost consciousness, the giant ape's attack power had correspondingly surged by several dozen times, exhibiting a wild and untamed ferocity in its assault. Meanwhile, despite Xiao Yi's increase in stature, his combat prowess remained unchanged, rendering the battle indecisive for the moment. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi recognizing the impending end of his transformation time and the stalemate of the combat, unleashed his ultimate technique. He endured a powerful slap from the giant ape, imprinting his palm upon the creature's form. In an instant, the colossal beast, once little Wukong, transformed into an adorable carrot. Just as Xiao Yi's transformation concluded, reverting him to his true self. Since acquiring the carrot transformation technique from the rabbit leader, Xiao Yi had never previously utilized it. Once mastered to its fullest extent, this skill became an active ability that could be invoked at will, merely requiring contact with an opponent to activate. Upon completing the hidden task of defeating the transformed giant ape, Xiao Yi was rewarded with 100 attribute points in the skill, Rational, Giant Ape Transformation. This ability, once activated, would enhance his power tenfold for 1 hour, followed by a year-long period of weakness during which his attributes would diminish to a mere tenth of their original value. While the reward of attribute points may seem significant in the present, it would soon pale in comparison to future endeavors. However, the giant ape transformation undeniably emerged as an invaluable skill for survival, with its considerable side effects rendered inconsequential when weighed against its capabilities. Yulong, catch! Xiao Yi exclaimed, tossing the carrot to Yulong. This is little Wukong. Take good care of it. Once I leave the arena, find a place hidden from the moonlight, and I shall restore his true form. Oh! Yulong gasped, his hands trembling as he clutched the carrot tightly, fearing any mishap might harm it. What an unforeseen conclusion! The once mighty sun, transformed into a giant, had been reduced to a mere carrot by the giant-sized Xiao Yi. The host seemed at a loss for words, perplexed by how this martial arts tournament had taken such a fantastical turn. Xiao Yi has emerged as the champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. The announcer's voice resonated from below the arena. Wow! Incredible! Xiao Yi, you are the best. Bulma cheered. I love you, Xiao Yi. A beautiful woman declared. I want to marry you. Another woman chimed in. Humph, a bunch of superficial women, Bulma remarked, her irritation evident as she observed the throng of admirers vying for Xiao Yi's attention. You are one of them as well, Wulong remarked, unable to suppress his commentary on Bulma's capricious nature. Are you wishing to be roasted like a suckling pig? Bulma retorted darkly. This competition is simply extraordinary, Wulong exclaimed, truly deserving of the title of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It has opened our eyes to new horizons. Let us all applaud contestant Xiao Yi. His performance was nothing short of exceptional. The host declared from the stage. Clap, clap, clap. Prompted by the host, the audience rose to their feet, showering Xiao Yi with applause, as today's contest had indeed broadened their perspectives. Here is the champion's prize of 500,000 yuan. The host presented an envelope into Xiao Yi's hands. Thank you. This marks Xiao Yi's first monetary reward since arriving in this world. Task 1. Secure victory at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Completed. Reward. Attribute points. 100. Yuanbao. 100. Gold coins. 5,000. Xiao Yi glanced at his attributes. Name. Xiao Yi strength. Attack power 425. 5. Bear demon axe. Speed. 420. 5. Constitution. Defense power 425. 5. Bear demon armor. Note. The values have been synchronized with the alien detector. Attribute value. 320 yuanbao. 235 gold coins. 89.99 silver coins. 9 martial arts. Body refinement technique. 20. 72 transformations. Max level. Ki blast. Proficient. Capable of various transformations. Ki wave. Advanced spell of Ki blast. Supernatural ability. Carrot transformation technique. Max level. Martial skill. Giant ape transformation. Such attributes filled Xiao Yi with immense satisfaction. At least in the early stages, he was invincible. Yet, he acknowledged that in the later stages, such cultivation would render him unable to defeat even minor characters. Xiao Yi did not intend to immediately augment his attribute values, planning instead to wait until his body reached its limits to enhance them later. Hey! Xiao Yi descended from the arena and greeted his gathered friends. Xiao Yi, you performed splendidly in the match, Bulma shyly remarked. Thank you. Xiao Yi responded with a gentle smile. Though I knew of your strength, today's match made me realize that you have far surpassed me. I hope you wield this power for noble causes. Master Roshi suddenly adopted a serious expression and spoke to Xiao Yi. I will. Xiao Yi smiled back at Master Roshi. Quick, Xiao Yi. Restore little Goku to his true form. Holding this carrot feels like an eternity. Oolong interjected, eager to return to the matter at hand. All right, since it's getting late, how about I treat everyone to a meal? It will also provide a chance to restore little Goku. Xiao Yi suggested, noticing the fatigue among his friends. Sounds great. They all agreed enthusiastically. With a loud pop, little Goku transformed from the carrot back into a child, albeit one without any clothing. Huh, where are my clothes? Little Goku, just awakening, was momentarily disoriented. Here you go. Xiao Yi had previously purchased a set of clothes for little Goku from the system and handed them over. Thank you, little Goku said, accepting the clothes. The restaurant was soon filled with the sounds of little Goku's voracious chewing, with other patrons gazing in astonishment at the spectacle. Gulp, gulp. Little Goku slurped the soup in front of him. Your appetite remains as enormous as ever. Oolong exclaimed in awe. Bring out more dishes. Xiao Yi instructed the waiter. Yes, sir. The waiter promptly responded. Wow, delicious. So tasty. Little Wukong was savoring his meal with great delight. He had consumed enough food for 30 people, prompting Bulma to exclaim in astonishment, not 30, but 50. Yamcha corrected her, equally startled by Wukong's voraciousness. Hey, can I have 2 more bowls, please? Wukong called out to the waiter. I sincerely apologize, but we have run out of ingredients and there is nothing left to cook, the waiter regretfully informed him. Well, that is fine. I can settle for being 8/10 full, Wukong replied, rubbing his belly. Suddenly, everyone collapsed in unison. Chapter 54. Farewell, will you continue your training upon returning? Xiao Yi inquired of little Wukong, who was seated in the vehicle. Absolutely, Wukong affirmed. No more training is necessary. I have imparted all that I can teach you. Master Roshi interjected unexpectedly. From now on, you need not follow me. You can train on your own. I believe you are capable. It was evident that Master Roshi felt a pang of reluctance towards his 2 young disciples, yet he made this decision for the sake of their martial arts development. All right, I want to seek out the Dragon Balls. Due to his young age, little Wukong was quite carefree. You're still looking for the Dragon Balls? Bulma turned around, astonished. Of course. Wukong responded matter-of-factly. What are Dragon Balls? This was the first time Krillin had heard of them. Dragon Balls are luminous orbs. When all 7 are gathered, they can grant you 1 wish. Xiao Yi explained in due course. Wow, such miraculous things exist in the world? Krillin exclaimed in wonder. However, it's best not to misuse such items, as they possess the power to disrupt the natural order. Over-reliance could lead to extremely dire consequences, Xiao Yi cautioned. Noticing the longing expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Yi is correct. The laws of nature should not be violated, lest calamity befall us. Master Roshi, hearing about the effects of the Dragon Balls for the first time, interjected. I only wish to find the 4-star Dragon Ball left by my grandfather. In searching for the Dragon Balls, I can also train. Wukong excitedly recalled his previous journey. I'm not going. If you wish to go, you go alone. Oolong quickly rejected the idea, seemingly remembering some unpleasant experiences. Krillin, what are your plans? Master Roshi turned his attention to his little disciple. I can't say for certain, but I hope to continue following Master Wu Tian, Krillin remarked, lacking any other destination and wishing to keep learning martial arts under Master Roshi's guidance. Oh, is that so? Master Roshi maintained a neutral expression, though inwardly he was cursing Krillin as he had hoped for some private moments with Launch, only to be interrupted by Krillin. The proverbial third wheel. To rapidly enhance your own strength, Krillin, you must broaden your horizons and engage in continuous battles with the warriors of this world. Upon observing Krillin's demeanor, Xiao Yi kindly offered a reminder. It is essential to recognize that, although Krillin's prowess may not quite match that of the young Goku, the difference is negligible. Had he not opted for a life of comfort, he might not only have surpassed Goku, but would certainly not have become a mere supporting character within the team, lacking any remarkable feats. Indeed, the path of martial arts necessitates continuous combat. Krillin, you must venture out into the world. Master Roshi seized the opportunity to address Krillin as well. Oh, Xiao Yi, thank you for your advice. Krillin responded thoughtfully after hearing Xiao Yi's words. Yamcha, though you have accumulated ample experience over the years, your foundation remains somewhat shaky. Master Roshi and I have agreed that during this period, you shall train on Master Roshi's island to solidify your fundamentals. Xiao Yi remarked to the driving Yamcha. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Master Roshi, I appreciate your guidance during this time. Yamcha expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yi before turning to Master Roshi. It seems that the serene moments between Master Roshi and Bulma are destined to come to an end, Xiao Yi mused. What are your plans, Xiao Yi? Bulma inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. I find myself with some free time and would like to learn from Dr. Brief. I wonder if Bulma would be welcoming? Xiao Yi smiled at Bulma. That sounds wonderful. I mean, of course you are welcome. Bulma exclaimed, jumping with joy, only to blush as she realized Xiao Yi was right in front of her. Grandpa, is my luggage in there too? Goku asked Master Roshi. Yes indeed. It's all inside, Master Roshi replied, puzzled by Goku's inquiry. Goodbye everyone. I shall depart on the flying Nimbus, Goku announced as he retrieved his belongings. What? You are setting off to find the Dragon Balls now? Krillin exclaimed, astonished by Goku's eagerness. I want to find them as soon as possible, Goku replied. Such impatience. Master Roshi could not help but comment. Xiao Yi, I will train diligently over these 3 years, and when the World Martial Arts Tournament arrives, I shall not lose to you, Goku declared, still troubled by the memory of his previous defeat. Very well, 3 years from now. I hope to witness a transformed version of you, Xiao Yi said, pleased to see Goku so filled with determination. Flying Nimbus. Whoosh. Goku leaped onto the Nimbus. Goku. Give it your all, Master Roshi encouraged. Thank you, Goku replied. Is it truly difficult to find those Dragon Balls? Krillin asked Oolong, who was nearby. Quite, indeed. Oolong nodded in agreement. Goku, I will accompany you, Krillin called out to Goku on the Nimbus. No need. You can't ride the Nimbus, Goku replied. Little Wukong firmly declined. Krillin recalled that he truly could not ride the Nimbus, which made accompanying little Wukong on his adventures quite troublesome. You know how to use the Dragon Ball radar, right? Bulma inquired with a hint of concern. Of course, exclaimed little Wukong. Farewell, everyone. After bidding farewell to his friends atop the Nimbus, he soared away with great speed. Go for it, shouted Oolong and Krillin incessantly. Can he manage alone? Yamcha expressed his worries. I believe he can, Master Roshi reassured them regarding little Wukong. What have you done? You've lost the airplane capsule, Oolong complained to Bulma. Stop whining. Even a beautiful girl can make mistakes. Bulma's demeanor was less gentle towards everyone else except Xiao Yi. Oh no, we're out of fuel, Yamcha exclaimed. After a series of tumultuous events, the group finally returned to Master Roshi's island, while Krillin had already chosen to embark on his own training journey along the way. We must take our leave as well. Xiao Yi and Bulma boarded an old-fashioned aircraft gifted by Master Roshi to bid farewell to the others. Travel safely, Oolong said reluctantly. See you at the next martial arts tournament, Yamcha told Xiao Yi. Safe travels. Master Roshi had a very favorable impression of the young man before him. Chapter 55. Learning in West City, Bulma piloted the aircraft, gliding through the streets before landing on a vast helipad. Xiao Yi, come, let us meet my parents, Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. I'm back, she announced into the spacious hall. Good day, miss. Several robots responded in unison to Bulma. Upon encountering the rather unsightly robot before him, Xiao Yi found it rather amusing, realizing that Dr. Brief did not seem particularly adept at the study of artificial beings. Where's my father? Bulma inquired of the robot. He should be in the yard. The robot replied without a moment's hesitation, evidently equipped with artificial intelligence. Your home is truly vast. Xiao Yi marveled, astounded that in the heart of this bustling city, one could possess such an expansive mansion. Indeed, a fitting tribute to the founder of the Universal Capsule. Hey, go fetch my father, Bulma commanded a small flying robot. Yes, the small robot responded. So many cats and dogs. Xiao Yi's attention was captivated by a procession of little kittens and puppies. My father brings home all the stray cats, dogs, and even dinosaurs from the neighborhood, Bulma explained to Xiao Yi with a smile. Dad's here. Bulma was the first to notice Dr. Brief approaching on his bicycle. Bulma, what is it? Dr. Brief asked, puzzled by his daughter's demeanor. This is Xiao Yi, the person I mentioned to you. He wishes to study with you for a while. Bulma introduced Xiao Yi to her father. Hello, Dr. Brief, Xiao Yi said hurriedly. Oh, so you're the one Bulma has been so fond of? Very well. You may come to my laboratory and learn alongside me during this time. Without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Brief agreed to Xiao Yi's request. Have you two kissed yet? Dr. Brief inquired, glancing between his daughter and Xiao Yi. How could that be possible? Bulma exclaimed, both embarrassed and indignant. You really are outdated. Dr. Brief expressed his disdain that his daughter had yet to share such a moment with Xiao Yi, feeling quite flustered by her father's direct questioning about such matters. Even someone as spirited as Bulma felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Xiao Yi, let me first show you where you'll be staying. Bulma was keen to avoid leading Xiao Yi straight into Dr. Brief's laboratory, as that would completely thwart her intentions of getting closer to him. All right, thank you, Bulma. Xiao Yi was in no rush to begin his studies with Dr. Brief, recognizing that Bulma was also a technological prodigy, excelling in many aspects beyond her father's expertise. Wow, This room is stunning. Is it for me? Xiao Yi exclaimed upon seeing a lavishly decorated room, spanning over 100 square meters. Of course. This is the room I prepared for you. My room is right next door. Would you like to take a look? Bulma said shyly. Sure. Xiao Yi was equally curious about what Bulma's personal quarters looked like. Here's my room. Upon the door to her chamber opening, Xiao Yi was taken aback in astonishment. Xiao Yi was astonished, not merely by the opulence of the surroundings. After all, as the daughter of a prominent corporation, she was accustomed to luxury, but more so by the extensive array of scientific apparatus that occupied more than half of the room. Is this truly your chamber? Xiao Yi pondered, struggling to envision a princess, raised with a golden key, whose boudoir resembled this. I have harbored a passion for scientific inquiry since childhood. Hence my room may differ somewhat from your expectations. Bulma exclaimed, feeling a flutter of anxiety as she wondered what Xiao Yi might think of her. I hold great admiration for independent girls. Xiao Yi remarked kindly, noticing Bulma's unease. Is that so? How wonderful. I knew you wouldn't mind. Bulma exclaimed, elated like a defendant declared innocent by the judge, and she leaped in joy. Come, allow me to show you the fruits of my research. With Xiao Yi's reassurance, Bulma proudly presented her most cherished invention, eager to impress Zhao Shan. This is my newly invented shrinking device. Just wear it and press this button, and you will become diminutive. As she spoke, she demonstrated, and in an instant, her body shrank to the size of a mouse. What do you think? However, before Bulma could finish her boast, a high-heeled shoe came crashing down, completely encapsulating her beneath it. Ah, you must be Xiao Yi, correct? Greetings, I am Bulma's mother. A remarkably youthful and beautiful lady addressed Xiao Yi. Hello, Xiao Yi replied, astonished by the sudden appearance of this woman. Ah, Bulma's mother gasped, startled by the unexpected presence beneath her foot. How did you end up under my shoe? Despite her surprise, she smiled at Bulma. I was stepped on by you. Bulma, lacking her mother's patience, retorted angrily. How could I possibly see you when you are so small? Bulma's mother responded. You shouldn't have barged in here. Bulma fumed at her mother for intruding into her space. My apologies, my daughter can be quite talkative. Bulma's mother said with a smile, turning to Xiao Yi. Would you care for a drink? Thank you. I am not particularly fond of alcohol. Xiao Yi politely declined with a smile. How can you disregard me like this? Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction with her mother's demeanor. Do not take it to heart. She is currently in a rebellious phase. Bulma's mother chuckled at Xiao Yi. Is it just me, or is this driving me mad? Bulma thought, unable to maintain her composure in front of her mother. When do you plan to get married? Suddenly, Bulma's mother turned to Xiao Yi and inquired. Xiao Yi. At that moment, Bulma's mother felt that introducing her parents to Xiao Yi might not be the wisest course of action. All right, I shall take my leave. You both carry on, she said with a smile as she exited the room. Following Bulma's mother's interruption, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Xiao Yi, please do not take it to heart. Bulma intended to explain, yet as the words left her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to continue. Thus, Xiao Yi settled quietly in Bulma's home, diligently studying technological knowledge with Dr. Brief each day. Whenever he encountered uncertainties, he would turn to Bulma for guidance. His reservoir of knowledge expanded rapidly, and he gradually grasped many advanced technologies from the Dragon Ball world that surpassed those of Earth. The insight that Xiao Yi possesses, akin to that of Majin Buu, has proven to be remarkably advantageous here. Knowledge that would typically require decades for an ordinary individual to fully comprehend was mastered by Xiao Yi in merely a week. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi did not take his leave. He continued to accompany Brief into the laboratory each day for experiments, occasionally indulging in some playful flirtation with Bulma, all the while awaiting the arrival of Goku. Chapter 56, The Art of Flight. Bulma. Goku's exuberant call shattered the tranquility of Xiao Yi's brief respite. I wish to seek the Dragon Balls alongside Son Goku. Would you care to join us? Bulma gazed at Xiao Yi with hopeful eyes. Certainly. But how do you propose we travel? Xiao Yi inquired of Bulma. We can utilize my invention, the shrinking device. Once we are miniaturized, Goku can carry us there. Bulma explained. There's no need. I have a more efficient means of travel. When shall we depart? Xiao Yi asked Goku. Let us set off immediately. Goku, being of an impatient nature, was eager to leave now that the Dragon radar had been repaired. Dad, where did you put my capsule case? Bulma queried Brief, who was busy repairing a motorcycle for the police. On my desk. Where are you headed? Brief responded. I'm going with Xiao Yi and Goku to search for the Dragon Balls. Bulma said, retrieving the capsule case from the desk and tucking it away. Ah, off again, are we? If you manage to gather all 7 Dragon Balls, Make sure to ask for a beautiful girl for your father. Brief exclaimed quickly. Why are you and Mom always like this? Bulma retorted, her excitement palpable. Xiao Yi, we are about to set off. How will you travel? Goku asked. Me? Like this. With that, Xiao Yi ascended into the air, performing a graceful spin. Wow. Xiao Yi, have you grown wings? How are you able to fly? Goku asked in amazement. Glancing at Xiao Yi's back. This is a technique of ki manipulation known as the art of flight, Xiao Yi explained to Goku. Can I learn it? Goku's eyes sparkled with eagerness upon witnessing the technique. Of course, it's merely a simple application of ki. The key lies in its flexible control. It's not overly difficult. Xiao Yi demonstrated while instructing Goku. Wow. Xiao Yi, how did you ascend into the air? Bulma, now noticing Xiao Yi, exclaimed in astonishment. Ultimately, blushing, Bulma shrank herself and nestled into the front of Xiao Yi's attire, and the trio embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Are we there yet? We've already reached the ocean. Goku, seated upon the flying nimbus, felt a hint of fatigue. It will take a little longer. Bulma, concealed within Xiao Yi's clothing, observed the dragon radar. The next one should be Grandpa's 4-star Dragon Ball. Little Wukong expressed his anticipation. The headquarters of the Red Silk Army. That child seems to have ventured into the area under General Blue's command, reported an intelligence officer to the one-eyed leader. That little rascal. He moves with remarkable speed. The one-eyed leader complained. Send that brat's photograph to General Blue and inform him that he is to eliminate him on sight. The one-eyed leader commanded fiercely. Yes, sir. His subordinate replied obediently. At the temporary camp of Team Blue, Commander Reed was infuriated. Still no sign of him? General Blue exclaimed angrily to his subordinates. Everyone is searching diligently, but it's like finding a needle in a haystack. One of his tiger-headed subordinates explained. I do not wish to hear any excuses. General Blue dismissed the explanations outright. Hey, what are you doing? He pointed angrily at a soldier monitoring the radar. Huh? Me? The soldier, taken aback, replied in confusion. What time is it, and you're still picking your nose? General Blue bellowed in rage. I apologize. The soldiers suddenly felt a sense of dread. Disgusting. Execute him immediately, General Blue said while pretentiously wiping non-existent dust with a handkerchief. Spare me, General, the intelligence officer pleaded, collapsing to the ground as he was dragged away by the guards, continuously begging for mercy. Bang! The sound of a gunshot abruptly silenced the pleas outside. What a delightful sound, General Blue said, reveling in the moment. General Blue, we have news from headquarters. That child seems to be heading this way, the fox-headed intelligence officer reported, not daring to delay. Is that so? He is coming here? General Blue expressed surprise. It appears that the Hilba army and the Walter army have been utterly destroyed by this boy. A crocodile subordinate reminded General Blue. Humph. They're a disgrace to the Red Silk Army. How amusing. General Blue's face bore no trace of concern, only anticipation and amusement. Whoosh. Things were heating up again as little Wukong and his companions flew into the tropics. Stop. Quickly, stop. Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the ocean below. What? Below? It's just water down there, nothing else. Little Wukong observed the sea beneath them. It could be at the bottom of the sea. Let us land on a nearby island for now, Xiao suggested, gazing at the water. A ship. It seems there are people living on the island, little Wukong said joyfully, noticing the vessels along the shore. Phew, I thought I was going to suffocate. After landing, Bulma jumped off Xiao's chest. I'll dive to the bottom of the sea to look. Little Wukong pointed towards the vast ocean and spoke to Xiao Yi and Bulma. There is no need for such primitive and clumsy methods. You should feel fortunate to have brought me along. I came prepared and brought a submarine capsule. As Bulma spoke, she retrieved the capsule directly from her pocket. Why is there only one capsule? Bulma exclaimed as she opened it, discovering that the capsule box contained only a single capsule. I must have taken the wrong box. This capsule belongs to my father, she uttered in despair. What could possibly be inside? Little Wukong inquired curiously. I don't want to look. It surely isn't anything good, Bulma replied, drawing from her understanding of her father. It might be useful. Little Wukong chimed in from the side. That's true. Perhaps it could be of some use, Bulma pondered. Given their current predicament on this small island, it would indeed be somewhat inconvenient without a capsule. She decided to give it a try, wondering if there was something in her father's capsule that could prove valuable. All right, Dad, I'll trust you just this once. With that, she threw the capsule onto the ground. BOM. A torrent of inappropriate magazines burst forth from the capsule. How strange. What are they doing? Little Wukong asked Xiao Yi. You're too young to understand. They are. Xiao Yi began, preparing to enlighten little Wukong on this matter. Children shouldn't look at this, Bulma exclaimed, snatching the magazines from little Wukong's hands. Xiao Yi, you can't look at this either, Bulma said, her cheeks flushed. Oh, here you go. Xiao Yi immediately handed the magazines back to Bulma. That old man. I will never trust him again, Bulma declared, as she violently tore the magazines to shreds. Chapter 57. The oncoming danger. I'll dive down and search for the Dragon Balls, little Wukong suggested, seeing Bulma at a loss. Be careful. Bulma and I will stay on this island and see if there are any humans living here, Xiao Yi advised little Wukong. All right, await my good news. With that, little Wukong mounted his Nimbus cloud and departed the island. Bulma, let us go see if there are any humans on this island, Xiao Yi urged Bulma beside him. Okay. During their time together, Bulma became exceptionally obedient. If someone lives here, we should be able to purchase a capsule, right? Bulma remarked uncertainly as she observed the somewhat desolate island. Don't worry, look. What is that? Xiao Yi pointed to the sky. Buzz. Two helicopters slowly approached through the air. Yay. Hello, Bulma exclaimed, raising her arms in excitement as she waved to the helicopters. However, to her surprise, what greeted her was a barrage of bullets from the helicopters. Humph. As Xiao Yi witnessed the bullets fired by the adversary, he swiftly erected a protective energy shield in front of himself and Bulma. Wow, Xiao Yi. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would have met my end here. Bulma gazed adoringly at the man she admired, her eyes sparkling with hearts. Don't worry. I'm here for you, Xiao Yi gently reassured Bulma. With a flick of his wrist, he launched two energy blasts towards the sky, targeting the two helicopters hovering above. Boom, boom. The sky erupted with two thunderous explosions, giving rise to two fiery orbs that plummeted towards the ground. Whoosh. I heard explosions. What is happening over there? Goku flew in from a distance, inquiring about the situation. Two helicopters attacked us, but I took care of them, Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly. By the way, how is your search for the Dragon Balls going? Xiao Yi asked Goku. I can't dive deep enough. Goku lamented. Wait, I just thought of a brilliant idea, Goku exclaimed suddenly, his excitement palpable. Master Roshi's place isn't far from here. He must have capsules that can allow us to dive. Goku beamed with pride at his ingenious suggestion. Upon hearing Master Roshi's name, Bulma could not help but furrow her brows. Hee, aren't I clever? Goku said proudly. I have no desire to seek help from that old pervert. Bulma continued her complaints while soaring through the air. We're here. Right over there. Goku pointed out eagerly. Whoosh. He leaped off the Nimbus cloud. Slap. Xiao Yi followed closely behind, landing on solid ground. Oh, it's Goku and Xiao Yi. I've missed you both. The sea turtle greeted them warmly. Ah, it's been a while, turtle. Goku replied cheerfully. I'm a sea turtle, not a regular turtle, the sea turtle corrected him. Where's Master Roshi? Goku asked the sea turtle. Inside. Master Roshi, Goku and Xiao Yi are here. The sea turtle called out toward the small dwelling. Who? Goku and Xiao Yi? Master Roshi poked his head out from inside the house. Hello, Xiao Yi. It's been a long time. How have you been? Master Roshi greeted Xiao Yi. Very well. I've been learning technology from Dr. Brief, and it's been quite fulfilling. Xiao Yi responded joyfully. Oh, have you found the Dragon Ball that Gohan left behind? Master Roshi inquired of Goku. Not yet, Goku admitted sheepishly. Then what brings you here? Master Roshi asked, puzzled. Bulma, you explain. Goku nudged Xiao Yi's chest. Whoosh. Initially reluctant, Bulma had no choice but to leap from Xiao Yi's embrace. The turtle hermit gazed in bewilderment as a miniature Bulma leaped from Xiao Yi's chest. Hello, she exclaimed, suddenly enlarging to greet the turtle hermit. Oh. Bulma's abrupt appearance startled both the turtle hermit and the giant turtle. How on earth did you do that? The turtle hermit inquired, astonished. With this, it can shrink and restore. Bulma explained the function of her shrinking device. Wow, how fascinating. The turtle hermit marveled. It's a brilliant invention of mine, Bulma declared proudly. Hurry up and tell us, urged little Wukong. Oh right, turtle hermit, do you have a submarine? We need to borrow it, Bulma requested. A submarine? Yes. But what do you need it for? The turtle hermit asked curiously. It seems there's a Dragon Ball at the bottom of the sea. And I can't swim that deep, little Wukong explained. I see, that's fine. You can take it, the turtle hermit replied readily. Thank you, little Wukong rejoiced. However, Bulma was skeptical about the turtle hermit granting such a favor so easily. Yet, the turtle hermit shifted his tone and revealed his conditions. Indeed, Bulma thought to herself. You must give me that shrinking machine. The turtle hermit said to Bulma. This? Bulma sighed in relief. I was worried you would ask for my shorts or try to take advantage of me. The turtle hermit stared at her in silence. Yet, it would be quite troublesome without that device. So be it. Here you go. Without hesitation, fearing that the turtle hermit might change his mind, Bulma handed over the shrinking device. Thank you, the turtle hermit said, promptly fastening the device to his wrist. Now, give me the capsule for the submarine. Bulma instructed him directly. Klin and Yamcha had taken the submarine to a nearby island for special training and should be returning soon. Just wait a moment. The turtle hermit informed Bulma. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the one-eyed leader pondered, what is going on? Why did that kid not seek the Dragon Balls, but instead head to that location? It's quite puzzling. He scrutinized the radar. I suspected as much. That little rascal surely has accomplices. How could such a small creature possibly create such sophisticated radar? There must be a formidable scientist behind him, remarked the dark-skinned advisor. Then is their current location possibly their base? The one-eyed leader concurred. Very likely, the advisor replied. Good. Relay orders to General Blue. Have him scout that area and locate the enemy's base. At the temporary base of Blue's army, understood. We will commence reconnaissance immediately. General Blue spoke into the telephone. Chapter 58, The Pirate's Treasure. Why haven't they returned yet? Bulma said with a hint of boredom. They'll be back soon, Master Roshi remarked, gazing toward the sea. I need to use the restroom, Bulma announced. Oh, it's on the far left as you enter, the turtle kindly reminded her. Upon hearing the word restroom, Master Roshi's mind began to wander. How delightful. I didn't expect an opportunity to arise so soon, he mused, glancing at the shrinking device in his hand. Oh dear. I'm quite tired. Perhaps I shall watch a bit of television. He feigned nonchalance as he ambled toward the room. Bang. Press these two buttons simultaneously. Following Bulma's earlier instructions, Master Roshi activated the buttons, shrinking his body. Whoosh. Wow. I've truly become smaller. He exclaimed joyfully. Hey, Tada, here I come. Master Roshi traversed the hall and squeezed through the gap beneath the restroom door. Oh, how fortunate. She's about to remove her shorts, he thought, eager to enjoy the spectacle. To gain a better view, he leaped onto the lid of the toilet tank. Being small is splendid. What is this? Is it over already? Master Roshi felt a surge of excitement as he saw Bulma pulling up her shorts. Click. Splash. Click. Whoosh. Overwhelmed with excitement, Master Roshi accidentally fell into the toilet, and Bulma unwittingly flushed him down the drain. I thought I heard something. Bulma, washing her hands, suddenly turned to look behind her, only to find nothing. Still not back? She inquired of Goku. Nope, Goku replied, gazing into the distance. Ugh, it stinks so badly. I need to wash off in the sea, Master Roshi lamented, noticing his clothes soaked in foul water, and promptly removed them. Weren't you watching television? Why are you drenched? The turtle asked curiously. I'm just having fun. Does it concern you? However, the turtle's inquiry inadvertently struck a nerve with Master Roshi, causing him to leap up in agitation. Something is flying over. Look, Goku pointed to the sky. It's Krillin and the others. The turtle exclaimed joyfully. Goku, Krillin called out, spotting Goku with delight. Hi there. Goku greeted the crew aboard the submarine. Hello, little Goku. Xiao Yi, Bulma, it's good to see you. Yamcha said to the two standing beside Goku. Hello, Yamcha. You've been training hard lately, Xiao Yi remarked, noting Yamcha's significant improvement in strength. This submarine is quite impressive. Even the discerning Bulma found herself thoroughly pleased with the vessel. Goku, what brings you here? Reconnaissance aircraft, what have you discovered? General Blue inquired through the intercom. Nothing yet. However, the islands here are sparse, and I believe we shall uncover something shortly. The reconnaissance aircraft responded to General Blue. Oh, I see. Let us borrow a submarine. While we are at it, we could also search for pirate treasure hidden beneath these waters, Krillin remarked to the group. What is a pirate? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Is such a thing even possible? Bulma expressed her astonishment. The treasure you speak of must be nearby, right? Krillin questioned Master Roshi. Indeed. In the past, there was a band of pirates who concealed their plundered treasures somewhere on the ocean floor around here, Master Roshi reminisced. How delightful. Treasure hunting? That sounds exhilarating. Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. That sounds intriguing. May I join you? Krillin asked Little Wukong. Of course. However, we might encounter dangers. Little Wukong cautioned Krillin. Master Roshi, I also wish to participate. Krillin expressed to Master Roshi. Very well. Go and assist Wukong. Master Roshi replied to Krillin. Just as Yamcha was about to speak, He was interrupted by Xiao Yi. Yamcha, you need not accompany us. You have had enough experiences already. Now, you must focus and build a solid foundation to achieve greater breakthroughs in martial arts. Krillin requires this kind of training. Your circumstances are different, Xiao Yi explained to Yamcha. I understand, Xiao Yi. Thank you. I will certainly strive to improve. Yamcha expressed his gratitude for Xiao Yi's thoughtful guidance. Buzz, we are setting off. Little Wukong announced to Master Roshi and the others. Be cautious on your journey, Great Turtle. We await your good news. Yamcha called out. Whoosh. Is that an aircraft? Aren't we supposed to be heading underwater? Little Wukong remarked in surprise. Fear not. This vessel can indeed submerge, Bulma confidently stated, seemingly well acquainted with the submarine. Are you certain? Little Wukong queried, still skeptical. Oh no. I've left the bag containing 2 Dragon Balls on the island. Bulma suddenly expressed her distress. Do not worry. Master Roshi will keep an eye on it. Krillin reassured her calmly. That is true. We can retrieve it upon our return. Bulma conceded, feeling relieved by Krillin's reasoning. General Blue, we have spotted an aircraft. It is heading that way. I believe it must be that kid. The pilot of the reconnaissance aircraft reported to General Blue. Investigate the direction from which they came. The enemy base may be located there. General Blue commanded. Whoosh. Indeed. We have discovered a small island. There is a building situated at coordinates ESA 7024. The reconnaissance aircraft reported to General Blue. Zoom in. Let us see if there is anyone. Commanded General Blue. Yes. Replied the pilot of the reconnaissance aircraft. A woman, a turtle, and, an old man. No other individuals detected, the aircraft informed General Blue. Lanchi, aren't you going to the restroom? The turtle hermit asked Lanchi, who was about to enter the house. Huh? Lanchi was taken aback by the turtle hermit's words. That old turtle must be the doctor who invented the radar, General Blue proclaimed, believing he had pieced everything together. Buzz. All right, dive down, Bulma instructed Krillin, who was piloting the submarine, as she gazed at the Dragon Ball radar. With a swift motion, the submarine plunged into the ocean. A scene observed through a telescope by General Blue from a distance. Chapter 59, The Cave Hee. Indeed, it is that little rascal. This time there are 4 of them. General Blue expressed his delight at being able to locate Goku. Understood. I will report to General Blue immediately. The intelligence officer relayed. Report to General Blue. According to the radar from headquarters, that child's Dragon Ball is indeed on that island. The island truly is their base. Hiki, let me take care of them. General Blue said excitedly. Listen, we will split into teams A and B. I will command Team A to pursue that little brat. You will lead Team B to assault the enemy's base, understood? General Blue instructed a plump officer. Understood. The officer responded while saluting General Blue. Right here, directly below. Bulma indicated to Krillin while observing the Dragon Ball radar. Strange. I don't see the Dragon Ball. Krillin remarked, peering at the ocean floor. Impossible. It must be right below us. Bulma asserted with confidence in her radar. I'll go take a look. Goku volunteered. Will this thing allow me to breathe underwater? Goku asked curiously about the breathing apparatus Bulma handed him. Exactly. Bulma replied. Be thorough. Her voice echoed in Goku's ears. Wow. It can even talk. Goku exclaimed in amazement. There's nothing here. There's a trench that looks quite deep. Could the Dragon Ball have fallen in there? Goku suggested to Bulma. Wait a moment. I'll measure the depth from the side. Bulma instructed Goku. This seems deep enough. This trench is truly profound. Bulma mused to herself. Can you dive into the trench? Bulma inquired through the intercom. It's too narrow. I can't fit. Goku replied. Little Wukong responded candidly, expressing a wish for the existence of a machine capable of shrinking people. Wait a moment. Bulma hesitated, her brow furrowing. What is it? Krillin inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. From a cross-sectional view. This trench seems to connect with some other location. I shall broaden the scope and investigate further, Bulma mused to herself. Is it true that the Dragon Ball radar possesses the capability to survey terrain? Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Although he had been studying under Dr. Brief and had mastered much of his knowledge, the intricacies of the Dragon Ball radar, designed and constructed by Bulma, were entirely distinct from those of Dr. Brief. Indeed, the Dragon Ball radar is an exceptionally advanced device, and locating Dragon Balls is merely one of its many functions. Bulma declared proudly upon noticing Xiao Yi's surprise. She held a deep respect for Xiao Yi, not only for his formidable martial prowess, but also for his extraordinary aptitude for learning. She had learned from Dr. Brief that, during this period, Xiao Yi had absorbed nearly all of his achievements, and this comprehension was not merely superficial but profound and holistic. One could assert that Xiao Yi now stood on par with Dr. Brief in terms of scientific research. How could Bulma not be elated, knowing that such a genius, whom she admired, held her in esteem for her scientific acumen? Look, there is a cave below. We can enter through that opening. Bulma pointed out excitedly to Xiao Yi, holding the Dragon Ball radar. Can we really go in? Little Wukong asked Bulma inquisitively. Wukong, come back quickly. Bulma shouted towards him. At that moment, in the sky not far from Master Roshi's island, a squadron of bombers was flying towards the island. How many people are at their base? One pilot queried the portly commander. It seems there is only an old man and a woman. Easy to deal with. The chubby officer replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, General Blue's submarine was gradually approaching the vessel containing little Wukong and his companions. We are nearing the enemy's submarine, the radar operator reported to General Blue. Shall we commence the attack? The hippo captain of the submarine inquired. No, let us wait a little longer. We shall attack once they locate the Dragon Balls. General Blue's intentions extended beyond merely eliminating little Wukong. He was far more interested in acquiring the Dragon Balls. Just a bit further ahead, we found it. Right there. Let us go in. Bulma exclaimed excitedly to Krillin, who was at the helm of the submarine. General Blue, the enemy seems to be entering the cave. The radar operator informed him. The Dragon Balls must be there. Excellent. Initiate the attack. General Blue commanded with enthusiasm. Launch the torpedoes. The hippo captain ordered. What happened? Krillin exclaimed in panic as an explosion erupted nearby. Missed the target. The radar operator reported to General Blue. What a waste. Prepare for a second strike. General Blue commanded Captain Hippo. What is happening? Krillin exclaimed in panic. Ah, that submarine is attacking us. Bulma observed a large submarine not far away, launching torpedoes at them. How bothersome. Is it those Red Ribbon Army again? Little Wukong furrowed his brow. What? Both Bulma and Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. You mean the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma trembled as she spoke. You know about them? Little Wukong asked Bulma curiously. They are searching for the Dragon Balls and keep causing me trouble. Little Wukong stated. Are you joking? Have you tangled with them? The Red Ribbon Army is the most nefarious organization in the world. Krillin exclaimed in shock. Wow, they've launched another torpedo. Quickly, get into the cave. Realizing they were up against the infamous Red Ribbon Army, Krillin and the others lost their will to fight, only thinking of seeking refuge in the cave to avoid the onslaught. They missed again. They've escaped into the cave. The radar operator informed General Blue. Quick, pursue them. Shoot that torpedo-launching scoundrel. General Blue commanded his subordinates. Understood. They replied. Boom. They're closing in. Hurry up. Bulma exclaimed to Krillin as the massive submarine loomed closer behind them. Think of a way out. Otherwise, we'll be hit sooner or later. Krillin shouted. Why didn't you mention the Red Ribbon Army? Bulma yelled at little Wukong, realizing that what was supposed to be a pleasant journey had turned into a perilous adventure. There is hope. The cave is getting narrower. Krillin exclaimed joyfully. This is great. Their submarine is too large to enter. He added cheerfully. Prepare the small submarine. I will take matters into my own hands. General Blue instructed his subordinates. Chapter 60, The Battle at Kame House. Meanwhile, at Kame House. Buzz. Something is flying over. The sea turtle looked toward the distant sky. Huh? What is that? Master Roshi also gazed upward. Bombers descended upon the small island. Capture them. Commander Fat ordered. Huh? Master Roshi was taken aback by their actions. Who are you people? He asked the suddenly appearing intruders. Hee, aren't you the doctor who developed advanced radar? Commander Fat asserted. What doctor? Me? Master Roshi was further confused by their words. Stop playing dumb. We've done our homework, Commander Fat insisted confidently. I'm not playing dumb. Who are you really? The turtle hermit found himself somewhat bewildered by these self-important individuals. The Red Ribbon Army. The corpulent commander proclaimed with great pride. Ah, I've heard of you. Your reputation is quite dreadful. You are a nefarious organization that delights in opposing justice. Contrary to the commander's expectations, the turtle hermit remained remarkably composed. There is only one woman inside. A soldier escorted Lan Shi out from the small room. What do you want from me? The turtle hermit inquired of the commander. Hand over all the Dragon Balls you have left here and create a radar for that little brat, the commander stated. His intentions clear and resolute. The Dragon Balls left here? The turtle hermit glanced quizzically at Lan Shi. Ah, they forgot their backpack. Could it be inside? Lan Shi suggested to the turtle hermit. What do you need the Dragon Balls for? The turtle hermit turned back to the commander. That's none of your concern. The commander dismissively retorted, unwilling to engage in lengthy conversation with the elderly man. And what if I refuse? The turtle hermit challenged. Ha! You must surely understand that opposing us leads to death. The commander laughed at the audacity of the old man before him. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. The turtle hermit replied with calm defiance. Impudent fool! How dare you? The commander was taken aback by the old man's audacity to confront the Red Ribbon Army. However, the turtle hermit did not afford him a moment to react. With a powerful punch, he struck the commander, causing his eyes to bulge as he fell to the ground. With swift precision, the turtle hermit did not allow the Red Ribbon Army any time to respond. After incapacitating the commander, he launched a kick, sending one soldier sprawling, followed by a strike from his cane that knocked down another. With remarkable speed, the turtle hermit unleashed his full potential, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers in his wake, each rendered temporarily powerless. A soldier, recovering from the shock, began to unleash a barrage of gunfire from his submachine gun. Yet, the turtle hermit's reflexes were equally impressive. He deftly maneuvered his hands, creating numerous illusions, intercepting every bullet aimed at him. Have you finished shooting? He inquired of the soldier. The soldier was taken aback to find that his entire magazine had been expended without harming the old man before him. The turtle hermit discarded the bullets he had caught onto the ground, a gesture that left the soldier gaping in astonishment. With a swift advance, the turtle hermit delivered a kick that sent the soldier flying. Stop right there, or I will kill her. A burly man, realizing he was no match for the turtle hermit, seized Lan Chi and threatened him. Ah, this is bad. This is getting complicated, the turtle hermit thought. The turtle sage found himself threatened, paralyzed by the fear of retaliation. If you wish to spare his life, surrender the Dragon Ball. With the turtle sage halting his offensive actions, the assailant, emboldened, pressed further. Just as Lan Chi was engulfed in panic, she noticed a large turtle laboriously approaching, cradling a branch adorned with leaves. The creature struggled onward, its movement slow yet determined. Very well. It is merely a Dragon Ball. The turtle sage, reassured by the sight of the turtle, acquiesced to the brute's demands in hopes of distracting him. Should you attempt any trickery, do not blame me for my response. The muscular man, sensing the turtle sage's compliance was too swift, issued another threat. Hand it over immediately. We cannot afford to linger. At that moment, the large turtle had raised the leafy branch near Lan Chi's nose. Achoo! Lan Chi, finally succumbing to a sneeze provoked by the leaves, startled the brute, who expressed his discontent. You foolish girl, sneezing at such a time. Suddenly, the brute observed a peculiar transformation. The blue-haired beauty he had abducted now sported golden locks. How dare you call me a foolish girl? Before he could react, an enraged Lan Chi retaliated. Hey, crack! She seized the man's arm, snapping it with force, and followed up with a powerful back fist that sent him sprawling. Try saying that again. Speak. Lan Chi demanded relentlessly, while the man lay unconscious. Fool! Idiot! Scoundrel! Lan Chi continued to pummel the unconscious brute, seemingly intent on awakening him through sheer force. Enough, Lan Chi. That is sufficient. The turtle sage rushed forward to intervene, realizing that if Lan Chi continued her assault, the man might not survive. Humph! How dare they provoke me? Lan Chi muttered, still seething with rage. Yes, yes. The turtle sage found himself in the position of mediator, attempting to calm her fury. Perhaps she was more formidable than the Red Ribbon Army. A thought that suddenly struck the large turtle. Meanwhile, a pilot, fortunate not to have been struck by the turtle sage, stealthily made his way back toward the helicopter. Hey, you there. The turtle sage seemed to have already noticed his presence and called out. What do you want? The pilot, startled by the call, hesitantly inquired. These individuals are obstructing the area. Remove them. The turtle sage commanded, gesturing towards the unconscious bodies strewn about. Understood. The pilot, mustering his courage, addressed Master Roshi. Chapter 61, The Electric Light. At this moment, Xiao Yi and his companions were cornered in a cave by General Blue and his Red Ribbon Army A-team. The sound of buzzing filled the air. Oh no, they've switched to small boats, exclaimed little Goku, calling out to Krillin ahead. Launch the torpedoes, inquired Captain Hippo, turning to General Blue. No, if the cave collapses, we will perish as well. Pursue them, commanded General Blue to Captain Hippo. Hurry, we're almost there. Bulma urged Krillin incessantly. What, are we outside the cave? Little Goku asked, confused as the submarine entered an underground cavern. No, we're still inside. There's just air here. Bulma confidently replied, glancing at the dragon radar. We can't use the submarine. We must run, exclaimed Krillin, leaping directly onto the cavern floor. "Let me carry you," Xiao Yi said calmly, wrapping his arm around Bulma's waist and leaping across. "Thank you, Xiao Yi," Bulma said, her face flushed. "Hey, Bulma, Xiao Yi, we need to run," shouted little Goku, displaying no signs of panic, treating the chase like a thrilling game. "Got it. You talk too much," Bulma retorted, annoyed that little Goku disrupted the romantic atmosphere. Suddenly, the two submarines of the Red Ribbon Army surfaced, and Bulma could no longer afford to scold little Goku, pulling Xiao Yi away as they fled. "Wait," Xiao Yi called out to Krillin and little Goku, grabbing Bulma's hand. "What's wrong?" little Goku asked as he approached. "Why are we running? Can't we just deal with them?" Xiao Yi suggested. "Right," little Goku realized. "No way. They have guns," Krillin replied, running over. "We just need to dodge the bullets," little Goku said excitedly. He had grown weary of fleeing and preferred the prospect of direct confrontation. "Xiao Yi, that is too dangerous." Bulma expressed her concern despite acknowledging the validity of his words. "Don't worry, I am quite strong. These people pose no threat to me. Plus, if I were to unfortunately perish, you could use the Dragon Balls to bring me back," Xiao Yi said, reassuring Bulma with a gentle deception. "Yes, just be careful, Xiao Yi, and return safely," Bulma said tenderly. "Goku, you need to do your best too. But this mess was your doing." Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction at Goku for putting them in danger, especially for making Xiao Yi take such a significant risk. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Ribbon Army submarine, another scene was unfolding. "What happened?" General Blue inquired of Captain Hippo, the submarine's helmsman. "They abandoned the submarine and fled," Captain Hippo reported to General Blue. "Give chase," commanded General Blue. "General Blue, it's Team B on the line." Just as General Blue prepared to leap from the submarine to pursue, Captain Hippo interjected. "Oh, this is Blue." General Blue answered the phone, speaking to the voice on the other end. "What? Total annihilation." Upon hearing the account relayed from the other side, General Blue was taken aback. "Wait, cease pursuit. Do not act recklessly," Captain Hippo shouted to his subordinates. "The enemy appears to be more formidable than anticipated. We must not act blindly. We must be certain before we proceed," General Blue instructed his troops. "But they are merely 3 children and 1 adult." One soldier scoffed. Yet one of those children single-handedly defeated Colonel Hilba and General Walter. Moreover, Team B's assault on the enemy base was entirely thwarted by their allies, an elderly man and a woman. General Blue reluctantly conveyed this humiliating information to his men. The previously dismissive soldier was left speechless by the revelation. "Oh, how curious. Why did they not pursue?" Little Wukong had initially intended to wait for the Red Ribbon Army soldiers to arrive before engaging in battle. However, after waiting for an extended period, he found that the Red Ribbon soldiers never appeared. "Shall we go and deal with them ourselves?" Little Wukong suggested to Xiao Yi beside him. "Don't be reckless. This could be a trap." Before Xiao Yi could respond, Bulma interjected. "We should continue forward and confront them once the Red Ribbon Army arrives." Although Xiao Yi had intended to directly confront the Red Ribbon Army, he altered his words upon seeing Bulma's concerned expression. "We have no choice. We must proceed." Seeing that little Wukong and Xiao Yi had halted their plans for a frontal assault, Krillin eagerly moved to the front of the group to explore the cave. "Just wait. I have a plan to handle those few," General Blue proclaimed to his subordinates at that moment. "Is it truly possible to find the Dragon Balls if we continue from here?" Little Wukong asked Bulma, gazing into the seemingly bottomless cave. "It should be fine, as long as we are not slain by the Red Ribbon Army." Bulma felt a profound sense of danger regarding her safety upon realizing they were up against the Red Ribbon Army. Now it seemed there was no sign of pursuit. Krillin looked back and saw no trace of the Red Ribbon Army. "It's too dark. I can hardly see anything." Unbeknownst to him, little Wukong had stepped to the very forefront of the group. "Your head is brighter. You go ahead," Bulma jokingly remarked to Krillin. "And I must say, I'm getting rather annoyed." Krillin is quite concerned about his bald head. Suddenly, Goku, noticing something resembling a button on the dark wall, casually pressed it. To his astonishment, it turned out to be the switch for the cave's illumination. "Ah!" Everyone was taken aback by the sudden influx of light. Goku exclaimed joyfully. "How is it that there are lights in here?" Bulma remarked in bewilderment. "What could this possibly mean?" Krillin pondered, equally perplexed. "It seems we are not the first to enter this cave. Someone must have utilized it before," Bulma surmised. "How can this be?" A flustered soldier of the Red Ribbon Army questioned General Blue. "I believe this cave may serve as a secret base," General Blue conjectured. Chapter 62. The trapped General Blue was deeply troubled by the mysteries of this place. Why are there lights in an underwater cave? Bulma was still mulling over who might have installed these electric lights when she suddenly heard someone calling her name from behind. Bulma turned to look over her shoulder. To her horror, a skull was staring directly at her. Ah! A terrified scream echoed from the depths of the cave, startling the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. The enemy is screaming. Go see what is happening. General Blue commanded the soldier who had previously questioned him. What? Me? The soldier replied incredulously, pointing to himself. Thump! Thump! Faced with the consequences of defying General Blue's orders, the only option was a perilous advance. Though fraught with danger, there remained a glimmer of hope. So the soldier steeled himself against his fears and moved forward. Ha! Goku had merely removed the skull from his own head, laughing at the frightened Bulma who had collapsed to the ground. Yeah. Both Bulma and Krillin were startled by Goku's antics. What are you doing at a time like this? Bulma shouted at Goku. Where did you get that thing? Krillin asked, astonished at the skull Goku held. Right here. Look. Goku pointed to a corpse beside the wall. Ah, I remember now. I know where we are. Krillin exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Didn't I mention that pirates hid their treasure nearby long ago? This is the very spot, Krillin said, excitement bubbling within him. Oh, so that is how it is. This place is indeed quite concealed. Bulma also came to a sudden understanding. Who would have thought we would find this here? What an unexpected discovery, Krillin declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Goku, however, remained oblivious to the excitement shared by Krillin and Bulma. Hee hee. Bulma leaped with joy. The soldiers who had come to scout overheard the conversation between Krillin and Bulma. General Blue, I have just received astonishing news. The soldier hurriedly reported to General Blue. Really? There is treasure in this cave? General Blue was equally astonished upon hearing this revelation. This is a discovery as thrilling as the Dragon Balls. Commander Red will surely be delighted. General Blue exclaimed excitedly. Haha, that's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Krillin said with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting about the Red Ribbon Army behind him. Krillin, you mustn't forget that the Red Ribbon Army is still pursuing us. Bulma reminded him, observing his exuberance. I would much prefer a feast. Little Goku muttered to himself. Wow, what a smooth road. Krillin exclaimed as he noticed the path ahead, which was no longer riddled with potholes, but rather a flat surface. This road feels rather strange. What are all those holes on the ground and walls? Bulma expressed her concerns about the peculiar holes. Forget about it. My mind is solely occupied with the pirate treasure, Krillin declared, ignoring any warnings. Suddenly, as Krillin stepped onto the road and onto one of the holes, it seemed he triggered a mechanism and sharp arrows flew over his head, embedding themselves in the adjacent wall. Ah! Little Goku jumped in surprise. This is indeed problematic. I sensed something was off. Bulma said in alarm. What is this? Krillin cried, collapsing to the ground in fear. This is a trap to prevent treasure hunters from entering. Bulma explained to everyone. Once you step on the button on the ground, arrows will shoot out from the holes in the wall. She continued. Fortunately, your short stature saved you from being hit. Little Goku added cheekily. You're not exactly tall yourself. Krillin retorted, still sensitive about his height. This is a predicament. We cannot proceed ahead. The Red Ribbon Army is catching up from behind. What shall we do? Bulma said anxiously. It's quite simple. Just avoid stepping on the circles on the ground. Little Goku stated matter-of-factly. That is simply impractical. With so many buttons clustered together, how can we possibly avoid stepping on them? Bulma pointed out the densely packed buttons on the ground. Just jump over them. Zing. Thud. Little Goku declared, taking a few steps back, then sprinting forward and leaping over the flat stretch of road. How terrifying. That must be at least 20 meters. Bulma said, staring blankly at little Goku in the distance. Hey, you all should jump over too. Little Goku waved at them. Right. That should work. Krillin exclaimed, as if struck by a sudden realization. Save your breath. Humans can't do that. Bulma remarked as she watched Krillin retreat. Hee. We are but disciples of Master Wu. And this challenge is merely child's play, Krillin proclaimed with confidence. Hey, wow, huh? With that, Krillin emulated the legendary Monkey King, leaping forward. However, he miscalculated his height, soaring too high and colliding his head against the cave's ceiling, only to fall back down. Crack, crack, crack. Fortunately, Krillin landed at the edge of a mechanism, merely grazing it with his head while lying down, and thus, although several arrows were triggered, none struck him. Yikes! Exclaimed little Wukong, witnessing Krillin's tumble, as he swiftly grabbed Krillin's legs and pulled him away from the perilous area. That was close, Krillin remarked, rubbing his head. Why did you jump so high? Little Wukong chided him. Bulma, it's your turn. Jump now. He called out to Bulma, who stood at the opposite end of the mechanism. Are you joking? I can't jump over that. She retorted angrily. Women are so troublesome, little Wukong muttered. Bulma, let me carry you over. Xiao Yi offered to her. Fantastic. Xiao Yi, you're the best, she exclaimed, leaping into his arms. With a swoosh, Xiao Yi lifted Bulma gently into the air, gliding smoothly over the mechanism without triggering any traps. We've arrived, Bulma, Xiao Yi whispered to her, who reluctantly slid out of his embrace. What is the situation on the enemy's side? General Blue inquired of a scouting soldier. General Blue, the enemy seems to have stopped ahead. Moreover, it appears those 4 fellows are unarmed. The soldier reported. They hastily fled from the submarine, likely forgetting their weapons. General Blue scoffed. They may seem formidable, but without their weapons, they are merely 4 ordinary individuals. Ha ha ha. Victory is assured. General Blue chuckled with a somewhat maniacal grin. Chapter 63. The Mechanical Monster. All right. Let us proceed. Krillin urged Xiao Yi and Bulma, who remained stationary. It seems there are no more traps here, little Wukong announced as he ventured ahead. Still, let us be cautious, Krillin advised, having learned his lesson. Let us go. There is nothing to fear now. Charge forward and eliminate them all. General Blue commanded his subordinates. With the order given, General Blue's men surged forward. Haha, the Dragon Balls and treasures will all belong to me. General Blue sauntered leisurely behind. Suddenly, distant cries of anguish echoed from his men. General Blue, perplexed by the commotion, wondered what is happening. Well, General Blue rushed over, only to find his subordinates had been shot by the traps. How could they have triggered the mechanisms? Faced with this scene, General Blue struggled to comprehend it. How did those little imps manage to pass through? It seemed that even the pirates themselves would not have been able to navigate such a perilous path. As a general of the Red Ribbon Army, General Blue immediately grasped the crux of the issue. Surely, there must be a secret passage. Here, this is it. Employing lateral thinking, General Blue discovered a button embedded in a rock near the trap. With a decisive press, he activated the mechanism, and the rock beside him slowly shifted, revealing another passage. Indeed, a hidden route. Just wait and see. You shall witness my prowess. General Blue felt an immense sense of admiration for his own intellect. It's so spacious inside. Little Goku was the first to step into a vast area, gazing in astonishment at everything before him. Upon hearing little Goku's exclamation, Bulma and Krillin rushed over as well. Wow, it's a pirate port, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. In such a place, Krillin could hardly fathom that the treasure was concealed in the depths of the trench. Who would have imagined there was such a location within the cave? Little Goku marveled. No wonder the pirate base remained undiscovered. Xiao Yi echoed in awe. It seems there truly is treasure here. The enormity of the base only bolstered Krillin's confidence in the treasure legends. If there are submarines here, there must be other exits as well, Bulma asserted. Why is that? Little Goku inquired, puzzled. Because in the past, there were no capsules to shrink the submarines for transport. Therefore, there must be another exit. Bulma explained to little Goku. So that is how it is. Little Goku suddenly understood. It would be wiser to wait until they locate the Dragon Balls before taking action against them. General Blue calculated to himself. What sound is that? Little Goku suddenly remarked as if he had discovered something. Is it the Red Ribbon Army? Krillin asked, unable to contain his curiosity. It doesn't seem human. Little Goku replied uncertainly. Not human. Could it be the ghost of a pirate? Bulma exclaimed in fear. Over there. Little Goku pointed in a direction. A series of mechanical sounds echoed, and from the direction little Goku indicated, a mechanical monster emerged. Bulma screamed at the sight of the sudden apparition. This mechanical creature bore a skull-like head, human-like limbs, and a long tail, wielding a colossal sword in its grasp. Swish! The mechanical monster approached the group. And before they could react, it swung its sword in a sweeping arc. Be careful, Xiao Yi exclaimed to the crowd, swiftly wrapping his arm around Bulma's waist and leaping aside with her. Is that truly a ghost? Bulma gasped in astonishment. No, it is a robot, Xiao Yi replied. What is that? General Blue was equally startled by the sudden emergence of the mechanical monstrosity. With a series of rapid-fire sounds, the creature, having failed to strike with its sword, transformed one of its arms into a submachine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Xiao Yi and the others. Little Goku and Krillin darted in every direction to evade the onslaught of bullets, while Xiao Yi guided Bulma to safety at a distance. Curse it! With agility, little Goku seized an opportunity after deftly dodging a flurry of bullets and delivered a powerful kick to the robot's shoulder from behind. This fiend, Krillin, also capitalized on the moment, executing a precise strike that cleaved the giant sword of the mechanical beast in two. With fervor, little Goku launched a rapid series of punches against the creature's chest. So they possess martial arts skills. General Blue finally realized that the beings he was pursuing were indeed martial artists. Bang! The tides of battle shifted as the mechanical monster retaliated with a crushing blow that sent Krillin flying. And it appeared that little Goku's earlier flurry of punches had inflicted little harm. Krillin, are you alright? Little Goku rushed over to check on him. Ouch, that hurts. Krillin grimaced, clutching his jaw. That creature is formidable, he remarked to little Goku. It has some skill. Little Goku conceded. That robot is the guardian of this place. Bulma cautioned them. With a renewed focus, the mechanical beast resumed its assault on little Goku and Krillin. Krillin, you protect Bulma while I deal with this creature. Xiao Yi instructed. Huh, alright. Krillin, having great faith in Xiao Yi's abilities, readily agreed. Xiao Yi, let me handle this one. You all go search for the Dragon Balls. Little Goku interjected, preventing Xiao Yi from assisting and urging them to seek the Dragon Balls first. Understood. Xiao Yi recognized that little Goku's desire for battle had been ignited. And at this moment, he would not relent until either the foe was vanquished or he himself was defeated. Hey, bang. Seizing the opportunity, little Goku sent the mechanical monster crashing into the sea with a decisive kick. Now hurry, he urged Krillin. Alright, be careful, Krillin cautioned little Goku. Swish. Humph. The Dragon Balls are mine. Seeing Xiao Yi and the others flee, General Blue emerged from the shadows, closely trailing behind them. Can Goku handle it alone? Bulma voiced her concern as they ran. Have faith. Goku will undoubtedly resolve this mechanical menace swiftly. Xiao Yi calmly reassured Bulma. Suddenly, General Blue followed Xiao Yi and the others into a passageway constructed of green bricks. Chapter 64. The treasure. Did you hear the explosion? Krillin inquired, glancing back at Xiao Yi and Bulma. Indeed, what on earth happened? Bulma turned her head in curiosity. It must be the sound of the mechanical monster being obliterated by Goku, Xiao Yi asserted confidently. Crackling sounds echoed above. Huh? Krillin, hearing the noise from above, instinctively looked up. The explosion has fractured the walls. This cave seems to be collapsing, Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Oh no. At Bulma's words, Krillin quickened his pace. There are two paths. Bulma gasped in surprise. Which one should we take? Krillin was at a loss. The radar indicates the Dragon Ball is this way. We must mark it, otherwise, Goku might take the wrong route. Bulma instructed Krillin. With a swift motion, Krillin etched an arrow into the ground with a stone. Let us hurry, Bulma urged. Is it that way? Krillin giggled as he erased the mark, drawing the arrow in reverse. General Blue, seeing the arrow Krillin had drawn, realized it was meant for the little boy with the long tail, and stepped forward to reverse the direction of the arrow, concealing himself in the shadows. Two paths. Shortly thereafter, young Goku arrived at the fork and noticed the two passages. Oh, there's a directional mark. How wonderful. Young Goku suddenly spotted the arrow on the ground. Yes, it's this way. He dashed towards the direction indicated by the arrow. Haha, what a fool. So easily deceived. General Blue, hidden in the shadows, felt triumphant as his scheme succeeded and swiftly followed the path taken by Xiao Yi. Cracks grew larger in the ceiling. This is bad. The collapse is accelerating, Krillin remarked anxiously as he observed the widening fissures above. Run, Bulma urged Xiao Yi in distress. What lies ahead? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. A well? How could there be a well here? Krillin pondered curiously. There's no path ahead. It seems we must descend to proceed, Bulma declared, pointing to the well that connected to the depths of the sea. Thud. Xiao Yi and his companions leaped directly into the well, navigating through the underwater passage previously excavated by the pirates. Must we truly swim through this? How troublesome. I wonder if this water is clean. Moreover, the seawater irritates the skin, but it seems we have no other choice, General Blue muttered as he removed his clothing. Reluctantly, though with no alternative, General Blue plunged into the deep well, swimming along the underwater route crafted by the pirates. Meanwhile, little Wukong was unwittingly traversing the wrong passage, running incessantly. How peculiar. I am running so swiftly, yet I have not caught up with them. Little Wukong conversed with himself as he dashed along. Suddenly, he halted in bewilderment, realizing he had reached the end of the passage. What is happening? Just as he pondered, the stone slab beneath him unexpectedly split apart with a resounding crack. Ah, a trap. As he plummeted downward, little Wukong recognized that he had fallen into yet another snare. Oh, huh? Ah, he sensed that he had landed on a soft surface. Curious, he glanced down to find himself perched upon the head of a colossal octopus. Haha, it has been ages since a snack has come my way. The octopus exclaimed joyfully. With a leap, little Wukong sprang from the octopus to a nearby rock. Hey, I know you. Aren't you a cuttlefish? He inquired, addressing the octopus. I am an octopus. The creature retorted angrily. I am quite busy. Farewell. Little Wukong, eager to reunite with Xiao Yi and the others, decided to make his exit. Hee. Leaving so soon? It is not that simple. I have finally had a chance for a delightful feast. What will I do if you depart? The octopus declared, extending its tentacles to ensnare little Wukong. Whoa, what are you doing? Let me down. Little Wukong shouted at the octopus. So small. You are hardly enough to satisfy my appetite. The octopus remarked disdainfully as it hoisted little Wukong aloft. Suddenly, with a flurry of movement, the octopus began to strike little Wukong against the nearby rock wall. Little Wukong, battered by the relentless blows, found himself significantly weakened. Ha ha ha, you are done for. The octopus gleefully proclaimed, anticipating a sumptuous meal once little Wukong had succumbed. How infuriating. Allow me to present you with a gift. Little Wukong said weakly. Oh, what kind of gift? The octopus inquired, intrigued by little Wukong's actions. The Kamehameha wave. Little Wukong struck a pose as if to unleash the legendary technique. What is that? The giant octopus had mistakenly believed that little Wukong was about to present it with a gift. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an energy wave emitted from the Kamehameha struck the octopus directly in the eyes, transforming the massive creature into a delectable grilled octopus. Hee. This is authentic grilled octopus. Just as I was feeling peckish. However, it was somewhat unpalatable. Little Wukong was munching on the grilled octopus, but due to its advanced age and the absence of seasoning, it was far less savory than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and his companions finally discovered the fabled treasure. Found it. This is it, exclaimed Krillin, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the enormous treasure chest before him. Wow. Bulma was equally astonished by the sheer size of the chest. Heave-ho. With renewed vigor, Bulma and Krillin, who had previously appeared fatigued, rushed to the chest, abandoning Xiao Yi in their excitement, and prepared to open it together. With a resounding clang, they finally pried open the gigantic chest. Wow, amazing. Bulma and Krillin were momentarily dizzy from the sight of the overflowing gold and silver treasures. This is fantastic. Krillin, who had never encountered such riches in his life, couldn't help but leap for joy at the sight. These treasures are worth a fortune. Bulma, the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, though initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure and began assessing the jewel's monetary value. My apologies. This treasure now belongs to the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue emerged slowly from the water, addressing the jubilant trio. Chapter 65, Telekinesis, Krillin was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the foe. The Red Ribbon Army? Bulma was equally startled by the mention of the notorious name. Is it just you left? Xiao Yi inquired. Humph. I can easily handle all of you by myself. General Blue retorted, his anger flaring at the comment. Want to fight? Allow me. Upon hearing that only one member of the Red Ribbon Army remained to pursue them, Krillin's earlier trepidation transformed back into confidence. Oh, quite self-assured. Are we? General Blue mocked as he observed the diminutive figure preparing to battle him. Bring it on. Krillin struck a martial arts pose. Little Wukong, delighting in his grilled octopus, was suddenly interrupted by a scream from across the wall. What was that sound? It seems to be Krillin. How could the noise come from over there? He pondered curiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Krillin lay defeated on the ground, his body marred with wounds. Where has that confidence gone? In stark contrast to General Blue, who bore no visible wounds, the disparity in strength between the two was strikingly evident. Bulma, concealed behind a treasure chest, gasped in astonishment as she witnessed Krillin being effortlessly defeated and brought to the ground. Krillin, come over here and take a break. Let me handle this. Xiao Yi observed Krillin's plight and recognized that he was no match for General Blue, prompting him to speak up. All right, just be careful. Krillin, fully aware of his inferiority to the imposing figure before him, complied and stepped back without further insistence. You must be the strongest among them. Come, let me witness your prowess. General Blue declared with confidence. Without engaging in excessive banter, Xiao Yi launched a punch that struck General Blue squarely in the face before he could react, sending him flying. Wow, that is amazing. Xiao Yi, give him a good thrashing. Bulma cheered, her heart racing at the sight of her beloved's formidable strength. It's Bulma cheering. Little Goku heard her clearly this time, setting aside the nearly finished grilled octopus and leaping into the nearby waterway. How dare you kick my handsome face? Blood? Nosebleed. I'm so handsome. And now I'm bleeding. After being knocked down, General Blue's first concern was not defense, but rather his appearance, muttering incessantly. How embarrassing. I'm utterly humiliated. I can never show my face again. He crouched on the ground, trembling with despair. What is wrong with that guy? Krillin remarked, perplexed. Was that truly the same person who had just been soundly defeated? You dare to kick me. I won't let this go, General Blue exclaimed, his eyes glowing with a peculiar light as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yi. Humph. Xiao Yi felt a binding force immobilize his entire body. Struggling against this restraint, he attempted to leverage his physical strength to break free. Although he managed to move slowly, he could not fully escape its grip. You can still move. This is impossible. General Blue, who held great confidence in his abilities, was taken aback by Xiao Yi's actions. Indeed, you are affected by my powers. Your movements are so sluggish. Suddenly realizing that Xiao Yi's motions appeared somewhat delayed, General Blue expressed his delight. So that is how my powers work. Wonderful. As Xiao Yi locked eyes with General Blue, his mind tirelessly analyzed the nature of the opponent's abilities. In no time, he comprehended General Blue's powers, transforming them into a newfound ability for himself. Successfully acquiring General Blue's power, psychokinesis, the ability to manipulate matter through thought. The system notification echoed in Xiao Yi's mind, and simultaneously, his body trembled as the restraints that had previously held him vanished without a trace. I will make you understand the true meaning of despair, General Blue declared, launching a powerful punch toward Xiao Yi. That is precisely what I intended to convey to you. Freeze. With Xiao Yi's command, General Blue's previously swift movements abruptly halted, and he was propelled by inertia, tumbling uncontrollably. Thud. Like a deflated balloon. General Blue rolled toward Xiao Yi before crashing violently against the cavern wall. The impact echoed through the chamber. Though he emerged unscathed, the once dashing image of General Blue was now marred. His attire lay in tatters, and he appeared disheveled. More importantly, the extraordinary ability he had always prided himself on had now rendered him immobile, forcing him to experience the sensation of helplessness. How does it feel? Quite a novel experience, isn't it? Xiao Yi said with a smile directed at General Blue. Why you? How could you possibly control my powers and immobilize me? This is impossible. General Blue was on the brink of madness, realizing that his most cherished ability could neither subdue the striking man before him nor prevent his own confinement. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi retrieved a sturdy rope from his spatial ring, expertly binding the helpless General Blue into a tight bundle. We must find the Dragon Balls quickly, otherwise, we shall be trapped here. Xiao Yi turned to Bulma, urging her. I will not kill you, but this cave is about to collapse. Whether you survive will depend solely on your fortune, he warned the immobilized General Blue. Defeated General Blue. Reward, 50 freedom attribute points. 50 yuan bao, 1,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the waterway. Little Goku, gasping for air. Goku, you finally arrived, Krillin exclaimed, who had nearly regained his strength. Rushing to greet him. Indeed. I heard your and Bulma's cries from another cave, so I swam over, Little Goku replied. Chapter 66. Escape. As Little Goku and Krillin conversed, the cavern trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Bulma shrieked as falling rocks rained down, forcing her to dodge frantically. We can't hold on much longer. Run, Krillin shouted, sensing the impending doom. Bulma, what about the Dragon Balls? However, Little Goku did not follow Krillin's lead and instead called out to Bulma. They're at the bottom of the pool. Forget about it. There's no time. Bulma pointed towards the direction of the pool. Xiao Yi, you protect Bulma and escape first. I will find the Dragon Ball and leave immediately, Little Goku declared, and with a splash, he jumped into the water. What? That guy? Krillin exclaimed in a state of urgency as he witnessed Little Goku's leap into the pool, yet he understood that entering the water would only hinder Little Goku. Xiao Yi. Krillin, hurry. We must flee. Bulma urged them. You go ahead. I will follow shortly. With that, Xiao Yi dashed towards the pirate treasure chest. He swiftly stored the enormous treasure chest into his spatial ring, casting a meaningful glance at the struggling General Blue before heading towards Bulma. After Xiao Yi departed, General Blue ceased his vigorous struggles, appearing remarkably calm. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The ropes binding General Blue began to writhe as if alive, and in mere moments, they detached from his body. Humph, just wait. I shall have my revenge. General Blue muttered as he surveyed the falling debris from the ceiling and glanced at the pool, reluctantly choosing to retreat. However, not long after, little Goku burst forth from the pool, racing towards the submarine. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and the others encountered trouble. This is it. The exit is blocked, Krillin said anxiously. The trap-laden passage they had traversed earlier was now completely obstructed, leaving them trapped in the colossal port constructed by pirates. We can't dwell on that. We need to board the submarine. Perhaps it will lead us to safety. Illusion shouted to Xiao Yi and Krillin. Click. It started. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, having managed to activate the submarine that had been left by the pirates for years. Where's Goku? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Bulma said in distress. Oh my. Hurry. Krillin echoed her concern. We can't wait any longer, Bulma remarked, gazing at the falling stones from the cave ceiling. Prepare to dive. Close the hatch. She instructed Krillin. Are you really going to let Goku die? Krillin protested. The most precious thing in this world is one's own life. Isn't it? Bulma retorted fiercely. Krillin conceded, yet he still felt that abandoning little Goku to flee alone was morally wrong. With a thud, the submarine's hatch closed. Don't worry. That kid has a strong will to survive. He won't perish. Bulma reassured Krillin. All right, let us go. If we dive and cannot reach the ocean, we will be doomed regardless. Bulma prepared to pilot the submarine underwater in search of alternative routes. Wait, it's Goku. He is coming out. Krillin, who had been watching the entrance, suddenly spotted little Goku running towards them and called out to Bulma. As they raced forward, a stone, roughly the size of a human head, suddenly struck little Wukong on the head, sending him tumbling to the ground. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Wukong, disregarding the pain, quickly rose to his feet, rubbing his head as he continued to sprint toward Xiao Yi. Wukong, over here. Hurry up. Krillin called out loudly, noticing Wukong heading towards the previous cave entrance. Quick, quick, Krillin urged incessantly. We're leaving, Bulma announced to everyone. A rumbling sound echoed as the somewhat dilapidated submarine descended to the ocean floor. Go, go, Krillin urged Bulma, watching large boulders tumble into the water. Wonderful. It's all right now. Wukong finally felt relieved. Who said it's all right? We haven't even entered the sea yet. Bulma chided. The entire cave is really going to collapse. Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Bang. Boom. Rocks continued to crash onto the submarine. Oh no. It's over. With the cave's collapse triggering a chain reaction, the underwater passage was also at risk of disintegration. There's an opening over there. Perhaps it leads to the sea. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. That way. That way. Krillin shouted, pointing out where the boulders were falling. Hurry. This place is about to collapse too. He urged anxiously. I know. Bulma snapped back, slightly irritated by Krillin's insistence. Suddenly, the submarine came to an abrupt halt. Bulma quickly checked the control system. What's wrong? Why did we stop? Krillin asked, puzzled. We're out of fuel. At such a critical moment, the revelation left Bulma momentarily flustered. What have you done? Krillin exclaimed, voicing his frustration. Oh my gosh. I don't want to die. He cried out. I haven't even experienced the sweetness of a first kiss. Bulma added, her tone tinged with despair. Let me handle this. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's voice came from the back seat. Before anyone could react, Xiao Yi enveloped the entire submarine with his energy, propelling it forward at incredible speed, just as he had done when flying with Bulma. With a powerful crash, the submarine burst through the passage, emerging into the open sea. Although there was sufficient oxygen within the submarine, Bulma and Krillin continued to gasp for breath, trying to alleviate the despair they had just experienced at the edge of death. We did it. Wukong exclaimed joyfully. We're saved. Yay. Bulma cheered as well. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi maneuvered the submarine into the air, and in no time, they arrived at the previously encountered solitary island. Phew, that was close. Little Wukong felt a sense of having survived a calamity. Indeed, at last he had escaped. Thank goodness for you, Xiao Yi, Bulma said, her eyes brimming with affection. Yes, thank you, Xiao Yi. Krillin expressed his gratitude as well. It's nothing. Mutual assistance is the essence of adventure. Xiao Yi, slightly embarrassed by the praise, replied. Chapter 67. The gigantic diamond, however, it is truly a pity about those treasures. I was so close to becoming a millionaire, Krillin lamented. Hee. Bulma grinned proudly at Krillin. Krillin looked at Bulma in confusion. Russell, look. What is this? Bulma astonishingly produced a massive diamond from her underwear. This diamond was not only flawlessly crafted but also fit comfortably in Bulma's hand. Compared to the diamond Xiao Yi had previously acquired, this one was clearly over twice its size, and, in terms of value, belonged to an entirely different league. When did you bring this out? Krillin, who had spent most of his time by Bulma's side, was astonished that he had not seen her place such a colossal diamond into her underwear. This is an exceptionally large diamond. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. What an impressive fellow. How could you hide such a gem in that place? Krillin found it hard to comprehend how Bulma managed to conceal such a large diamond in her underwear. This must be worth at least several hundred billion, Bulma said proudly. By the way, I also brought out the Dragon Balls, Wukong said happily. If only there were 3-star balls instead of Grandpa's. Little Wukong expressed his disappointment. Darn it, all that effort wasted. Little Wukong said, somewhat angrily. Isn't it supposed to be the 4-star ball? Bulma asked curiously, looking at the Dragon Ball in her hand. No, Little Wukong replied, feeling dejected. Are you determined to find that 4-star Dragon Ball? Bulma inquired, gazing at the Dragon Ball she held. Of course, Little Wukong answered matter-of-factly. You really are a reckless individual. I am thoroughly fed up. I will never help you again. Bulma exclaimed angrily upon seeing Little Wukong's insistence on searching for the Dragon Ball. I told you not to come. It was your choice to follow me. Little Wukong looked at Bulma in bewilderment. If you had mentioned the Red Ribbon Army earlier, I would not have come. Though Bulma recognized her lack of justification, she still directed her frustration at Little Wukong, recalling the earlier chase. Enough arguing. Let us return to Master Roshi first. Fortunately, there is a Red Ribbon Army aircraft nearby. Clin pointed towards the aircraft in the distance and addressed the group. Whoosh. Bulma piloted the plane, carrying Clin and Xiao Yi, while the young Wukong soared on his Nimbus cloud, heading towards Turtle Island. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, General Blue observed Wukong and the others flying through the sky. They must be returning to that secret base, General Blue pondered thoughtfully. This diamond is for you, Bulma said, handing the gemstone to Clin. Huh? Clin exclaimed in surprise. Consider it compensation for Master Roshi's submarine. No need for change, Bulma stated generously. No need for change? Really? Is that all right? Clin, bewildered, held the diamond unsure of what to do. Hee. No problem. Don't forget, my father is a millionaire, Bulma declared proudly. Clin, holding the diamond, approached it with a hint of confusion. What are you doing? Bulma questioned, puzzled by Clin's actions. It's nothing. I'm just checking if it smells, Clin blurted out. Caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. What do you mean by that? Bulma yelled angrily. Buzz, buzz. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, General Blue piloted a helicopter, trailing Wukong and the others from afar. Oh, is this diamond for me? Master Roshi remarked, gazing at the diamond in his hands. Wow, this is worth quite a fortune, Lan Shi exclaimed in awe. Indeed, approximately several hundred billion, I would say. Bulma replied nonchalantly. Several hundred billion? Master Roshi, who had been composed moments ago, was now astonished, his beard standing on end. Wow, even if I spent my days in dance halls wooing ladies, it would take me many years to exhaust that. He began to calculate. Don't even think about squandering it. I earned that with my life. Clin interjected discontentedly. I was merely making a comparison. Master Roshi hastily defended himself, flustered. I truly appreciate it. I shall accept it. Master Roshi politely told Bulma. If you regret it, I will not return it. He made a final confirmation. I'll hold on to it. If I leave it to you, you'll waste it. The old turtle remarked beside Master Roshi. What? You doubt my character? Master Roshi retorted angrily at the old turtle. Yes. As the one who knows Master Roshi best, the old turtle was not deceived and retaliated without hesitation. You filthy turtle. Master Roshi exclaimed, exasperated. Clin, do you still consider yourself a renowned martial arts master? Bulma remarked upon witnessing the quarrel between Master Roshi and the old turtle. Hey, stay still. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Shi had been replaced by a furious version of herself, brandishing a submachine gun at the group. Everyone was somewhat perplexed by the scene unfolding before them. Although the rampaging Blue Chi often made an appearance, they had grown accustomed to it and no longer felt threatened. Hand over the diamonds, the rampaging Blue Chi declared directly. There was no way around it. Clint realized that Blue Chi's intent was to acquire the diamonds, which were indeed the primary reason for the armed confrontation. The turtle hermit refrained from pulling any tricks. Transformed, Blue Chi had experienced a substantial enhancement in all physical attributes, and he was unsure if he could disarm her without causing harm. Very well. Farewell. Blue Chi made no further demands, and, having secured the diamonds, promptly piloted the helicopter away from the island. Huh, aren't they one of us? Bulma inquired, gazing quizzically at the departing Blue Chi. Half are our allies, and half are bandits. Clint responded, casting his gaze skyward. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and pursue them to reclaim the diamonds, Bulma exclaimed, growing anxious as she noticed the lack of response from everyone. Don't fret. Once she sneezes, she'll revert to a docile girl, the turtle hermit said nonchalantly. What do you mean? Bulma asked, somewhat bewildered. She possesses both benevolent and malevolent personalities. A single sneeze triggers a change in character, Clint explained to Bulma. Buzz, their secret base must be in this vicinity. I see it. That island. General Blue spotted Turtle Island and Goku through his binoculars. Hee hee. The Dragon Balls will be mine. I might as well dispose of you lot too. With that, General Blue leapt from the helicopter with a swift motion. Chapter 68. General Blue's Counterattack Whoosh. General Blue descended rapidly, without any parachute or landing equipment. However, just as he was about to make contact with the ground, his body executed an abrupt stop in midair, followed by a flawless 180-degree turn, landing gracefully, as if he had merely performed a somersault on solid ground. Why haven't they returned yet? The turtle hermit anxiously observed the sky. Hey, General Blue, noticing Goku, and the others looking up, recognized his opportunity. My diamonds. The turtle hermit lamented. I am off to seek the Dragon Balls, Goku said, noting Blue Chi's prolonged absence. I also want to return home. School starts on Monday, Bulma said, gazing affectionately at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, will you join me in returning, or continue adventuring with Goku? I wish to explore alongside Goku for a while longer. Xiao Yi replied, unwilling to forfeit the forthcoming opportunities. Very well, but after your adventure, you must come find me, Bulma said earnestly to Xiao Yi. Agreed. Once my exploration concludes, I shall seek you out. There is still much knowledge I wish to acquire from you. As Xiao Yi contemplated the Dragon Ball radar, he couldn't help but exclaim. Seeking knowledge, Bulma was evidently dissatisfied with this response. Of course, primarily due to observing Xiao Yi's expression, she immediately added, you must be cautious for your own safety. Bulma blushed as she spoke. Master Roshi, could you lend me an aircraft? Bulma requested of the old turtle sage. An aircraft? I don't possess one. I don't even have a boat. Master Roshi replied. What? How am I supposed to return to the city? Bulma asked, astonished. Then why not stay here and marry me? Master Roshi said casually. Dream on. Bulma shouted in anger upon hearing the old man's shameless proposal. I can carry you to the shore. The sea turtle kindly offered Bulma, though, at its speed, it would take an eternity to reach land. Bulma, don't worry. I will take you back first, and then I will go on an adventure with Goku. Xiao Yi said gently to Bulma. Xiao Yi, you are truly wonderful. Bulma exclaimed happily. Grandpa Turtle, I will leave the Dragon Balls with you. Goku said to Master Roshi. All right. Master Roshi agreed without hesitation. Keeping the Dragon Balls here will attract the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin expressed his concerns. With me, the renowned Master Roshi, what is there to fear? He replied nonchalantly. By the way, Krillin, didn't you go out to travel? Why are you still on Kame Island? Xiao Yi had been curious about why Krillin remained there. I traveled a bit, but I didn't know where to go, and my strength hasn't improved as quickly as it would have on Kame Island. So I returned. Krillin explained sheepishly. How about this? You can join us on our journey and face the Red Ribbon Army alongside Goku. This will greatly aid your strength. Xiao Yi suggested to Krillin. Krillin's face clearly showed his hesitation. Just think, if at the next martial arts tournament, you are merely a side character, while Goku's strength continues to surpass yours, would you be content? Xiao Yi guided Krillin. But I can't ride the flying Nimbus. I can't keep up with you. Krillin's resolve began to waver. No worries. Master Roshi has a shrinking device. Once you shrink, Goku can carry you. Xiao Yi provided a solution for Krillin. Master Roshi was reluctant to part with the shrinking device, as he had intended to use it for launch. Suddenly, a multitude of snake-like ropes descended from the sky, as if alive, swiftly wrapping around Xiao Yi and the others, binding them tightly, even ensnaring the sea turtle. What is happening? Bulma exclaimed anxiously. How would I know? Little Wukong was tightly bound, unable to move. How is everyone bound like this? Krillin said anxiously. Although Xiao Yi was bound, he displayed no signs of anxiety. Secretly attempting to free himself, he discovered that while the ropes were indeed sturdy, they posed little challenge for someone endowed with abilities like his own. Haha. We meet again. General Blue emerged confidently from the shadows. How do you find the taste of my second superpower? He inquired of Xiao Yi and the others. His gaze deliberately averted from Xiao Yi, wary of being immobilized again. Ah, the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma was profoundly impressed by General Blue. You're still alive. Xiao Yi feigned astonishment. The Turtle Hermit, too, felt a headache from the bothersome Red Ribbon Army. Pardon me. I must enter to search for the Dragon Balls. General Blue disregarded the astonished expressions and strode directly into the turtle house to commence his quest. This is disastrous. He will surely kill us. Bulma exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing General Blue's entrance into the turtle house. I can't break free. Little Goku exerted all his strength, yet the specially crafted ropes resisted his efforts. It's futile. These ropes are made from special materials. Xiao Yi informed little Goku. How can this be? Aren't you the renowned Master Roshi? Krillin complained to the Turtle Hermit, who had been boasting moments earlier but now found himself helpless. I was a bit careless. Master Roshi blushed at Krillin's reproach. This fellow is truly formidable. I didn't even notice. Moreover, these ropes are tied with remarkable skill, rendering me powerless. He too attempted to use brute force to break free, but the ropes remained unyielding. Indeed, there are 3. Thank you. General Blue emerged from the turtle house with the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Radar in hand. This infuriates me. Little Goku see that as he watched the 3 Dragon Balls he had painstakingly gathered being taken away, alongside the binding of himself and his companions. What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired, perplexed by their relentless pursuit of the orbs. This is a matter for Commander Red. I cannot concern myself with such details, General Blue replied dismissively. Thank you. Consider this gift a token of appreciation for your sparing my life last time. He produced a timed explosive and addressed Xiao Yi. Chapter 69, Pursuit Click. Tick tick tick. This is a highly potent timed bomb. It will detonate in 5 minutes. Enjoy the terror of these 5 minutes. General Blue announced to the group. Bulma stared in shock at the bomb beside her, resembling an alarm clock. Farewell. This is quite amusing. General Blue thought excitedly of the impending explosion. Click. Boom. General Blue activated a battle capsule. Wait. I am willing to join the Red Ribbon Army. Let me go? Bulma suddenly exclaimed loudly to General Blue. What nonsense are you spouting? Krillin vehemently chastised Bulma. Buzz. The Red Ribbon Army has no need for women. General Blue outright rejected Bulma's request. Do you see me as capable? Master Roshi shamelessly interjected. Roshi. The sea turtle could no longer bear it and yelled at Master Roshi. Buzz. Enjoy the last 4 minutes. General Blue turned to Xiao Yi and the others before boarding the aircraft. Boom. He disregarded everyone and boarded the fighter jet, soaring away from the island. Help! Help! Bulma cried out desperately. Ugh! I can't break free. Little Goku continued to struggle against the ropes, but to no avail. Only 2 minutes left. Bulma said anxiously. Oh dear. Master Roshi also began to panic. Something is flying over. Little Goku suddenly looked up at the sky. Thank goodness. It's Lan Chi returning. Master Roshi exclaimed with excitement. How did I end up on this plane? Lan Chi said curiously as she descended from the aircraft. What happened to you all? Lan Chi asked upon seeing everyone bound. Throw that bomb far away. Little Goku shouted urgently to Lan Chi. Quick, hurry and throw it. Krillin added anxiously. Is this it? Lan Chi leisurely picked up the bomb. Yes, the farther you throw it, the better, Bulma urged. It's too heavy. I'd better toss it into the trash can. Lan Chi struggled with the weight of the bomb and said to everyone. Not into the trash can. Bulma shouted in distress. Help me untie the ropes. Little Goku suddenly said to Lan Chi. It's tied too tightly. I can't get it loose. Lan Chi struggled for a long time, but could not untie the knot as time was running out. Use a knife to cut it. Master Roshi said anxiously from the side. Oh no. Lan Chi was drenched in sweat from the tense atmosphere. Hurry. Little Goku urged. Only 5 seconds left. Krillin cried out. It broke. At the critical moment, the rope finally snapped. Wonderful. Little Goku was finally free. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the ticking bomb and threw it into the air. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the bomb detonated in the sky. Wow. Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Phew. Master Roshi sighed in relief. Nimbus. Having endured such a blow, little Goku, now relaxed, felt a surge of anger and knew he had to settle the score. Wait. Goku, don't chase too far. Master Roshi held an intense apprehension towards General Blue's formidable strength, fearing that young Goku might encounter peril alone. The Dragon Balls must not fall into the hands of such a villain. Ignoring Master Roshi's admonitions, Goku declared loudly, Lan Chi, quickly untie my ropes. I must assist Goku. Xiao Yi suddenly implored Lan Chi. Oh, all right. Lan Chi hurriedly approached and severed the ropes binding Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, do exercise caution. Bulma cautioned as Xiao Yi ascended into the air. Master Roshi, upon witnessing the familiar martial technique of flight, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Boom. At last, Goku caught up with General Blue's battle aircraft. Halt! Return the Dragon Balls to me. Goku shouted at the aircraft ahead. General Blue, feeling a headache as Goku drew ever closer, muttered, what an annoying pest. Zoom. Goku's Nimbus cloud matched pace with General Blue's aircraft. Humph. Watch how I shake you off. General Blue laughed, activating the aircraft's secondary boost, instantly propelling Goku far behind. Humph. Let us see where you flee. Goku urged his Nimbus cloud to accelerate upwards. Meanwhile, below in Penguin Village, a commotion ensued. Boom. Zoom. Huh. What is that? Aral gazed at the two flying objects in the sky, bewildered, and turned to her companion. Little Q. Little Q responded. Oh, what could it be that flew away? Aral lamented. Zoom. Huh. Goku once again flew alongside the aircraft, matching General Blue's altitude. What? How is it possible? He has caught up to my rocket-propelled plane. General Blue exclaimed in disbelief. My Nimbus cloud is impressive, isn't it? Goku boasted proudly. I shall make my move. Goku lifted his golden staff high. Ah. General Blue gasped at Goku's action, astonished. Hey. Goku swung down with his staff, executing a U-turn. General Blue deftly maneuvered the aircraft, narrowly avoiding Goku's golden staff. Zoom. General Blue accelerated away once more. What? Goku, clearly taken aback that his seemingly inevitable strike had missed, thought, this is not advantageous for me. Very well. I shall deactivate the rocket boosters. Zoom. Huh. Goku noticed the aircraft's speed diminishing, feeling quite puzzled. Ah, it's coming back. Aral exclaimed, observing the sky and turning to little Q. Hee, have you finally conceded? Goku joyfully remarked. Hee, you've fallen for my trick. Just as Goku approached the battle aircraft, General Blue suddenly declared, ignite the boosters. Suddenly, the fighter jet's thrusters emitted a tremendous flame, propelling the unsuspecting little Wukong from his Nimbus cloud. Ah, ouch. Little Wukong fell downward without any forewarning. Ha ha. General Blue, having finally evaded little Wukong's pursuit, couldn't help but feel a surge of arrogance. Ah? Oh no. However, in an ironic twist of fate, as General Blue turned back, he found himself confronting a colossal mountain. With a thunderous explosion, the fighter jet transformed into a massive fireball. Chapter 70, Penguin Village. Little Wukong, soaring through the sky, was drawn to the resounding blast. Whoosh. How foolish. Hey. Upon witnessing General Blue's jet crash into the mountain, little Wukong couldn't suppress his delight. Wow. Aral, seeing little Wukong plummet headfirst, gasped in astonishment. Thud. Before hitting the ground, little Wukong performed a backflip and landed heavily. Hello. Aral greeted little Wukong warmly. Eh? Oh. Hello. Little Wukong, taken aback by Aral's enthusiasm, responded amicably. Nimbus. Ignoring the suddenly appearing peculiar child, little Wukong called forth his Nimbus cloud. The Dragon Balls ought not to have been destroyed. As he jumped onto the Nimbus, he murmured to himself. Wow. So cool. Hey. Let's play together. Aral shouted toward little Wukong, but he had already soared far away, unable to hear her words. Shaking and wobbling. Damn it. This is infuriating. Near the wreckage of the fighter jet, General Blue struggled to rise. I must take down that brat. He blamed all his misfortunes on little Wukong. Whoosh. Little Wukong, riding his Nimbus, flew toward the site of the crash. Ah, back so soon. General Blue found himself increasingly exasperated by little Wukong. Over there. I hope the Dragon Balls haven't been destroyed with the jet. Little Wukong murmured to himself. Whoosh. General Blue quickly concealed himself. It seems wiser for me to return to headquarters. That kid is too difficult to deal with. At that moment, General Blue regretted his hasty decision. He should have dealt with little Wukong on Turtle Island. Swish. Whoosh. General Blue evaded little Wukong and leaped from the mountain, sprinting swiftly into the distance. Where is it? Huh. Where is the bag containing the Dragon Balls? Little Wukong searched through the ruins for quite some time, but found nothing. Right. That fellow is also missing. He must still be alive. Where could he have gone? Little Wukong looked around. Hey, in the distance, Aral waved to little Wukong. Little Wukong strangely forgot his past. Tap, tap, tap. Aral came running from a distance. Kiki. Aral smiled at little Wukong. Are you the ones who just arrived? Little Wukong asked, somewhat uncertain. Did you run over here? He exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Aral replied. Wow, that's impressive. You're almost as fast as the Kinto one. Little Wukong marveled. How did you train for that? He inquired, astonished, addressing Aral and little Q. Huh? What are you talking about? Aral did not comprehend little Wukong's words. Hey, what are you playing at? She asked him. I'm not playing. I'm looking for bad guys. Little Wukong declared. Kinto one. With that, he did not engage in further conversation with Aral and leaped onto the Kinto one, searching the skies. Wow. Aral gazed at little Wukong's Kinto one with envy. Where did it go? Little Wukong searched nearby. This is tough. How can I get back to headquarters? General Blue no longer has his flying capsule. The sound of a car echoed from a distance. Wonderful. General Blue exclaimed upon seeing the approaching vehicle. Bang. Crash. General Blue suddenly stood in front of the car, startling its occupants, who screamed as the driver slammed on the brakes just in time to halt before him. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Shouted a bespectacled middle-aged man from within the vehicle. Get out. General Blue commanded the car's owner. What for? The middle-aged man was taken aback by General Blue's demand. So, you're a robber? Once he realized. The middle-aged man not only remained calm, but appeared quite pleased. Well then, there's a phone booth nearby. I'll make you regret this, he muttered to himself. Tap, tap, tap. After a brief moment, the middle-aged man jogged into a nearby phone booth and slammed the door shut with a bang. General Blue watched in confusion, unsure of what the man was up to. I am the illustrious Magon Superman, he proclaimed. Shocked, are you? This is just your bad luck. The middle-aged man, now clad in a superhero costume and having removed his glasses, addressed General Blue. So what? General Blue replied to the man before him. What did you say? You don't recognize me? You must be from out of town. No wonder you look unfamiliar, the man, known as Magon Superman, remarked. Then I shall teach you a lesson so you understand my prowess, he declared loudly to General Blue. He was not deterred by General Blue's lack of reaction and thought to himself, I'll give you one more chance. If you choose to flee now, I shall not make things difficult for you. The dried plum hero made his final ultimatum to the unresponsive General Blue. With a disdainful glance at the dried plum hero, General Blue strode purposefully towards the telephone booth. Is this truly how one escapes? The dried plum hero pondered silently. Crack, crunch. With a powerful embrace, General Blue crushed the telephone booth, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Clap, clap. After completing this feat, General Blue nonchalantly dusted off his hands and approached the dried plum hero. How may I assist you, sir? The dried plum hero humbly adjusted his demeanor. Surrender your aircraft capsule, General Blue commanded. What is a capsule? The dried plum hero feigned ignorance. You don't know what a capsule is? How quaint. General Blue scoffed. Well, I must admit, I am rather unsophisticated, the dried plum hero replied sheepishly. Who here possesses an aircraft? General Blue inquired. An aircraft? An aircraft. The dried plum hero pondered. Crack. That rascal Chien Pao has an aircraft, he exclaimed joyfully. Continue down this road, and upon reaching the seaside, the house to your left is the one. The dried plum hero elaborated for General Blue. Well then, I shall take the car, General Blue declared, driving towards Chien Pao's residence. Very well, feel free to use it. No need for formality. Safe travels, the dried plum hero replied respectfully. I shall let you off for today, he muttered to himself in self-deception. Chapter 71. The marvelous superpower, where did he escape to? Little Wukong exclaimed angrily. Are you playing hide and seek? Aral chimed in beside him. Yes, let's use the Dragon Ball radar to locate him, wherever 3 Dragon Balls are displayed. He must be there, Little Wukong declared with excitement. Crack. He switched on the Dragon Ball radar. Oh no, it seems to be malfunctioning again, he lamented, gazing at the device in his hands. Aral observed curiously as she looked at Little Wukong's Dragon Ball radar. It seems we must return to find Bulma for repairs. Little Wukong sighed. Hey, where exactly are we? He suddenly realized a serious issue. He seemed to be lost. Penguin Village. Aral replied. I was so focused on chasing him that I lost track of where we are. Do you know the Turtle Hermit's place? Little Wukong asked Aral. I do not. Aral answered honestly. What shall we do? Where am I indeed? Little Wukong, in a state of distress, spoke up. Just then, a figure streaked across the sky. Xiao Yi, over here. Seeing that it was Xiao Yi, little Wukong couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Wukong, it has been quite a challenge to find you, Xiao Yi said, beaming at little Wukong. Hello, I'm Aral. Aral greeted Xiao Yi warmly. Greetings. I am Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi reciprocated the friendly gesture. Wukong, what brings you here? Xiao Yi inquired of little Wukong. I am searching for Dragon Balls, but the radar is broken. Little Wukong handed the Dragon Ball radar to Xiao Yi. Is that so? There are no specialized tools here. Otherwise, I could attempt to repair it. Xiao Yi replied uncertainly. Is that thing truly broken? Aral asked, pointing at the Dragon Ball radar in Xiao Yi's hand. Indeed, little Wukong affirmed. The doctor can fix it, Aral stated with conviction. Really? Little Wukong exclaimed, filled with delight. Quick, tell me where he lives. He added excitedly. Hee, let us take that. Aral pointed at the flying Nimbus. Flying Nimbus? Little Wukong queried, puzzled. I wonder if you both can ride it, he said while pulling Aral onto the Nimbus. Oh, this is so much fun, Aral exclaimed joyfully. Wow. Both little Wukong and Xiao Ji appeared equally thrilled. You are all good children, little Wukong said to Aral and Xiao Ji, who were seated on the Nimbus. The address you just dropped is it? Your wish is granted. Aral directly shared the doctor's residence with little Wukong. Is it over there? Get ready. We are about to set off. Xiao Yi, let us go. With that, little Wukong maneuvered the Nimbus and soared into the sky, with Xiao Yi following closely behind. Wow. Xiao Yi, do you have wings like Xiao Ji? Aral marveled at Xiao Yi, who flew into the air without any equipment. Hold on tight. Don't fall. Little Wukong reminded Aral. Woohoo. Aral hardly heeded little Wukong's warning, remaining exuberantly cheerful. Isn't it fun? Little Wukong smiled at Aral and Xiao Ji. Yes. Charge ahead. Charge ahead. Aral shouted with excitement. What is that? Dr. Qiambing observed the flying Nimbus approaching from afar, puzzled. This is so much fun, Aral exclaimed joyfully. Goo goo. Xiao Ji also appeared to be in high spirits. Kiki. Isn't it wonderful? Little Wukong expressed his satisfaction with the Nimbus. Who is that child? The doctor asked his companion, Mrs. Ryuko. It seems he is not from the village, Ryuko replied to the doctor. That must be the doctor. Alayla pointed at the doctor and addressed Goku, saying hello. Goku greeted Luzi with a cheerful hi. Luzi reciprocated with a smile. This is the doctor. Alayla indicated the man beside Luzi. Suddenly, with a whoosh and a thud, Xiao Yi descended from the sky. Another Dr. Qiambing, remarked Dr. Qiambing to his wife, Luzi. Could you assist me with a repair? Goku inquired of Dr. Qiambing. What is this? Dr. Qiambing questioned, examining the radar in his hand. It's a Dragon Ball radar, Goku explained. Dragon Ball radar? Dr. Qiambing looked curiously at the circular device. What is a Dragon Ball? Luzi asked Goku. It can detect the location of Dragon Balls, Goku replied to Dr. Qiambing. And what exactly is a Dragon Ball? I'm utterly confused, Dr. Qiambing admitted, still bewildered. It seems to be a radar capable of capturing specific electromagnetic frequencies, explained Dr. Qiambing's genius son, Xiao Tibo. Upon hearing his son's clarification, Dr. Qiambing finally grasped the concept of the Dragon Ball radar. It's broken. Please fix it. Goku urged Dr. Qiambing. Let me take a look, he replied uncertainly. Oh my. Upon opening the radar's casing, Dr. Qiambing was astonished by the intricate components within, left momentarily speechless. Such a sophisticated machine. Who created this? He marveled. A girl named Bulma, Goku informed him. Dr. Qiambing was taken aback, thinking, a girl is even smarter than I, a genius. He chuckled. This family even has an aircraft. Meanwhile, not far from Dr. Qiambing's residence, General Blue was driving the car he had seized from the Super Saiyan, heading toward Dr. Qiambing's home. Can you fix it? Goku pressed Dr. Qiambing. No problem. He is a genius. Luzi expressed unwavering faith in her husband. No, the structure is too complex. I can barely comprehend it. Dr. Qiambing thought to himself, feeling troubled. What should I do? This will tarnish my reputation as a genius. He fretted. Suddenly, seeing his father's troubled expression, Xiao Tibo utilized his supernatural abilities to repair the Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Qiambing noticed a change in the radar. That is truly remarkable. It's already fixed. Xiao Tibo exclaimed. I haven't even touched it. Dr. Qiambing pondered, equally perplexed by how the radar had been repaired. Is it fixed? In Chapter 72, entitled Retrieving the Dragon Balls, Xiao Wukong inquired of Dr. Qiambing. At this moment, Xiao Yi wore a satisfied expression. Having successfully acquired the extraordinary abilities of the character Zhejuan Tebeo, 1. Superintelligence. 2. Spatial manipulation, including levitation, instantaneous teleportation, and an advanced form of superspeed at maximum capacity. All his prior endeavors had culminated in locating Penguin Village to obtain what was reputedly the most formidable power within the realm of the Ural manga. Zhejuan Tebeo, whose full name is Zhejuan Tebeo, is the eldest son of Zhejuan Qianbingwei and Yamabuki Midori. During an outing, he was inadvertently struck by a spacecraft intending to land on Earth, resulting in a temporary loss of life. However, following an advanced revival procedure conducted by extraterrestrial beings, he was safely restored. The side effects of this procedure endowed him with immense powers and exceptional intelligence, enabling him to levitate, teleport, and comprehend multiple languages. Zhejuan Tebeo's strength and speed rival those of Ural and the young master, while his intellect far surpasses that of Zhejuan Qianbingwei. In comparison to Zhejuan Tebeo's extraordinary abilities, General Blue's powers seem utterly insignificant and incomparable, which explains why Xiao Yi chose to spare General Blue repeatedly, hoping to elicit the whereabouts of Penguin Village. For Xiao Yi, Zhejuan Tebeo, as the most potent ability wielder in the Ural narrative, possesses powers far exceeding the singular telekinetic abilities of General Blue. Just then, General Blue arrived at the doorstep of Dr. Qianbingwei's residence. Excellent. There are indeed aircraft here, he mused with delight. How did they end up here? Upon spotting Xiao Yi and Xiao Yukong beside the aircraft, General Blue was taken aback, nearly gasping in surprise. This complicates matters, he thought, realizing the situation had become increasingly precarious. Here you go. Dr. Qianbingwei handed the inexplicably repaired Dragon Ball radar to Xiao Wukong. You really fixed it, Xiao Wukong exclaimed joyfully. With a snap, the radar activated. Wonderful. It's operational, he remarked, elated at the Dragon Ball indicators displayed on the screen. Haha, what did I tell you? A genius is a genius. Although Dr. Qianbingwei found the method of the radar's repair somewhat perplexing, his rather thick-skinned nature allowed him to quickly claim the credit for the accomplishment. Thank you. Xiao Wukong expressed his gratitude to Dr. Qianbingwei. The 3 Dragon Balls are located right in the center, he pondered uncertainly. It appears we meet again, General Blue declared, brandishing a dagger towards Ural while addressing Xiao Yi and Xiao Yukong. Ural, bewildered by the unfamiliar figure brandishing a knife at her, felt greatly puzzled. You, Xiao Yukong, he exclaimed in shock. If you dare to make a move, I will slay her. General Blue threatened Xiao Yukong menacingly. You scoundrel, little Yukong exclaimed in anger. Do not attempt to control my body with your supernatural abilities. Last time, I was caught off guard, allowing you to seize the opportunity. This time, however, I am well prepared and will surely evade your powers before you can unleash them. General Blue, brimming with confidence, addressed Xiao Yi, evidently still troubled by his previous defeat. Oh, is that so? Are you truly certain? Xiao Yi replied with keen interest. Do not move, or I shall take the life of this little girl. It was clear that even General Blue felt a twinge of uncertainty about his own words. Return the Dragon Ball to me, little Wukong demanded angrily. Just as he was about to charge forward, General Blue's eyes sparkled with intensity as he activated his powers, rendering little Wukong immobile. This is bad. I can't move. It's infuriating. Despite his overwhelming anxiety, little Wukong found his body unresponsive. What is the matter with you? Dr. Qianbing asked upon seeing little Wukong standing still. This is a superpower, little Thibaut informed Dr. Qianbing. You dare to wield such powers in my presence? Break. With that, Xiao Yi unleashed his newly acquired spatial abilities, nullifying the powers that General Blue had cast upon little Wukong. Indeed, the level of spatial abilities proved to be vastly superior to telekinesis. Xiao Yi mused to himself. General Blue, witnessing his powers so easily dismantled by Xiao Yi, was taken aback and immediately fled toward the aircraft. You cannot escape, Xiao Yi declared, employing the instantaneous movement aspect of his spatial abilities to appear before General Blue. Before the general could comprehend the situation, Xiao Yi delivered a swift kick, sending him soaring into the sky, his landing unknown. Xiao Yi did not slay General Blue. In fact, it was Tao Bai who ended his life. He harbored no intention of altering the course of events, and the experience points and abilities that General Blue possessed had long been stripped away. Consequently, he held no significant concern for the general. The Dragon Balls. Witnessing General Blue vanish after being kicked by Xiao Yi, little Goku hurried to the aircraft, eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Here, he joyfully discovered a backpack containing 3 Dragon Balls within the cockpit of the plane. All right, come forth, Nimbus. Little Goku called into the sky for his flying cloud. Thank you all. Xiao Yi, let us depart. Goku said to Xiao Yi. Very well. We shall first return to Kame House. You take Krillin along for your adventure while I escort Bulma home, and then I shall join you. Xiao Yi replied to little Goku. All right, let us hasten. Little Goku exclaimed. Kame House. Where are Xiao Yi and the others? Have they encountered some danger? Bulma paced anxiously within the house. Fear not. With Xiao Yi's strength, such dangers are trivial for him. Master Roshi reassured Bulma. Yet, despite Bulma's agreement with Master Roshi's words, she could not quell her worry for Xiao Yi. The carefree demeanor she usually exhibited seemed to vanish entirely. Hey, Bulma, Goku went along as well. You should at least be concerned for him. Krillin complained to Bulma. Bulma disregarded Krillin's remarks, her gaze fixed intently upon the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures appeared in the heavens. One was little Goku riding Nimbus, while the other was Xiao Yi soaring with the flying technique. Xiao Yi, you have returned safely at last. Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Let us tidy up. I will take you home. Xiao Yi said warmly to the enthusiastic Bulma. Krillin, are you prepared? We are off on an adventure. Little Goku declared. Chapter 73. The Sacred Land of Korin. Xiao Yi, thank you for accompanying me back. Please be cautious in the upcoming adventure. The Red Ribbon Army is no trifling foe. Bulma said with concern to Xiao Yi. Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. Xiao Yi replied gently to Bulma. By the way, Bulma, I possess a gemstone and would like your expertise in analyzing its composition, to see if you can create a radar capable of locating such gems. Xiao Yi produced a piece of jade purchased from Earth from his spatial ring and handed it to Bulma. This gemstone is encased in rock. Thus, its emitted frequency is significantly lower than that of the gem itself. I wonder if you could devise a radar for such exploration? Xiao Yi inquired of Bulma. This is quite simple. When do you require it? For Bulma, this task was quite straightforward. With only a slight modification to the Dragon radar, it could be accomplished. In fact, such a minor adjustment could be completed independently by Xiao Yi given some time. However, Xiao Yi, currently engaged in adventures alongside Goku, found himself devoid of the leisure to delve into scientific research, which is why he entrusted this task to Bulma. There's no rush. Once I accompany Goku to locate the 4-star Dragon Ball, I shall return to you. Xiao Yi assured Bulma. Very well. I shall perfect the radar and await your return at home, Bulma replied tenderly, resembling a newlywed wife eagerly anticipating her husband's arrival. As Xiao Yi gazed at Bulma's expression, he intended to express something, but suddenly, all words seemed feeble and inadequate in that moment. The charm of beauty was indeed difficult to bear. It was not that Xiao Yi was unwilling to make promises, but rather that he found himself unable to offer Bulma any assurances. In reality, Xiao Yi had a wife and daughter whom he cherished deeply. With a tinge of guilt, Xiao Yi chose to depart from Bulma's residence and soared towards the direction of little Goku. At that very moment, little Goku was confronting a life-and-death predicament. Accompanied by Krillin and 3 Dragon Balls, Goku flew westward on his Nimbus, continuing to search for the next Dragon Ball, fervently hoping that it would be his grandfather's 4-star Dragon Ball. Gazing at the Dragon radar, little Goku spoke to Krillin. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Commander Red inquired about the whereabouts of the young boy. His black aide reported that the boy seemed to have headed west. Is he heading towards Colonel Yellow? Commander Red questioned. Indeed, that fellow has already discovered a Dragon Ball, yet has he failed to acquire it? He probed further. The aide replied. It appears he has encountered some difficulties. Commander Red's dissatisfaction with his subordinates grew increasingly palpable. Hand over that orb, Sacred Land Karen. It holds no value for you, shouted a tiger head leader of the Red Ribbon Army, brandishing a firearm at a towering Indian warrior opposite him. I have no interest in that orb. However, I am determined to protect this sacred land and will not permit you to act recklessly here. Depart at once, the Indian giant asserted firmly. I have heard these words countless times. The tiger head leader and his men aimed their guns at the imposing figure, showing no intention of retreating. Your numbers dwindle. If you do not leave, I will ensure your complete annihilation, the Indian giant declared resolutely. Dad, watch out behind you. Suddenly alerted by his child from within their tent, the Indian giant turned just in time. A red ribbon soldier, poised to strike him from behind, was swiftly impaled by the giant's powerful spear. along with the trees behind him, like skewered candied hawthorn. Scoundrel! Open fire! The tiger head leader, enraged at the thwarting of his scheme, barked orders at his men. A barrage of gunfire ensued, yet the Indian warrior remained unscathed, standing as firm as marble, without a single mark upon his body. I told you. Those weapons cannot harm me. The Indian giant scoffed at the tiger head leader. With a fierce clash, the Indian giant charged into the ranks of the Red Ribbon Army, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering the gun-dependent soldiers incapacitated, unable to rise. Just as the Indian giant was reveling in his triumph, the whirring of helicopter blades caught his attention. He turned to see the tiger head leader piloting an aircraft, retreating into the sky. Fleeing already? The Indian giant remarked, surveying the heavens as he dispatched the last of the Red Ribbon soldiers. Dad! His child exclaimed. A young boy, dressed as an Indian, leapt from his tent and dashed toward the towering Indian giant. I will bury these men first. Wait a moment. The giant instructed the boy. Buzz. This is Colonel Yellow. Headquarters, respond. The chief, Tiger Head, communicated to headquarters while piloting the aircraft. Lieutenant Braku, Colonel Yellow called out. An intelligence officer reported to the Black Lieutenant. What? The entire army has fallen, and only you remain? At all costs. If you fail, do not expect to survive. The Black Lieutenant warned Colonel Yellow on the other end of the line. Yes, I will do my utmost. Tiger Head replied. Do you still dare to call yourselves the renowned Red Silk Army? Commander Reed appeared unexpectedly behind the Black Lieutenant. Commander Reed, exclaimed the Black Lieutenant in surprise. Yellow, listen carefully. Commander Reed seized the phone from the Black Lieutenant and addressed Colonel Yellow. Yes, Commander Reed. Colonel Yellow responded nervously upon hearing the commander's voice. If you do not obtain the Dragon Balls within an hour, I will summon Tao Pai Pai. Commander Reed stated directly. At the mention of Tao Pai Pai, Colonel Yellow's anxiety transformed into sheer terror. Is it necessary to employ the assassin Tao Pai Pai? The Black Lieutenant questioned, astonished by Commander Reed's words. I must eliminate those little brats. Commander Reed was thoroughly enraged by the antics of Goku and his companions. Let me tell you, if you fail, Tao Pai Pai will also kill you. Commander Reed threatened. Yes, yes. Colonel Yellow was now completely engulfed in fear. Buzz, that fellow has a child. If I capture his child as a hostage, the Dragon Balls will be mine. Colonel Yellow muttered to himself, trying to bolster his resolve. Shoo, shoo, whoosh. All right. Silence the engine noise and fly low. Colonel Yellow had spotted the Indian boy in the distance. Chapter 74. The world's greatest assassin. I want to become as strong as my father as soon as possible, the Indian boy said to himself while roasting fish. Smack. Ah. Daddy. The Indian boy was suddenly snatched up by Colonel Yellow, who maneuvered the aircraft at low altitude, lifting him skyward. Oh no. UPA, the Indian giant, who was digging a pit to bury the fallen Red Silk Army members, suddenly heard his son UPA's cries. He looked up to see his son being taken into the sky by Colonel Yellow. Buzz, where did that person go? After capturing the boy, Colonel Yellow searched the vicinity for the Indian giant, but found no trace of him. Release my son. Beneath the helicopter, a sudden roar erupted from the Indian giant. So, this is where he is. Colonel Yellow finally pinpointed the location of the Indian giant. Listen, if you hand over the orb, your son shall remain unharmed. Toss the orb up to the aircraft. Do you hear me? Colonel Yellow, perched high above, imposed his demands upon the Indian giant. You scoundrel. Although the Indian giant was furious, he felt helpless with his son in the adversary's grasp. It seems this operation is progressing smoothly. The Black Lieutenant expressed his delight to Commander Reed. Even if we seize the Dragon Ball, that troublemaker son Wukong will still pose a significant challenge. Commander Reed was far less optimistic than his lieutenant. Commander, Sun Wukong is rapidly approaching Colonel Yellow's territory. The radar monitoring personnel reported to Commander Reed. This is bad. How could he arrive so quickly? Commander Reed voiced his concern. Very well, I will comply. You come down first. The Indian giant, clutching the Dragon Ball, reluctantly conceded. I will not fall for your tricks. Hurry and throw the Dragon Ball up here. Colonel Yellow in the helicopter remained steadfast in his demands. I am not like you, resorting to any means necessary. The Indian giant retorted angrily. Whoosh. It should be nearby. Little Wukong said to Krillin in his arms. Please save me. Daddy. The Indian boy UPA cried out to the ground. Huh? What is going on? Little Wukong had not yet begun his search for the Dragon Ball when he heard cries for help not far away. Please, help me. UPA continued to scream. Whoosh. Originally flying in a straight line, upon spotting UPA, Little Wukong immediately changed direction and soared towards the helicopter. Colonel Yarrow was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Little Wukong. That insignia on the helicopter seems familiar, Little Wukong thought as he recognized the emblem. Wukong. It's the Red Ribbon Army. Krillin reminded him, crossing his arms. You little brat. Could it be that you were Colonel Yarrow? Little Wukong's attire and actions seemed to reveal his identity. Bang. Upon realizing the adversary was from the Red Ribbon Army, Little Wukong wasted no time. He delivered a powerful punch from the side, striking Colonel Yarrow and sending both him and the helicopter plummeting to the ground. With the attack, Colonel Yarrow lost focus on UPA, who fell freely from the sky, plummeting towards the earth. UPA? The Indian giant gasped as he saw his son descending from above. Bang! The falling UPA landed directly on the soft, cotton-like nimbus cloud. Hee. Little Wukong reveled in UPA's astonished expression, feeling a thrill of mischief fulfilled. Hi. Little Wukong greeted UPA enthusiastically as he landed on the nimbus cloud. UPA, the Indian giant. Communication has been interrupted. The African officer addressed Commander Red, urging him to summon Tao Bai Bai immediately. At that moment, Commander Red's mind was consumed by a singular thought, to obliterate Little Wukong and his companions at any cost. Thank you for saving my son. The Indian giant expressed his gratitude to Little Wukong. It was nothing. I happened to rescue him while battling the Red Ribbon Army. Little Wukong humbly replied, devoid of any pride. Hello, I am Krillin. Krillin introduced himself as he returned to his normal size, addressing the father and son duo. Greetings. I am Bra, and this is my son UPA. The Indian giant responded warmly. The one in your hand. Is that the Dragon Ball? Little Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Do you desire this item as well? Bra inquired of Little Wukong. Show it to me. Show it to me. Little Wukong joyfully urged Bra. Fantastic. It's the 4-star ball. My grandfather's 4-star ball. I have finally found it. As Bra handed the Dragon Ball to Little Wukong, he exclaimed with delight. Yay. Little Wukong danced with exuberance. What is happening? What mystery does this sphere hold? Bra asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, stop. This is not a place for just anyone. The city guards confronted General Blue, who was not in uniform. Get lost, or we'll shoot you. General Blue, filled with rage, did not disclose his identity. Instead, he swiftly elbowed the nearest guard, who crashed against the wall and slid down, evidently unable to survive the encounter. You imbeciles! You don't even recognize your commander! General Blue bellowed after venting his frustration. It's General Blue. Another guard finally recognized him and hastily saluted. Open the gates at once. General Blue commanded with authority. Inside the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, a middle-aged man dressed in ancient attire, with a long braid, proclaimed, I am Tao Bai Bai, the world's #1 assassin. Welcome, Tao Bai Bai. Commander Red, unfazed by the assassin's audacity, greeted him with kindness. Just so you know, my fees are quite high, Tao Bai Bai stated flatly. As long as the task is accomplished, I am indifferent to the cost, Commander Red assured him. All right. To eliminate one person, the price is 100 million. Tao Bai Bai stated succinctly. The African advisor was momentarily taken aback by the figure. However, you are fortunate. This year, I am running a 20th anniversary promotion for assassins, and currently, it is half price. To kill one person, I only charge 50 million. Such words, coupled with the impassive demeanor of Tao Bai Bai, invariably evoke a sense of absurdity. Thank you, General Reed uttered, somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 75, The Demise of Blue. Are you truly that Tao Bai Bai? The black advisor inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. Would you care to find out? Tao Bai Bai replied with a hint of malevolence. No, thank you, the black adjutant retorted, though he harbored doubts regarding the identity of the individual before him. He was not bold enough to gamble with his own life. Knock, knock. Who is it? The black adjutant called out to the door. It is I, Blue, came the voice of General Blue from outside. Come in, General Blue. Though General Reed's tone was calm, his furious expression betrayed the turmoil within. Reporting in. I have returned. General Blue saluted General Reed. You actually managed to come back. General Reed remarked, his words laden with meaning. Indeed, both the plane and the car were commandeered. I faced tremendous challenges, General Blue recounted, oblivious to the underlying implication in Reed's words. That is not what I meant. My point is that the Dragon Ball was seized by Sun Wukong, and you dare to return. General Reed's pent-up fury finally erupted. That was an unfortunate incident. General Blue began to grasp the gravity of his situation, feeling an ominous shift in his fortune. I commanded you to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Your failure to complete the task warrants your execution. General Reed pronounced despair-inducing words that left General Blue shaken. Please, no? General Blue's fear became palpable. However, considering your considerable contributions to the Red Ribbon Army, I shall grant you a chance. Engage in combat with this Tao Bai Bai. If you prevail, your life will be spared. General Reed offered, eager to gauge Tao Bai Bai's true capabilities. Thank you. General Blue, brimming with confidence in his abilities, regarded his previous defeat by Xiao Yi as merely a fluke. Are you the so-called world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai? General Blue asserted with unwavering self-assurance. Would you like my autograph? Tao Bai Bai, too, was a figure of great arrogance. Ha! If you are the world's #1, then I must be the universe's greatest assassin, General Blue declared with pride. If I eliminate this fool, will I not also earn a reward? Tao Bai Bai ceased the verbal sparring with General Blue and turned to General Reed. Absolutely. Show me your skills. General Reed responded, not only unfazed but invigorated by the prospect. Against you, I need not lift a finger. Mere words will suffice. Tao Bai Bai disdainfully remarked at General Blue. Then let us commence. General Blue's unwavering confidence stemmed from his extraordinary abilities, which had yet to be revealed before Commander Reed, out of fear of inciting jealousy. However, in a desperate bid for survival, he found himself compelled to unveil his ultimate technique. While he had previously been bested by Xiao Yi, it was due to Zhao's similar powers that naturally countered his own. He held no belief that Tao Bai Bai possessed such capabilities. Ordinary martial artists, in his view, were hardly worthy of consideration. Even the mightiest among them would ultimately succumb when rendered immobile, becoming mere prey on the chopping block. Begin, announced the Black Aide, acting as the temporary referee. In a flash, General Blue launched a fierce flying kick aimed at Tao Bai Bai's head. Although he had resolved to utilize his supernatural abilities, he retained a measure of confidence in his martial prowess. Given that his opponent was the world's foremost assassin, he instinctively chose to engage in a preliminary test of skills before resorting to his powers. With remarkable ease, Tao Bai Bai evaded General Blue's seemingly inevitable strike, not even shifting his body, but merely leaning back at an astonishing angle. Then, in accordance with his earlier proclamation, he extended his tongue, propelling it forward at high speed to form a dagger-like tip that pierced into General Blue's temple with a sickening sound. Commander Reed and the Black Aide were rendered speechless by this unexpected turn of events. General Blue's body convulsed, pausing for several seconds before collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. It was a tragic fate for General Blue, who had not even begun to demonstrate his true strength before meeting his end, leaving Commander Reed unaware of the formidable subordinate he had lost. Eliminating such a character yields no risk, Tao Bai Bai mused, showing no signs of elation after dispatching General Blue, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. The instantaneous nature of the kill left Commander Reed in a state of unparalleled shock, starkly contrasting with his usual composed demeanor. The sheer terror was undeniable. Indeed, Tao Bai Bai was formidable. The Black Aide, witnessing Tao Bai Bai's prowess, broke into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had questioned Tao Bai Bai's capabilities, and now he realized that had they engaged in combat, another corpse would likely have adorned the ground. Enough of this game. Reveal the true target. Tao Bai Bai declared impatiently. What? This child? He inquired, gazing at a photo of little Wukong with confusion. He is no ordinary child, he is exceptionally skilled. The Black Aide interjected, sensing Tao Bai Bai's dismissiveness. That is of no consequence. As long as you provide payment, I shall eliminate anyone, regardless of their stature, Tao Bai Bai affirmed, adhering strictly to the assassin's code. No matter the target's age or condition, he would eradicate them without mercy. Very well. This little imp is named Sun Wukong, and he possesses 4 mystical orbs, which I would like to reclaim. Commander Red has once again made a request to Tao Bai Bai. It is precisely these orbs. The African lieutenant promptly produced a Dragon Ball, introducing it to Tao Bai Bai. Should anyone impede our progress, they shall face dire consequences. Commander Red issued a stern command to Tao Bai Bai. No problem. The location is the Korin Tower, situated 2,300 kilometers to the northeast, correct? Tao Bai Bai confirmed one last time. The helicopter is ready. Please proceed this way. The African lieutenant gestured politely to Tao Bai Bai. No, the aircraft is too slow. To the astonishment of both Commander Red and the African lieutenant, Tao Bai Bai firmly declined the helicopter prepared for him. What? The African lieutenant was utterly perplexed by Tao Bai Bai's refusal. May I borrow that pillar? Tao Bai pointed to a massive column nearby. A pillar? What do you need it for? Commander Red inquired, intrigued. Swoosh. Bang. Tap. Tao Bai stood beneath the pillar, suddenly leaping upwards, lightly tapping the top of the column with his right hand and kicking the base with his left foot. After executing this series of movements, he landed gracefully on the ground. Crack. Tao Bai embraced the pillar with both arms, exerting a gentle force. And the entire column split at the 2 points he had just touched, forming a separate cylindrical piece. Commander Red and the African lieutenant were left speechless by Tao Bai's astonishing display. I shall return in about half an hour. Having traveled 2,300 kilometers to the northeast, Tao Bai declared, channeling all his strength to hurl the stone pillar, which soared through the air like a missile, swiftly disappearing from sight. Hey, what followed was beyond human comprehension. Tao Bai leaped with remarkable speed, effortlessly covering 100 meters to catch up with the rapidly flying stone pillar, standing firmly atop it as he sped toward his destination. Buzz, this fellow is truly impressive. The African lieutenant couldn't help but exclaim, completely forgetting his initial skepticism about Tao Bai. Ha! The Dragon Balls are undoubtedly mine now. Commander Red exclaimed with delight. The Holy Land of Corinne. No wonder they are so desperate to seize these orbs. They conceal such secrets. Bulma marveled at the Dragon Ball in Sun Wukong's hand. However, I do not have any wishes. I merely wish to find the 4-star ball left behind by my grandfather. Sun Wukong joyfully declared. By the way, what is that towering structure? Sun Wukong pointed at the soaring stone pillar nearby. That. Bulma was taken aback by Sun Wukong's ignorance of the Corinne Tower. That is Corinne Tower. No one knows its true height. It is said that if one can climb to the top using their own strength and drink the sacred water bestowed by the immortal, their power will greatly increase. Our family has safeguarded this sacred tower for generations, as Bra elaborated. Wow, can it significantly enhance one's power? Has Uncle ever climbed it? Krillin exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he realized that his strength lagged increasingly behind that of Goku, without any effective means to augment his own abilities. Suddenly, hearing Bra mention the Corinne Tower ignited a profound thrill within him. I attempted it once in my youth, but I was unsuccessful. To this day, no one has reached the summit, Bra informed Krillin. Is that so? It's quite tall. Can one ride the Nimbus to ascend? Goku marveled as well. That's south the place. Meanwhile, Tien was already nearing the Corinne Tower. Wow, it can greatly enhance one's power. I want to try too. Goku declared joyfully. It is an ancient legend. Perhaps it is merely superstition, Bra said, observing the eagerness of Goku and Krillin, who were stirred by her words to consider scaling the sacred tower. Daddy, what is that? Something is flying this way. UPA, perched on Bra's shoulder, suddenly remarked. Bra looked up. It's a person. There is someone up there. Goku was the first to notice. They're coming towards us. Krillin said in alarm. Be careful. Bra warned urgently. Crash. A stone pillar crashed down where Goku and the others had just stood, creating a deep crater in the ground. Thud. Tien elegantly landed atop the stone pillar. Hello, he said in a gentle tone. Who are you? Bra questioned warily. Goku remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. I am the world's greatest assassin, Tien, he proclaimed with pride. An assassin? What brings you to the Corinne sacred grounds? Bra asked, remaining on guard. Nothing much. I have a matter to settle with this little brat, Tien replied straightforwardly. Bra was taken aback by his response. You have business with me? I don't even know you, Goku said, puzzled. I was sent by the Red Ribbon Army. Now you understand, don't you? My mission is to eliminate anyone who obstructs their quest for the Dragon Balls, Tien explained without immediate aggression. The Red Ribbon Army again. How troublesome. Goku exclaimed in exasperation. Daddy, please help this older brother. UPA urged his father. This child saved my son's life. I will not allow you to harm him. Bra declared fiercely to Tien. Uncle, it's all right. Let us take him on. Krillin prepared himself for battle. My mission is to protect the sacred grounds. UPA, step aside. Bra instructed her son beside her. Hey, foolish ones. You are truly courting death. Peach White taunted the towering giant before him. Make your move. Bra lifted her spear, adopting a defensive stance. Go for it. Dad. UPA encouraged from behind a large tree, cheering on her father. Meanwhile, both Goku and Krillin prepared for battle, fully aware of the formidable opponent they faced in Peach White. It seems this is a matter you must intervene in. Don't blame me for what happens next. With that, Peach White appeared beside Bra in the blink of an eye, seizing the spear's shaft. Bra was taken aback. unable to fathom that her weapon had been snatched so swiftly. In a moment of desperation, she exerted all her strength to lift the spear and throw her opponent away. Humph! Peach White felt the immense force transmitted through the spear and simultaneously exerted his own strength. Wow! Goku gasped in astonishment. The speed displayed was even swifter than his instant transmission technique. Bra strained with all her might, yet the spear remained immovable. What's wrong? Can't move it? Peach White taunted, effortlessly gripping the spear. Ugh! Bra summoned every ounce of her strength, yet still could not budge the spear. Allow me to assist you, Peach White remarked casually. With a swift motion, he hoisted both the spear and Bra into the air. Crash! Suddenly, Peach White shook the spear violently, causing Bra to lose her grip and soar into the sky. Bra ascended as though gravity had no hold on her, climbing higher and higher. Chapter 77. Arrival of Xiao Yi. Here's your spear back, Peach White declared, flinging the spear with a swift motion. Dad! UPA shouted in distress. Oh no! Nimbus! Goku, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, realized it was too late to intervene. Crack! The spear pierced through Bra's body without any obstruction, eliciting a chilling scream from her. Goku stood frozen in shock at the horrifying scene before him. Thud! Crash! Bra's lifeless body plummeted from the sky, and the once sharp spear, perhaps due to its owner's demise, fell to the ground, broken in two. Dad! Dad! UPA wept as she rushed toward Bra's lifeless form. Wah! Ugh! Ugh! UPA collapsed over Bra's body, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. You bastard! Goku shouted in fury, charging at Peach White. It is essential to note that Bra's demise stemmed entirely from her desire to repay a debt of gratitude, meaning that Goku was, in fact, the direct cause of her tragic fate. Whoosh! Zoom! Bang! Little Wukong charged towards Tao Bai Bai, launching a kick that was effortlessly evaded by Tao Bai Bai, who leapt into the air. In response, Tao Bai Bai delivered a swift kick to Wukong's face, sending him crashing against the body of the Karen Tower, from which he slowly slid down. Wukong, do not act rashly, Krillin began to caution, but before he could finish, Wukong was already sent flying backward. UPA, witnessing Wukong lying motionless on the ground, stood in a daze. Wukong. Krillin hurried over to assess Wukong's injuries. Is it over? This is truly unsatisfying, Tao Bai Bai remarked as he gazed in Wukong's direction. You little rascal. Wukong struggled to rise from the ground, astonishing Tao Bai Bai. Oh, you're not dead? Tao Bai Bai exclaimed in surprise, well aware of his own prowess. A kick like that would typically spell doom even for a bear. Yet, before him, Wukong appeared merely disheveled, with no apparent injuries. Let me show you my strength. Wukong realized that ordinary techniques posed no threat to the battle-hardened assassin before him. Therefore, he unleashed his most powerful move, the Kamehameha. Kamehameha, Wukong declared, and a beam of energy surged towards Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai was taken aback by Wukong's unexpected technique. However, the Kamehameha was far too swift. At this point, evasion was impossible, so he could only shield his head with his arms, adopting a defensive stance. Crack! As the energy beam struck, Tao Bai Bai emerged, albeit in a state of disarray, his clothing in tatters. Yet, surprisingly, his exposed skin bore no injuries. It had no effect. Wukong was taken aback by this turn of events. The Kamehameha was arguably his strongest technique, and yet Tao Bai Bai had emerged unscathed. This unforeseen outcome left Wukong somewhat bewildered. Divine Finger Technique. Tao Bai Bai seized the opportunity, delivering an energy-infused finger strike that sent the dazed Wukong flying. Thud! Wukong was propelled a considerable distance, crashing to the ground. Lifeless. Wukong! Krillin screamed, rushing towards Wukong's fallen form. The Dragon Balls are here, Tao Bai Bai gleefully exclaimed as he picked up the backpack Wukong had left behind. With this pesky brat out of the way, the Dragon Balls are mine. A world-class assassin cannot return in such a disgraceful manner. I must first acquire a new outfit, he mused to himself. Approaching the stone pillar embedded in the ground, Tao Bai Bai prepared to remove it and depart. You scoundrel, why did you kill my father? UPA shouted angrily at Tao Bai Bai. With a swift motion, UPA picked up a stone and hurled it at him. As Tao Bai Bai exhaled towards the incoming stone, it retraced its path and struck UPA to the ground with a resounding thud. UPA, crouched on the ground, wept while nursing his head, bruised from the impact. Ha! You are fortunate to be alive. You should be laughing, Tao Bai Bai remarked to the sobbing UPA. You cannot leave. You murderer. I shall avenge Goku. Just as Tao Bai Bai was about to depart, Krillin, having appeared out of nowhere, stood defiantly before him. "Do you wish to be my adversary?" Tao Bai queried ominously. "Indeed. You shall not leave here unless you step over my corpse," Krillin declared resolutely. "Is that so? Then do not blame me for your demise." With that, Tao Bai prepared to swiftly eliminate Krillin and make his escape. Just as a fierce confrontation loomed, an object hurtled through the sky towards them. Tao Bai gazed up in astonishment at the figure soaring through the air using the sky dance technique. "Xiao Yi!" Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Xiao Yi in the sky. "Krillin, what transpired here?" Although Xiao Yi was aware of the unfolding events, he feigned ignorance, inquiring of Krillin. "Xiao Yi, he is from the Red Ribbon Army. He killed Goku." Krillin sorrowfully glanced in the direction of little Goku. "I'll handle this. You take the child and keep your distance. Once I have dealt with him, you may return," Xiao Yi instructed Krillin. "Understood. But be cautious, Xiao Yi," Krillin urged. "Rest assured, I shall manage it." Xiao Yi gave a reassuring gesture to Krillin. "Hey, who are you? Do you not know that I am the renowned assassin?" "Tao Bai. To speak so audaciously before me is tantamount to courting death," Tao Bai retorted to Xiao Yi. "Allow me to witness your prowess." Xiao Yi did not launch an immediate attack, but instead assumed a defensive stance. "Courting death," Tao Bai exclaimed, striking with a powerful punch. Bang! Thud! Crash! Tao Bai's relentless flurry of attacks was effortlessly countered by Xiao Yi. Bang! Thud! As Tao Bai unleashed another straight punch. Xiao Yi chose not to defend, but countered with a punch of his own, sending Tao Bai flying a considerable distance before crashing to the ground. Chapter 78. The request. Xiao Yi's initial intent to defend against Tao Bai stemmed from a desire to learn some practical martial techniques from the world's foremost assassin. After all, Tao Bai's skills must surely surpass those of Xiao Yi, a rising star in martial arts. However, Xiao Yi was soon disheartened. Despite Tao Bai's fierce assault, there were no dazzling techniques on display, merely the commonplace agility of legwork. It was only through her strength, speed, and years of lethal experience that Tao Bai's moves appeared formidable compared to those of ordinary fighters. "Young man, do not be too arrogant. That was merely a test. Now, I shall get serious," Tao Bai declared with gravity. "Make it quick. I have no time to listen to your ramblings." Xiao Yi replied impatiently. "Go to hell. Try my ultimate technique, the divine finger skill." As she spoke, Tao Bai raised her right hand, extending her index finger towards Xiao Yi. "Watch out, Xiao Yi." Krillin exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Tao Bai's gesture. A beam of energy shot forth from her fingertip, aimed directly at Xiao Yi's face. "An insignificant trick," Xiao Yi retorted, conjuring an energy shield that materialized around him, effortlessly nullifying the incoming attack. The shield merely quivered as the energy from Tao Bai's skill dissipated harmlessly. How could this be? My divine finger skill, my most prized technique, failed to penetrate Xiao Yi's defenses. The blow to Tao Bai was devastating. "Your technique is ineffective against me. Do you possess any more formidable skills? If not, your demise is imminent." With that, Xiao Yi unleashed his full power, causing the very ground around them to tremble violently. For the first time, Tao Bai felt a profound sense of fear. A primal instinct akin to a mouse encountering a cat, her body trembling uncontrollably. "In that case, you shall meet your end." Xiao Yi prepared to strike down Tao Bai. Wait, Xiao Yi. Unbeknownst to them, little Goku had awakened from a state of feigned death. "Wonderful! Goku, you're alive!" Krillin exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, I almost perished, but my grandfather's Dragon Ball saved me." Little Goku pointed to the Dragon Ball embedded in the hole in his chest. "Xiao Yi, please do not kill him. I wish to avenge Bra myself." Little Goku gestured towards Bra's lifeless body. "Very well, I promise you this. But you must be diligent. I will soon depart, and cannot always be by your side. If you encounter Tao Bai again, and are not her match, you may very well be slain." Xiao Yi offered his final counsel. Krillin, wishing to persuade little Goku, found himself silenced by the determination in the young boy's eyes, words of caution dying on his lips. "UPA, forgive my selfishness. I will find a way to gather all the Dragon Balls and bring your father back to life." Little Wukong declared resolutely. "Ah, is it truly possible?" UPA, still weeping beside Bra's lifeless form, expressed his astonishment upon hearing Wukong's words. "Of course it is. The dragon can grant any wish." Wukong affirmed with conviction. "Tao Bai, since Wukong has chosen to spare you, I shall refrain from taking your life this time. However, when you encounter Son Wukong again, it will be your demise," Xiao Yi asserted. "I can see that my strength pales in comparison to yours, but dealing with this brat will be effortless." The next time I cross paths with him, it will mark his end, Tao Baibai remarked, as he uprooted a stone pillar from the ground and hurled it into the distance. Subsequently, he leaped onto the pillar and vanished from sight like a rocket. Defeating Tao Baibai, successfully vanquished Tao Baibai. Rewards, attribute points, 80, yuan bao, 50, gold coins, 1,000. Wukong, do you have confidence in confronting Tao Baibai? Krillin inquired with concern. No. That villain is exceedingly difficult to deal with. My current martial prowess is utterly insufficient to contend with him. I've never faced such a formidable opponent, little Wukong admitted candidly. By the way, you could attempt to climb the Karen Tower. UPA joyfully suggested to little Wukong. Little Wukong turned to UPA. You can definitely make it to the top. UPA encouraged him. Indeed, there are potions at the summit that could significantly enhance my abilities. Wukong's eyes were drawn to the towering Karen Tower. Certainly, there must be. UPA cheered for little Wukong. This tower? Xiao Yi feigned confusion. This Karen Tower is legendary. Krillin explained to little Wukong. What a wondrous place. Let us ascend together and explore. Xiao Yi proposed to Krillin. All right. After witnessing Tao Baibai's formidable strength, Krillin felt dissatisfied with his own capabilities. With such a place to bolster their powers, how could he possibly miss the opportunity? If I could ride the Nimbus Cloud, it would be effortless, but I must rely on my own strength, correct? Little Wukong asked UPA. Yes. It is said that small beings can be seen. UPA relayed what he had heard from his father to little Wukong. Hey, Xiao Yi, Krillin, let us have a race to see who can reach the summit first. Little Wukong challenged Xiao Yi and Krillin. All right. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Alas, it seems I will once again finish last. Krillin lamented. Though his actions were anything but slow as he surged ahead, swiftly climbing. You're cheating. Little Wukong exclaimed, quickly pursuing him. Then I shall follow suit. UPA? You must fend for yourself during this time. Once we gather the Dragon Balls, we will resurrect your father. Xiao Yi assured UPA. Thank you. Best of luck to you all. As UPA addressed Xiao Yi, he sprang into action, leaping forward with remarkable agility, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters. Thereby leaving the two ahead, little Wukong and Krillin far behind. With a sharp sound, Xiao Yi reached the apex of his jump and, as he began his descent, he grasped the edge of the Korin Tower with one hand while propelling himself further with a foot, soaring yet another 1,000 meters. Thus, on the Korin Tower, Xiao Yi bounded like a flea, ascending and descending thousands of meters until the ground vanished from sight, obscured by a thick blanket of clouds. Suddenly, a crack of thunder and a blinding flash of lightning halted Xiao Yi in his tracks. It seemed that clever tricks would no longer suffice. He would have to ascend gradually. Observing the omnipresent lightning surrounding the Korin Tower, Xiao Yi resolved to climb diligently. Fortunately, the distance was not insurmountable. After traversing through a thick layer of dark clouds, he finally beheld the pinnacle of the Korin Tower. Chapter 79. The Korin Sage A system notification chimed, indicating the entrance to a special scene, consuming 1 merit gold light per month. Just as Xiao Yi was about to reach the summit of the Korin Tower, he received this unexpected alert. Indeed, the Korin Tower was a special location. Contemplating this revelation, he did not slow his pace. With a few more agile leaps, he ascended to the tower's apex. The top level of the Korin Tower resembled a 2-story palace structure. The lower level filled with various living essentials and an assortment of jars and bottles. Xiao Yi surmised that this must be the dwelling of the Korin Sage. Xiao Yi was aware that the esteemed Master Karen was likely awaiting him at the pinnacle of the palace. However, he did not ascend to the second level immediately. Instead, he took the time to inspect the myriad jars and vessels on the first floor. After a thorough exploration, he indeed discovered several jars filled with soil, leading him to speculate that this must be the place for cultivating celestial beings. Here, come up. Just as Xiao Yi contemplated continuing his search, a voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Yi was taken aback to realize that Master Karen possessed such extraordinary abilities. He hurried up the adjacent staircase to reach the top of the palace. Your speed truly astonishes me, Master Karen remarked. Master Karen? Xiao Yi feigned surprise. It is I. Or more precisely, the Celestial Cat. Ha. Master Karen delivered a rather frosty joke. I've heard there is water here that can enhance one's abilities. I desire some. Xiao Yi stated to Master Karen. Ah, you must be referring to the super sacred water. Indeed, it exists. Look over there. The super sacred water is in that jar upon the pedestal. Master Karen gestured towards the center of the palace. However, you are already quite formidable. Why seek to augment your prowess? Master Karen posed a curious question to Xiao Yi. Just as Xiao Yi was about to respond, he felt a sudden sense of being scrutinized, and concurrently, the formidable comprehension ability within him, akin to BUS, instantly unveiled Master Karen's extraordinary power. Acquired mind-reading technique, the ability to synchronize with the images in another's mind. The system's notification chimed. The previously composed expression of Master Karen shifted dramatically. Why can I not perceive your thoughts? Master Karen's feline visage displayed shock. I possess the mind-reading technique as well, Xiao Yi declared, releasing his mind-reading ability towards Master Karen. For the first time, Master Karen, who had always been the one to employ mind-reading on others, found himself momentarily disoriented by Xiao Yi's sudden application. Although Xiao Yi's mind-reading was swiftly countered by Master Karen, he still glimpsed fragments of thoughts within the latter's mind. You can indeed perform mind-reading. This is quite astonishing. Master Karen did not suspect that Xiao Yi had learned this ability from him, for even if one were to learn it immediately, there exists an adjustment period. It was improbable for anyone to wield such proficiency as Xiao Yi did right from the outset. This complicates matters. I cannot discern your intentions, therefore, I am afraid I cannot offer you any assistance. Master Karen expressed his apologies to Xiao Yi. I do not seek your gifts for free. I shall exchange them for food. As he spoke, Xiao Yi produced a capsule, revealing a vibrant pool of lively fish within. Fish. So many fish. Master Karen's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, greedily fixating on the lively aquatic creatures before him. I have stated before, I am a celestial cat. Do not regard me as an ordinary feline. Though Kalen the Immortal spoke with apparent ease, the occasional glances he cast towards the fish pond betrayed the turmoil within. Do not misunderstand. What I wish to exchange is not merely these ordinary live fish, but the exquisite delicacies crafted from them. With that, Xiao Yi produced another capsule, revealing an array of culinary delights centered around fish. Try this, sweet and sour carp. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it before. And sample this. Braised pompano. He presented dish after dish of delectable fish delicacies to Kalen. Despite some initial reluctance, Kalen's hands instinctively accepted the sumptuous offerings. Truly delightful. This is the most exquisite meal I have ever had, Kalen exclaimed, patting his noticeably distended belly with satisfaction. What do you think? Quite agreeable, I presume. I wonder if you would consent to these delicacies as part of our exchange? Though framed as a question, Xiao Yi was well aware of the answer. In his earlier reading of Kalen's thoughts, he had discerned an overwhelming fondness for gourmet food, which bolstered his confidence in this transaction. These capsules were treasures Xiao Yi had obtained from General Blue, exchanged in this world. The culinary creations included not only unique fish dishes from this realm, but also many earthly delicacies that Xiao Yi had meticulously prepared, which explained his tardiness in arriving. What do you wish to exchange? Kalen inquired with genuine curiosity. Super divine water, immortal beans, and the methods for cultivating them. Xiao Yi replied without hesitation. You actually know of super divine water from my memories. Kalen murmured. I can indeed offer you the immortal beans and their cultivation methods, but super divine water. It is not like the ordinary holy water, which is but a trick. It is a miraculous liquid that can awaken all of a person's potential. Therefore, if you have already maximized your strength through regular training, drinking super divine water would be futile. Moreover, this water is highly toxic. Without superhuman stamina, willpower, and resilience, one could perish. Only those who can withstand its toxicity may unlock their true potential, Kalen cautioned Xiao Yi. You misunderstand. I do not wish to consume this super divine water, but rather to conduct research on it. Xiao Yi clarified to Kalen. Research? Kalen looked at Xiao Yi incredulously, realizing that his earlier lengthy discourse had been in vain. Indeed, besides being a martial artist, I am also a scientist, and I possess an insatiable curiosity for the novel, Xiao Yi candidly admitted. Xiao Yi undoubtedly harbored no intentions of consuming the super divine water. It is noteworthy that within the entirety of the Dragon Ball universe, only the young Goku has succeeded in drinking the super divine water without succumbing to its lethal effects. Moreover, Xiao Yi suspects that this remarkable feat is intrinsically linked to Goku's scion heritage, as Earthlings are simply incapable of enduring such a vehement toxicity. Chapter 80, Farewell. Xiao Yi is not the type of character adorned with the halo of a protagonist. Apart from possessing a cultivation technique and the formidable insight granted by the Dragon Balls, he is, in every other aspect, merely an ordinary human, thus unlikely to take risks with any extraordinary elixirs. Since you insist, I shall agree to your proposal. Although uncertain of the veracity of Xiao Yi's words, Master Karen has fulfilled his obligations. Should Xiao Yi choose to disregard his counsel and persist in his folly, there would be little Master Karen could do. After a series of negotiations, Xiao Yi successfully exchanged for a full jar of senzu beans from Master Karen. In truth, Xiao Yi could have acquired even more, potentially obtaining all the senzu beans in Master Karen as possession, but such an action would inevitably disrupt the subsequent narrative. A consequence Xiao Yi wished to avoid. Master Karen, however, readily imparted the cultivation methods for the senzu beans. This willingness stemmed from the fact that cultivating senzu beans requires an immense amount of spiritual energy, and the energy at the top of Korin Tower is the most concentrated in the entire world. Even if one were to know the method, it would be futile to cultivate senzu beans elsewhere, which explains Master Karen's generosity. I wish to engage in a duel to test my martial arts, Xiao Yi declared after the transaction was concluded. Very well. I too am eager to witness your prowess. With that, Master Karen brandished his staff and launched an attack towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously delivering a kick toward Master Karen, despite his seemingly plump appearance. Master Karen's movements were anything but slow. As Xiao Yi's kick approached, he leaped into the air, deftly rolling to evade the strike. Master Karen is, to date, the most formidable opponent Xiao Yi has encountered, his techniques a testament to countless refinements and enduring mastery. After approximately half an hour of fierce combat with the immortal Carlin, Xiao Yi had nearly mastered all of Carlin's martial techniques. Consequently, he chose not to prolong the struggle any further, instead seizing the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch towards the immortal. Bang! Carlin extended his claws to block the strike, but to his astonishment, Xiao Yi's blow was immensely forceful, knocking him to the ground. You have won. Realizing that Xiao Yi had finally become serious, Carlin acknowledged that he was no match for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to concede. Mission: Carlin Tower Trial completed. Rewards: Attribute Points 100, Yuan Bao 100, Gold Coins 5,000. Xiao Yi opened his attribute panel to examine his statistics. Name: Xiao Yi. Strength, Attack Power 425, 5. Bear Demon Cleaver, Speed 420, 5. Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5. Bear Demon Armor, Nerve Reaction 420. Note: values have been synchronized with the alien detection device. Attribute Value: 570 Yuan Bao, 435 Gold Coins, 16. 999 Silver Coins, 9 Martial Arts. Body Refinement Technique, Level 20. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Proficient. Transformation Technique, Max Level. Chi Bullet, Proficient. Capable of various transformations. Chi Wave, Advanced Spell of Chi Bullet. Giant Ape Transformation, Max Level. Powers: Carrot Transformation Technique, Max Level. Telekinesis, Max Level. Super Intelligence Spatial Abilities, Max Level. Mind Reading, Max Level. Active Skill: in his confrontation with Master Karen, Xiao Yi unexpectedly acquired a proficiency in fundamental martial arts, which brought him immense joy. However, it also illuminated the fact that the basic martial skills within the Dragon Ball realm are rather unremarkable. Only through engaging in combat with an entity as formidable as Master Karen was he able to attain such a level of proficiency, underscoring the prevailing circumstances of the Dragon Ball universe. Note: the system has met the conditions and the countdown for the upgrade has commenced. 23:59:59. During this upgrade period, the host will be forcibly removed from the main world. Awaiting the completion of the system upgrade, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden system notification, as there remained but a day until the system's upgrade. During this interim, he found it increasingly difficult to access the system, a disruption that wholly derailed his meticulously arranged plans. Fortunately, in the current storyline concerning Karen Tower, Xiao Yi had already reaped all the benefits. With a generous 3-year buffer period ahead, he merely needed to re-enter the Dragon Ball world within 100 days of real-world time to align himself with the forthcoming narrative. Grateful for this additional day of grace, he mused to himself, otherwise, I would have vanished yet again. Karen, I must take my leave now. I entrust the care of these 2 little ones to you. Xiao Yi remarked to the gluttonous Karen. No problem. Rest assured, I shall look after those 2 little ones. Karen replied without lifting his head. Xiao Yi paid no heed to the gluttonous cat, and directly employed the technique of void dance, leaping down from Corinta. Wukong, I shall embark on my training elsewhere. You must also strive diligently over these 3 years. We shall reunite at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. Xiao Yi proclaimed to the focused little Wukong. who was diligently climbing Corinta. Absolutely. I will exert myself. In 3 years, I shall astonish you. The little Wukong replied, waving his hand at Xiao Yi, almost losing his balance were it not for his tail anchoring him. Kellen, I will be away for a while. During this period, you must diligently practice under the guidance of the Corinta sage. We shall meet again at the martial arts tournament in 3 years, Xiao Yi said to Kellen. Understood. Xiao Yi, we shall see each other in 3 years. Kellen responded, nodding slightly at Xiao Yi, lacking the exuberance of Wukong's farewell. After bidding farewell to his companions, Xiao Yi proceeded to the Turtle Hermit's abode, where he informed his friends about the training of Goku and Krillin and suggested to Yamcha that he should also train at Korin Tower after completing his training on Turtle Island. Leaving Turtle Island, Xiao Yi swiftly flew to Bulma's residence, where he found her lost in thought, gazing at a radar device in her room. Bulma, I'm back. Xiao Yi's voice resonated beside her. Xiao Yi, you've returned. That is wonderful. Bulma exclaimed, leaping with joy. This is the radar I created as per your request. It can detect objects several kilometers underground. She proclaimed with pride. You are truly remarkable. In the realm of radar technology, there are few who can surpass you. Xiao Yi marveled. Your praise makes me a bit bashful. Bulma, though somewhat carefree, felt a tinge of shyness from such compliments coming from the one she admired. I'm sorry, Bulma. I must leave soon to train far away, and I want to return for 3 years, Xiao Yi said, noticing the tears welling in Bulma's large eyes, causing him to swallow his words. Chapter 81. The Reunion, I will wait for you. Bulma expressed no complaints, which only deepened Xiao Yi's sense of guilt. Bulma, you are still young. He hesitated, not wanting to hold her back. Xiao Yi, don't say that. I will wait for you, she gently interjected. All right, wait for me. I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Xiao Yi finally released his burdens and formally assured Bulma. Yes, I will wait for you, she replied, a blend of happiness and shyness in her voice. The reason Xiao Yi had yet to respond to Bulma's feelings was not only due to external familial obligations but also the differing flow of time in the Dragon Ball universe. He did not wish to invest in a relationship only to find, upon his return, that she had aged dramatically. While he could wish for Bulma to regain her youth through Shenron, her mindset at that time would be difficult to restore to one of youthful exuberance. Having promised Bulma, Xiao Yi felt compelled to find a solution. The optimal approach would be to utilize the system to transport Bulma away from the Dragon Ball world. Yet the system currently lacked this capability, and upgrading it was not a task that could be accomplished swiftly. Alternatively, he could remain within the Dragon Ball world for an extended period. However, this would inevitably have irreversible consequences for his family and the primary world. On that day, Xiao Yi accompanied Bulma, indulging in a delightful escapade within the vibrant city, where he procured an abundance of items from the Dragon Ball world, particularly a myriad of meat products that nearly plunged the city into an awkward state of scarcity. The following dawn, as Xiao Yi departed from West City, he cast a glance at Bulma, who appeared reluctant to part ways, and invoked his flight technique to venture into the solitude of the wilderness, opting for a return. This journey through the Dragon Ball realm consumed even less time than the previous one, primarily spent in combat, thus rendering the passage of time remarkably slow. Are you Xiao Yi? A woman's voice suddenly resonated behind him as he pondered the gains and losses of this adventure. Is that you, young Lon Lon? Xiao Yi inquired uncertainly, gazing at the woman before him. Indeed, it is you. I was just doubting it moments ago. How come you look so youthful? Young Lon Lon exclaimed in astonishment. You look quite young as well, and even more beautiful than during our school days, Xiao Yi remarked, not merely flattering her. The young Lon Lon before him was a stark contrast to the shy girl he remembered, who donned clunky attire and oversized glasses. The present young Lon Lon, even to an outsider like Xiao Yi, exuded elegance, her attire undoubtedly of considerable value. Notably, she adorned her neck with a diamond of several carats, which, based on Xiao Yi's recent studies, was undeniably genuine, far removed from the commonplace imitations. Thank you for your compliments. Back in school, you were quite the clumsy lad. Completely lacking in flattery, young Lanlin's eyes sparkled with delight, forming crescent shapes akin to the moon. What brings you here? Xiao Yi inquired of young Lon Lon. My parents reside in the nearby Jinlon community, so how could I not be here? She replied with a cheerful smile. Oh, really? After all these years of being classmates? I had no idea you lived here. Xiao Yi responded, a hint of embarrassment evident in his tone. Haha, I'm just teasing you. I'm so glad to have run into you today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to find you. Young Lon Lon chuckled at Xiao Yi's flustered demeanor. My return this time is primarily to visit my parents, but also to organize a gathering for our high school classmates. We, the organizers, have been quite busy these past few days trying to track down your contact information. Back in our school days, mobile phones were not yet prevalent, making it quite challenging to locate everyone, including you. We have managed to find over 40 classmates so far, with still more than 20 remaining. We plan to visit each registered address from our school days to see if we can reunite with a few more. Yang Lanlan continued animatedly. When is the reunion scheduled? Xiao Yi asked. This Saturday at noon, in the Rose Hall on the 3rd floor of the Hilton Hotel. Don't forget to bring your spouse and children. Yang Lanlan replied with enthusiasm. Haha. The Hilton Hotel boasts impressive standards, and Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Rest assured, all expenses for this occasion will be covered by Chairman Shui. Yang Lanlan smiled as she spoke to Xiao Yi. Chairman Shui? I don't recall having such a classmate. Xiao Yi remarked, puzzled. It's Shui Su. Yang Lanlan clarified. Shui Manzi? Xiao Yi inquired uncertainly. Yes, that's him. He is undoubtedly the most successful among our peers. Having established a publicly listed company before turning 30, amassing a fortune of several billion. As she spoke of Shui Manzi, a hint of admiration crept into Yang Lanlan's otherwise composed demeanor. You seem to be doing quite well yourself. Xiao Yi chuckled, glancing at Yang Lanlan. Ah, we are different. I married a wealthy man, while Shui Su built his empire from the ground up. There lies a fundamental distinction. As she said this, a trace of resignation emerged, revealing that her marital life might not be entirely fulfilling. All right, I will be there on Saturday, without fail. Xiao Yi assured Yang Lanlan with a smile. Xiao Yi, there's something I ought to tell you. Please do not overthink it. As they exchanged phone numbers, just as Xiao Yi was about to depart, Yang Lanlan hesitated momentarily. What is it? Xiao Yi asked, intrigued. It concerns Gao Yuan. She is now Shui Su's wife. You should be mentally prepared, Yang Lanlan stated hesitantly. The mention of Gao Yuan plunged Xiao Yi into a whirlwind of memories. Xiao Yi, what type of girl do you like? Xiao Yi, there's a rather unattractive girl in the adjacent class. Should I deliver this letter to you? Xiao Yi, it's so dark. Could you walk me home tonight? Xiao Yi, you fool. Scenes from the past flickered through Xiao Yi's mind like frames from a film. Each recollection stirred a bittersweet sensation, yet predominantly evoked a heart-wrenching ache. These memories had long been cherished in the depths of his mind, untouched until today, when Yang Lanlan's words compelled him to revisit his history with Gao Yuan. Xiao Yi, you coward. I despise you. As he recalled the final memory, a sigh escaped him. Chapter 82. Grandfather Xiao Yi, do not dwell on it too much. We were young and naive then, and now we are adults. Yang Lanlan attempted to console him, but found herself at a loss for words as she spoke. It's all right. I will be there on Saturday. Xiao Yi steadied his emotions and smiled at Yang Lanlan. That's wonderful. See you on Saturday. Yang Lanlan beamed at him with her sweet smile. Xiao Yi departed from the small park and made his way homeward. His residence was not far from there. Within a mere 10-minute stroll, he arrived at his villa. Before he even stepped inside, the melodious laughter of his daughter reached his ears, and at the sound of it, the weariness from his journey dissipated almost instantly. Wan, look who has returned. As Xiao Yi entered the house, he beheld his parents engaging in play with Wan. Daddy, Wan exclaimed, joyfully wobbling towards her father, who she had not seen for several days. Hey, my little treasure. Have you missed your father? Xiao Yi lifted Wan high above his head, where she beamed with delight. You're back. What would you like to eat for lunch? I can prepare something for you, his mother said cheerfully upon seeing her son. No need. I shall cook for you today. You can savor my culinary skills. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Welcome back. Everything went smoothly, I trust? Although Xiao Yi's father held deep concern for his son, he did not express it overtly. Everything is fine, no need to worry. But Dad, you seem to be harboring some worries, Xiao Yi observed, noticing the furrowed brow of his father. A habit he had developed since acquiring the ability to read minds. It's about your grandfather. He is now bedridden, unable to move, and his health deteriorates day by day. It pains me to see his vitality waning, and your two aunts are constantly quarreling over how to care for him. His mother confided with a sigh. Enough, let us not speak ill of them. Caring for the elderly is no easy task, and as their brother, I have indeed fallen short in my duties over the years, his father interjected. Isn't that due to work? When one is away, how can they care for the elderly? His mother defended her husband. What is grandfather's condition now? Xiao Yi inquired of his father. It remains the same, bedridden, with only one hand and one foot capable of movement. He cannot speak, but I believe he still possesses some awareness, his father lamented. Do not fret. During my recent meeting with my master, He bestowed upon me a rare elixir that can restore grandfather to full health. Xiao Yi reassured his father, who had been sighing heavily. Really? That is wonderful, his father exclaimed, rising excitedly from the sofa. However, this elixir is exceedingly rare and its effects are immediate. So it must remain a secret. Otherwise, our family could be in danger, Xiao Yi cautioned his parents. Of course, we shall keep it confidential, his father agreed. I believe we should bring grandfather here, Xiao Yi suggested to his father. That would be good, but your two aunts, his father hesitated. Do not worry, I shall handle this matter, Xiao Yi declared confidently. By the way, is Miao Xian still at the shop? Xiao Yi asked his mother. Yes. She has been watching the store while you were away these past few days. At this hour, she should be returning soon, remarked Zhao's mother as she prepared dinner. The faint sound of the door being moved caught Zhao's attention, resonating in his ears like a clarion call. With a creak, the door was pushed open from the outside. Xiao Yi, you're back, Bai Miaoxin exclaimed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile upon seeing him, though she refrained from embracing him in the presence of her parents. Indeed, you've worked hard these past few days, Xiao Yi said, noticing the evident weight loss in Bai Miaoxin, and his heart ached for her. It's all right, the shop has been quite leisurely. I merely need to connect with clients online each day, Bai Miaoxin replied gently. We should hire a few more customer service representatives. It's not right for the boss lady to handle such tasks alone, Xiao Yi suggested with a smile. Huh, you say that. But if I were to delegate all the online responsibilities, I might truly find myself at a loss for what to do. Bai Miaoxin declined Xiao Yi's kind offer. Not to worry. I have many projects lined up for the future. You won't find this boss lady idle. The aquarium shop is merely an experiment for me, Xiao Yi explained to Bai Miaoxin. By the way, there's a high school reunion this Saturday, and spouses are required to attend. Would you and Nanan accompany me? Xiao Yi inquired. A reunion? From high school? Bai Miaoxin asked curiously. Yes, Xiao Yi affirmed. Is your first love going to be there? Bai Miaoxin asked casually. Xiao Yi was taken aback by Bai Miaoxin's unexpected question, momentarily at a loss for words. Huh, surprisingly, yes. I must prepare earnestly. Bai Miaoxin had merely posed the question in jest, but upon witnessing Xiao Yi's stiff expression, she sensed her suspicion was likely correct, igniting her interest in the reunion. By the way, I plan to bring Grandpa over to stay for a while, so please prepare a room, Xiao Yi said, shifting the topic somewhat. Grandpa? Bai Miaoxin asked. Puzzled, Xiao Yi elaborated once more on the matter. There is such a miraculous remedy? How astonishing, Bai Miaoxin marveled. That afternoon, Xiao Yi visited his grandfather's home. And upon seeing his grandfather's disheveled appearance, his heart felt as though it were being torn apart. When Xiao Yi was young, due to the demands of his parents' work, he was raised by his grandparents, fostering a deep emotional bond with them. Since his grandfather fell gravely ill, Xiao Yi has seldom visited, primarily because of his hectic work schedule and his responsibilities in caring for his newborn daughter. Yet, the most significant reason is Xiao Yi's profound inability to confront his grandfather's suffering while feeling utterly powerless to alleviate it. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yi rapped on the door of his grandfather's home, a structure that was built in the early 1990s and now appeared quite dilapidated. Who is it? Came the voice of his aunt from within. Auntie, it's me, Xiao Yi, he replied. The door creaked open. Ah, it's Xiao Yi. Come in. His aunt warmly ushered him inside. Have a seat. I'll fetch you some fruit. Why didn't you bring Miaoxin and the baby along? Go check on your grandfather in the back. As she busied herself washing fruit, she continued speaking to him. Auntie, you needn't fuss. Please come and sit. I have something important to discuss with you and my other aunt, Xiao Yi said to his ever-busy and enthusiastic aunt. All right. Just a moment. I'll be right there, she replied, bringing in a platter of freshly washed fruit. Grandfather, how are you? At that moment, Xiao Yi was engaged in a heartfelt communion with his grandfather. Xiao Yi. His grandfather's previously vacant gaze suddenly brightened. Is that you, Xiao Yi? He thought, filled with bewilderment. It's me, grandfather. Do not worry. Your health will improve very soon. I promise, Xiao Yi reassured him. Good, 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 his grandfather responded, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Auntie, my other aunt, you've come. Upon noticing his aunt calling in his other aunt, who had been napping, Xiao Yi rose to make room for them on the sofa. Xiao Yi, I hear you have something to discuss with us? His other aunt inquired first. Indeed, I wish to take grandfather to my villa for rehabilitation. It will greatly benefit his recovery, Xiao Yi explained slowly to both aunts. Do not worry about his daily care. I will hire the most professional nurse to tend to him around the clock. Furthermore, I have brought back effective medication from abroad that will surely aid in his recovery. I believe that in the near future, grandfather will be able to stand again, Xiao Yi assured his aunts. Is that true? Can grandfather really stand again? Initially, his aunts listened quietly, but when Xiao Yi mentioned the possibility of curing their father, their expressions transformed with excitement. Rest assured, my intent to bring grandfather to my home is solely for better treatment, Xiao Yi reassured them. Moreover, you have both worked hard during this time, especially you, auntie. With your heart condition, you must not overexert yourself. Xiao Yi felt quite content with his two aunts. Although there were minor frictions with his parents regarding the care of his grandfather, their emphasis on familial bonds deeply moved him. All right, we are agreeable to anything. But let us not delay your grandfather's treatment. During this period, you must exert extra effort, exclaimed his elder aunt with fervor. Very well. I shall call an ambulance to transport grandfather to my villa. Xiao Yi was delighted to see his aunts displaying such understanding. Grandfather, although your health has significantly improved, the previous depletion was rather severe. During this time, you should consume more meat and practice the technique I taught you. Xiao Yi had initially believed that a single miraculous bean would restore his grandfather to full vitality. However, he was surprised to find that while the illness had been cured, his grandfather still appeared quite emaciated. Do not worry about me. I feel better than ever. After years of being bedridden and immobile, Xiao Yi's grandfather had been driven nearly to madness. Now that he could move again and felt stronger than before, it was a source of great joy for him. Father, you are finally well. Xiao Yi's father gazed at his father standing once more, his voice choked with emotion. This is all thanks to my eldest grandson. After having traversed the brink of death, Xiao Yi's grandfather could not help but reflect on his fortune. Father, during this time, you need not concern yourself with the store. Spend quality time with grandfather, and also call uncle and his family back so we can all gather together. Xiao Yi proposed. Indeed, such a joyful occasion merits a family gathering to celebrate. It is a pity about your second uncle. Xiao Yi's father's tone grew somber as he spoke. Father, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Your second uncle will be released soon. At that time, our family will be reunited. Will we not? Xiao Yi comforted his father while secretly resolving to resolve his uncle's situation swiftly. Xiao Yi, how do you find this dress for your class reunion? On the morning of the gathering, Bai Miaoxin donned a pristine and elegant white dress, inquiring of Xiao Yi. Perfect. My wife is naturally beautiful. She looks splendid in anything. At this moment, Xiao Yi dared not be dismissive, especially knowing that his first love would be present at the reunion. Hee, you are quite charming with your words. This is the suit I meticulously selected for you. Do not allow your rival to outshine you. Bai Miaoxin later learned about the affair between Shui Su and Gao Yuan from Xiao Yi. Look at you. My heart now holds only you. Xiao Yi felt compelled to utter the sweet words he found difficult to express, hoping that Bai Miaoxin would overlook his past. We are already an old married couple. Must we still be so formal? Although Bai Miaoxin chided him, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight in his words. Is our little princess's outfit ready? Xiao Yi asked, glancing at the little girl playing with her toys nearby. It has been prepared for a long time. Bai Miaoxin, while delicately applying her makeup, remarked, Nan, how about your father takes you out to play soon? There are many older brothers and sisters there. Among his classmates, Xiao Yi was relatively late in starting a family. Aside from a few exceptions, most of his peers had children who were several years older than Nan. Sure, Daddy. Due to the unique dietary influences of the Dragon Ball world, Nan developed at a slightly accelerated pace compared to typical children and was already capable of simple conversations with adults. Throughout the morning, Bai Miaoxin meticulously dressed the family of three, only ceasing this somewhat exhausting endeavor once she felt completely satisfied with the results. Xiao Yi, we must hurry. It's not good to be late. Bai Miaoxin urged Xiao Yi. Glancing at the clock, Xiao Yi noted that it was still just past 10. Xiao Yi was driving his luxurious Audi Q7, accompanied by Bai Miaoxin and their daughter, Nan, as they made their way to the Hilton Hotel. Although Bai Miaoxin was quite concerned about the gathering, her demeanor closely mirrored that of Xiao Yi. She was not one to seek the spotlight, as evidenced by her choice of a simple white dress. However, this dress was far from inexpensive, costing Xiao Yi nearly $1 million, which offered him a newfound appreciation for his thrifty wife. The Hilton Hotel was conveniently located just a short 10-minute drive from their home. After handing the car keys to the valet, the family of three proceeded towards the Rose Hall. Upon entering the hotel, Xiao Yi soon spotted young Lan waving at him. You still haven't changed your habit of arriving right on time for school events. Our classmates are already here. You're the last ones. Young Lan chided Xiao Yi. This must be your sister-in-law and your daughter. No wonder you've neglected your old classmates these years. With such a stunning beauty and an adorable little angel by your side, who would still pay us any mind? Yang Lan Lan, ever the charming socialite, ensured no one felt overlooked. Chapter 84. Song Zhao. I've heard Xiao Yi mention his gorgeous class monitor, and seeing her now, I must say, the reputation is well-deserved. By Miaoxin, having refined her social skills through recent experiences, engaged gracefully with others. Xiao Yi could only watch in silence as the two women exchanged compliments upon their meeting. What has that look on your face? By Miaoxin, familiar with Xiao Yi's expressions, remarked with a hint of discontent. Not at all. I just think it's nearly time. If we delay any longer, we might truly be late. Xiao Yi quickly shifted the topic. Indeed, this time, it's not just our classmates who are here. Even our homeroom teacher, Ms. G, has come. Yang Lanlan realized that this was not the optimal moment for casual conversation. Really? Ms. G is here too? She was always so kind to me back then. Xiao Yi reminisced. Come now, my dear Xiao, if we don't head in soon, we might really miss the beginning. Yang Lanlan observed Xiao Yi lost in memories and urged him onward. Xiao Yi was the first to push open the door to the Rose Hall. Greeted by a myriad of familiar yet unfamiliar faces, including that of their slightly graying homeroom teacher seated at the head of the table. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. Teacher G, it has been a long time. Xiao Yi smiled warmly at Teacher G. Ah, it's Xiao Yi. You've grown into quite the handsome young man. This must be your wife and daughter. How lovely they are. Teacher G exclaimed sincerely. Miao Xin. This is my high school homeroom teacher, Teacher G. Xiao Yi introduced his wife, by Miao Xin, standing beside him. Hello, Teacher G. I am by Miao Xin. Xiao Yi's wife. Miao Xin replied sweetly. Xiao Yi, you finally made it. We have been waiting for you for so long. You truly are a busy man. A voice boomed from behind him. Though the words were not inaccurate, they struck Xiao Yi as somewhat awkward. Shui Manzi. Turning around, Xiao Yi beheld a burly, unattractive man approaching. The nickname Shui Manzi had originated from Shui Su's resemblance to the grotesque barbarian warriors in video games. Shui Su seemed taken aback by Xiao Yi's address, his expression momentarily shifting before quickly regaining its composure. My apologies. It has been quite some time since anyone called me that. I didn't react immediately. Shui Su chuckled self-deprecatingly. Some people arrive late and still act as if they are significant. Truly oblivious. A plump middle-aged woman interjected. Who are you? Xiao Yi inquired, puzzled as to why a stranger was present at a reunion of classmates. The woman, taken aback by Xiao Yi's response, felt a surge of irritation but chose to ignore his words and sat down. All right. It has been years since our last reunion. Can't we speak amicably? Moreover, Teacher G is present. Yang Lanlan, who had been silent upon entering, finally stepped forward, her expression serious as she addressed the middle-aged woman. Indeed. Our dear class leader is correct. Several classmates who were close to Yang Lanlan chimed in. I am not some old class leader. Yang Lanlan quickly returned to her sweet demeanor. The awkward tension that had lingered in the room began to dissipate under Yang Lanlan's efforts, restoring a warm atmosphere. You really have a way with words. Not even recognizing Xie Xiaofeng, Yang Lanlan revealed the identity of the middle-aged woman. Xie Xiaofeng. Xiao Yi found it nearly impossible to reconcile the image of this middle-aged woman with that of the innocent girl he remembered, who always wore her hair in two playful ponytails. Her husband works at Shui Su's company. Yang Lanlan was well aware of what Xiao Yi was hinting at. Do not blame Xie Xiaofeng. She has endured a great deal over the years. Her child was diagnosed with leukemia shortly after birth. If it weren't for desperation, who would wish for their husband to work under an old classmate? Yang Lanlan explained to Xiao Yi. I understood that after hearing Yang Lanlan's words. Xiao Yi was at a loss for words, and the atmosphere turned rather somber. Xiao Yi, over here. Suddenly, Xiao Yi heard someone calling and waving to him. Song Jiao, I didn't expect to see you here. Why didn't you give me a call when you got back? Xiao Yi joyfully approached the handsome man, pulling along by Miaoxin and Nanan. Hello, sister-in-law. This must be your little niece. I remember when I went abroad, you had just gotten married. And now look how much the child has grown. The charming man greeted by Miaoxin. It's you, Song Zhao. How have you been? Nanan, quickly greet your uncle. By Miaoxin instructed Nanan. Uncle. Nanan sweetly replied. Good girl. Here, this is your uncle's red envelope. Song Zhao said, producing a thick red envelope and handing it to Nanan. Nanan held the envelope curiously, unsure of what it was. There is no need for this between us brothers. Xiao Yi remarked to Song Zhao. It's all right. It's the first time meeting my dear niece, and I can't come empty-handed. Song Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Song Zhao and Xiao Yi had been inseparable friends during high school. Even after graduating and attending universities in different cities, they frequently kept in touch online. Unlike Xiao Yi, who chose to enter the workforce immediately after university, Song Zhao continued his studies, even pursuing a doctorate abroad after Xiao Yi's marriage. Have you completed your doctoral studies? Xiao Yi inquired. Sort of. Aside from the certificate, which will take some time to be issued, I have no other matters left. Song Zhao replied nonchalantly. Are you planning to return to develop here? Xiao Yi asked with genuine concern for his dear friend. You know my dream has always been to seek excitement. While my father constantly urges me to return, take over the family business, and marry someone I don't know, living a life just like his, Song Zhao quietly complained. After having known Song Zhao for quite some time, Xiao Yi discovered during one of Song Zhao's drunken episodes that he was indeed a scion of a wealthy family. Although he did not delve into specifics, Xiao Yi was certain that Song Zhao's family fortune was at least comparable to that of Xuesu. An idea struck him. He had a project that required the assistance of a trustworthy individual. Suddenly, he thought of the professional manager he had been searching for without success. Although Song Zhao did not possess formal training, his family had nurtured him as an heir from a young age, endowing him with an unparalleled advantage in managing overarching affairs. Furthermore, given that Song Zhao was Xiao Yi's closest friend and came from immense wealth, Xiao Yi felt no concern regarding any potential misappropriation of funds. It could be said that Song Zhao represented the most ideal professional manager Xiao Yi could hope to find. Chapter 85. Confrontation. Well, it seems like you've done well for yourself in the years since we last met, Song Zhao remarked with a hint of envy. I cannot compare with your family, but I believe you will find the task I have in mind quite intriguing. Xiao Yi, understanding Song Zhao's disposition, knew that such an engaging proposition would entice him to participate, even without any monetary compensation. Just as Xiao Yi was about to share his plans for establishing a foundation, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Wow, Yuan, you look absolutely stunning today. You and our director Shui are truly a perfect match, came the flattering voice of Xie Xiaofeng. Xiao Yi gazed at the distant, graceful figure of Gao Yuan and was momentarily lost in memories. At that moment, Bai Miao's hand gently grasped his. Her concerned eyes fixed upon him. Rest assured, I merely reminisced about some past moments, Xiao Yi reassured his wife. All right, it appears that all our old classmates have arrived. I hereby declare the reunion officially commenced, Yang Lanlan announced, noticing the gathering crowd. Now, let us invite our class teacher, Mr. Ji, to say a few words. Please welcome him. Yang Lanlan seemed quite adept at managing the proceedings, maintaining an organized flow. As Xiao Yi and Gao Yuan entered, they immediately spotted Xiao Yi standing out like a crane among chickens. Over the course of a decade, it seemed that time had left no blemish on Xiao Yi's visage. What once could be deemed merely a handsome young man had transformed into a strikingly attractive figure. Unlike the younger men present, Xiao Yi exuded the charm of a mature gentleman, causing many of the female classmates to steal glances in his direction, both intentionally and inadvertently. In contrast, the other men in the class appeared somewhat disheartened. Time had not only etched lines of age upon their faces but had also transformed their once fit physiques into protruding bellies, with some even experiencing thinning hair. Compared to Xiao Yi, they seemed to serve merely as a backdrop, accentuating his prominence. This was perhaps why, despite his prolonged presence at the gathering, no male classmates, save for the equally handsome Song Zhao, approached him for a greeting. Come on, let us go say hello to your old flame. Unbeknownst to him, Xuesu had already approached Gao Yuan. Upon witnessing the woman he had pursued for many years gazing intently at his former lover, a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting a sharp remark. Xuesu, please don't misunderstand, Gao Yuan interjected, astonished to see him express such ire for the first time. What? Have you forgotten everything I previously told you? Now that you're in the presence of your little paramour? Xuesu, upon hearing her words, felt his fury intensify rather than dissipate. Very well. However, we have been classmates for many years. Do not overstep your bounds. Gao Yuan was acutely aware that Xuesu's intention was to humiliate Xiao Yi at this reunion, seeking retribution against someone who had always outshone him during their school days. Xuesu was a man of formidable possessiveness, harboring resentment towards Gao Yuan's first love, a sentiment that had lingered uncomfortably. In the past, it was manageable, but as his business flourished, his temperament had grown increasingly peculiar. When Yang Lanlan proposed organizing this gathering, he promptly decided to sponsor the event, aiming to undermine his rival Xiao Yi materially. Xiao Yi, look who we have here, Xuesu proclaimed, leading Gao Yuan, and before Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, it has been a long time. How have you been? Gao Yuanyuan greeted him politely, her tone still gentle, yet devoid of the original spark that once enchanted her. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Xiao Yi replied with a touch of nostalgia. Allow me to introduce my wife, by Miaoxin, and our little princess, Nuan. As Xiao Yi's wife approached with Nuan, he introduced them to Gao Yuanyuan. Hello, I'm Gao Yuanyuan, a high school classmate of Xiao Yi's. You are truly beautiful. Gao Yuanyuan was taken aback by the unexpected circumstances of their reunion, which starkly contrasted her previous imaginings. Yuan, you are the love of my life. With you, I feel as though I possess the entire world. Yuan. This is your favorite breakfast. I traveled quite a distance to procure it, so please enjoy it while it's warm. Yuan, your head feels hot. It seems you have a fever. Wait for me. I will fetch you some medicine. Memories of the past resurfaced before Gao Yuanyuan, igniting a sudden jealousy towards the woman before her. Had she not let go back then? Perhaps this adorable child would have been the fruit of her union with Xiao Yi. Haha, Xiao Yi, is the environment here satisfactory? Should you require anything? Do not hesitate to inform the staff. I have a stake here, and they will do their utmost to cater to your needs. Though Shuesu spoke with apparent humility, the barely concealed smile on his face betrayed his intent to flaunt his success. Mr. Shui, your ventures extend far beyond this modest 5-star hotel, do they not? In Jiacheng, your legendary journey is the stuff of tales among the wealthy. Xie Xiaofeng, whether intentionally or unintentionally, approached Shuesu, showering him with compliments that even caused Gao Yuanyuan, standing nearby, to blush. Oh, it's nothing. My achievements are insignificant. Xiao Yi, you excelled in school and should be faring better than I am now, don't you think? Shuesu was finally poised to challenge Xiao Yi. Impossible. With Xiao Yi's demeanor, he is merely a bookish scholar. How could he possibly compare to our esteemed Shui? Xie Xiaofeng suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of several clusters of classmates who were chatting nearby. Xie Xiaofeng, mind your words. Xiao Yi is not what you claim him to be. Gao Yuanyuan reprimanded Xie Xiaofeng, although this action caused Xiao Yi to furrow his brow. Yuan, although my words may displease you, I must assert that Xiao Yi is unworthy of you. Xie Xiaofeng boldly declared, seemingly unperturbed by Gao Yuanyuan's intervention. What is happening? Why has the gathering erupted into such a quarrel? A few nearby classmates approached, intrigued. You arrived just in time. Shuesu just remarked that Xiao Yi was superior to him in school and should now be thriving more than he is. However, I disagree. While Xiao Yi indeed excelled academically, success in this society is not merely reliant on knowledge from textbooks but rather on exceptional abilities, like our esteemed Shui possesses. Xie Xiaofeng proclaimed loudly, her voice resonating throughout the Rose Hall. Chapter 86, Retaliation. Xie Xiaofeng, did you not hear what I just said? Are you deliberately causing a scene at this reunion? Yang Lanlan, who had been seated beside Teacher Ji, suddenly expressed her anger upon hearing Xie Xiaofeng's remarks. Although Shuesu financed this gathering, it was Yang Lanlan who organized it and personally invited the classmates. Otherwise, with Shuesu's limited charisma, gathering even a handful of classmates would have been a challenge. Thus, it was evident that everyone had come out of respect for Yang Lanlan. Now, this typically gentle older sister was visibly upset, which startled the once arrogant Xie Xiaofeng. Taken aback by Yang Lanlan's reprimand, Xie Xiaofeng momentarily lost her words. In her flustered state, her gaze darted towards Shuesu, who remained composed, even encouraging her with a reassuring glance. Gradually, Xie Xiaofeng regained her composure. I'm not causing a scene. I am merely voicing my thoughts. Is it inappropriate to express one's opinions at a reunion? After receiving Shuesu's silent endorsement, Xie Xiaofeng boldly addressed Yang Lanlan. Very well, Yang Lanlan replied, trembling with anger. Though she had once been the class monitor, earning the respect of her peers, she now found herself at a loss against Xie Xiaofeng's unreasonable behavior. Let us discuss this. Do you not agree with my perspective? Xiao Yi, do you believe you can be compared to President Shui? Xie Xiaofeng proclaimed with an air of triumph. I concur with what Shui Manzi has asserted. Xiao Yi replied, unfazed, as if discussing the exquisite taste of a dish. See, even the individual in question acknowledges that he falls short of President Shui. Xie Xiaofeng exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. I believe you may have misconstrued my statement. I actually support the final remark made by Shui Manzi. Xiao Yi interjected. What remark? Xie Xiaofeng seemed momentarily taken aback, posing the question without further thought. Shui Manzi stated that during our school days, he was always inferior to me. And in society, he certainly remains so. I find his assertion to be entirely accurate. Xiao Yi calmly informed Xie Xiaofeng, stunned into silence by Xiao Yi's retort. Xiao Feng found herself at a loss for words. Well then, Xiao Yi, I am curious to know in what ways I am inferior to you. The once self-satisfied expression of Shui Manzi turned ashen, and he spoke in a low tone. Do you truly believe that aside from your wealth, there exists any aspect in which you could possibly compare to me? Xiao Yi remarked with a disdainful look aimed at Shui Manzi. Shui Manzi contemplated his response but ultimately realized, much like Xiao Yi had asserted, that apart from his financial status, he possessed nothing that could stand in comparison with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's appearance, stature, and physique are incomparable to that of Shui Manzi, standing together. They resemble a prince alongside a humble farmer, revealing an undeniable disparity. Alas, in contemporary society, those who are blessed with good looks often find themselves reduced to mere objects. While it is wealth that reigns supreme as the true arbiter of power, Shui Manzi remains exceedingly confident in his own achievements, unfazed by Xiao Yi's earlier remarks. Wealth, let us delve into that topic. Observing Shui Manzi's relentless determination, Xiao Yi realized that if he did not instill a sense of despair in him today, the latter would undoubtedly continue to pursue him. Allow me to speak, Yang Lanlan interjected. First and foremost, I owe an apology to everyone present. Recently, I hesitated in my quest to find you all, which led me to enlist the services of a private investigator to gather information about your addresses and current circumstances. To my astonishment, I uncovered numerous surprises, Xiao Yi being one of them. She addressed the assembly. Perhaps you have heard the news circulating recently about a mysterious benefactor who auctioned off their diamonds, amassing over 3 billion RMB, all of which was dedicated to charity. With a commitment to publicly disclose the expenditure details, Yang Lanlan announced to her classmates and teacher Ji. Indeed, some may have guessed it. The enigmatic benefactor is none other than Xiao Yi. She revealed, delivering news that left everyone present in utter shock. Moreover, Xiao Yi has established an aquarium business that nearly monopolizes the high-end market, generating an impressive annual revenue of 1 billion RMB. Yang Lanlan elaborated. Well, I never imagined that Xiao Yi was an invisible tycoon. This is truly a different realm altogether. One is a capitalist laboring for wealth, while the other has ascended to the noble pursuit of philanthropy. There is simply no basis for comparison. Gao Yuanyuan lamented, regretting her choices and reflecting on Xiao Yi's past kindness towards her, while grappling with the recent discovery of Xue Su's infidelity, leading her to despise herself and resolve to make a change. Xiao Yi, could it be true that you are that mysterious benefactor? Teacher Ji, who had been seated quietly, could no longer maintain his composure. Indeed, Teacher Ji, Xiao Yi replied respectfully. Splendid. I take great pride in having cultivated such a remarkable student. Mr. Ji spoke with palpable excitement. It is noteworthy that prior to this, he had merely acknowledged Xue Su's accomplishments. As an educator, he held a rather indifferent view towards wealth. His fervor was entirely ignited by Xiao Yi's act of charity. The class reunion, upon the arrival of such a legendary figure as Xiao Yi, transformed into a remarkably lively affair. Aside from Xue Su and Gao Yuanyuan, who left midway due to overwhelming embarrassment, the other attendees reveled in the festivities. Xiao Yi, the project you mentioned, is it not to have me manage your charitable foundation? After the reunion, Xiao Yi took his wife, Bai Miaoxin, and daughter, Nuan Wan, home and then accompanied Song Zhao to a nearby CAF. Of course, such an intriguing endeavor is bound to pique your interest. Xiao Yi remarked to Song Zhao. You're well aware of my penchant for thrilling endeavors. Song Zhao responded affirmatively. Very well, I'll take charge of the foundation. I assure you that every penny will reach those in need. He pledged to Xiao Yi. I knew you would appreciate my arrangements. Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Song Zhao's commitment. Chapter 87. The Road Tyrant Xiao Yi. This afternoon, your uncle's family returns from abroad. Please pick them up at the airport. Mr. Xiao said to Xiao Yi during breakfast. Certainly. What time is their flight? Xiao Yi inquired. It lands at 2:30. Keep an eye on the time and ensure your uncle's family does not have to wait. Mr. Xiao cautioned. Understood. They will surely be astonished to see Grandpa. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Huh. Indeed. Even I was quite taken aback. Grandpa Xiao chuckled. At this moment, Grandpa Xiao had shed his previous skeletal appearance. After several days of recuperation, his once prominent cheekbones were no longer as noticeable, and the sunken contours of his jaw had regained some fullness. Even more remarkably, the teeth that had long since vanished had miraculously begun to re-emerge after practicing a regimen of body refinement, albeit just breaking through the gums. This miraculous development astonished him. Furthermore, Grandpa Zhao's visage had undergone a dramatic transformation. His formerly pallid complexion had been replaced by a healthy glow, and his years of baldness had yielded a sparse growth of hair. The wrinkles that once adorned his face had diminished considerably, rendering him akin to a man in his 60s. Xiao's parents initially paid little attention to the set of body refining techniques presented by Xiao Yi, especially considering the complexity of the movements involved, which made them less inclined to practice diligently. However, upon witnessing the living example of grandfather Xiao, their enthusiasm for training was thoroughly ignited. This transformation filled Xiao Yi with immense delight. Compared to his own explanations, the tangible instance of his grandfather proved far more persuasive. Uncle, Aunt, over here. Xiao Yi called out upon spotting his uncle's family emerging from the airport. Xiao Yi, your transformation is remarkable. If you hadn't called out, I would hardly have recognized you. His uncle exclaimed, having returned once 2 years prior when grandfather was gravely ill, and thus was taken aback by Xiao Yi's change. Hello, Xiao Yi, you look even more handsome than before. His aunt added, having last seen him over a decade ago. She was not overly surprised by his transformation, merely noting that he had grown into quite a dapper young man. Come on, let us get in the car. Grandfather is already waiting at home, Xiao Yi declared as he effortlessly lifted 2 enormous suitcases, as if they were mere toys, and led the way. Wow, Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to be so strong, his aunt remarked in astonishment. By the way, Xiao Yi, your father mentioned over the phone that grandfather's health has improved, and he wants the whole family to come back for a celebration. However, when I asked for details, he was rather vague. What exactly is going on? His uncle expressed concern for grandfather's condition. Let us get in the car first. We'll understand everything once we see grandfather, Xiao Yi responded. Noticing the crowded airport was not an ideal place for conversation. Upon reaching the parking area, Xiao Yi discovered a Hummer blocking the roadway, preventing him and several other drivers from exiting. What is going on here? Xiao Yi inquired of a fellow driver trapped behind the obstruction. It seems they're here to pick someone up, but they're clearly not reputable. There are parking spaces available nearby, yet they chose to park right in the lane. The other driver complained. Did you try calling for them to move? Xiao Yi continued. Of course. Just a moment ago, one guy called, and the response was, if you want to pass, just hit the car, and then they hung up. The driver replied, exasperated. So we just wait here? Isn't the airport going to do anything about this? Xiao Yi asked, glancing back at his uncle's family. Didn't you see? The owners of those cars over there couldn't afford to wait, so they just left to catch a taxi. The private car driver explained. This parking lot is contracted out and is not under the airport's management. A security guard did come by earlier, but after assessing the situation, he simply walked away. Xiao Yi, why don't we wait a bit? There's no rush, his uncle suggested after hearing the whole story. It's all right, uncle, Xiao Yi reassured him. Please, take Aunt and the 2 children to the car first. I will handle matters here. Xiao Yi spoke gently to his uncle. All right. Remember, do not act impulsively. Despite Xiao Yi's calm demeanor, his uncle could sense a flicker of anger within him. Excuse me, are you the owner of the car? Your vehicle is parked in the middle of the road. I kindly ask you to move it, Xiao Yi politely stated. Enough already. I told you. Either wait or ram through. Don't bother me, came a brazen voice from the opposite side. Hello, is this the traffic police? There is a Tiger Land vehicle parked illegally in the center of the road. Could you please send a tow truck to remove it? In exasperation, Xiao Yi resorted to calling for assistance from the traffic police. I'm sorry. All our tow trucks are currently out. Please negotiate with the owner. It's best to reach a consensus. The operator's response left Xiao Yi speechless. What should have been a trivial matter escalated into a series of frustrations, igniting Xiao Yi's normally placid temperament. Hey brother, can you make way? I'm about to ram through. I hope not to scratch your car. Xiao Yi addressed the considerate private car owner from earlier. Brother, don't act rashly. Waiting a moment won't tarnish your reputation. There is no need to lose your temper with such a person. The private car owner, seeing Xiao Yi's inclination towards such drastic action, urged restraint. It's fine. Since I'm willing to ram, I have no fear of him. Xiao Yi expressed his gratitude to the car owner. All right, brother. If it weren't for my responsibilities at home, with my elder above and little ones below, I would have already confronted him. The private car owner, amiably asserting control over the situation, cleared a path. Xiao Yi, are you really going to ram through? There is no need for that. His uncle sitting in the passenger seat cautioned. Rest assured, uncle, my vehicle has been reinforced in every way. I guarantee that the opposing car will be wrecked while mine remains unscathed. As he spoke, Xiao Yi accelerated towards the Tiger Land vehicle. Xiao Yi, of course, did not speak the truth. His true reliance lay in the formidable aura he could project. However, upon releasing this energy, he discovered that the once omnipresent essence of Qi in the Dragon Ball world was, in this realm, astonishingly sparse, nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Xiao Yi had a significant reserve of qi within him, allowing him to unleash it outward, albeit this action consumed a substantial portion of his internal energy. Chapter 88. Reunion. The violent collision that everyone had envisioned did not transpire. Xiao Yi's DOQ-7 penetrated the air like a bubble, creating a massive hole in the ground where the formidable tiger Lu once stood, while the DOQ-7 remained utterly unscathed. Goodness, what a modest yet powerful figure. Is this vehicle a modification of a tank shell? The private car owner, who had just been on friendly terms with Xiao Yi, marveled from behind. Xiao Yi, his uncle exclaimed in astonishment. I told you it's nothing to worry about. Once we return home, I shall explain everything to you. Grandfather is likely growing impatient. Xiao Yi offered no extensive explanations to his uncle, aware that the nature of his abilities was not easily articulated. The airport was not far from Xiao Yi's villa. In less than half an hour, the DOQ-7 smoothly entered the grounds of his residence. Xiao Yi, your villa is magnificent, his aunt exclaimed in wonder. Hee, it's nothing. The property prices here are quite affordable, Xiao Yi humbly replied. Dad. Just as Xiao Yi was conversing with his aunt, a sudden exclamation came from the nearby child. Kiki, you're back. That is wonderful. Grandfather, accompanied by Xiao Yi's father, awaited them at the entrance. Your physique, his uncle remarked in astonishment. Come inside. There have been many changes at home that will surely astonish you. Grandfather had regained his youthful vigor and decisive demeanor since recovering from his illness. Xiaobo, come and taste the hamburgers that Xiao Yi specially prepared for the two children. The flavor is absolutely on par with what you find in your country. Xiao Yi's father presented the freshly made hamburgers to his uncle's family. Wow, Dad, this hamburger is delicious, exclaimed the eldest son of his uncle. Indeed, it's scrumptious. The younger daughter nodded vigorously as she devoured her food. This was made by your brother. Don't you want to thank him? His uncle prompted his children. Thank you, brother. The siblings chorused, revealing that despite being abroad, their uncle had maintained a firm hand in their upbringing. Uncle, you should also try these dishes. They were all prepared by my mother early this morning, and they are exceptionally delightful. Xiao Yi encouraged his uncle and aunt. Wow, sister-in-law, your culinary skills are remarkable, his aunt exclaimed after savoring a bite of the dishes prepared by Xiao Yi's mother. Kiki, my skills are merely adequate. It's the quality of the ingredients that makes the difference. Xiao Yi's mother humbly attributed the deliciousness to the ingredients rather than her own abilities. Xiaobo, come. Eat more. It's not the same abroad. You can hardly find authentic hometown cuisine like this. Annie diligently served dishes into Uncle's bowl, speaking to him warmly. After the meal, as the family enjoyed tea, Xiao Yi was the first to address Uncle, saying, Uncle, the reason we called you back this time, besides celebrating Grandpa's recovery, is to encourage you to return to the country for development. Xiao Yi articulated a matter that had already been discussed with the family. Return? Uncle was taken aback by Xiao Yi's suggestion. In fact, this was also Grandpa's decision. You have wandered abroad for so many years and are well aware of the hardships outside. Coincidentally, I am planning to start my own business and require trustworthy assistance. Grandpa thought of you and wishes for you to return. Xiao Yi explained. I have no issue helping you, but your younger siblings have grown accustomed to life abroad. I worry that they may struggle with the sudden transition. Uncle voiced his concerns. This can be approached gradually. There are now elite schools in the country that employ foreign teachers. We can let your siblings try it there first. If they adapt well, that would be ideal. If not, I will fund the establishment of a similar school nearby. Xiao Yi boldly declared. You have that much funding? Uncle was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yi's words. He had assumed that after donating over 3 billion, Xiao Yi would have little left, which was why he thought of starting a business. His intention to assist Xiao Yi was not motivated by financial gain, but rather the desire to spend more time with his father. However, hearing Xiao Yi's words suggested a different reality. Do not worry about the financial aspect. Would you not like to know how Grandpa's illness was cured? Xiao Yi addressed the lingering curiosity of Uncle. I refrained from mentioning it during the call due to concerns of eavesdropping. He reiterated the explanation he had previously shared with the family. Is it truly possible for such extraordinary phenomena to exist? Uncle, a staunch advocate of science, found it hard to accept this revelation, even with Grandpa as a witness. Allow me to demonstrate the wonders of my abilities. With that, Xiao Yi transformed into a gorilla. The family, witnessing Xiao Yi's astonishing transformation for the first time, was utterly dumbfounded. How about that? Fun? Isn't it? Xiao Yi delighted in their astonishment. What is this, Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi's father was the first to inquire. having previously thought of cultivation merely as a means of physical enhancement. He was astonished by Xiao Yi's revelation. Transformations. Not unfamiliar, right? They frequently appear in cinematic works. Xiao Yi informed his family. How can this be? Isn't it something from myth and legend? Grandpa exclaimed, equally astonished. The path of cultivation is the process of becoming an immortal through practice. Xiao Yi stated seriously, clarifying for his family. You used this technique when you encountered the tiger. Didn't you? As a college student from the 1990s, Xiao Shu was not easily deceived. Previously, during the collision between Xiao Yi's Dior and Hu Lu, many of the displayed actions contradicted the fundamental principles of physics. Xiao Yi's words were met with skepticism, yet now, an explanation had emerged. Indeed, you have discerned it, Xiao Yi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Did you get into an accident? Xiao Fu inquired, upon overhearing their conversation. Yes. Xiao Yi recounted the events that had transpired at the airport. What a reckless individual. Xiao Yi, you did well. Grandfather, a veteran who had weathered the storms of battle, could not abide such bullying and wholeheartedly supported Xiao Yi's actions. Father, we live in a society governed by law. Even if the other party has acted excessively, we cannot. Xiao Fu hurriedly interjected to Xiao grandfather. Father, do not worry. I have already checked the location of the accident, and there are no surveillance cameras. If they demand compensation, I can simply reimburse them at the original price. If they insist aggressively, I shall show them the might of a cultivator. Xiao Yi asserted confidently to his father. Chapter 89. Magnetic Levitation. What is going on? While the Xiao family was joyfully enjoying their reunion dinner, at the airport near the Tiger Lu vehicle, a robust young man addressed his subordinate. The subordinate, at a loss, could not answer the young man's inquiry. Master Tong, I apologize for the inconvenience. I did not anticipate such an occurrence. The young man, realizing he could glean no answers, turned to an elderly gentleman behind him, dressed in vintage attire. It is of no consequence. However, since you have generously invited me to assess the feng shui, I feel obligated to alleviate your concerns. Let this matter rest. Do not pursue it any further, the elder advised. Oh, master, have you discerned something? Could you enlighten me? The robust young man held great respect for the elder and expressed his curiosity. I have not detected anything specific. It is precisely this ambiguity that is most alarming. Typically, in such disputes, one would expect a chaotic web of causality. In our lineage, the Mai should sense some disturbance. However, after my calculations, I found no anomalies in this area. This suggests only one possibility. You have encountered an extraordinary individual. It would be wise not to disturb such a person, lest the outcomes become unpredictable, the elder cautioned the robust young man. Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall not let your insights go unrewarded. A sum of 10 million will be transferred to your account, the robust young man respectfully stated. Thus, the conflict was resolved without any visible consequence. Yet Xiao Yi remained etched in the memory of the robust young man. Xiao Yi, is this the project you wish to pursue? Xiao Shu asked, trembling slightly as he examined the project proposal Xiao Yi had presented. Yes, this is indeed the project I intend to embark upon, Xiao Yi affirmed. But, do you think we can succeed? Uncle gazed at the dazzling words maglev car on the project proposal, expressing his concerns. I never insisted on sole ownership. Collaborating with the government could also be a splendid option, Xiao Yi replied with remarkable composure. Is this technology replicable? Uncle inquired of Xiao Yi. Rest assured, I will secure the encryption. Until an agreement is reached, I guarantee that no one will be able to replicate this technology, Xiao Yi assured Uncle. Very well. Please elaborate on your thoughts, Uncle said with excitement. After Uncle departed, Xiao Yi fell into deep contemplation. Xiao Yi's decision to unveil the maglev vehicle, a formidable innovation, was made after considerable contemplation. Presently, it is not the most opportune moment for the advent of the maglev car. Had Xiao Yi allowed further time for development, he could have asserted even greater dominance. However, the recent airport incident served as a poignant reminder for him. While he possesses formidable strength in contemporary society, such power finds little practical application. He cannot recklessly embark on a spree of violence in the streets, beyond sheer force. Xiao Yi realized that he lacks substantial leverage in this modern world. Had he held certain privileges during the last incident, the traffic police would not have been so remiss in their duties. Consequently, he recalled the advanced technology he brought back from the Dragon Ball universe. The reason Xiao Yi felt emboldened to present the maglev technology at this early stage lies in his identity as a well-versed scientist. He harbors no fear of skepticism from any nation. Moreover, This technology has been meticulously adapted by Xiao Yi to align seamlessly with the evolutionary trajectory of Earth's technological advancements. Devoid of any anachronistic elements, Xiao Yi's ambition is to secure certain privileges for himself and his family within this nation, with monetary gains being of secondary importance. With the radar modified by Bulma, money is merely a numerical value that Xiao Yi can effortlessly acquire. Director Wang, there's a patent application waiting outside. Clerk Xiao Zhang burst into Director Wang's office, exhilarated. Xiao Zhang, you have been with our patent office for 3 years, haven't you? I have always held high hopes for you. Yet your impulsive nature leaves much to be desired. When will you amend this? Though Director Wang felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he could not muster the ire towards the charming young lady before him and opted for a more earnest tone. Xiao Zhang, taken aback by Director Wang's remarks, found herself at a loss for words. Do not fret. You mentioned an application outside. Is it of significant utility? Director Wang inquired patiently. Indeed, however. The applicant has presented a finished product but refuses to register the core technology. Xiao Zhang regained her composure and replied. Xiao Zhang, it's not that I wish to reprimand you, but our patent office adheres to strict regulations. Such situations are not unprecedented. Without the core technology, we cannot approve the patent, Director Wang stated sternly. But the application pertains to magnetic levitation technology, and they have brought a magnetic levitation motorcycle. Xiao Zhang explained earnestly. Regardless of the technology, we must adhere to the regulations. Non-compliance cannot be rewarded with patent approval. Director Wang continued in his official tone. What did you say? Mature magnetic levitation technology. Despite his years in administrative work, Director Wang, given the unique nature of the patent office, was still somewhat acquainted with cutting-edge technologies, both domestic and international. Where are they? Bring me to them. Director Wang could no longer contain his impatience and urged Xiao Zhang. Do not hurry. They are still in the VIP room. A wave of unexpected joy surged within Xiao Zhang upon witnessing Director Wang's anxious expression. This is our Director Wang. This is Mr. Xiao. Xiao Zhang introduced politely. Mr. Xiao, greetings. My surname is Wang. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Wang. Director Wang greeted Xiao Yi warmly. Director Wang, regarding the patent application? Xiao Yi, unfazed by Director Wang's cordiality, addressed the matter at hand. Xiao, this matter is somewhat complicated. The patent office has its regulations. While I feel a congenial rapport with you, rules are rules, and personal feelings cannot be involved. Furthermore, do not harbor any concerns. The patent office will ensure strict protection of the core technology you provide, and your product will suffer no detriment. Director Wang reiterated with an official demeanor. Are you implying there is no room for negotiation? Xiao Yi replied calmly. Not exactly. Legal principles do necessitate a measure of human sentiment. Despite the stringent regulations upheld by our patent office, there exists a degree of leniency for inventions with promising prospects. If you, Xiao, are amenable, we can certainly take the lead in facilitating the sale of your patent. This approach not only alleviates your concerns, but also resolves many complications associated with transforming the patent into a tangible product. Director Wang articulated his proposed solution. Chapter 90. Collaboration O. I wonder what price Director Wang intends to set for my patent, Xiao Yi remarked with a half-smile. There's no need to rush. Let us first examine your finished hover vehicle. Allow this old man to witness it. Although Director Wang was undeniably eager to acquire the technology, he remained cautious, aware that the evaluator, young Zhang, was still somewhat naive and susceptible to deception. Very well, since Director Wang has expressed interest, I shall demonstrate it for you once more. As Xiao Yi spoke to Director Wang, he activated his magnetic levitation motorcycle. Xiao Yi's decision to present a motorcycle stemmed primarily from its compact design, which allowed for swift navigation among towering skyscrapers. He proceeded to demonstrate the capabilities of this maglev motorcycle, personally taking the helm as it ascended gracefully into the air. Wow! It truly flies, exclaimed the other colleagues who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, all evident in their voices as they witnessed the silent ascent. Following an impressive display, Xiao Yi gently descended at the entrance of the patent office, leaving the onlookers in a state of eager anticipation. Your invention has truly broadened my horizons. Let us discuss this further inside, Director Wang said, regaining his composure and addressing Xiao Yi. Mr. Xiao, what are your thoughts on my previous proposal? Although aware of the likely response, Director Wang endeavored to make one last attempt. If you were in my position, would you sell this technology at a bargain? Xiao Yi replied with an enigmatic smile. It's not about selling at a loss. I can assist you in finding a powerful company, and you could amass an unimaginable fortune. Director Wang continued to entice Xiao Yi. Very well, Director Wang, let us focus on the matter of the patent application. As for seeking collaborators, you need not concern yourself with that, Xiao Yi stated bluntly, recognizing Director Wang's persistent interest. All right, Mr. Xiao, let us address your patent application. There are no barriers to securing a patent for your technology. However, the core technology of maglev must be submitted for record at the patent office, as stipulated by patent law. Unfortunately, I have no recourse in this matter, Director Wang remarked, realizing that Xiao Yi was uninterested in selling the patent. Then I shall explore other institutions, Xiao Yi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor devoid of urgency. Mr. Xiao, bear in mind that this is the National Patent Office. If your patent is rejected here, I dare say it would face rejection anywhere in Huaxia, Director Wang stated candidly. Oh, very well then. I might as well relinquish this patent, Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly. Mr. Xiao, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? If this patent were to enter production, your wealth would surpass that of the richest in Huaxia in an instant. Director Wang, seeing that Xiao Yi was impervious to his persuasion, had to exercise patience in his attempts. It matters little. I am already free from financial worries. Accumulating more wealth holds little significance for me, unless there is anything further. I shall take my leave, Xiao Yi reiterated, still indifferent. Could you possibly stay a moment longer? Although I lack the authority to alter regulations, I can report your situation to my superiors. I believe they may handle this matter with special consideration. Director Wang ultimately conceded, albeit reluctantly, to Xiao Yi's stance. Reporting to higher authorities was the outcome he most wished to avoid. Originally, he had intended to secretly acquire this patent under the guise of the patent office, with the prospect of either submitting it or selling it to a state-owned enterprise as viable options. However, Director Wang did not anticipate Xiao Yi's unwavering determination. He would rather let the technology remain indefinitely shelved than relinquish the core technology to their patent office, leaving Wang in a precarious position. Although reporting this matter to his superiors would earn both the patent office and himself some recognition, it paled in comparison to the accolades that would accompany the acquisition of the core technology. In a state of desperation, Director Wang contacted his supervisor, Deputy Director Zhang of the National Intellectual Property Administration, to apprise him of the situation. What? Maglev technology? And there's already a finished product. Is this something you've witnessed with your own eyes? Excellent. You must ensure that the individual remains here. I will immediately notify Director Liang. Deputy Director Jiang commanded with urgency. Understood. I will guarantee the completion of this task. Director Wang knew that as long as he could keep Xiao Yi occupied until Director Liang's arrival, his achievement would be secured. Mr. Xiao, please indulge in this exquisite Dahong Pao, brought by an old friend of mine. It is said to have been harvested from the finest tea trees on Wuyi Mountain and cultivated in the most suitable conditions. While it may not yet be the king of teas, it is certainly a rare treasure. Director Wang presented the tea to Xiao Yi with a sense of pride. Oh, then I must certainly taste it. Although Xiao Yi would not typically be concerned with such matters, premium tea held a special place in his family's heart, a tradition cultivated since his grandfather's time. After sipping about a third of the tea, Xiao Yi closed his eyes to savor it. Indeed, it was exceptional tea, smooth and warm, leaving a lingering fragrance on his palate, far superior to what he usually consumed. Though not a professional tea connoisseur, his years of drinking kung fu tea had honed his ability to discern quality. If you don't mind, I would like to gift this box of Dahong Pao to you, Mr. Xiao. Such fine tea would be wasted in the hands of a rough individual like myself. Director Wang remarked, demonstrating his adeptness as a leader, which gradually improved Xiao Yi's impression of him. How could I accept such a generous gift? Although he feigned reluctance, Xiao Yi nonetheless accepted the exquisite Dahong Pao that Director Wang offered. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in. Director Wang called out as he rose to greet the visitors. Director Liang, Director Jiang, you've all arrived. Indeed. Standing at the door were several key leaders from the National Intellectual Property Administration. Mr. Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is Director Liang of our National Intellectual Property Administration, and this is Deputy Director Jiang. This gentleman before you is the inventor of the maglev technology, Mr. Xiao Yi. Through their previous conversation, Director Wang had learned that this remarkable maglev technology was developed by the young man before him, leaving him utterly astonished. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. If our nation were to cultivate more talents like Mr. Xiao, we would not have to worry about the blockade of foreign technology, Director Liang remarked, filled with inspiration. Thank you for your kind words, Director Liang. Xiao Yi responded politely. I believe you are eager to witness my achievements as well. Shall we step outside to test my maglev motorcycle? Xiao Yi understood that in order to seize the initiative during negotiations, he must once again showcase his accomplishments to the newly appointed leaders. Certainly. Coincidentally, I have a seasoned professor, Professor Li, who specializes in maglev research. He should possess greater authority on this subject than we do, Director Liang replied, having evidently prepared well by bringing along an expert in maglev technology. Hello, young man. I eagerly await your results. Professor Li said kindly to Xiao Yi. Professor Li, I would appreciate your guidance as well. Xiao Yi responded amicably. Thus, Xiao Yi commenced his explanation, during which many of his theoretical insights proved invaluable to Professor Li. However, while Xiao Yi elaborated on his theoretical foundations, he glossed over specific physical parameters, and Professor Li, understanding the context, refrained from probing further. What do you think? The data from my maglev motorcycle is quite impressive. Isn't it? Upon concluding his demonstration, Xiao Yi addressed Director Liang. The staggering data of the maglev motorcycle left Director Liang momentarily speechless. Xiao Yi, do you think this technology could be sold to the state? Director Liang pondered. I am not in need of money. Xiao Yi promptly rejected the idea without a moment's hesitation. Do not dismiss the offer so swiftly. You may be unaware of how much the state is willing to compensate you, Director Liang persisted. You might not have had the time to investigate my background. I recently donated 3 billion. Xiao Yi interjected, cutting off Director Liang. Director Liang, Mr. Xiao, may I inquire about your future plans for the patent you hold? Director Liang, observing the affluent individual before him, cautiously asked. Although I invented this technology as a Chinese citizen, I understand the importance of giving back to my country. I intend to collaborate with the state to develop a series of maglev products, with my technology constituting 60% of the total equity. Xiao Yi articulated his premeditated proposal. Chapter 91. The meeting. This is impossible. While your technology is indeed significant, the investment required from the state would amount to trillions. It cannot be expected that the state would work for you alone. Director Liang exclaimed, agitated. Director Liang, I am rather fatigued today. And this clearly is not the appropriate venue for such discussions. Let us revisit this matter on another occasion. What do you think of this patent? Xiao Yi recognized that despite Director Liang's considerable rank, a transaction of such magnitude, involving trillions, was beyond the purview of a mere department head. Very well, Mr. Xiao. Please hold on. I will arrange for Director Wang to assist you immediately. Director Liang was immensely pleased. As long as he could connect Xiao Yi with the higher-ups and initiate the negotiation process, his contribution would be assured, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations. Professor Li, what is your assessment of Xiao Yi's capabilities? If we manage to secure this patent in its entirety, can we extricate ourselves from Xiao Yi's technology and pursue independent research and development? At that moment, Professor Li was summoned to a highly secure location, where an elderly gentleman, a familiar face from television, posed the question. Chief, my interactions with Xiao Yi have been rather superficial, yet I have gleaned a profound depth of knowledge from our exchanges. It is fair to say that Xiao Yi's expertise in magnetic levitation is complemented by his exceptional proficiency in various other fields as well. As you are aware, prior to my research in magnetic levitation, I dedicated a decade to studying space physics. And I humbly assert that I hold a respectable position in that domain within the country. During our conversation, I intentionally broached the topic of space physics. And to my astonishment, Xiao Yi's understanding of the subject far surpassed my own. While I cannot draw definitive conclusions from this alone, it is quite possible that Xiao Yi is a genius of a caliber that could influence an entire century. Professor Li articulated his evaluation of Xiao Yi. Thank you. Professor Li, your assistance has been invaluable. The nation will remember your contributions. The elder expressed his gratitude to the professor. Chief, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Professor Li replied, wary of taking credit in the presence of such an esteemed figure. Long Qi, have you uncovered any information regarding Xiao Yi? The elder inquired after Professor Li had departed, addressing the heir behind him. Chief, I have conducted a thorough investigation. Xiao Yi is not affiliated with our hidden sect. Nor have I heard of any predecessors from our sect seeking disciples in the real world, came Long Qi's voice from the air. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts. It seems I must personally assess this Xiao Yi, the elder mused aloud. Xiao Yi, I have successfully established the fund management team. For the first time, my father has acknowledged my efforts in managing the charitable fund and has provided substantial support. Song Zhao exclaimed to Xiao Yi, his joy evident at receiving his father's recognition. Well done. Next, focus on the online aspect, engage with netizens, and identify the most vulnerable groups in need of assistance. We must harness the power of the online community. Xiao Yi offered his suggestions. Understood. I will take note. Song Zhao replied, diligently jotting down the advice. This card contains 3 billion. The password is 6 ones. Use it to manage the fund. But remember, every expenditure must be meticulously documented. As for your salary and that of the employees, I will instruct Mao Xin to ensure timely monthly payments. Xiao Yi handed a black bank card to Song Zhao, urging him. Xiao Yi, this is too generous. I initially did not require such a substantial amount. Song Zhao declined. Take it. You are my brother. I have complete confidence in you handling the funds. For the foreseeable future, I will be occupied with a new project and may not be able to attend to this charitable foundation. Just remember, this money must be allocated to those who are most in need. Xiao Yi earnestly expressed to Song Zhao. Thank you for your trust, Xiao Yi, Song Zhao replied. Somewhat moved. Between brothers, there is no need for such formalities. Xiao Yi encouraged, patting Song Zhao on the shoulder. As they conversed, a song suddenly interrupted their dialogue. Hello? Xiao Yi politely answered. Hello? Is this Mr. Xiao Yi? A man's voice came from the other end. Yes, who is this? Xiao Yi inquired. I am a colleague of Director Liang. Our superior wishes to meet with you personally. May I come to pick you up? The man courteously offered. Sure. I am available at any time. How long will it take? I'll just inform my family. Xiao Yi asked. It won't take long. I will arrive at your villa by helicopter tomorrow morning, and we should be back by evening. The man replied succinctly. All right. See you tomorrow morning. Xiao Yi responded readily. Do you have something going on? Song Zhao asked Xiao Yi, still unaware of the maglev project. Nothing much, just a business collaboration with the government. I need to meet a leader in the capital tomorrow, Xiao Yi replied, downplaying the matter. You continue to astonish me. However, this project is already enough to keep me busy, so I won't meddle in your other ventures, Song Zhao remarked nonchalantly. I know you well. I would like your assistance. But I fear you might abandon the entire charitable foundation. Xiao Yi understood Song Zhao's aversion to complications. The next morning, as Xiao Yi practiced his physical training in the yard, the sudden sound of a helicopter filled the air, landing directly on his lawn. Hello. You must be Comrade Xiao Yi. We spoke yesterday. A man in military attire, around 30 years old, descended from the helicopter and approached Xiao Yi. Indeed, that's me. Shall we depart now? Xiao Yi inquired. If you have nothing to prepare, we can leave at once. The military man affirmed. Very well. Let us go. Xiao Yi had already informed his family, so he promptly boarded the helicopter. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao to be a practitioner. The man in military attire observed Xiao Yi leap effortlessly from the ground to the helicopter, soaring over a meter in height, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Such commendation. Before individuals like you, I am merely displaying my rudimentary skills. Since the moment the other party disembarked from the aircraft, Xiao Yi had sensed their formidable strength. Chapter 92. The Hidden Door. Xiao Yi, through his perceptive abilities, discerned that the strength of this group was remarkably formidable, particularly that of the man in military attire, who appeared to be in his 30s. His combat prowess was nearly on par with that of little Wukong. Had it not been for thorough confirmation, Xiao Yi would scarcely have believed that such a powerful individual could exist in a world so devoid of spiritual energy. Moreover, he sensed an eerily familiar aura emanating from the man, prompting his earlier actions. Surely, you must be a soldier, he mused. I have admired soldiers since childhood. It is a pity that my physicality was not up to standard back then, or I too might have become a proud soldier by now. You have practiced cultivation. Haven to you? I wonder if you could enlighten me on the current levels of cultivation. To be frank, while my abilities are decent, they have been cultivated through my own exploration, and I remain unaware of how cultivators are defined in this world today. As he boarded the plane, Xiao Yi engaged the leading soldier in a lively conversation, seemingly unfazed by the man's indifferent demeanor. Xiao Yi, while speaking, was simultaneously attuned to the memories of the other party. Xiao Yi spoke with increasing enthusiasm, his heart brimming with joy as he gleaned numerous secrets of this world through their conversation. In stark contrast, the soldier seated across from him felt as though time was dragging on interminably. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yi would be such a loquacious individual. Having been groomed as an elite since childhood, he was accustomed to being treated with the utmost respect by his peers. And even elders placed significant emphasis on propriety in his presence. Upon reaching adulthood, he was dispatched by his mentor as a personal bodyguard to a leader, where his primary obligation was to maintain absolute silence. If the leader did not speak, the bodyguard was strictly forbidden from uttering a word. The soldier had been raised in such an environment, and now, confronted with the incessant chatter of Xiao Yi, he found himself profoundly ill at ease. Left with no choice but to feign ignorance to the other's words, the helicopter gradually descended into a mansion situated in the outskirts of the capital. At first glance, this estate bore no distinction from an ordinary vacation retreat. However, its remote location, surrounded by towering mountains, rendered access possible only via a rugged road. Although the mansion appeared tranquil, with only a handful of security personnel occasionally patrolling, Xiao Yi's keen perception revealed that at least 100 armed soldiers lay concealed in the shadows, poised to strike at a moment's notice. "Mr. Xiao, this way please." Despite the torment inflicted by Xiao Yi during their journey, the soldier maintained a courteous smile. The sound of footsteps echoed on the pristine white tiles of the mansion, and Xiao Yi sensed numerous pairs of eyes fixed upon him. However, he was no longer the naive Xiao Yi of yore, and chose to disregard their scrutiny. "Report." The soldier knocked at the door of the innermost room. "Come in." An elderly voice responded from within. "Mr. Xiao, please." The soldier gestured for Xiao Yi to enter. The helicopter smoothly landed at Xiao Yi's villa. "Mr. Xiao, we have arrived," the soldier announced to the contemplative Xiao Yi. "Thank you very much." Xiao Yi replied with a hint of underlying meaning. "It is our duty. We should also express our gratitude for your cooperation." The soldier seemed to misinterpret Xiao Yi's implication. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yi, the soldier did not linger but promptly ascended into the sky, returning to the capital. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi fell into deep contemplation, reflecting on the gains and losses of their discussion. Although the conversation had unfolded largely as he had anticipated, there were several unexpected revelations. Firstly, the caliber of the meeting surpassed Xiao Yi's imagination. The leader who had received him was none other than General Yi Guohua, the former prime minister of Huaxia. Xiao Yi had grown up hearing tales of this heroic figure, and now, at nearly 90 years of age, the general remained remarkably vigorous. Moreover, as Xiao Yi's system assessed, the venerable general was revealed to be a practitioner of considerable depth. From the soldier, Xiao Yi had gained a general understanding of the state of cultivation in this world. In this world, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, most practitioners choose to embark on their paths through martial arts. They begin by mastering fixed techniques, and through prolonged practice, they are able to fully unleash the power inherent in these techniques, thus reaching the initial stage of cultivation known as the Mingjin period. During this phase, while the number of martial artists is considerable, they remain vulnerable to the lethality of bullets. As practitioners advance to the Mingjin stage, their strength and speed amplify rapidly, ultimately leading them to open all 12 primary meridians within their bodies, allowing them to enter the Dark Gene period. In this latter stage, although the number of martial artists is limited, each Dark Gene practitioner possesses the capability to easily contend with an entire squad of soldiers. Upon entering the Dark Gene phase, their progress in cultivation becomes gradual. However, any advancement they achieve results in monumental transformations in their capabilities. Once they successfully open all 8 extraordinary meridians and establish a connection between heaven and earth, drawing external spiritual energy into their being, their cultivation is deemed complete. At this juncture, the martial artist attains the innate realm and faces 2 choices. The first is to draw energy into their body and cultivate the techniques of the Qi refinement stage. The second is to continue honing their skills within the innate realm until perfection is achieved, before embarking on the path of a Qi refiner. Contrary to Xiao Yi's assumptions, the majority of martial artists opt to directly enter the Qi refinement stage, not out of laziness, but rather in pursuit of reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm. This endeavor is both time-consuming and requires a vast amount of spiritual energy, a resource that is often scarce within most sections. Xiao Yi not only gleaned the cultivation levels on Earth from the military-clad man, but also beheld a wondrous realm known as the Hidden Gate through the memories of this soldier. The Hidden Gate is not a singular sect, but rather a collective term for the myriad sects that have been passed down from ancient times. These sects are not the mere tourist attractions seen by the modern populace. They are authentic martial arts sects with profound heritage rooted in antiquity. Centuries ago, as the spiritual energy of the earth began to wane, numerous sects convened to deliberate on a strategy. Through their collective wisdom, they devised a method to mitigate the depletion of spiritual energy, employing the ancient gathering spirit array to connect their sects with the nearby ley lines, thereby drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to sustain their traditions. While this approach could indeed slow the decline of spiritual energy within their sects, it simultaneously accelerated the loss of spiritual energy from the outside world. To avert detection by outsiders, all sects collectively opted to seal their mountains, dispatching only a few disciples into the world to gather wealth for their cultivation needs. The military-clad man, named Luo Xiao, is a living descendant of the hidden gates Wudong Mountain. Many such descendants exist throughout China, emerging primarily to safeguard the stability of the Chinese government and to thwart the encroachment of foreign dark forces. This arrangement represents a mutual compromise. The state requires their martial prowess, while they seek the state as support, allowing them to focus on their cultivation without distraction. This world seems profoundly intricate. Xiao Yi mused. Xiao Yi, what are you doing out there? You don't even hurry inside when you return. One has been calling for her father. His wife, by Miaoxin, called out from the doorway. All right, I'm coming right away, Xiao Yi replied, breaking off his contemplation and making his way homeward. How did it go, Xiao Yi? His father inquired, noticing his son's seemingly upbeat demeanor. The government has agreed to invest in my magnetic levitation technology. In return for my patents and technical guidance, I will receive 30% of the total profits, Xiao Yi said with a smile. In truth, Xiao Yi's discussions had not been with General Yi, who had merely engaged in casual conversation and offered encouragement. The negotiations were conducted afterward in another room, where several experts collaborated with Xiao Yi to reach a consensus. Chapter 93. Unlocking a New World. Xiao Yi was, in truth, indifferent to the outcome. Even if he were to receive a mere 10%, he would reluctantly accept it. During the negotiation process, he observed a peculiar phenomenon. The expert across the table seemed equally invested in facilitating this negotiation, showing a willingness to grant Xiao Yi a greater share of the profits through their collective efforts. What was initially anticipated to be a protracted negotiation lasting several months was remarkably concluded within a single afternoon. A miracle, indeed, could not be overstated. Has the negotiation been finalized? In a clandestine base in the capital, General Yi inquired of a negotiation expert. It has been achieved. We have endeavored to meet the other party's demands as much as possible, the expert replied with a hint of regret. Well done. You have performed admirably, and the nation will bestow rewards upon you. General Yi interrupted the expert's words. Contributing to the nation is our duty. The expert dared not seek accolades in the presence of the esteemed General Yi. All right, you may leave now. Someone will escort you out, General Yi said kindly to the expert. One cannot help but wonder whether this strategy is a remedy for salvation or a poison for destruction. Let us hope for success. General Yi mused to himself. System upgrade complete. In the depths of slumber, Xiao Yi was abruptly awakened by the voice of the system echoing in his mind. Huh? The sudden sound dispelled any remnants of sleep from Xiao Yi. What is the matter? Bai Miaoxin, alerted by the noise, rose to investigate. Nothing. I just had a nightmare. You should go back to sleep. I'll rest shortly, Xiao Yi reassured the still drowsy Bai Miaoxin. All right, you two should rest early and try not to wake our daughter, Bai Miaoxin said softly, glancing at their stirring child. Okay, I'll step outside for a bit and return shortly, Xiao Yi replied to Bai Miaoxin. Upon entering the grand hall, Xiao Yi prepared himself a pot of tea. As he sipped, he began to examine the recent changes in the system. Although it was termed an update, the actual modifications were rather minimal. His personal attributes and the system marketplace remained unchanged. However, next to the six-pointed star diagram that facilitated entry into the Dragon Ball world, a new realm had emerged. This world was shrouded in a veil of mist, and even the entry button was cloaked in darkness. Unlocking it required the expenditure of 5,000 gems. Beneath the button, a line of small text provided a prompt for Xiao Yi. After checking his merit value, he discovered that his merit light had indeed transformed into 8 strands, while his merit value had astonishingly increased to 800, filling him with a sense of joy. Xiao Yi glanced at his personal interface. Name, Xiao Yi Strength, Attack Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Cleaver, Speed, for 25, Constitution, Defense Power 425, 5, Bear Demon Armor, Neural Reaction, 420 Note. Values have been synchronized with the extraterrestrial detector from the Dragon Ball universe. Attribute values, 570 gold ingots, 435 coins, 16999 silver coins, 9 cultivation technique, body refinement technique, 20 martial skills, basic martial arts, mastered, 72 transformations, max level, ki blast, proficient, capable of various transformations, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, max level, ki wave, advanced spell of ki blast, giant ape transformation, max level, abilities, carrot transformation technique, max level, telekinesis, max level, super intelligent spatial ability, max level, mind reading technique, max level, Xiao Yi discovered that he possessed only 435 gold coins, a substantial distance from the 5,000 required for unlocking. It seemed temporarily impossible to achieve. Just as he was preparing to exit the system interface, he suddenly remembered the treasures he had received from the nameless Daoist upon his first entry into the Dragon Ball world, all of which could be exchanged for gold coins. Among these items, only the storage ring was indispensable to Xiao Yi. The remaining items, the meditation cushion, the mysterious stone door, and the gluttonous formation flag, had become somewhat superfluous in his current circumstances. The mysterious stone door, which he had kept closed for quite some time after his power had grown, was still of significant utility for exploring other realms. Thus, selling it was not an option at present. The meditation cushion, once an immensely valuable asset, had lost much of its significance since Xiao Yi acquired Bu's comprehension. While it could still enhance certain effects, its relevance to Xiao Yi had diminished considerably. However, one concern lingered in his mind: whether Bu's comprehension could be applied in other worlds. If it could not, the importance of the meditation cushion would be magnified. The most useless item among them was undoubtedly the gluttonous formation flag. It was not due to a lack of power, but rather because it demanded formidable cultivation to unleash its potential, and cultivation was currently Xiao Yi's Achilles heel. Xiao Yi prepared to exchange the Taodai formation flag for ingots, intending to unlock the sealed world. The Taodai formation flag was worth precisely 5,000 ingots. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi retrieved the flag from his storage ring and placed it in the system's exchange column. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? A voice echoed in his mind. Yes. After issuing the command, Xiao Yi watched as the Taodai formation flag was illuminated by a beam of light, disintegrating into fragments, while the number of ingots in his personal panel increased by 5,000. Unlock the new world. Xiao Yi commanded the system. Would you like to consume 5,000 ingots to unlock the new world? A youthful female voice responded. Unlock. Xiao Yi replied directly to the system. Unlocking successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained entry qualifications to the new world. The new world requires exploration by the host, and the system will issue random tasks to facilitate better integration into this new realm. During the host's exploration of the new world, time in the Dragon Ball world will remain frozen until the host returns to the real world. The system seemed to exhibit a greater degree of humanity. Compared to Xiao Yi's solitary explorations in the past, the system now displayed a certain level of intelligence. Does entering the new world also require the consumption of merit points? Xiao Yi inquired tentatively. Yes, the merit points consumed will be equivalent to those in the Dragon Ball world. To his surprise, the system indeed responded to Xiao Yi's query. Do you possess intelligence? Xiao Yi directly asked the system. Affirmative. The system now possesses basic intelligence, and as the host's level increases, the system's intelligence will correspondingly enhance. The system affirmed. Who exactly created this system? What is its purpose? Did any other host possess this system before me? Xiao Yi expressed his inner doubts. Apologies, host. Your permissions are insufficient. The system will not respond to your inquiries. The system refrained from answering Xiao Yi's questions. As the system level increases, will my permissions also correspondingly expand? Xiao Yi continued to inquire. Indeed, as long as the host continues to enhance the system, you will soon possess all the system's permissions. The system seemed to tempt Xiao Yi, fearful he might abandon his quest. Chapter 1. New World. What will the next world be like? Xiao Yi asked the system. Apologies. The system generates worlds randomly and will not know what they entail until the host enters. The system replied. Are there any rules for world generation? Xiao Yi pressed on. It is determined by the preferences of humanity in the host's primary world. For instance, an engaging film or an enthralling novel may spawn an independent world. The larger the audience, the greater the likelihood of generation. The system elaborated. Can you tell me what the purpose of entering these worlds is? Xiao Yi inquired of the system. What should I do? The system replied in a remarkably human-like manner. Do not fret, dear host. When your strength reaches a certain level, enlightenment will come naturally. For now, your primary objective is to venture into this unknown world and enhance your abilities as swiftly as possible. After gaining an understanding of the significant changes brought forth by the system upgrade, Xiao Yi chose not to immediately enter the new world. He still had matters to attend to in the real world, and it was the dead of night. A sudden departure would undoubtedly cause concern for his family. Mr. Xiao, here is a contract pertaining to the national funding and your specific share. Please take a look, and if there are no questions, kindly sign and stamp it, said Luo Xiao, dressed in military attire. Indeed, the terms are quite clear. After thoroughly reviewing the contract, Xiao Yi promptly affixed his signature. This is the identification document prepared for you by General Yi, recognizing you as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Your identity is now directly managed by the central government, and local authorities hold no rights over you, Luo Xiao stated, producing a document from his pocket. Thank you for your assistance, General Yi. He truly is a meticulous individual. During our previous conversation, I merely mentioned my needs, and he promptly took action, Xiao Yi acknowledged. How's the renovation of the store progressing, Miaoxin? Xiao Yi inquired by Miaoxin. Since Xiao Yi's return, he had decided to expand the store. Negotiating with the 3 neighboring shops to acquire their spaces at an exorbitant price of 50,000 yuan per square meter, amounting to over 50 million yuan in cash. He entrusted the renovation work to the same company owned by Boss Huang from their last collaboration. We're currently tiling. In about 10 days, we should be ready for normal operations. Bai Miaoxin now exuded the aura of a capable woman, articulating her business matters with clarity. Have you made arrangements regarding the pet dogs? Xiao Yi continued his inquiry. I have contacted several large breeding farms, and they assure me they will supply the most pristine puppies. Bai Miaoxin handed Xiao Yi a notebook containing the addresses, telephone numbers, and contacts of the breeding farms, along with detailed information on the types and quantities of puppies they could provide. You've worked hard. It may be time to assign you a secretary, Xiao Yi remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy for his somewhat slender wife. Haha, I don't need one for now. My work isn't exhausting, and I genuinely enjoy this fulfilling feeling. Bai Miaoxin declined Xiao Yi's suggestion. Very well. You know best. Our family isn't short on money. Don't overlook your health and well-being for work, Xiao Yi gently reminded her, unable to sway Bai Miaoxin. All right, I know I have a capable husband, Bai Miaoxin said, touched by Xiao Yi's concern as she embraced him. Don't move. This is the living room, she protested as Xiao Yi's playful hands caused her to gasp softly. Okay, let's go to the bedroom. With that, Xiao Yi lifted Bai Miaoxin effortlessly and headed toward their room. Xiao Yi, you're becoming increasingly impressive. I can barely keep up. Is it due to your training in that body refinement technique? Bai Miaoxin felt utterly drained as the cat in Xiao Yi's embrace spoke. Indeed, the body refinement technique can enhance various physical abilities. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. It seems I too must dedicate myself to rigorous training. Otherwise, Bai Miaoxin blushed and remarked, I have recently reached a bottleneck in my training and need to retreat in the secluded chamber for a few days. During this period, unless there is an urgent matter, please refrain from disturbing me, Xiao Yi advised Bai Miaoxin. All right, but I'm concerned about your meals. Bai Miaoxin expressed her worries regarding Xiao Yi's diet. Do not fret. I possess elixirs that can sustain me without food, and it is merely 3 or 4 days, so it will be manageable, Xiao Yi reassured her. Very well, do exercise caution during your training. Safety is paramount. Bai Miaoxin cautioned Xiao Yi. System, enter the new world. Xiao Yi commanded the system within his mind. Whoosh. Xiao Yi, who was originally seated on the meditation mat in the center of the secluded chamber, suddenly vanished into thin air. In the midst of a dense primordial forest, a solitary wolf menacingly eyed its prey, a terrified young antelope, accompanied by a mother antelope unwilling to abandon her offspring. Whoosh. Xiao Yi materialized atop a boulder beside them, prompting instinctive reactions from both parties. The lone wolf lunged at the young antelope, while the mother antelope, without hesitation, launched a desperate strike at the wolf. Hey, little ones, consider yourselves fortunate to encounter me. Observing the scene before him, Xiao Yi wasted no time in choosing to assist the weaker antelopes, striking the wolf with a wooden board aimed directly at its midsection. To his astonishment, unlike his previous experiences, the board shattered the wolf's abdomen, creating a deep crater in the ground, and the wolf was gruesomely dismembered, an exceedingly bloody spectacle. Xiao Yi had not anticipated such an outcome. In the Dragon Ball world, he had previously used the magical stone door to eliminate many creatures, but those animals had seldom met such a gruesome fate, often merely succumbing to death without the grotesque dismemberment he witnessed now. This led him to a misunderstanding regarding the formidable stone door, believing its power to be average, perhaps even inferior to his own enhanced capabilities. Had he not lacked defensive items, he might have considered selling the stone door to the system. Indeed, the principles governing the 2 worlds differ significantly. As he feared, the disparity in laws between the 2 realms became apparent. Although the magical stone door exhibited significantly increased offensive and defensive capabilities in this world, it was highly probable that the skills Xiao Yi had acquired in the Dragon Ball realm would be geometrically weakened here. This appears to be a cultivation planet akin to the one inhabited by the nameless Daoist. Xiao Yi surmised. Chapter 2. Techniques. I must first seek someone for guidance. Xiao Yi remarked, gazing at the mother and child antelope beside him, somewhat bemused. What a stroke of luck. Xiao Yi had initially believed he had stumbled upon a primeval forest, but to his surprise, after only a few steps, he encountered a group of individuals approaching him. Hey, Erguzi, what do you think about that young man up ahead? What is his background? How could he be so generous as to casually produce a gold coin? Xiao Yi remarked enviously to Erguzi, who was walking beside him, having been displaced from his seat by Xiao Yi. Regardless of who he is not someone we can provoke. We barely earn a single gold coin in a year. Erguzi lamented, not out of sympathy for Xiao Yi, but rather regretting the loss of Xiao Yi's gold coin. To him, it seemed that with merely 1/10 of a gold coin, he could easily secure a seat within this merchant caravan. I have decided not to pursue this any longer upon my return from Wutan City. I have nearly saved enough for my wedding with Arya. We shall hold the ceremony upon my return, and you must be there. Xiao Yi declared to his best friend, Erguzi. Rest assured, I will certainly attend your wedding. But what are your plans if you abandon this venture? Although Xiao Yi had not intended to eavesdrop, his heightened senses allowed him to pick up on the faintest whispers within 100 meters. Wutan City? Have I somehow entered the world of battle through the heavens? This is indeed a remarkable realm. I must experience it for myself, Xiao Yi mused, reflecting on the various tragedies of the male protagonist with a hint of schadenfreude. Mr. Xiao, we have arrived at Wutan City. We look forward to your next visit. A jovial, plump steward from the caravan greeted Xiao Yi warmly. Wutan City, a prominent metropolis of the Gamma Empire, was bustling with activity. Despite the scorching sun, throngs of people filled the streets, and one could occasionally spot peculiar races mingling among them. Excuse me, do you know Xiao Yin of the Xiao family? Xiao Yi inquired of a seemingly young man nearby. What do you want with that good-for-nothing? The stranger replied rudely. I heard that Xiao Yin was once considered the greatest talent in Wutan City, and I traveled a great distance to witness it for myself, Xiao Yi casually remarked. That news is 3 years old. Now, Xiao Yin has become the disgrace of Wutan City, a complete failure. The man, who had initially engaged in conversation with Xiao Yi because he did not recognize Xiao Yin, expressed his disdain. It seems the plot is about to unfold. I should find somewhere to stay, Xiao Yi decided, opting not to visit Xiao Yin immediately. After some deliberation, he purchased a manor near the Xiao residence. The prices here are quite reasonable, but it is frustrating that the locals only accept gold coins. Xiao Yi grumbled as he noted the significant depletion of his gold coins. Under the moonlight resembling a silver plate, amidst a sky full of stars, Xiao Yin reclined on the grass atop a cliff, chewing on a blade of grass, allowing its faint bitterness to pervade his mouth. Bah! Spitting out the grass roots from his mouth, Xiao Yin suddenly sprang to his feet. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed at the night sky. Am I to be brought back as a useless individual? Damn it! Little one! It seems you are in need of assistance, came a calm voice from behind him. At that moment, Xiao Yi, clad in a Daoist robe adorned with intricate symbols, wearing a Daoist hat and layered cloth shoes, stood composed, sporting a pair of rimless glasses. You. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Xiao Yin was rendered speechless. His shock evident. Surprised? Xiao Yi smiled gently at him. How could you? Xiao Yin initially intended to inquire if Xiao Yi had traversed from Earth, but the question faltered on his lips. Hiki, young one, do you find yourself in trouble? I can offer my help, though a price must be paid in return. I wish to become a genius once more. For reasons unknown, the usually cautious Xiao Yin found himself voicing his innermost desires upon seeing Xiao Yi, or more so, the familiar attire he wore. I can fulfill that wish, but are you prepared to bear the consequences that altering the future may bring? Xiao Yi said solemnly to Xiao Yin. What do I have to lose? Xiao Yin replied despondently. 3 days prior, the system announced, due to the host's arrival in the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong. The host's attributes have been modified as follows. Name, Xiao Yi Cultivation. Peak of innate realm attribute points, 570, temporarily sealed, Yuanbao, 435 gold coins, 16. 999 silver coins, 9 cultivation method, body refinement technique perfected, martial skills, basic martial skills proficient, 72 transformations, max level, Chi Blast skilled. Capable of various transformations, weakened to original 10, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, max level, Chi Wave, advanced spell of Chi Blast, weakened to original 10, Giant Ape Transformation, max level, powers, Carrot Transformation Technique, max level, weakened to original 10, Telekinesis, max level. Weakened to original 10, super intelligence. Weakened to original 10, spatial abilities. Max level. Weakened to original 10, mind reading. Max level. Weakened to original 10. Xiao Yi discovered that all unique skills and abilities from the Dragon Ball world had been diminished to a mere tenth of their original potency in this realm. Although the attribute panel lacked a section for comprehension, Xiao Yi could surmise without hesitation that the comprehension he had acquired from the Dragon Shinran regarding Majin Buu had also been reduced to a fraction of its former self. On the brighter side, however, his relentless training in body refinement had finally culminated in perfection, signifying that he could now proceed to utilize the transmission jade slip to convey the subsequent portion of his techniques into his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi retrieved the transmission jade slip and a meditation cushion from his storage ring. Having gained prior experience, he adeptly positioned the jade slip against his forehead as torrents of information began to flow into his mind. With a long, relieved exhale, Xiao Yi noted that this transmission, though it did not render him unconscious, did induce a sensation of swelling in his head, as if it might burst. Perhaps he had overreached. Typically, the transmission of the jade slip aligns with the recipient's cerebral capacity, and any discomfort signals the limit of one's mental development. Yet, despite the throbbing pain in his head, Xiao Yi pressed on, leading to the overwhelming sensation he experienced. Nevertheless, this daring endeavor proved worthwhile, as it granted him access to the pinnacle cultivation techniques. Transitioning from the innate realm to the peak of the golden core realm, Xiao Yi murmured to himself. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. The cultivation method practiced by Xiao Yi marks the formal entry into the realm of immortality, commencing from the Qi refinement stage. The path of cultivating the Tao of immortality is generally delineated into 4 principal steps: refining essence into Qi, transforming Qi into spirit, returning spirit to the void, and merging with the Tao of emptiness. The process of refining essence into Qi is further divided into 3 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden elixir. The transformation of Qi into spirit is also categorized into 3 stages: nascent soul, out-of-body, and spirit transformation. Upon reaching the stage of returning spirit to the void, one encounters the stages of dividing spirit, merging body, and penetrating the void. The final stage, merging with the Tao of emptiness, corresponds to the great ascension phase. As for the final tribulation stage, it is no longer classified. The successful transcend to the celestial realm, while the unsuccessful are reduced to ashes. In the world of battle through the heavens, the hierarchy is categorized into 10 realms: fighter, master fighter, grandmaster fighter, spirit fighter, king fighter, emperor fighter, sect fighter, venerable fighter, saint fighter, and emperor fighter, each further divided into 9 stages, corresponding directly with the levels of cultivation. Xiao Yi, despite currently being at the pinnacle of the innate realm and yet to reach the Qi refinement stage, has, due to the formidable nature of his body refinement techniques, completed the physical transformation that is typically achieved during the foundation establishment phase ahead of schedule. In essence, as long as Xiao Yi accumulates sufficient spiritual energy, he can seamlessly transcend from the Qi refinement stage to the zenith of the foundation establishment stage without encountering any obstacles. Xiao Yi withdrew an exquisite spiritual stone from his storage ring, one that he had never utilized before, and cradled it in his palm as he commenced his cultivation in the Qi refinement stage. Although the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong is a realm of cultivation, with a concentration of spiritual energy markedly denser than that of the Dragon Ball universe, the sheer number of Dou Qi practitioners in this world has diluted its potency, rendering the spiritual energy less abundant than in Dragon Ball. However, with the possession of the exquisite spiritual stone, which is capable of supplying a portion of the spiritual energy required by a practitioner in the tribulation stage, Xiao Yi found himself in an ocean of inexhaustible spiritual energy, particularly as he was merely at the outset of his cultivation journey. After dedicating half a day to this endeavor, Xiao Yi succeeded in saturating his body with spiritual energy. Yet he had scarcely tapped into even 1% of the stone's reserves. Upon checking his personal attributes, he discovered that his cultivation had indeed reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. In accordance with the world's classification, he had ascended to the peak of a Dou Master. Congratulations, host, on your cultivation advancement. Reward: you may now automatically adjust the time ratio between the main world and the traversed worlds, with a maximum ratio of 130. Before Xiao Yi could fully absorb this delightful news, the system's voice resonated once more. Phase Task 1. Retrieve the ring containing Yao Lao from Xiao Yan. To succeed is to become a king. To fail is to become an immortal. The host cannot linger idly beside the chosen one. Seizing opportunities must be proactive. Reward. Luck in this world. 10. Yuan Bao. 100. Gold coins. 1,000. Phase Task 2. Assist Xiao Yin in reaching the 7th stage of Dou Qi within 1 year. To seize Xiao Yin's fate requires compensation, otherwise the host will struggle to gain the world's acknowledgement. Reward. 100 Yuan Bao. Gold coins. 1,000. For each additional level attained, the Yuan Bao increases by 50. And the gold coins by 500. Xiao Yi gazed in silence at the task presented by the system, which required him to undermine Xiao Yin while simultaneously aiding his rise to prominence. The system gently reminded him, Host, due to your elevation in cultivation, the system marketplace has been updated. Please review it carefully. The system marketplace? Xiao Yi echoed, somewhat perplexed. To Xiao Yi. The items available in this marketplace were not only exorbitantly priced, but also predominantly consisted of goods he could acquire within the Dragon Ball world. Thus, after a fleeting moment of curiosity, he ceased to pay further attention. However, upon suddenly receiving the system's notification, he felt an inexplicable intrigue and instinctively clicked on the marketplace page. Upon opening the marketplace, Xiao Yi was momentarily bewildered by the plethora of treasures displayed before him. The treasures here far surpassed those in the Dragon Ball realm by countless magnitudes, and the categorization was exceptionally detailed. The category for elixirs occupied an entire section, showcasing items such as the blood-melting pill, the 3-patterned azure spirit pill, the heavenly soul blood-melting pill, and the 7 collection pill, each prominently featured in battle through the heavens. Yet, the prices remained dauntingly steep. Although the treasure category offered fewer items than the elixir section, it still boasted notable items like silk armor, the beast cauldron, the mysterious heavy measuring ruler, and the ancient fire measuring ruler. The category for extraordinary flames, while also having its own section, disappointingly contained no extraordinary flames at all. Moreover, the special items section introduced a myriad of intriguing products, among which one stood out, an item called the Demon Scroll. The Demon Scroll, a scroll signed in the name of demons, binding both parties to adhere to the agreements inscribed within. Failure to comply would invoke the world's wrath. A one-time use item priced at 100 gold coins. I will exchange this body refinement technique for the black ring you possess, Xiao Yi declared, presenting the handwritten technique to Xiao Yin. This ring is my mother's relic, Xiao Yin replied, a hint of reluctance in his voice. It is the very culprit that transformed you from a genius into a waste. Xiao Yi pointed accusingly at the black ring on Xiao Yan's hand. What? That is impossible. My mother would never harm me. Xiao Yin insisted firmly. Your mother would never wish you harm. However, within that ring resides a remarkable remnant soul, does it not? Yao Lao? Xiao Yi directed his words at the black ring. Who are you? How do you know of my existence? Are you from the Soul Palace? Suddenly, a figure burst forth from Xiao Yan's ring, standing before Xiao Yi and inquiring. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I can assist you in exacting your vengeance. Xiao Yi regarded the figure of Yao Lao without surprise, even speaking with an enticing tone. What is your intention? Yao Lao responded, his demeanor turning more guarded instead of elated upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. I am a merchant, and of course, any offering must yield a return. We shall forge a contract. I will aid you in your vengeance, and in return, you shall impart all that you have learned to me. Xiao Yi spoke with an air of composure, declaring, I shall not engage in a transaction with you. Abandon that thought. Yao Lao regarded Xiao Yi with considerable wariness, and despite Xiao Yi's words resonating with his innermost thoughts, he remained steadfast and unmoved. I am not here to barter with you, but rather to strike a deal with this young brother before me. We shall discuss our transaction at a later time. Xiao Yi remained unfazed by Yao Lao's refusal, replying calmly, Who exactly are you? Why have you persistently consumed my Dou Qi, subjecting me to ridicule and indignity for these past 3 years? Xiao Yin trembled as he spoke, teetering on the brink of an outburst. Yet, amidst the derision of these 3 years, have you not also grown considerably? Yao Lao, devoid of any remorse, admonished Xiao Yin. Chapter 4. Failure should I be thanking you then? Xiao Yin retorted, clenching his fists tightly. Hey, you two, it is I who is conducting a transaction here. Xiao Yi expressed his exasperation toward the two before him, bemused that he was meant to be negotiating, yet found them bickering instead. Do not acquiesce to him. I can help you regain your former glory. Yao Lao exclaimed, visibly anxious. You have caused me such misery. Why should I heed your words? Xiao Yin, initially wavering, found his inner scale tipping slightly toward Xiao Yi upon hearing Yao Lao's remarks. Moreover, were it not for you, I would still be the revered genius admired by all. Xiao Yin spoke, his anger mounting. Young lad, do you desire strength? Do you wish to earn the respect of others? I can assist you. Though incensed, Xiao Yan's heart raced uncontrollably at Yao Lao's words. Now that I comprehend the reason behind the disappearance of my Dou Qi, do I still require your help to grow stronger, given my talents? Xiao Yin replied coolly. Acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch, accepting favors without due cause is not a prudent choice. Yet, he found himself involuntarily glancing toward Xiao Yi, who indeed could offer assistance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yi interjected, he truly can help you. Xiao Yin held a certain fondness for Xiao Yi, and thus did not immediately counter his statement. Your talent is indeed remarkable. But you must realize that you are now 15, and your Dou Qi is merely at the 3rd stage. You are to undergo your coming-of-age ceremony next year, correct? Do you truly believe you can elevate your cultivation to the 7th stage within a mere year through sheer diligence? Am I not correct, Yao Lao? Xiao Yi remarked, casting a glance at Yao Lao. The words Yao Lao was about to utter were preempted by Xiao Yi, leaving him feeling somewhat stifled. Of course, beyond Yao Lao. I can also assist you in enhancing your cultivation, but the condition is that you trade your ring with me. Xiao Yi smiled at Xiao Yan, unperturbed by the myriad expressions that flickered across the latter's face. May I inquire about your true intentions behind this? Though Xiao Yan leaned more towards Xiao Yi, he instinctively felt a certain reluctance towards this suddenly emerging stranger. I have already mastered the body refinement technique. It holds no value for me anymore. However, for you, it is an invaluable treasure. I propose an exchange for your ring, in hopes of acquiring some of Master Yao's alchemical techniques, Xiao Yi stated calmly. What? An alchemist? Xiao Yin was taken aback, realizing that this ethereal being before him was, indeed, a remarkable alchemist. Do not be astonished. Not only is he an alchemist, but he is also an 8th-tier pinnacle alchemist who possesses the bone spirit cold fire. Xiao Yi continued, seemingly intent on heightening Xiao Yan's shock. At that moment, Xiao Yan's mind went blank, leaving him at a loss for words. Since you speak of Master Yao's extraordinary abilities, what do you have to offer in exchange? After a while, regaining his composure, Xiao Yan managed to address Xiao Yi. Body refinement technique manual and my guidance. Xiao Yi succinctly presented his bargaining chips. Clearly, Xiao Yi's offer lacked significant allure. Master Yao, this is the manual for the body refinement technique. Take a look and see its grade. Xiao Yi said as he waved his hand, causing the manual to settle beside Master Yao. This action caused both Master Yao and Xiao Yan to tremble. Though they felt no fighting spirit, the manual appeared to be supported by an invisible force, landing steadily beside Master Yao. This single gesture rendered Master Yao hesitant to act rashly. This is impossible. How could such a manual exist in the Dou Qi continent? Initially indifferent, Master Yao leafed through the body refinement technique, but as he turned the pages, his casual demeanor gradually transformed into one of profound seriousness, ultimately leading him to exclaim in astonishment. Can this manual truly enhance my cultivation in a short time? What level of skill is this? Seeing Master Yao slowly regain his composure, Xiao Yin could not help but inquire out of curiosity. This manual has surpassed the limits of heavenly tier techniques. It is fundamentally an impossible skill to exist. As Master Yao spoke, his emotions surged once more. Is it truly so miraculous? Xiao Yin found himself inclined to trust the words of this 8th-tier alchemist. This is a supreme foundational cultivation technique. If you complete all the movements outlined within, your body will reach a state of perfection. Furthermore, once you attain the necessary realm, you can leverage elixirs to elevate your cultivation by several major realms without any harm to your body. Though reluctant to admit it, Master Yao recognized that such a manual was undoubtedly the most suitable for Xiao Yin at present, and even with his own guidance, it was impossible to cultivate such unparalleled talent. Do you agree to this exchange? Xiao Yi smiled as he spoke to Xiao Yan. I concede. Upon learning the efficacy of the secret manual, Xiao Yan's heart soared with joy. Just as he was about to agree, he caught sight of the somewhat despondent Yao Lao. The words that were on the tip of his tongue were abruptly transformed into a refusal. Why? Xiao Yi inquired, maintaining his characteristic smile. I can trade what I possess. Yet I lack the authority to dictate the fate of others. Though it was regrettable, Xiao Yan spoke with difficulty. Very well. I hold your integrity in high esteem. Xiao Yi could not help but regard Xiao Yan with newfound admiration. It was indeed a rare quality to retain one's true essence after 3 years of setbacks. Yao Lao, since Xiao Yan is unwilling to engage in trade with me, let us discuss the matter of trading. Xiao Yi turned to Yao Lao. How do you wish to negotiate? Yao Lao did not outright refuse this time. I shall exchange this spirit stone with you. Xiao Yi produced a premium spirit stone that he had absorbed previously from his storage ring. What is this? Such abundant spiritual energy, capable of being absorbed by a spiritual body. How astonishing. Yao Lao was taken aback. A mere gemstone harbored such vast amounts of spiritual energy, and its purity was remarkable enough to be directly absorbed by a spiritual entity. What do you think? Do you agree to this trade? Xiao Yi posed the same question to Yao Lao. I concede. Upon uttering this phrase, Yao Lao appeared even more aged. Chapter 5, Apprenticeship. Why? Xiao Yi was genuinely astonished this time. I have absorbed the spiritual energy from Xiao Yin for 3 years. In return, I wish to exchange my freedom for the manual on body refinement, Yao Lao stated with utmost seriousness. Xiao Yin, who had just harbored a strong dislike for Yao Lao, found himself at a loss due to Yao Lao's unexpected actions. I merely wish to make a trade. Why does it feel as though I have committed some wrongdoing? Xiao Yi was perplexed, for what began as a simple transaction had transformed into something else entirely. How about this? Xiao Yin, I propose we draft a contract. You shall exchange your black ring for the body refinement technique in my possession. Furthermore, I will make an agreement with Yao Lao, wherein he imparts all his knowledge to me, and I will supply him with a substantial amount of the spiritual energy he requires. Would that not be agreeable? Xiao Yi suggested a mutually beneficial solution. However, Yao Lao expressed concerns, stating that accepting his legacy came with numerous stringent conditions. He was not miserly with his teachings, rather, he feared that Xiao Yi might expend great effort only to find it ultimately fruitless. Then, I implore you, Yao Lao, to examine my body to ascertain whether I meet the qualifications to inherit your legacy, Xiao Yi asserted, confident in his physical capabilities and unconcerned about the possibility of being unworthy due to bodily reasons. I never anticipated that you truly mastered the body refinement technique, and it appears to be far more powerful than I had anticipated. This cultivation method is truly remarkable. Elder Yao gazed upon Xiao Yi's physique as though he were observing a resplendent gem, unable to divert his eyes for what felt like an eternity. Hey, old man, if you keep staring at me like that, I might just lose my temper. Despite Xiao Yi's calm demeanor, he found himself thoroughly overwhelmed by Elder Yao's unabashed scrutiny. I can't help it. Such a charming young lad, Elder Yao sheepishly remarked. I am called Xiao Yi, he corrected. Xiao Yi, let us make a pact. If you take me as your master, I assure you that I will impart all my knowledge to you without reservation. Although Elder Yao had not fully grasped Xiao Yi's character, his brief interaction suggested that Xiao Yi was not a nefarious individual. Thus the thought of taking him as a disciple arose naturally. At present, I already possess my own cultivation techniques. I can only learn the art of alchemy from you. Xiao Yi replied with some hesitation. That is of no concern. Alchemy is my forte. As for cultivation, I would consider my skills to be merely average. Elder Yao hurriedly responded, realizing that it was only fitting to relax the entry standards for such a prodigious disciple. Master, I bow to you, Xiao Yi declared without hesitation, performing a respectful bow to Elder Yao. Excellent. You may call me Elder Yao. Henceforth, we shall refer to each other as master and disciple. A warm smile finally graced the aged face of Elder Yao. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, becoming Elder Yao's disciple. Reward, 10 fortune points, 500 ingots, 5,000 gold coins. Xiao Yin, please review this agreement. If all seems satisfactory, affix your signature and seal it with your handprint, and our transaction will be officially established. However, I must caution you, should either party breach the contract, they will face the repercussions of the Demon Scroll. Consider this carefully before signing. Xiao Yi advised as Xiao Yin prepared to sign. Thank you, Xiao Yi. I've made my decision. Now that Xiao Yi had become Elder Yao's disciple, he no longer had aspirations to usurp Elder Yao's position, and he was indeed eager to acquire the profound secrets of the body refinement technique. Xiao Yi, is this the manual for the body refinement technique? Are these movements truly that miraculous? Xiao Yin inquired with curiosity. Do not rush. Mastering the body refinement technique solely on your own will prove quite challenging. You will require my guidance, Xiao Yi replied in a composed manner. To cultivate the body refinement technique, you must consume a substantial amount of meat. The more energy the meat contains, the more beneficial it will be for your training. If possible, for this duration, make your meals primarily consist of magical beast flesh. Xiao Yi instructed Xiao Yin. I will come to assist you every day during this period, so do not worry. Xiao Yi reassured him. Xiao Yin, that movement is incorrect. You need to raise your arm 3 inches higher, and your leg muscles must be tensed even more. Xiao Yin leisurely sat on a rattan chair, holding a teapot, observing his diligent practice. Third young master. The clan leader requests your presence in the hall. A venerable voice called from outside the courtyard. Father has summoned me, Xiao Yi remarked to Xiao Yi, who was seated on the rattan chair. Go ahead, return promptly. Xiao Yi gestured with a wave of his hand. Let us depart, Butler, Missouri. Xiao Yi smiled at an elderly man in a green robe waiting outside the courtyard. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Yi quickly approached the seated Xiaozhan and the three elders, bowing respectfully. Ah, Yin-er, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Xiao Zhan paused his jovial conversation with guests upon seeing Xiao Yan, nodding in acknowledgement and gesturing for him to sit. With a smile and nod, Xiao Yan scanned the hall and was taken aback to discover that there was no place reserved for him. Sighing inwardly, he reflected on his diminishing status within the family. Once esteemed, he now found himself embarrassed in front of guests, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. Noticing Xiao Yan's discomfort, the second elder, seated at the head, displayed a flicker of anger, frowning at the elder beside him. Ahem, I sincerely apologize for overlooking the third young master. I shall have someone prepare a seat immediately. The elder in the yellow robe, caught under Xiao Zhan's stern gaze, offered a faint smile, showing no sign of regret. Brother Xiao Yan, please sit here. A gentle voice suddenly resonated in the hall, drawing the attention of the three elders to the quiet figure of Xiao Suner in the corner. They hesitated, not daring to speak further. You have once again come to my aid, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, inhaling the faint fragrance of the girl beside him. Brother Xiao Yan, do you know their identities? Xiao Suner quietly inquired, pointing towards the distinguished guests. You know? Xiao Yan turned curiously to her. Did you notice the silver sword embroidered in the cloud pattern on their sleeves? Xiao Suner smiled slightly. Oh, with her reminder. Xiao Yan indeed observed the cloud-shaped silver swords adorning the guest sleeves. Are they from the Cloudlawn sect? He whispered in surprise. What brings them to our family? He questioned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Xiao Suner remained silent for a moment before responding. Perhaps it is related to you, Brother Xiao Yan. Me? I have had no dealings with them, Xiao Yan replied, taken aback, shaking his head in denial. Do you know the name of that girl? Xiao Suner cast a casual glance at the delicate young lady across the hall. What? Xiao Yan's brow furrowed as he pressed for clarification. Nalan Yanran. Xiao Suner's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity as she scrutinized the somewhat stiff Xiao Yan. Nalan Yanran? The granddaughter of the Lionheart Marshal Nalan Jie from the Jaimar Empire? The one betrothed to me by arrangement? Xiao Yan's expression turned rigid as he spoke. My grandfather was once a close friend of Nalan Jie, and coincidentally, you and Nalan Yandan were born at the same time. Thus, the two old men arranged this marriage. However, regrettably, my grandfather passed away due to severe injuries sustained in battle with enemies just 3 years after your birth. As time went by, the relationship between the Xiao and Nalan families gradually weakened. Sun Er paused slightly, gazing at Xiao Yan's wide-open eyes, and could not help but chuckle softly. Nalan Jie, that old man, is not only stubborn in temperament, but also exceedingly concerned about promises. The marriage was a commitment he made with his own mouth. So even though Xiao Yan's reputation has plummeted in recent years, he has yet to send anyone to annul the engagement. That old man is indeed adorably obstinate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Nalan Jie held absolute authority within the family. His words were rarely challenged. Though he was very fond of his granddaughter Nalan Yandan, persuading him to dissolve the engagement would prove quite challenging. Sun Er's beautiful eyes curved playfully as she remarked, however, 5 years ago, Nalan Yandan was personally taken as a disciple by Yun Lanzong's master, Yun Yun. Over the past 5 years, Nalan Yandan has exhibited exceptional talent in cultivation, garnering Yun Yun's utmost affection. When one possesses the power to alter their fate, they will stop at nothing to eliminate those aspects they do not favor. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan, your engagement to her is among the things she finds most unsatisfactory. Are you suggesting she has come to annul the engagement? Xiao Yan's complexion changed, and a surge of anger welled up within him. This anger was not due to Nalan Yandan's disdain for him. Truth be told, although the girl before him was beautiful, Xiao Yan was not a lecherous man driven by base desires. Even if they could not form a union, he would merely feel a customary regret. However, if she were to publicly request the dissolution of the engagement from his father, it would be a tremendous disgrace for his father as the clan leader. Nalan Yandan was not only stunning and charming, but also of noble standing, with extraordinary talent. Anyone discussing this matter would consider Xiao Yan a mere toad wishing to feast upon a swan, only to be trampled underfoot. Such a scenario would not only tarnish Xiao Yan's reputation, but would also render his father a laughingstock, severely undermining his authority. Just then, Xiao Yan's expression darkened suddenly. For the elder across from him, under Nalan Yin Dan's persistent gestures, finally stood up. He, using the Yunlan zone to exert pressure on my father, is it? Nalan Yin truly possesses remarkable tactics. A cold sneer of anger echoed in Xiao Yan's heart. The ensuing events unfolded as described in the original tale. With the elder in white, Gu Yi, and Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan, engaged in a fierce verbal conflict, their confrontation escalating to the brink of battle. Xiao Zhan. Don't forget, you are the clan leader of the Xiao family. As Xiao Zhan prepared to act recklessly, the three elders of the Xiao family simultaneously bellowed. Xiao Yi understood that this was merely the prologue. What followed would be Xiao Yan's extraordinary performance, propelling the narrative to its zenith. Miss Nalan, may I inquire whether the esteemed elder Nalan has consented to the annulment of the engagement today? Since the elder has yet to voice his opinion. I must ask for your understanding. My father will not acquiesce to your demands either. The initial agreement was forged by the patriarchs of both families. And unless they explicitly revoke it, no one dares to dissolve this union. To do so would be to disrespect the deceased ancestors. I believe no one in our clan would commit such an act of defiance, would they? I truly wish to eliminate you. The words dripped with a chilling malice as Xiao Yan's fists clenched, his dark eyes ablaze with fury. Do you require assistance? Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence of the hall. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yan was taken aback to find this enigmatic figure had accompanied him into the hall, and most astonishingly, that no one present had sensed his arrival. Would you like me to assist you in eliminating her? Xiao Yi reiterated his previous inquiry. The gravity of the situation was somewhat lightened by Xiao Yi's unexpected demeanor, leaving Xiao Yan in a state of bemusement amidst the solemn atmosphere. How dare you? The Xiao family's forbidden grounds are not a place for an outsider to intrude. The third elder, still reeling from the earlier embarrassment caused by Xiao Suner, seized the opportunity to assert himself against this apparent friend of Xiao Yan. Silence. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Yi sent the third elder crashing against the wall, leaving him incapacitated. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. Would you like me to assist you in eliminating her? Xiao Yi repeated for the third time. This time the weight of his words resonated profoundly with the onlookers. Can you truly help me eliminate her? Xiao Yan, still reeling from Xiao Yi's earlier display of power, merely followed up with his query. Certainly, provided you enter into a contract with me and pay an adequate price. I can even assist you in obliterating the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yi stated with an air of nonchalance. Presumptuous. To show such disrespect to our sect is a grave offense. The elder Gu Yi, in his white robes, was reluctant to confront this mysterious individual but felt compelled to step forward. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yi simply waved his hand, and the formidable elder Gu Yi was sent crashing against the wall, much like the third elder. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The crowd that had previously clamored for retribution for the third elder now muted. Even Xiao Suner gazed at Xiao Yi with a serious expression. Do you wish to sign the contract? Xiao Yi observed Xiao Yan, who remained somewhat dazed, and gently reminded him. No, that won't be necessary. Once I have elevated my strength, I will seek justice from the Yunlan sect myself. Ultimately, Xiao Yan declined Xiao Yi's offer of assistance. Oh, very well then. I shall take my leave. Do return early to practice, Xiao Yi proclaimed as he strode confidently out of the council chamber, parting the crowd with ease wherever he tread. Chapter 7. Mutual Cultivation. Xiao Yan. Who was that just now? Xiao Zhan inquired, regaining his composure. His name is Xiao Yi, and he possesses a remarkably enigmatic background. He has a penchant for engaging in transactions and forming contracts in all his endeavors, Xiao Yan replied, finally achieving a measure of calm. A contract? Xiao Zhan reflected carefully, realizing he had never encountered such a peculiar individual. Leaving aside how Xiao Yan would manage the aftermath, or whether he could still utter the classic phrase, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. At that moment, Xiao Yi was in an exceptionally jovial mood. He had completed the hidden task, disrupting a marriage engagement. Rewards. Luck in this world. 10 ingots, 500 gold coins, 5,000. Defeating the third elder of the Xiao clan awarded him with the Xiao family's supreme martial arts technique, the Wild Lion's Fury. Level. Intermediate of the profound rank. In the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong, he received 1,000,000 gold coins for his victory. Furthermore, upon vanquishing Gu Yi of the Yunlan sect, he was rewarded with the profound martial art of the Yunlan sect, the Qing Mu sword technique. Level. Low level of the profound rank. He also obtained 3 Qi gathering pills. Not only that, but Xiao Yi had also tested his diminished abilities in this battle. Previously, he had refrained from employing the stone tablet, his most formidable artifact, opting instead to gauge his telekinesis and spatial abilities separately. When Xiao Yi confronted the third elder, he employed telekinesis. Although Xiao Yi effortlessly subdued the third elder, he could still sense an overwhelming pressure. Despite the fact that the third elder's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Great Fighter realm, Xiao Yi anticipated that his telekinetic abilities could exert control over combatants not exceeding the pinnacle of a great fighter, thereby transcending the first tier of power. The application of spatial abilities, however, proved to be remarkably effortless. Xiao Yi, without even discerning the limits of his power, effortlessly hurled Gu Yi against the wall. Consequently, he surmised that his spatial abilities could at least govern formidable warriors of the Doling realm. Upon verifying his own strength, Xiao Yi gradually eased the anxiety that had gripped him. In this world teeming with mighty beings, his prowess at the peak of the Dou Master tier indeed felt somewhat inadequate. This was not mere pessimism on Xiao Yi's part, but rather a realization that, in the foreseeable future, his cultivation would encounter significant stagnation. When Xiao Yi acquired this unnamed cultivation technique, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and attempting to condense the golden core proved to be no simple task. Xiao Yi gleaned from the jade slip of transmission that the golden core realm is categorized into grades, ranging from the lowest 9th grade golden core to the supreme 1st grade golden core. Each elevation in grade heralds a monumental transformation in strength. Above the 1st grade, there exist 3 further tiers: divine, sacred, and celestial. The once anonymous Daoist was, in fact, a possessor of a divine grade golden core. Consequently, in a letter addressed to his successor, the Daoist meticulously elucidated the significance of consolidating the golden core. Cultivators who form golden cores of the 7th to 9th grade are termed as being in the pseudo-golden core stage, while they can cultivate normally. Their maximum attainment is confined to the peak of the refining essence in a Qi stage, which equates to the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Those who refine 4th to 6th grade golden cores are recognized as being in the golden core stage, capable of reaching the apex of the refining Qi into spirit stage, synonymous with the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Conversely, cultivators who successfully refine 1st to 3rd grade golden cores produce what are known as exceptional golden cores, with the potential to ascend to the summit of the refining spirit returning to void stage, which corresponds to the peak of the void realm. The divine, sacred, and celestial golden cores are collectively referred to as superlative golden cores. Any cultivator who can refine a superlative golden core within the golden core realm, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, is destined to surpass the Great Ascension stage and reach the Tribulation stage. Whether they can ultimately pass the trials of the heavenly path and achieve the immortal Tao is contingent upon their individual fortunes. Given Xiao Yi's current aptitude, should he consolidate a golden core, it is certain to exceed the 1st grade, potentially attaining even the sacred grade. However, the prospect of refining a celestial grade golden core is utterly beyond reach. This endeavor necessitates not only extraordinary talent but also specialized refining techniques. On the Jinlan star, throughout eons, countless prodigious talents with extraordinary gifts have emerged by sheer chance. Yet all of these individuals' golden cores ultimately halted at the sacred grade, with none transcending to the celestial grade. The once unknown Daoist, initially an inconspicuous ordinary cultivator, acquired the method for refining celestial grade golden cores during a perilous adventure. Subsequently, he sought entry into the Tianhui sect on Jinlan star, gradually distinguishing himself among billions of beings, rising to become one of the most prominent figures on the star. The technique he obtained essentially involves utilizing the flames he possesses to perform a second refining on a sufficiently solidified golden core, resulting in a qualitative transformation that elevates the golden core to the celestial grade. While the principle is straightforward, without the accompaniment of specialized techniques, success through mere conjecture is nearly impossible. However, due to the limitations of the Daoist's innate talent, even with postnatal compensations, he could only reach the level of a divine grade golden core, a fact that left him with a lingering sense of regret. Xiao Yi originally aspired to follow the path of the nameless sage, cultivating the heavenly fire, using it as a catalyst, his body as a furnace, and the golden elixir as a seed to achieve an unparalleled elixir, ultimately transcending to an immortal grade. However, after arriving in the world of battle through the heavens, his initial thoughts gradually faded. This realm is a wondrous convergence of flames, as long as Xiao Yi collects sufficient fire. Attaining his immortal-grade golden elixir is merely a dream realized. Master Yao, do you believe that the burning decision can be cultivated alongside my current technique? Xiao Yi inquired suddenly upon returning to his courtyard. This burning decision is merely a method to refine exotic flames and condense one's essence. While your technique primarily enhances the strength of the soul, one focuses on physical development, the other on soul refinement. Theoretically, they should not conflict, Master Yao replied, albeit uncertainly. Very well, please grant me the burning decision. I wish to cultivate it, Xiao Yi stated without hesitation. Consider this carefully. Such an endeavor carries significant risks. Furthermore, the technique you are currently practicing undoubtedly surpasses the quality of heavenly-grade techniques. There is no necessity to simultaneously cultivate an uncertain method, cautioned Master Yao. Being Xiao Yi's mentor, he naturally wished to protect him from unnecessary peril. Rest assured, Master, I will exercise caution, and I have compelling reasons to pursue this. Xiao Yi boldly addressed his mentor for the first time. Indeed, Xiao Yi possessed his own rationale. The process of refining the immortal-grade golden elixir with exotic flames does not inherently require the burning decision, akin to an alchemist. He merely needs to merge a single exotic flame. Xiao Yi chose to cultivate the burning decision not only for its capacity for infinite evolution, but also for its unique ability to continuously refine the body using exotic flames during the training process. The principal drawback of traditional cultivation methods lies in the later stages, where the body becomes a vulnerability. Despite formidable offensive power, a close encounter can prove fatal. In contrast, the martial arts techniques permit simultaneous enhancement of both energy and physical form, allowing the body to transform into a potent weapon in battle. Currently, Xiao Yi's cultivation level is still rather rudimentary, making it an opportune moment for dual cultivation. Even if the two methods conflict, Xiao Yi can easily choose to abandon both and restart his training anew. Xiaoyan, your back needs to arch a bit higher, by at least 1 more centimeter. The meat is nearly burnt. Hurry and eat before resuming your practice. During the subsequent period, Xiao Yi became exceedingly busy. In addition to guiding Xiao Yan's training each day, he also endeavored to practice the burning decision and the condensing pill technique, leading to a remarkably fulfilling existence. Naturally, following his previous display of prowess, Xiao Yan's courtyard became lively, with visitors frequently arriving to propose trades with Xiao Yi. While I wholeheartedly welcome trade, one must possess suitable treasures. These mere scraps are hardly worth the cost of a scroll. How could one expect to engage in a transaction? Xiao Yi lamented weakly from his reclining chair. Xiao Yan was at a loss for words. Recently, he had once again become the focus of the family. Although his cultivation had not significantly advanced, having a mentor like Xiao Yi instilled a newfound respect among the family members, and none dared to mock him anymore. In fact, each encounter with Xiao Yan now elicited sycophantic expressions. However, after 3 years of hardship, although Xiao Yan regained his status, he wasted not a moment, often pausing only when Xiao Yi instructed him to rest. These 3 years had imparted a profound understanding. True strength is the foundation of this world. Despite the respect he now commanded, without Xiao Yi, he would still be the same useless Xiao Yan. As his body refining technique deepened, the aura surrounding Xiao Yan underwent a notable transformation. The confidence he once possessed gradually returned, dispelling any remnants of his previous insecurities. Xiao Yan, pause for a moment. Xiao Yi halted the exhausted Xiao Yan mid-practice. What's wrong? My body hasn't reached its limit yet. Xiao Yan queried with a hint of confusion. I am aware. But your body is beginning to struggle, Xiao Yi remarked, observing Xiao Yan's apparent weight loss. I understand. But the Xiao family simply lacks the funds to provide me with more magical beast meat, Xiao Yan replied, somewhat helplessly. After all, the Xiao family cannot allocate all resources to a single individual. Oh, I see. Here is a card with 100,000 gold coins. Take it for now. If it proves insufficient, feel free to ask for more. Xiao Yi handed a black card to Xiao Yan, saying, Xiao Yan, I cannot accept your money. You have already assisted me immensely. Xiao Yan, with sincerity, declined to take the card from Xiao Yi's hand. Moreover, the reason the Xiao family has ceased supplying beast meat is that there is a scarcity of it in Wutan City. He informed Xiao Yi. How can that be possible? Wutan City is so vast, and it lacks beast meat? Xiao Yi responded, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. This was not surprising. The distance from here to the Monster Mountain range was considerable, and the value of beast meat was negligible compared to that of magic cores or other useful components from magical beasts. Hence, no mercenary group would squander their precious spatial rings to carry such worthless items. Typically, after slaying magical beasts, aside from the most delectable parts, their remains would be discarded. The presence of beast meat in Wutan City was primarily due to some large restaurants procuring it at great expense from certain channels, so naturally, it was not abundant. At this moment, the well-informed Yao Lao stepped in to clarify Xiao Yi's confusion. However, the absence of beast meat will significantly hinder Xiao Yan's progress. Although he is currently diligent in his training, his pace is still not as swift as yours was when you trained. He has barely managed to master the 90th movement. And this is only due to his exceptionally solid foundation. In fact, you may be mistaken in some aspects. Restoring the energy lost by the body is not solely reliant on beast meat. Medicinal pills can achieve this as well. Yao Lao remarked with a smile. Medicinal pills? Xiao Yi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, many low-level medicinal pills possess the ability to replenish the body's energy. Yao Lao affirmed. Not only that, but this will not only help Xiao Yan resolve his training issues, but you yourself will also gain a deeper understanding of alchemy. Yao Lao advised Xiao Yi. During this period, Xiao Yi had been by Xiao Yan's side, and although he had learned much theoretical knowledge from Yao Lao, knowledge alone is insufficient. Only through practical experience can it be transformed into true skill. All right, let's proceed with this. Xiao Yan, you continue your training, and I will take a stroll around Wutan City. As he spoke, Xiao Yi stood up and walked towards the courtyard exit. Yao Lao, what do I need to purchase? Xiao Yi asked the elder within the ring. As an alchemist, it is essential to possess a good cauldron. This time, I will teach you to concoct a foundational spirit liquid based on my original formula, which primarily consists of 3 complete purple leaf orchid grasses, 2 bone-washing flowers, and 1 wood-type magic core. The efficacy of the purple leaf orchid improves with age. Yao Lao patiently explained to Xiao Yi. I wish to buy a slightly better cauldron. Xiao Yi stated as he made his way directly to the middle auction house, addressing a female attendant who greeted him. You are an alchemist? The female attendant asked in astonishment. Me? I suppose so. Is there something you wish to inquire about? Xiao Yi inquired with curiosity. Is there a problem? No. Not at all. However, such a substantial transaction exceeds my authority. Please wait in the reception area. I will promptly summon our chief auctioneer, Ye Fei, to assist you. Though the attendant was taken aback by Xiao Yi's youth, she dutifully reported the matter to Ye Fei. Chapter 9. The First Alchemy Greetings. Are you the one interested in purchasing the alchemical furnace? I am Ye Fei, the chief auctioneer of this establishment. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a crimson robe addressed Xiao Yi with a voice so enchanting it sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Yi lifted his head and beheld a stunningly beautiful woman accompanied by an elderly gentleman with slightly graying hair, entering the reception area. Hello. Indeed. I am in search of a superior alchemical cauldron, along with various herbs. Xiao Yi stated succinctly. Pardon my intrusion, but are you an alchemist? The elderly gentleman suddenly inquired. Xiao Yi glanced at the elderly man behind the enchanting Ye Fei. This is Master Gu and I, a second-tier alchemist at our auction house. Ye Fei introduced him to Xiao Yi. Greetings, I am Xiao Yi. As of now, I cannot truly call myself an alchemist, merely an apprentice alchemist. Xiao Yi candidly admitted without any pretensions. You are indeed the master of Xiaoyan. How remarkably youthful you are. Ye Fei expressed her surprise, aware that Xiao Yi's prowess was at least at the Douling level. Are you considering a beginner's cauldron? Gu and I smiled at Xiao Yi. That is unnecessary. My spiritual perception is quite heightened, allowing me to control up to 4 cauldrons simultaneously. Xiao Yi replied to Gu and I. What? You can control 4 cauldrons? Gu and I exclaimed, taken aback by Xiao Yi's declaration. Is there an issue? Xiao Yi queried, bemused by Gu Ni's astonishment. Not at all. I am merely awed by your talent. Gu and I recovered, a hint of apology in his tone. Do you have any quality cauldrons available? Xiao Yi continued his inquiry. Ah, Mr. Xiao, your timing is impeccable. This morning, we received a cauldron crafted from the essence of flame, forged by the renowned master He heir of the Jiama Empire. This cauldron not only enhances combat flames but also incorporates rare metals that can significantly improve the success rate of alchemical processes. It is a dual cauldron. And such items are currently favored by alchemists in the Jiama Empire, Ye Fei elaborated, her eyes sparkling with charm. Very well, I shall take this dual cauldron. Additionally, I require 300 stalks of aged purple leaf orchid, 200 bone-washing flowers, and 100 wood element magic cores. Xiao Yi directly communicated his needs to Ye Fei without hesitation. Understood, please hold on. We have all these items in stock, and I will prepare them for you shortly. Yafei, who had ascended to the position of chief auctioneer not solely due to her beauty but also her astute capabilities, assured him, "Excellent. These items suit me perfectly. How much will it total?" The cauldron costs 150,000 gold coins, while the herbs amount to 100,000 gold coins, bringing the total to 250,000 gold coins. Furthermore, here is a VIP card for the Tamir auction house. With this card, you will receive preferential treatment at any Tamir family auction venue, and the tax rate will be reduced from 5% to 2%. Yafei presented a crystal card adorned with the Tamir family crest to Xiao Yi. "Thank you. I shall visit frequently." As Xiao Yi spoke, she handed a black card to Yafei. "Master Gu and I, is this truly worthwhile? The other party is merely an apprentice alchemist, yet you have instructed me to relinquish the sole golden VIP card at the auction to them." After Xiao Yi departed, Yafei addressed Master Gu and I. "You are not an alchemist, and therefore do not comprehend the significance of soul perception. In the realm of alchemy, one's advancement is contingent upon two pivotal factors: the possession of a formidable flame and the capacity for profound soul perception, which facilitates increasingly precise control over the flame's transformations. Although I am currently a second-tier alchemist, my soul perception allows me to manage only 3 cauldrons. Even among second-tier alchemists, I stand out as exceptional. In contrast, that Xiao Yi, even without cultivation, has already attained the ability to control 4 cauldrons with her soul perception, which speaks volumes of her potential. Furthermore, she is backed by a powerful alchemist mentor. Xiao Yi, I shall now demonstrate the technique for concocting the Foundation Establishment Elixir. You must pay close attention." In the tranquil confines of the chamber, the elder alchemist grasped a sprig of purple-leafed orchid with his left hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a brief moment, he exhaled gently, and suddenly, a flicker of pale flames erupted forth from his palm. The instant the flames manifested, the temperature within the room surged considerably. With unwavering focus on the ethereal white flames, Xiao Yi felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Although he possessed a fundamental understanding of the alchemical process, witnessing such raw energy manifesting as tangible force, effortlessly produced, was a feat that even he found daunting to replicate. With a demeanor of calm, the elder's white flames flickered slightly, consuming the purple-leafed orchid in an instant. The flames churned, and within moments, the orchid was reduced to a small pool of verdant liquid. He then seized another sprig of the orchid with his right hand and cast it directly into the white flames. After incorporating all 3 sprigs, the green liquid noticeably expanded. Within the flames, the liquid writhed continuously, subjected to the relentless heat that refined its impurities. As the flames continued their work, the green liquid gradually diminished in volume, until only a thumb-sized portion remained. Next, the elder introduced 2 bones cleansing flowers into the flames, allowing them to be incinerated and subsequently merged into the green liquid. The subsequent step involved refining the magical crystal. This intricate process unfolded over the course of an hour, yet the elder displayed no signs of fatigue, maintaining a spirited demeanor throughout. By the end of the hour, the once solid crystal had been transformed into a light green liquid. The volatile energy contained within it meticulously purified by the elder's remarkable alchemical prowess. As the white flames in his palm gradually receded, they eventually vanished entirely. Gazing at a single droplet of liquid, reminiscent of jade, suspended in the elder's palm, Xiao Yi rubbed his hands together, his extraordinary perceptive abilities allowing him to sense the abundant energy contained within it. "This is the foundation-building elixir I crafted using extraordinary flames. Now, I will refine it again using this 2-cupped alchemical cauldron. Observe the differences closely," the elder announced, proceeding to recreate the foundation-building elixir in the cauldron. Although the techniques employed were identical, the time required for this method was thrice as long, while the elixirs both boasted a vibrant green hue. Xiao Yi discerned that the elixir produced in the cauldron was noticeably paler in color compared to the previous concoction. "Now it's your turn to give it a try. Do not fret. The materials purchased this time are merely for you to practice with," the elder reassured Xiao Yi, sensing a hint of apprehension. Xiao Yi endeavored to unleash the formidable Dou Qi acquired through his mastery of the burning decision, and compared to his own true energy. This Dou Qi exuded a volatile aura, rendering it exceedingly challenging to control. Following the alchemical procedures outlined by the esteemed Yao Lao, Xiao Yi meticulously engaged in the process of refinement. Thanks to his extraordinary intellect, he rehearsed each step in his mind countless times before commencing the actual melting process. How is this possible? Yao Lao exclaimed in astonishment, observing Xiao Yi's flawless execution. Such an impressive performance during his inaugural attempt at alchemy defied any conventional notions of talent. It was beyond mere genius. Had it been any other formula, Yao Lao might have presumed Xiao Yi had previously encountered and prepared it innumerable times. However, this foundational spirit liquid was Yao Lao's exclusive secret, known to no one else in the world. Xiao Yi's proficiency could only suggest one possibility: he was a natural-born alchemist, inherently sensitive to the properties of fire and medicinal herbs, and possessed an extraordinary mastery over flames, achieving such remarkable results on his very first attempt. Chapter 10. Foundational Spirit Liquid. As anticipated, Xiao Yi successfully crafted the foundational spirit liquid on his first endeavor, and in terms of both quality and efficacy, it rivaled that of Yao Lao's own creations. Yao Lao, I am astonished by what you have accomplished, Yao Lao remarked, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Words caught in his throat. Master, how did I perform? Xiao Yi inquired earnestly. Very well indeed, but do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. Remember, the foundational spirit liquid is merely the most rudimentary of elixirs. Given your peak Daoist cultivation, completing it independently does not warrant excessive pride. Yao Lao, as a mentor, was mindful not to instill a false sense of ease regarding the art of alchemy. Understood. I shall dedicate myself to mastering alchemy. Xiao Yi wholeheartedly agreed with Yao Lao's counsel. Witnessing Xiao Yi's earnest demeanor, Yao Lao felt a flush of warmth. He reminisced about his own initial foray into alchemy, which had been fraught with countless failures before he independently concocted a basic elixir, a feat that had elicited joy and celebration within his sect, leaving him secretly pleased for a considerable time. In stark contrast, Yao Lao could not help but reflect on how laughable his own past accomplishments seemed when compared to Xiao Yi's innate talent. His own gifts paled in comparison, akin to the flickering glow of a firefly beside the brilliance of the full moon. Xiao Yin, this is the foundational spirit liquid I have crafted. Use it to aid your cultivation of the body refinement technique. Xiao Yi presented the elixir to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yi, expressing gratitude once more would be somewhat excessive. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. If I utter even a word of refusal, I shall deem my existence in this world a failure. Xiao Yin sincerely addressed Xiao Yi. Throughout, Xiao Yi had unconditionally assisted him. Even though a contract had been signed previously, Xiao Yin incurred no genuine loss. On the contrary, he had sent away the esteemed medicinal elder, while he himself gained an unparalleled foundational cultivation method. Undoubtedly, this transaction had favored Xiao Yin. If it could be said that the loss of the medicinal elder was an uncertain gain or loss for Xiao Yin, then the meticulous guidance from Xiao Yi and his current generosity in providing spiritual herbs could only be viewed as unequivocal support for Xiao Yin. This sentiment had been etched in Xiao Yin's heart, never to be forgotten. Is it truly as simple as consuming this? Xiao Yin inquired, blinking and gazing curiously at the spiritual liquid in his hand. If you wish for demise, simply ingest it. With your current meridians, you shall swiftly become a true waste. With a sidelong glance at Xiao Yin, Xiao Yi flicked his finger, causing the emerald liquid to cascade into a basin of clear water within the room. Instantly, the pristine water transformed into a vibrant blue hue. From now on, you shall cultivate within this mixture. With your innate talent for cultivation, you will rapidly master the body refining technique. Once you have absorbed this concoction, inform me, and I shall provide you with another batch of foundational spiritual liquid. Do not hesitate to use it on my account. I possess an abundance, Xiao Yi declared, clapping his hands with a smile. Xiao Yin was filled with joy, eagerly nodding in response. The warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting delicate patches of light that adorned the tidy room. Within the confines of this space, the young boy, bare of clothing, assumed a peculiar posture. His eyes were tightly shut, with only his head above the surface of the water. The wooden basin was filled with a verdant liquid that shimmered with an otherworldly glow as it gently swayed, evoking a sense of enchantment. The boy's chest rose and fell rhythmically, and as time passed in his meditative practice, the green liquid began to emit a faint stream of energy, ascending slowly with a hint of emerald hue, eventually infiltrating his being with each breath. As this ethereal energy entered him, Xiao Yin's once frail physique, a result of excessive training in body refinement techniques, began to regain its fullness and strength, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to warm jade. Tasting the sweetness of success, the boy did not relent. His eyes remained closed, yet his body undulated in the water, twisting like a lively creature. With a greater challenge before him, he executed a more complex movement. Upon completing this action, the external green energy surged towards him with an almost frenzied velocity, penetrating his body until he fully acclimated to the new posture, at which point the energy's influx slowed. Days passed in relentless dedication to his training, while the sunlight filtering through the window gradually waned, and the oppressive heat began to subside. In the basin, the boy, eyes still shut, inhaled the final stream of energy, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. After a brief moment, his dark eyes burst open, a flash of white light flickering within, now tinged with a subtle hint of green. Gently exhaling a breath of stagnant air from his chest, the boy, with renewed vigor, blinked his eyes and abruptly stood, allowing the cool droplets of water to cascade from his body. Stretching languidly, he reveled in the omnipresent strength coursing through him, murmuring in awe. The body refinement technique is truly remarkable. Even when I first ascended to the rank of fighter, my physical prowess was nowhere near this level, and I have merely reached a minor accomplishment in this technique. As his training deepened, Xiao Yi increasingly recognized the formidable nature of the body refinement technique. It did not enhance the absorption rate of fighting energy. Rather, in the absence of adequate nourishment, the body would absorb fighting energy as sustenance for the refinement process. Consequently, after half a month of training, Xiao Yi's fighting energy remained at the 4th tier, yet he understood that profound transformations had occurred within his physique. The practice of body refinement had utterly altered Xiao Yi's innate qualities. The once broad meridians, following his ascension to fighter status, had reached an extraordinary caliber through this training, their fortitude now incomparable. Even more astonishing was the realization that this technique could significantly amplify a human's natural attributes. With his current strength and speed, Xiao Yi felt confident in his ability to prevail against those at the 9th tier of fighting energy, even without its application. Though the days of training seemed monotonous, for Xiao Yi, who had endured 3 years of scorn and derision, this was merely a trifling matter. The taunts he had suffered made him acutely aware of the paramount importance of strength in this realm. Despite the austere nature of his life, the fruits of his labor and training brought him immense joy. Within half a month, he had completed the body refinement technique, officially becoming the flawless body as described by the esteemed Yao Lao. Chapter 11. Sealing in the span of a month, Xiao Yi had astonishingly mastered the body refinement technique. Although aided by the foundational spirit liquid, it was undeniably his unwavering dedication to training that played a crucial role. From this day forth, you may officially begin cultivating fighting energy, he was told, but do not cease your body refinement practice. Each day, you must push your body to the brink of discomfort to fulfill your task. The body refinement technique will continually transform the density of your physique. Xiao Yi, without any reservation, imparted his experiences to Xiao Yi. Here are 3 qi gathering pills for you. Use them freely until you reach the pinnacle of the Dou Master realm. The period will solely be one of accumulating Dou qi. He continued, I have certain matters to attend to and will be leaving Wutan City for a while. I shall return to witness your coming-of-age ceremony. During this period, due to their teaching relationship, the bond between Xiao Yi and Xiao Yi had grown increasingly intimate, evolving towards a master-disciple dynamic. Though neither had explicitly acknowledged it, Xiao Yi's increasingly respectful demeanor spoke volumes. System. Am I able to bring Yao Lao's soul into the main world? Xiao Yi inquired. No, the system replied. The moment Yao Lao's soul enters the main world, it will be detected by the world's consciousness. At that point, not only will Yao Lao's soul be annihilated, but you, the host, will also face repercussions. The system elucidated this matter, concerned that any miscommunication might lead Xiao Yi to make a grave error. Master, you may have sensed that I am not of this world. I am here solely for cultivation. I have some matters in another realm that require my return for a few days. During this time, I hope you can endure the confinement of this secret chamber, Xiao Yi earnestly expressed to Yao Lao. I do not pry into your past. Just know that you will always be my disciple. Yao Chun, Yao Lao replied sternly. In the villa's secret chamber, a figure suddenly materialized, surveying the surroundings. Noticing no signs of disturbance, he settled down to assess the gains and losses from this traversal. Name, Xiao Yi Cultivation. Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Attribute Points, 570 gold, 1335 coins, 27999 silver, 9 Cultivation Techniques, Body Refinement Technique, Perfection, Unnamed Technique. Pinnacle of Foundation Establishment, Furious Lioness Roar. Mid-level Profound Stage, Greenwood Sword Technique. Low-level Profound Stage, Martial Skills. Basic Martial Skills, Proficient, 72 transformations, max level, Qi Bomb, skilled. Capable of various transformations, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, max level, Qi Wave, advanced skill of Qi Bomb. Giant Ape transformation, max level. Abilities, Carrot transformation technique, max level. Telekinesis, max level. Super intelligence spatial ability, max level. Mind reading, max level. Fortune in the Dou Po Cang Qiong world. 30-time ratio, adjustable. Can reach a maximum of 130. In the span of a month within the Dou Po Cang Qiong, aside from a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Xiao Yi noted that other aspects had not changed considerably. However, he remained uncertain about the utility of the fortune he possessed in the Dou Po Cang Qiong world. After checking the time, he discovered that 3 days had passed, aligning perfectly with his expectations. System, can I adjust this time ratio at will? Xiao Yi inquired of the system, which informed him that it could only adjust the time ratio between the main world and the new worlds. And the time ratio between the two new worlds could not exceed the limit of 30 times. Very well. Set the time ratio between the main world and the Dragon Ball world as well as the Dou Po Cang Qiong world to 1. Xiao Yi commanded the system. As Xiao Yi stepped out of his room, he noticed Bai Miaoshan playing with their daughter Wan in the hall. Upon spotting Xiao Yi, Wan dashed toward him. Hey, Daddy, I've missed you so much. Xiao Yi scooped up his daughter, lifting her into the air, which made her giggle with delight. Did you not go to the fish shop? Xiao Yi asked, puzzled, for it was 10 in the morning. A time when Bai Miaoshan would typically be at the fish shop. The fish shop has been shut down. Bai Miaoshan's expression turned from joy to anger upon hearing Xiao Yi's words. What happened? Is everyone at home all right? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow in concern. Don't worry. It seems our fish shop was doing exceptionally well. 3 days ago, a group came to discuss investing in it. We don't need any financing for our shop, and since you were in seclusion at the time, I directly refused their proposal. However, shortly after they left, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau sealed the shop on the grounds of tax evasion, and they wouldn't even let us take the fish. Bai Miaoshan recounted the events succinctly. Why haven't I seen Dad and Mom? Xiao Yi asked, perplexed. It was understandable if his father was unavailable, but his mother, who usually cared for Wan, was also missing. They didn't know when you would emerge from seclusion. So they decided to seek your uncle to see if he could help with the situation regarding our valuable fish, Bai Miaoshan explained. All right, I will handle this matter. Just as they were speaking, Xiao Yi's parents entered the room. Father, Mother, you're back. Seeing their somewhat grim expressions, Xiao Yi approached them. Xiao Yi, you finally come out. How was your retreat? Was it smooth? His parents did not immediately address the fish shop issue but instead expressed concern for his training. Don't worry. You know the body refinement technique is quite peculiar in its movements but poses no real danger. Xiao Yi reassured them. By the way, did you meet with your uncle? What did he say? Xiao Yi, sensing the outcome from his parents' expressions, still inquired. Your uncle made a few phone calls, but it seems they were of little help. He doesn't know who was behind the closure of our shop either. He advised us that if their demands are reasonable, we should consider complying, as their influence appears to be significant. Xiao Yi's father replied, his face reflecting anger. These are merely trifles. Recently, I embarked on a collaborative project with the government, which has afforded me the opportunity to meet several influential figures. Behold, this is my current identification, which falls directly under central jurisdiction, rendering local authorities powerless to apprehend me. In order to alleviate his parents' concerns, Xiao Yi reluctantly handed over the recently acquired academic credential from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to his father. Is this credential authentic? Zhao's father was utterly unaware of when his son had suddenly transformed into a scientist. Naturally, I shall take charge of this matter, Xiao Yi said with a smile to his family. Chapter 12. Crisis. Hello. Is this Luo Xiao? This is Xiao Yi. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi picked up the phone and called Luo Xiao. Mr. Xiao, greetings. How may I assist you? Luo Xiao responded with surprise upon receiving Xiao Yi's call. I am encountering a minor predicament and am unsure of who might assist me in resolving it. Xiao Yi explained to Luo Xiao. What sort of predicament are you facing? Luo Xiao inquired. Xiao Yi proceeded to convey the general circumstances over the phone. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused to you and your family, Luo Xiao assured him over the line. Xiao Yi, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau has called to inform us that we can resume normal operations. Bai Miao exclaimed joyfully to Xiao Yi. Excellent. Please summon all the staff back. I will accompany you this afternoon. Xiao Yi expressed his satisfaction with Luo Xiao's efficiency. Xiao Yi tore open the seal affixed by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and stepped into his own shop. A multitude of ornamental fish languished at the bottom of their tank, striving to minimize movement and conserve energy. Upon hearing the sounds at the entrance, they peered towards the door, momentarily stunned by the presence of the staff, before erupting into a frenzy, darting to the surface, with a few even leaping joyfully out of the water. Seeing that none of the fish had perished, only appearing somewhat listless, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After all, these ornamental fish were worth millions. It would have been a dreadful loss if they had indeed starved. Xiao Zhang, please feed these ornamental fish. But remember not to overfeed them. We don't want them to bloat. Xiao Lu, open all the doors and windows in the room. The rest of you, please commence cleaning. Bai Miaoxin directed with remarkable composure. Kiki, you truly are a competent proprietress. Xiao Yi remarked, intrigued by this side of Bai Miaoxin he had never witnessed before. How annoying. There are people watching. Bai Miaoxin maintained her authoritative demeanor in front of the employees, but Xiao Yi's comment made her blush profusely. Hello, this is Xiao Yi. He answered the call from Luo Xiao, sensing that there was likely news regarding the situation. Mr. Xiao, I have obtained information through special channels that the mastermind behind this incident is Chen Qiong, the chairman of Qiong Logistics, Luo Xiao informed him. Chen Qiong? Xiao Yi had no recollection of this name, nor had he heard of the logistics company. Qiong Logistics is a relatively new company, not widely known. But Chen Qiong's background is quite formidable, Luo Xiao explained, detecting Xiao Yi's confusion. Chen Qiong is the grandson of the current head of the Ling Nanshan clan. You may not be familiar with the Ling Nanshan family, but you have certainly heard of their enterprise, Foling Motors, which was the top-selling brand nationwide last year. It belongs to his family, Luo Xiao revealed, surprising Xiao Yi. Are you suggesting that their target is not my ornamental fish store, but rather my magnetic levitation technology? Xiao Yi quickly pieced the situation together. This is merely our speculation, but the likelihood is substantial, Luo Xiao replied. I recall that we signed a contract just 3 days ago. Although I understand that the identity of the inventor of the magnetic levitation technology will soon become public knowledge. Receiving backlash from the outside world merely 3 days after signing a contract with the government is exceedingly disheartening, Xiao Yi expressed his frustration. To establish a massive automobile production park in a short time frame, we must rely on existing facilities and equipment. There is no alternative. Luo Xiao offered a somewhat feeble explanation. As for how you plan to handle Chen Qiong, I am uncertain, he added. Xiao Yi continued to inquire. We have issued a warning to the Qin family of Ling An, and they have formally responded, assuring that they will not take covert actions against you and your family, but will engage in standard business negotiations instead. Rest assured, the state will compensate you for your losses at the market price. We will also take stringent action against those involved from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Perhaps due to the recent leak, Luo Xiao has prioritized Xiao Yi's interests in handling this matter. May I ask if Mr. Xiao Yi is present? Shortly after Xiao Yi set down the phone, a knock echoed from outside the door. Is it you? Do you dare to come here? Bai Miaoxin exclaimed sharply upon seeing the visitors. Miaoxin, who are they? Xiao Yi questioned, perplexed. They are the investors I mentioned to you earlier. Bai Miaoxin replied, somewhat incensed. A few? Xiao Yi regarded the individuals before him with indifference. We sincerely apologize for resorting to such measures due to our inability to reach you previously. We will compensate you double for the losses incurred. The young leader spoke courteously. Who are you? Xiao Yi asked, intrigued by the somewhat haughty young man. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Qiong, a member of the Chun family from Lingnan. You may have heard that our family is involved in the automotive industry. We have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you, having learned of your independent development of magnetic levitation technology. Despite Chen Qiong's polite words, Xiao Yi discerned a trace of arrogance in his demeanor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have already entered into a partnership with the state. As you must be aware, Xiao Yi firmly declined. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. This world possesses many extraordinary treasures unknown to you. For a wealthy individual such as yourself, a treasure that extends life by 10 years is far more substantial than mere money. As he spoke, Chen Qiong carefully extracted a porcelain vial from his pocket. What is this? Xiao Yi inquired, gazing at the vial with uncertainty. It is a longevity elixir. One dose can extend an ordinary person's life by 10 years. Chen Qiong declared with pride, this is a potion I have brought back from my sect. When mixed with water, it forms a medicinal bath that greatly enhances the practice of body refinement techniques, coupled with the previous consumption of meat. I believe that in a short time, everyone will successfully complete their training. As Xiao Yi spoke to the family, who were sipping tea, He could not help but reflect on Chen Xiaoyang's previous pallor and the sinister thoughts that had occupied his mind. He was compelled to confront the safety of his family. Although Luo Xiao had assured him that they would not covertly harm him or his loved ones, Xiao Yi, having learned that they were individuals from the hidden sect, no longer entertained any illusions regarding Luo Xiao's words. It was all too easy for members of the hidden sect to eliminate someone without a trace. Chapter 13. Canaan Academy. The simplest method of preventing danger is to possess formidable strength, rendering all schemes and conspiracies powerless in the face of absolute power. The world is indeed remarkable. It is said that there exist legendary elixirs that can extend human life, albeit only affecting ordinary individuals. Xiao Yi marveled at the longevity pill presented by Chen Xiaoyang. In fact, such longevity pills also exist in the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong. But they are sixth-grade pills known as the Qingming longevity pill, which Xiao Yi, with his current cultivation level, could not possibly refine. What a pity, Xiao Yi lamented. If only Chen Xiaoyang knew the exact origin of this longevity pill, we could trace it back and acquire the formula. It seems that if the opportunity arises, a visit to the hidden sect would be worthwhile. They certainly possess many valuable treasures. Xiao Yi mused. Xiaoxin, raise your leg higher and lean your body forward. Dad, lift your head a bit more. Mom, lower your waist a little. Grandpa, Nuan, don't run away. To hasten his family's completion of the body refinement technique, Xiao Yi reluctantly took on the role of a full-time caretaker in the villa, constantly correcting the training postures of the 4 family members while also attending to his daughter. Nuan, finally completed. These past 2 months have been quite arduous. Xiao Yi sighed in relief as he observed his mother, the slowest to master the technique, finally finish her training. Mr. Xiao, you have finally returned my call. Luo Xiao exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. What is it? Xiao Yi inquired. Having kept his phone off due to instructing his family in body refinement, the maglev car production facility has been completed. When can you visit the site and explain the principles of maglev cars to our engineers? Luo Xiao urged eagerly. I am currently engaged in an important experiment and cannot spare the time. How about this? In half a month, you can come and pick me up, and I will accompany you to tour the newly constructed car production facility. Xiao Yi contemplated and replied to Luo Xiao. Xiao Yi's decision stemmed from his desire to return to the world of Dou Po Cang Qiong, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible, amassing sufficient resources for the impending crisis. Naturally, he also wished to seek out a few protective treasures in that world before the storm arrived. It is important to note that while his family had successfully mastered the body refinement technique, his daughter, Nuan, remained an ordinary 1-year-old without any cultivation. Moreover, other relatives had yet to undertake the body refinement practice, complicating matters further. As Xiao Yi found himself at a loss on how to persuade them to willingly embrace this training. Miao Xian, during this time, take good care of Nuan. You know that I turned down that group of individuals last time. They are all cultivators, so we must exercise extra caution. I need to seclude myself for a while to forge a few protective treasures. If any insurmountable troubles arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Do not face them alone. Xiao Yi earnestly advised by Miao Xian, making her aware of the stakes involved. Understood. I will look after Nuan during this period, and you must also be careful. By Miao Xian replied, her concern evident as she gazed at Xiao Yi. At their residence in Wuten City, Xiao Yi greeted, Teacher, I have returned. Back so soon. I trust your journey was smooth? The aged alchemist, Yao Lao, responded with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I intended to be home for just a few days, but it unexpectedly turned into over 2 months, Xiao Yi replied with a hint of regret. Not to worry. I have not wasted these 2 months. I have been absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stone you provided. It has not only replenished my soul with ample energy, but also gives me a faint sense of evolving to a higher realm. This spirit stone is indeed a remarkable treasure. Yao Lao expressed his delight to Xiao Yi. I am glad it has been beneficial for you, Xiao Yi remarked, equally astonished by the transformation. Teacher, do you know where I might find the existence of exotic fire in this world? Xiao Yi inquired. The nearest and most accessible source would be the fallen heart flame within the Jianan Academy. I previously received intelligence indicating that there exists a type of known as the fallen heart flame, ranked 14th on the exotic fire ranking list. If you can acquire this, it may very well allow the burning decision to evolve. Yao Lao cautioned. However, I must advise you once more. Although you are currently practicing the low-grade yellow level burning decision, due to the body refinement technique, all your meridians have been opened, and even their width has reached an extraordinary level. Therefore, The spiritual energy you gain from each realm of cultivation is not inferior to that obtained from high-grade, heavenly-level fighting techniques. And for the burning decision to evolve, it must devour. Do bear in mind that is inherently a destructive and violent entity, not only rare to encounter, but also, who can guarantee success in its consumption if one does come across it? In the beginning, I nearly met my demise while striving to acquire this ethereal cold fire. As the venerable Yao Lao fervently implored Xiao Yi, "Do you not wish to be resurrected?" Xiao Yi, observing Yao Lao's unwavering attempts to dissuade him, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, you are aware, Yao Lao seemed to validate the conjectures within his heart. I merely do not wish for your choices to be swayed due to my own circumstances. Yao Lao replied somewhat reluctantly. Teacher, please do not overthink this. My decision to pursue the burning decision stems solely from personal motives and bears no relation to you. Xiao Yi earnestly clarified. As Xiao observed the misunderstanding unfold, he found himself increasingly valuing the elder pharmacist. The words he initially intended to articulate were swallowed back. Perhaps this was for the best. There remains over a year until the next enrollment at Canaan Academy, and I advise against joining as a student. The disparity between you and ordinary prodigies is simply too vast. Entering Canaan Academy in such a capacity could well lead to adverse effects, attracting undue attention. The elder pharmacist remarked, leaving Xiao momentarily stunned. What do you mean? He inquired, despite having guessed the implication. Directly apply for a position as a mentor at Canaan Academy. The elder pharmacist asserted with conviction. Apply for a mentor? Xiao hesitated, acknowledging that although his power had reached the doling level, his true realm remained merely at the pinnacle of Dou Master, while the minimum hiring standard for mentors at Canaan Academy is Great Dou Master. Chapter 14. Dou techniques. Are you concerned about your cultivation? Do not fret, I have considered it. Before you apply for the mentor position at Canaan Academy, you should first undergo an alchemist level assessment at the Alchemist Guild. As long as you can become a second-tier alchemist, the gates of Canaan Academy will be wide open for you, the elder pharmacist declared with confidence. Furthermore, there is another purpose for your visit to the Alchemist Guild. It is to gather the 3 essential items for refining the 3 items? Xiao questioned, perplexed. Indeed, to devour you require at least 3 indispensable items as assistance. The Blood Lotus Pill, essential for approaching without its protection, even a Dou Huang would hesitate to approach let alone you, a mere Dou Master. The Eye Spirit Spring serves as a safeguard for your interior, protecting you from the devastating temperatures during the refining process. Lastly, there is the Nascent Spirit, which can create a special small space within you for storing Given the destructive nature of if it is not thoroughly refined, anything else will be instantly incinerated, including your cyclone and body. However, Nascent Spirit is quite rare. It is related to the Nascent Ring. But this particular Nascent Spirit can only be found at the central position of high-grade Nascent Stones. You must understand that high-grade Nascent Stones are essential materials for crafting high-grade Nascent Rings, thus their scarcity is evident. Moreover, the likelihood of finding Nascent Spirit within high-grade Nascent Stones is not very high. Now, you should grasp the rarity of the Nascent Spirit, the elder pharmacist explained to Xiao. Xiao Yi opened his mouth, his expression somewhat grim. After a moment, he forced a bitter smile and shook his head. I have never even heard of these 3 items. Where am I supposed to find them? Do not fret too much, Nan Ling, the old pharmacist replied with a smile. During my quest for I fortuitously gathered a small amount of it. Thus, all you need to do now is locate the Eye Spirit Cold Spring and the materials required to concoct the Blood Lotus Pill. The Blood Lotus Pill requires Blood Lotus Essence and a 3rd-tier magic core. Blood Lotus Essence is an exceedingly rare high-grade herb, typically found growing alongside Yellow Lotus Essence, yet in vastly limited quantities. Its appearance is nearly indistinguishable from that of Yellow Lotus Essence, which, conversely, is a commonly used low-grade herb. The old pharmacist elucidated to Xiao Yi. And where might one acquire this Ice Spirit Cold Spring? Xiao Yi interjected with urgency. In places of extreme cold or extreme heat. The old pharmacist chuckled. Extreme heat as well. Is it true that opposites attract? Xiao Yi blinked in surprise. Precisely, the old pharmacist nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Of course, if fortune favors you, you might obtain it from others or at an auction. However, I suspect the odds are slim. For anyone with even a modicum of discernment knows the rarity of such items and would not easily part with them. What if we cannot gather these items, but fortuitously encounter what then? Xiao Yi's eyes darted around as he questioned. Then we must withdraw, abandoning this opportunity, no matter how precious it may seem. Without these three essential items, attempting to approach thee is tantamount to courting death. The old pharmacist replied, his tone devoid of hesitation. Is there truly no alternative? Xiao Yi asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. There are alternatives, but these three items are the result of my countless experiments, carefully selected as the most suitable aids for refining them. Frankly speaking, if you possess materials that could significantly enhance the success rate of refining them, many alchemists would be willing to pay exorbitant sums to acquire them. The old pharmacist's voice carried a tinge of pride, indicating that these three materials had indeed cost him considerable effort. Very well, I shall make every effort to gather these materials. If all else fails, I will resort to exchanging pills at the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yi declared resolutely. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Your most pressing task is to obtain the second-tier alchemist certification from the Alchemist Guild. While I concede that you possess the highest alchemical talent I have ever encountered, there is one crucial element you lack: time. From the moment you began studying alchemy with me until now, a mere 3 months have passed, and your actual time spent practicing alchemy may not even total 10 days. Furthermore, your sole achievement in alchemy thus far is the foundational spiritual liquid. In contrast, others typically require decades of rigorous study and practice to attain the status of a first-tier alchemist. The disparity is not something that mere talent can bridge. Of course, with your innate talent, as long as you devote yourself to studying the art of alchemy with due diligence, I assure you that within a year, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist, and in 3 years, you will certainly attain the status of a fourth-tier alchemist. Elder Yao exclaimed with palpable excitement, feeling immensely privileged to witness such a miraculous transformation. By that time, my cultivation will have already surpassed that level. Xiao Yi couldn't help but retort. Seeing Xiao Yi's disdainful expression, Elder Yao was momentarily speechless with indignation. During this period, you must not solely focus on alchemy. Your mastery of combat techniques must not be neglected either. Here are 2 combat skills I have prepared for you. As he spoke, Elder Yao pointed and gently touched Xiao Yi's forehead. 8 Extremes Collapse, an advanced Xian-level combat technique, renowned for its formidable close-range assault capabilities. When perfected, it harbors the strength of 8 layers of energy, the cumulative force rivaling that of a low-tier Earth-level technique. Flame-splitting Wave Cutter, a low-tier Earth-level technique. When mastered, it can cleave mountains and sever waves with effortless grace. After a moment of contemplation, a massive black object suddenly shot forth from the ancient ring, crashing heavily onto the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. Xiao Yi stood there in shock, staring at the dark object towering over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he gulped. What purpose does this serve? This is forged from flamefall mysterious iron, and there is likely only one such item in the entire continent. It is not only exceedingly hard, but also incredibly heavy. Most importantly, it possesses a remarkable ability to suppress combat energy. If you can adapt to its weight, when you engage in battle and remove this object, your strength will astound everyone. In conjunction with the flame-splitting wave cutter, its effects will be magnified. Elder Yu smiled, adding further clarification. Chapter 15. The fruits of labor. With you providing combat techniques and weapons, you must have some ulterior motives, Xiao Yi inquired curiously of Elder Yao. Hehe. I plan to take you out for practical training, during which I will also impart the art of alchemy. Elder Yao revealed his intentions. Why not directly teach me alchemy? Wouldn't that save time? Xiao Yi questioned Elder Yao's arrangement, feeling perplexed. First, you must understand that the rank of an alchemist is intricately tied to one's own strength. If your cultivation does not meet the requisite level, even if your alchemical skills are exceptional, you will be unable to concoct pills of the corresponding grade. Secondly, practical experience is the best way to stimulate one's potential. Daily encounters with various dangers will undoubtedly foster rapid growth. Moreover, in the wilderness, there is an abundance of medicinal herbs. Hands-on instruction is far more memorable than theoretical discussions, Elder Yao explained to Xiao Yi. Very well, your reasoning is quite compelling. Do you have a route in mind? When shall we depart? Xiao Yi felt a stirring in his heart as he listened to the words of the Elder Yao and could not help but inquire. I intend for you to embark on a journey from Wutan City, traversing on foot to the eastern expanse of the Monster Mountain Range, and then crossing the mountains to arrive at the Tagore Desert, which is our ultimate destination for cultivation. As for the duration, I have no particular demands. If you are free, we can set off at any time. Elder Yao said with a smile to Xiao Yi. Very well, let us depart at once. Xiao Yi, brimming with impatience, spoke up. Under the blazing sun, the relentless heat had cracked the earth's surface, and as his feet pressed upon the hardened soil, A wave of warmth surged upward, leaving the weary travelers drenched in sweat, cursing the oppressive weather. On the expansive dirt road, a young man, clad in plain attire, trudged forward, his face glistening with perspiration. Each footfall he made resonated like a heavy object crashing down, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the youth bore an enormous black sword upon his back. Rather than a traditional sword, it resembled a substantial iron measuring stick devoid of a sharp edge, its tip seemingly severed as though cleaved by some powerful force, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cross-section. The surface of the obsidian sword was adorned with vaguely defined, enigmatic patterns that extended to the hilt, enveloping nearly the entire blade and exuding an air of mystery with its ancient, dark hue. The sword's length surpassed that of the young man's stature, an unusual combination that drew curious glances from the occasional passerby. Xiao Yi held a profound appreciation for Master Yao Lao's method of weighted training, a time-honored practice that had persisted throughout the Dragon Ball world, proving itself remarkably effective. At this moment, however, Xiao Yi's arduous journey was not solely due to the weight of the mysterious sword. Although the sword could suppress Dou Qi, it could hardly contain the true Qi coursing through Xiao Yi's body, which was as formidable as that of a primordial beast. The reason for his apparent exhaustion lay in his sudden whim to exchange for gravity rings from the system's marketplace, donning them on his limbs. These gravity rings, crafted by the North King after Sun Wukong's demise to enhance training, had transformed into a highly sophisticated technology within the system. They allowed for the adjustment of weight, with the most potent ring capable of reaching a staggering 100 tons. Not only were these rings aesthetically refined, resembling snug bracelets that could automatically resize to fit the wearer, but they also came at a hefty price of 100 gold coins each, thus substantially depleting Xiao Yi's resources. Nevertheless, the results were remarkably evident. Under the relentless burden of his training, Xiao Yi's power surged, and within a mere month, he experienced significant breakthroughs in both of his techniques. Having previously remained at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, he finally advanced into the core formation stage. In this new realm, his bodily functions not only increased correspondingly, but, most crucially, the vast reservoir of saturated spiritual energy within him could be compressed to form a minuscule golden elixir, imperceptible to the naked eye. To progress from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, one must traverse through both the core formation and the elixir cultivation stages. The core formation stage involves the further compression of spiritual energy into a solidified elixir, and as this energy continues to be supplied, the elixir's volume expands. Once it reaches the limits of what the body can endure, one enters the elixir cultivation stage. This crucial process is a closely guarded secret within every sect, as it pertains to the very foundation of their existence. The essence of elixir cultivation lies in recompressing the enlarged golden elixir while instigating a qualitative transformation within, thus establishing a robust foundation for future cultivation. Upon completion of this stage, the cultivator finally enters the true golden core stage, where their power is fully manifested. Throughout this intricate process, the foremost concern for the cultivator is to refrain from utilizing the unformed golden elixir, as doing so could lead to its incompleteness, severely impacting future cultivation. Thus, the journey from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage typically requires the practitioner to enter a state of seclusion, pledging not to emerge until they attain the golden core. Simultaneously, Xiao Yi's Dou Qi progressed into the early stages of the Grand Dou Master realm, allowing him to externalize his Dou Qi and form a robust armor. Moreover, during this fortnight, Xiao Yi's alchemical skills advanced by leaps and bounds, leaving Master Yao Lao astounded. The theoretical aspects of alchemy, often the most challenging for all practitioners, became a trivial pursuit for Xiao Yi. No matter how voluminous the tomes Master Yao Lao presented, a mere glance was sufficient for Xiao Yi to absorb the knowledge as if it were imprinted in his mind. With the aid of his extraordinary intellect, he responded to Yao Lao's queries as though he were an experienced alchemist himself. In the realm of alchemy, Xiao Yi consistently succeeded on his first attempt, and after 3 tries, the elixirs produced would bear intricate patterns, radiating beauty. If Xiao Yi's prowess in alchemy merely astonished Master Yao Lao, his martial skills left the elder feeling a sense of dread. The sheer terror of the situation was palpable as he recalled the first time Xiao Yi practiced the 8 extremes collapse, manifesting 4 layers of hidden energy, a feat he still found hard to believe. Yet, even more astonishing was what followed. The 8 extremes collapse, a close combat technique. seemed to harmonize perfectly with Xiao Yi's formidable physique. Originally capable of unleashing only 8 layers of hidden energy, Xiao Yi astonishingly amplified this to 18 layers, elevating the technique to the advanced Earth tier level. Even Master Yao Lao, with his vast experience, was taken aback by this extraordinary achievement. Xiao Yi, hold on a moment. Elder Yao halted Xiao Yi, who was diligently training under a heavy load. Master, what is it? Xiao Yi inquired with a puzzled glance at Elder Yao. Hee. I did not anticipate that your alchemical skills would advance so swiftly. You are now equipped with the prowess of a second-tier alchemist. I have been considering that we should journey to the city of Blackrock, where you can undergo the alchemist certification at the Alchemist Guild, Elder Yao remarked to Xiao Yi. Does that mean our training will continue? Xiao Yi questioned, looking at Elder Yao in confusion. Of course, the training must persist, but we shall temporarily refrain from venturing into the Beast Mountain range. Elder Yao replied. Blackrock City, situated in the eastern province of the Jimar Empire, is a grand city even more imposing than Wutan City. In terms of overall strength, Blackrock City ranks among the foremost of all large cities within the Jimar Empire. As they approached, Xiao Yi noticed that the city's colossal walls were constructed entirely of meticulously arranged black stones. A passerby mentioned that these walls had withstood a combined assault from 2 formidable Do Wang experts without yielding, showcasing the formidable defense they offered. After paying the requisite taxes at the city gate, Xiao Yi was granted passage. As he traversed the somewhat dim passageway of the walls, moments later, his vision expanded into a vibrant scene filled with the cacophony of bustling voices, overwhelming him with their intensity. What a lively place! Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight. As a modern individual accustomed to life on Earth, such a lively atmosphere brought him a sense of comfort. Let us find a place to stay for the night. We shall visit the Alchemist Guild for your assessment tomorrow. Elder Yao's voice resonated within Xiao Yi's mind. On the following day, as the first rays of dawn graced the earth, Xiao Yi emerged early from the inn and took the opportunity to inquire about the location of the Alchemist Guild. True to its reputation as a leading city within the Jimar Empire, Blackrock City was bustling even in the early morning. The streets were alive with activity, and the sounds of the guards marching in formation, their armor clashing rhythmically, echoed through the morning air like a clarion call. Xiao Yi followed the route indicated by the innkeeper, gradually turning down several elongated streets. After a considerable while, he finally came to a halt, lifting his gaze to behold the magnificent edifice that loomed before him. This structure, with its distinctive design, resembled a medicinal cauldron. Surrounding the building were windows that mimicked the fire openings of such a cauldron, and atop the high roof, a large lid descended, concealing the rooms beneath. His eyes fell upon the faintly purple sandalwood plaque adorning the exterior, where 5 archaic characters shimmered subtly, their significance somewhat obscured. Pharmacist's Guild, he murmured softly to himself. As he turned his head to survey the surroundings, he noticed that most passers-by cast reverent glances at the plaque. There were, however, a few onlookers who regarded Xiao Yi with a hint of bewilderment, as he stood there, seemingly entranced by the Pharmacist's Guild. Paying no heed to the curious stares, Xiao Yi gently ran his hand over the heavy ruler strapped to his back before striding purposefully toward the guild. As he approached the entrance, 2 heavily armed men, who had been watching him for some time, extended their hands to block his path. Young brother, this is the Pharmacist's Guild. Do you wish to enter? Do you have a letter of introduction from your mentor? They asked in a gruff tone. Letter of introduction? Xiao Yi was taken aback, a hint of confusion lacing his voice as he inquired. What is that? I'm not quite certain. Each empire on the continent of Fighting Qi has its own Pharmacist's Guild, and their regulations differ. I seldom visit the Jimar Empire, so I am unfamiliar with this requirement, replied the elder pharmacist within his ring, equally perplexed. I do not possess a letter of introduction, as my mentor is not a pharmacist of the Jimar Empire, and thus did not prepare one for me. Xiao Yi informed the guards. This poses a dilemma. According to regulations, we cannot allow entry without a letter of introduction, one of the guards replied. At that moment, an elderly man ambled over leisurely, capturing Xiao Yi's attention. The badge on his chest depicted an ancient medicinal cauldron, adorned with 4 silver ripples. A 4th-tier pharmacist. Xiao Yi thought, startled. Master Otto. The 2 guards respectfully bowed to the elder. Please hold. As the elder was about to pass Xiao Yi and enter the guild, he called out to him. Oh, you called for me? The old man regarded Xiao Yi with a curious gaze. Yes. I wish to enter the Pharmacist's Guild for certification as a pharmacist. However, I lack a letter of introduction from my mentor. I wonder if you might be able to make an exception? Xiao Yi spoke in a calm and measured tone. Oh, you seek to enter for pharmacist certification? Why do you not have a letter of introduction from your mentor? Master Otto took a keen interest in the handsome young man before him. It had been quite some time since he had encountered someone capable of engaging with him in such a poised manner since he ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist. My mentor hails not from the Jaimar Empire. Thus he left no letter of introduction for me before his departure, instructing me merely to come to the Alchemist Guild for assessment and to become an alchemist. Xiao Yi addressed Master Otto with unwavering composure. Oh, I see. I might be able to make an exception for you, but are you truly confident in passing the examination for a first-tier alchemist? Master Otto inquired with a smile directed at the young man. Indeed. In fact, my intention this time is to attempt the examination for a second-tier alchemist, Xiao Yi stated, uttering words that left Master Otto utterly astonished. Chapter 17. The examination for a first-tier alchemist. Master Otto's initial fondness for Xiao Yi transformed into disbelief upon hearing this declaration. Do you believe I am boasting? Xiao Yi discerned the change in Master Otto's expression and preemptively responded before the latter could voice his thoughts. Is it not so? Master Otto suddenly found the young man before him to be remarkably audacious. Had he not held himself to a higher standard, he might have stormed off in indignation. If Master Otto doubts my capability, why not pose a question to test my knowledge? After all, being an alchemist is not a profession where one can deceive, Xiao Yi suggested, guiding Master Otto's thoughts. Very well, I shall put you to the test. Master Otto, swayed by Xiao Yi's confidence, found himself wavering in his initial skepticism. The questions regarding the formula for the recovery pill, a first-tier elixir, and the temperature requirements for the qi nurturing powder, a second-tier elixir, grew increasingly challenging. Yet Master Otto's complexion became more vibrant with each correct answer. Young lad, what do they call you? Master Otto suddenly ceased his inquiries and excitedly addressed Xiao Yi. I am Xiao Yi, came the succinct reply from the young man. My apologies, Xiao. I had previously misjudged you. With such a solid theoretical foundation, even an average third-tier alchemist would struggle to match your knowledge. Master Otto, a person of humility, acknowledged his earlier misjudgment and offered an apology to Xiao Yi. It is of no consequence. My appearance may inadvertently invite misunderstandings, Xiao Yi remarked, allowing a hint of self-deprecation, for in the realm of alchemy, age is often the first criterion by which one is assessed. A young individual like Xiao Yi, possessing such profound pharmacological insight, is indeed a rarity. No, it is I who have been presumptuous in my assessment, Master Otto expressed with sincere regret. Sir, may I now proceed to undertake the examination for an alchemist? Xiao Yi did not forget the primary purpose of his visit and inquired earnestly. Of course. Please, enter. Master Otto's demeanor was now notably warm and welcoming. This is the venue for the first-tier alchemist examination. Lin Fei, come here and meet our young friend Xiao. Soon you shall witness what true genius looks like. Although Master Otto had never witnessed Xiao Yi's alchemical prowess firsthand, he was convinced that someone with such a profound understanding of pharmacology could not possibly be superficial. Moreover, the individual's current ambition was to attain the rank of a second-tier alchemist, making the assessment for a first-tier alchemist seem effortlessly achievable. Humph, how irritating, Lin Fei exclaimed, feeling a surge of anger as she observed her mentor lavishing praise upon the young man before them, while she felt utterly devalued in comparison. With a scowl directed at Xiao Yi, she turned on her heel and departed. Oh dear, this child is becoming increasingly disrespectful, Master Otto remarked, his words stern yet softened by a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, revealing that he was not truly upset. Greetings, Master Otto. A tall, silver-haired woman with strikingly clear features approached him. Ah, it is Xuanmei. No wonder Lin Fei was in such a foul mood earlier. So, you two have come to participate in the first-tier alchemist assessment? Very well, please return to your seat. The test is about to commence. Master Otto gently encouraged Xuanmei. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance as a group of examiners entered the room. Xiao Yi's gaze swept across the chests of the individuals present, and he was astonished to discover that the majority among them were, in fact, genuine alchemists. At the forefront of this assembly stood an elderly man, whom Xiao Yin recognized as Frank, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Blackrock City, from the titles bestowed upon him by those surrounding. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xuanmei, who stood beside Master Otto, stepped forward. Master, she called out, her delicate features adorned with a faint smile, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak, leaving onlookers utterly captivated. Otto, I searched high and low for you, only to find that you had arrived ahead of me, Frank remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as he approached Otto. Well, I couldn't tear myself away due to pressing matters, Otto replied with a chuckle. Allow me to introduce you. This is my young friend Xiao Yi, he explained to Frank. Oh, I must admit, I had not anticipated that our alchemist guild would host a prodigy today. I eagerly await your performance. Frank said warmly to Xiao Yi. I hereby declare that the assessment officially commences, Frank announced at the center of the hall. The fundamental requirement for a first-tier alchemist is the successful independent concoction of a tangible elixir, while the specific type of elixir can be determined by the Alchemist Guild. Xiao Yi picked up a piece of parchment from the stone platform and glanced at it. The document detailed a formula for a medicinal elixir known as the strengthening pill, which could temporarily enhance the strength of the consumer. Although this particular elixir only ranked moderately among first-tier pills, it posed a certain challenge for newcomers participating in the assessment for the first time. Holding the formula for the strengthening pill, Xiao Yi cast his gaze around, noticing that each individual had received a different recipe. Observing the expressions of the two women nearby, he discerned their confidence in the pills they were tasked to concoct. Could it be that the old man intended to deliberately complicate matters for me? He mused to himself, stealing a glance at the beaming Frank, then shook his head in resignation, redirecting his focus to the stone platform. Upon the platform, the requisite ingredients for the strengthening pill were neatly arranged in 3 sets. This indicated that if anyone were to exhaust all 3 sets of materials during the refining process, they would inevitably fail the assessment. Beside the ingredients, several exquisite jade vials were displayed, presumably intended for the final storage of the elixir. As Xiao Yi, like the other candidates, swiftly placed his palm over the mouth of the cauldron, a surge of internal energy erupted from within him. Instantly, with a series of muffled sounds, flames roared from within the cauldron. As the flames blazed higher, a transparent barrier began to ascend around the stone platform, forming a square shield that enveloped all the candidates inside. With the activation of the protective barrier, the hushed whispers within the hall fell into complete silence. Every spectator fixated intently on the actions of the candidates on the stone platform, occasionally nodding in approval at those newcomers who demonstrated commendable control. Xiao Yi disregarded everything else and swiftly melted the medicinal materials according to the method imparted by the old alchemist, subsequently fusing them using a unique technique. Chapter 18. Passing the assessment off. Splendid. A solid foundation and impeccable technique. Truly a rare talent. Frank nodded repeatedly. His gestures inevitably attracted the attention of everyone present, including both the examiners and the candidates, who could not help but turn their gazes toward Xiao Yi's stone platform. Bang, bang. The students were somewhat affected by Xiao Yi's outstanding performance. The first to be impacted were Lin Fei and Xuan Mei, who, momentarily distracted, caused their alchemical furnace to erupt loudly, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Humph, that insufferable fellow. If it weren't for him, I would surely pass the first-tier alchemist assessment this time. Lin Fei, having been rescued by Master Otto without sustaining any injuries, could not help but channel her lingering anxiety into resentment directed at the focused Xiao Yi. Some individuals, despite their lack of skill, still resort to petty quarrels. I have truly witnessed it. Although Xuan Mei also suffered a furnace explosion due to her distraction, she could not resist stepping forward to mock Lin Fei, who was complaining nearby. If you're so skilled, how did you also end up with a furnace explosion? Lin Fei then shifted her ire toward Xuan Mei. All right. Have some dignity. There are still candidates here for the examination. Frank, the president of the Black Rock City Alchemist Guild, stepped in to mediate. Both Lin Fei and Xuan Mei simultaneously turned their heads away. By the way, Otto, do you happen to know who this young man's teacher is? To produce such an exceptional student, his identity must be remarkable. Frank inquired of Otto. I'm not entirely sure. From what Xiao Yi mentioned, it seems his teacher is a pharmacist known as the Old Alchemist, and he apparently is not from the Gamma Empire. Otto responded to Frank. Indeed, that aligns with my expectations. If his mentor were from the Gamma Empire, given our positions, we would have known by now. Frank nodded in agreement. Just as the two were conversing, Xiao Yi's elixir was completed. How swift. This is a thought that simultaneously arises in the minds of both individuals. It is important to note that while the procedures for concocting elixirs may vary slightly, the quantity of materials required for potions of the same grade remains largely consistent. Consequently, their alchemical preparation times are also relatively similar. The energy-enhancing pill is an elixir formed through the fusion of 3 distinct herbs. The alchemist must first refine each ingredient individually before ultimately combining them. However, The time that Xiao Yi expends is merely half of what is typically required to concoct the energy-enhancing pill. This can only be explained by the fact that Xiao Yi is simultaneously refining all three materials using the furnace's flame, thereby expediting the alchemical process. Such a technique, while seemingly straightforward, is rarely mastered by many. Not only do the melting temperatures and durations of the three herbs differ, but the ability to focus on all three tasks simultaneously is beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual. Achieving the successful concoction of an elixir necessitates an exceptionally potent spiritual perception and an acute mastery over the fire's intensity, attributes that are evidently beyond the capabilities of a mere first-tier alchemist. Extraordinary. This is the second thought that crosses Otto and Frank's minds. While it is true that higher-tier alchemists can also concoct lower-grade potions simultaneously, this ability requires not only strong spiritual perception and fire control, but also countless repetitions in the crafting of a specific elixir to develop an instinctive understanding. This is a level of ease that Xiao Yi exhibits, which they find exceedingly difficult to replicate. After Xiao Yi completed the crafting of the energy recovery pill, he observed that the surrounding students had seemingly not finished their own concoctions. Thus, he settled beside the stone platform and entered into a meditative state. Was the assessment time already upon him? When Xiao Yi awakened once more, he discovered that Otto and Frank had somehow positioned themselves next to him, while the gazes of everyone in the venue were subtly drawn towards him. You've only just arrived a few minutes ago, but I noticed you seemed to be in deep concentration, so I refrained from disturbing you. Rest assured, this will not affect your eligibility in the assessment. Otto spoke gently to Xiao Yi. All right, time is up. Now, Otto and I shall evaluate the pills you have all crafted, Frank declared as he noted Xiao Yi's awakening, promptly announcing the end of the alchemical session. Frank and Otto first provided feedback on Xuanmei and Lin Fei, who, despite the explosion of their furnace, were indeed apprentices of two fourth-grade alchemists. Consequently, their evaluation took some time, yet the expressions of the students reflected no dissatisfaction. Following their critique of the shortcomings in the two women's alchemical processes, Frank and Otto did not immediately inspect Xiao Yi's pill. Instead, they bypassed him to assess the concoctions of the next 6 newcomers. Among them, only 2 had met the requirements, while the remaining 4 hung their heads in dejection. Oh, there's no need to be disheartened. If it doesn't work out this year, there's always next year, young ones. Time is what you possess the most. Frank consoled the 4 with a smile, before exchanging a glance with Otto. The 2 then returned to stand before Xiao Yi. As